Chapter 1. The Crossing. Nuan, here are the reports for this month. Please review them diligently tonight. The department manager, Li Wei, tossed a document at her before departing. Hey, Nuan, you've been working overtime consistently this month. Are you managing to cope with it all? Her colleague, Xiao Yun, expressed her concern. What can one do when burdened like a beast of labor? Nuan sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. After all, she had indeed been working overtime and was both mentally and physically drained. She no longer wished to continue in this job. It felt as though she would collapse before earning any money. How peculiar. Have you offended the manager? Why have you been assigned overtime the entire month? Xiaoyan queried, puzzled. Could it be that the manager was targeting her out of fear she might expose his previous illicit dealings? Nuan pondered, yet replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps others have more pressing matters to attend to. Don't be too earnest, just do what you can. You should head home early to rest. The manager will surely find fault, and you'll end up having to redo the work. I've nearly finished my tasks. We'll be off now. You should hurry and finish up so you can leave too, Xiaoyan said, gathering her belongings before departing. As Nuan watched her colleagues leave one by one, she remained hunched over the reports, letting out a deep sigh. What a stroke of misfortune! I haven't shopped in ages, nor have I indulged in delicious food. Alas, if things continue like this, I might as well resign tomorrow. After laboring for a while longer, Nuan finally completed the report, marking the necessary amendments. She began to pack her things in preparation to leave. Just as she stood up, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Was this the rhythm of dying from overwork? Feeling a sense of reluctance, she struggled to open her eyes, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When Nuan regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a dilapidated, drafty room. Before she could comprehend the situation, the door swung open. A handsome man appeared, instructing her to join him for a meal now that she was awake. He turned and walked away, leaving Nuan in contemplation. His attire bore no resemblance to contemporary fashion. It resembled that of ancient times, with his garments faded and worn. Coupled with the shabby surroundings, could it be that she truly died and crossed over to another realm? Curiosity compelled her to venture outside. However, a sharp pain shot through her head, and she feared she might be on the verge of collapsing again. Instead, a surge of memories flooded her mind. She discovered that this body was also named Nuan. Her original self's mother had suffered greatly during her birth and succumbed to illness when Nuan was merely 3 years old. Her father, thereafter, never remarried and raised Nuan alone, indulging her over the years, fostering a lazy and gluttonous temperament. She had long harbored dreams of marrying Nuan, a scholar who had already achieved the status of a Xiozai. If she wed him, perhaps she could ascend to the position of an official's wife. Tragedy struck when her father, while hunting, encountered a bear and lost his life, falling from a cliff. The villagers aided Nuan in organizing her father's funeral. Following this, she began to engage in mischief. One day, while washing clothes by the river, she saw Nuan approaching the schoolhouse. In a moment of audacity, she pretended to fall into the water. Seeing no one else around, Nuan, driven by the instinct to save, jumped in to rescue her. From that point on, she made a point to visit the one household under the guise of expressing gratitude, garnering the village's curiosity and unwittingly making her antics the talk of the town. Feeling as if her scheme was nearing fruition, she visited the Wen family on the 15th day of the month, asserting that since Nuan had saved her, he had seen her naked, and if he refused to marry her, she would be too embarrassed to live in the village. Wen's parents were left with no choice. Their son had acted out of kindness, never anticipating he would be coerced into marriage. Had Nuan been sensible, it might have been different, but the villagers knew her reputation for being lazy and gluttonous, and this tactic further tarnished her character. At the time of the rescue, there were no witnesses, and it was only Nuan who spread the story, leading to the current predicament where it seemed their son had taken advantage of her, but was unwilling to take responsibility. When Nuan regarded Nuan, then glanced at his parents, not wishing to cause them further worry. He stated, I can marry you, but you must understand my reasons for doing so. In the future, you must behave yourself, or else. He paused, fixing her with a piercing gaze. I will ensure you regret everything you have done today. With that, he turned and retreated to his chamber. Wen's parents, taken aback by their son's declaration, were left wondering if he truly intended to marry such an irresponsible girl. They sighed, resolving to keep a close watch on this troublemaker. Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, Nuan bid farewell to Wen's parents, adding, "Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, you must arrange for a matchmaker to propose." "I shall take my leave now," as Nuan departed. Wen's parents exchanged worried glances, prompting them to seek out their son for clarification. Wen Yuehan, observing his parents' distressed expressions, reassured them, "Do not worry. Nuan has made this matter public knowledge. If our family does not take responsibility, the villagers will have much to say." He recalled how his elder brother had yet to marry and how this situation could affect his prospects. This has been a challenge for him over the years. Let's allow it to be as it is. Wen's parents reminisced about their eldest son, who had been away since age 12, working hard to support the family and provide for his younger brother's education. Now at 22, he remained unmarried, a source of guilt for them as parents. Due to Nuan's mourning period lasting a year, they married her to Wen Yuehan shortly after its conclusion. Since Wen Yuehan lived at the school and only returned home during the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, he had little opportunity to develop feelings for Nuan. Despite his parents' wishes, he consistently avoided sharing a bed with her, even stating on their wedding night that he was an unsuitable match. He offered her the option of a divorce should she encounter someone she truly loved. Nuan reflected that today marked the first day of the month, and she had been married to Wen Yuehan for half a month. What situation this is? I should go eat, lest they grow impatient. After supper, I must deliberate on what lies ahead. Chapter 2. Doubts. As Nuan entered the courtyard, she beheld Wen Yuehan emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Hastily, she stepped forward to assist, only to be met with a surprised glance from Wen Yuehan, who instructed her to sit down. With an awkward retraction of her hand, Nuan complied, taking a seat at the table, pondering the extent of Wen Yuehan's apparent disdain for her. Once Wen's parents finished washing their hands and settled at the table, they commenced their meal. Nuan surveyed the fare before her, a soup of wild vegetables and stir-fried greens, accompanied by dark wheat pancakes. A wave of incredulity washed over her. Could this possibly be palatable? It seemed more fitting for a weight loss regimen. Admittedly, the original Nuan had been rather indolent and averse to physical activity. At 16, she stood at a respectable height of approximately 160 centimeters, but weighed a staggering 130 kg. Alas, the matter of weight loss had become imperative. After consuming only a modest portion, Nuan set down her chopsticks, primarily due to the unappetizing nature of the meal. The wild vegetables were quite bitter, and the pancakes left much to be desired. She sighed, contemplating the urgent need to find a way to earn money. Otherwise, daily sustenance of dark pancakes and wild greens would be sheer torment. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to Wen Yuehan's scrutinizing gaze. Curiously, Wen Yuehan noted Nuan's surprising lack of complaints about the food or any signs of irritation. What was amiss? Was she perhaps harboring some mischievous intent? Wen's parents soon finished their meal, exchanged a few words, and departed to tend to their farming duties, while Wen Yuehan retreated to his room to read. The original Nuan had also been averse to manual labor, never joining her parents in the fields. Thus, they never called upon her to assist. However, Nuan was restless. Noticing the courtyard's disarray, she seized a broom and began to tidy up, all the while mulling over ways to improve her financial situation. She contemplated that if the male protagonist were to achieve great success and leave this place, she, being the one he was compelled to marry, might very well be abandoned. In this era, it seemed she might be destined to remain in this small village for the entirety of her life, at best reaching the county town. Lacking any particular skill, she mused that perhaps a market stall would be her best option. But what could she sell? How about marinated delicacies? She recalled enjoying making chicken feet or braised pig trotters back in her modern life. Nevertheless, she would need to scout the county market for opportunities. Drawing from the memories of her original self, Nuan realized she resided in the Li Kingdom, specifically in one family village of Daliu Town. The town was part of Jiyuan County, with the capital being Jichang Prefecture, which belonged to Jiangzhou. This kingdom was unfamiliar to her. It seemed to be a fictional dynasty. As she finished tidying up, watering the small vegetable garden, and cleaning the chicken coop and pigsty, Nuan mused about the possibility of becoming an independent woman after parting from Nuan. She envisioned a future where she could earn a decent living and save her life, compensating for her previous life's unfortunate demise at an early age. While Nuan busied herself with her chores, Nuan observed her with growing perplexity. Had his absence over the past half-month caused him to miss something significant? This slothful individual was actually engaged in work. It is not surprising that Nuan harbors such thoughts. In the past, Nuan was also from this village, and the villagers mostly knew her to be a person of leisure, indulging in food and entertainment while constantly creating disturbances. Ji's father often found himself apologizing to neighbors on her behalf. Nuan, oblivious to Nuan's inner musings, finished her chores and headed to the kitchen in search of water. Alas, her increased size rendered her movements cumbersome, and she quickly grew weary from her labors. Upon reaching the water barrel, she found it filled with unboiled water. Glancing between the barrel and the stove, she pondered how to proceed. How was fire kindled, she wondered, recalling scenes from ancient dramas and cooking videos she had watched. She gathered a few pieces of wood and a fire starter, determined to ignite a flame. After much effort, she finally coaxed a slender piece of wood to catch fire and placed it in the stove, successfully bringing the water to a boil. As she sipped the water, she lamented the considerable inconveniences of life in ancient times. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "What are you doing?" Nuan turned to see Nuan, who repeated, "What are you doing? Why is there so much smoke in the kitchen?" Alarmed, Nuan rushed to the kitchen, only to be taken aback by the thick smoke. Was it the result of her boiling water? She hastily explained, "I just boiled some water, but I don't know why there's so much smoke." "I'm really sorry. I'll see what I can do." Nuan glanced at her and proceeded to the stove, where he observed that the fire had blazed too fiercely, causing the water to evaporate completely. "The water has burned dry. We need to extinguish the fire," he stated, retrieving the fire tongs to remove the wood and dousing it with water. It was only then that Nuan remembered in her haste to drink. She had forgotten to put out the fire. How careless of her! "I will head up the mountain shortly to see if there are any wild vegetables or other edible items. If I find anything, I'll collect some to bring back," Nuan mentioned, primarily hoping to find something of value to sell. "I'll accompany you. You have never been to the mountains before," Nuan replied. Nuan considered this, recalling her previous mountain climbs, albeit on developed trails. Venturing into the ancient wilderness was far better with company. She agreed, saying, "Then I shall trouble you with this." After Nuan strapped on a backpack, she and Nuan set out. Fortunately, the Wen family resided at the village's edge, and after walking approximately 200 meters, they reached the foothills. Nuan felt they had been walking for nearly an hour before they arrived at the nearest slope. She began her search for food, but as this slope was closest to the village, it was commonly visited by villagers for foraging, leaving Nuan with little to find. Undeterred, they ventured deeper into the mountains, where villagers seldom tread due to the risks involved, save for the village hunters. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, they finally stumbled upon some mushrooms. Overjoyed, Nuan hurried over to gather them, cautious to only pick those she recognized, as she had seen news reports about the dangers of toxic mushrooms. "Be careful, don't move," Nuan suddenly cautioned. As she spoke, she used the wooden stick in her hand to drive away the snake lurking behind Nuan. "What's wrong?" Nuan queried in return. "There is a snake behind you, but I have already chased it away. However, to prevent its return, we should hasten our descent down the mountain," Nuan replied. Nuan thought to herself that she had already gathered quite a number of mushrooms, and tonight they could enjoy a delightful mushroom soup. Thus, she descended the mountain alongside Nuan. On their way down, they encountered a rabbit. Unfortunately, the creature dashed away swiftly, and neither of them possessed the skills to catch it, so they continued on. Nuan mused that other transmigrated girls could capture rabbits and wild chickens in the mountains to sell for profit, lamenting her own lack of such abilities. It seemed that setting up a stall to sell marinated delicacies was the more reliable option. Nuan was naturally reticent and, as such, remained mostly silent during their journey, which Nuan did not find particularly concerning. Little did she know that Nuan had begun to harbor suspicions about her. He sensed that something was amiss with Nuan today. She did not complain about the tasteless food during their meal, and the girl who usually detested leaving the village had surprisingly ventured deep into the mountains. This was certainly not typical of Nuan. She was not one to exhibit such politeness and would never think to seek out work proactively. Was it possible that she had been possessed by some spirit? Nuan was momentarily at a loss for what to do, contemplating that he could test her later that evening. After all, he would be heading to the academy the following morning. If Nuan were indeed possessed, he needed to ascertain her intentions. Otherwise, his parents might be at risk. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 03. The test. Upon returning home, Nuan and Nuan found neither of his parents present. Nuan was uncertain of what to discuss with him, so she proceeded to the kitchen to store the mushrooms she had gathered. Nuan, on the other hand, retreated to his room to continue his studies. As Nuan rummaged through the kitchen, she discovered a lack of condiments. There was only coarse salt and a nearly empty container of lard. She couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the need to earn money was becoming increasingly urgent. Tomorrow, Nuan would be attending school in town. Perhaps she could accompany him to the market to see what she might sell for some profit. As Nuan noticed the sky gradually darkening, she pondered the whereabouts of her parents. Just as she was about to step outside to check, she heard the sound of the door opening. Peering out, she saw her parents returning home. Upon seeing Nuan in the kitchen, her parents were momentarily taken aback. Unsure of what to say, her mother hurriedly placed the hoe against the wall of the courtyard and approached the kitchen door, asking Nuan, "What are you doing in the kitchen? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Let me prepare it." As she spoke, she moved toward the kitchen. Nuan replied, "Mother, today my husband and I gathered some mushrooms from the back mountain. I was thinking of making mushroom soup. You and father have just returned from the fields. Go wash your hands and take a rest. I will handle dinner." Upon hearing Nuan's words, her mother was even more astonished. This child had always been averse to entering the kitchen, claiming she disliked the smell of smoke. She wouldn't even wash vegetables. How had she suddenly changed? Being inherently straightforward, her mother insisted, "It's nothing, Nuan. I can cook quickly, and it's not tiring at all. I'll have it ready in no time, so you should go outside." Seeing her mother's insistence, Nuan felt deeply touched. Although her mother did not favor her original disposition, she had not been harsh with her. Nuan replied, "It's all right, mother. Let you and father taste my cooking today." With that, she gently ushered her parents out of the kitchen. Wen's parents, still grappling with their astonishment, exchanged a glance and proceeded to the room to inquire about the events of the day. "Hunter, did you and Nuan ascend the mountain today?" Wen's father asked Nuan. "Indeed, father, I accompanied her to the mountain, and we gathered some mushrooms," replied Nuan. "Mother, father, is there something amiss?" He observed that his parents seemed to have noticed a change in Nuan. "Just now, Nuan mentioned preparing dinner and urged us to rest. We were pondering what might have transpired today that caused such a transformation in her demeanor. If she continues to be this amiable, your father and I will be greatly reassured," Wen's mother remarked with a smile. "Father, mother, it is said that one's nature is hard to alter. Nuan has indeed been rather peculiar today. However, we ought to observe her for a while longer, and you both should remain vigilant," Nuan advised. "Very well. We shall heed your counsel," Wen's mother replied as she and her husband ventured into the courtyard to tend to the chickens and pigs. Having toiled throughout their lives, they found idleness quite unsettling. As Nuan watched his parents depart, he fell into contemplation. What could Nuan be plotting? Was she perhaps intending to poison the meal? Yet, what could her motive be? "Father, mother, dinner is ready," Nuan announced, bringing forth the mushroom soup and sautéed wild vegetables into the courtyard. Then calling for Nuan to join the meal. When he emerged and beheld the dishes, he fell silent in surprise. He had not anticipated that Nuan would actually prepare food. He halted her, who was about to serve, saying, "Allow me to serve. You have toiled in the kitchen." With that, Nuan moved past Nuan into the kitchen, where he discovered the rice had been cooked. After sampling a few grains to ascertain there was no poison, he proceeded to serve it. Nuan regarded Nuan, pondering when he had become so considerate. Such thoughtfulness should not be reserved for her, which struck her as peculiar. With that thought, Nuan fetched bowls and chopsticks and set the table. Once everything was arranged, they commenced their meal. This time, Wen Yuehan did not adhere to the customary practice of allowing his father to begin. Instead, he first took a portion of the wild vegetables and a spoonful of mushroom soup. After tasting and finding no issues, he served a bowl of soup to both his parents. To his surprise, Jinwan's culinary skills were commendable. The mushroom soup was quite savory. Wen Yuehan was now thoroughly convinced that this Jinwan was distinctly different from the one he had known before. While he pondered this transformation, the three others enjoyed their meal with great delight. Wen's parents felt a sense of contentment witnessing Jinwan's change, believing that if this continued, Erlang would surely adjust his attitude as well. Together, they envisioned a life hand in hand, perhaps even welcoming another child into their family. After dinner, Wen Yuehan took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen. Jinwan cast a glance at him, but said nothing, retreating to her room. Feeling that having cooked, it was only natural for him to wash the dishes. Wen's parents, meanwhile, went to fetch water for the vegetable garden, embodying their humble and earnest nature. They never considered that marrying a daughter-in-law meant she should cater to the entire family. "Who are you?" Wen Yuehan inquired. Startled by the sudden question, Jinwan turned around quickly, only to find it was Wen Yuehan. "I am Jinwan, your wife," she replied. Jinwan mused that perhaps she was experiencing a sort of dissociation, thinking that outward appearances might not reveal much, and resolved to feign ignorance. After all, the ancients were somewhat superstitious. "If I were to declare that I am but a fragment of a soul from another realm inhabiting your wife, I cannot fathom whether I would survive to witness the dawn of tomorrow." "You are not her. You are not Jinwan," Wen Yuehan asserted firmly. Jinwan mused to herself, "How astute these ancients are. Is it the vast disparity between my actions and those of the original that has sparked his suspicions? Alas, perhaps it is best to feign ignorance. After all, I too was known as Jinwan in the modern world, which is hardly deceitful." Having made her decision, Jinwan spoke to Wen Yuehan. "I am indeed Jinwan, your newlywed wife. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. My parents are good people, and I shall treat them well henceforth. I understand that my marriage to you was coerced, but I was just a solitary girl mourning my father's recent passing, filled with anxiety. Thus I acted foolishly. Please allow me 2 years to earn money, and then we may part ways." Jinwan, lacking financial means at present, could not establish herself as an independent woman post-divorce, and thus would have to remain in the Wen household for now. In the era she had traversed into, women could indeed establish their own households, albeit at the cost of 5 taels of silver to be paid to the county office. Not to mention the expenses of purchasing property and land. Upon hearing Jinwan's words, Wen Yuehan realized she was indeed not the Jinwan he knew. However, her promises seemed reasonable, and he thought it wise to keep her close to observe her true intentions. Should she prove otherwise, her demise would surely follow. Wen Yuehan regarded Jinwan and replied, "Very well, I accept your terms. You would do well to fulfill your word. Rest assured, a gentleman's promise is as binding as the weight of 1,000 horses," Jinwan replied. Wen Yuehan, taken aback, noted her eloquence. It was clear she had received an education, otherwise she would not articulate herself in such a manner. Wishing everyone joy and success in life. Chapter 04. The town. The following day, Jinwan and Wen Yuehan arose early to venture into the town. Wenjia village lies approximately 13 kilometers from Daliu town, a distance Wen Yuehan typically traverses on foot, taking about an hour. However, with Jinwan accompanying him today, the journey extended somewhat. Upon reaching the town, it was around the hour of Chun, equivalent to approximately 8 o'clock in the modern morning. Realizing neither of them had breakfast, Jinwan contemplated purchasing some buns at the city gate. Inquiring about the prices, she learned that meat buns cost 5 Wen each, while vegetable buns were 3 Wen apiece. Jinwan, reflecting on her meager sum of 200 Wen, felt a pang of regret. It was imperative to discover a means to earn money today. Although reluctant, she recognized that hunger could not be endured, and thus she resolutely purchased 3 meat buns and 2 vegetable buns, totaling 21 Wen. After receiving the buns, Jinwan took 1 meat bun and 1 vegetable bun for herself, wrapping the remainder in oiled paper to give to Wen Yuehan. instructing him to take them along. Wen Yuan glanced at the buns, but did not decline. I shall head to the academy now. Should you finish your tasks, you may find Uncle Quan at the city gate. He typically drives a bullock cart to transport villagers to and fro the town, returning around the hour of way. You can ride the cart back for 5 Wen. With that, Wen Yuan departed for the academy, and Jin Wan, having finished her buns at the stall, made her way to the market. Upon arrival, she was greeted by the bustling throng of passers-by. The liveliness was indeed remarkable. In the market, Jin Wan discovered that the array of goods available in the ancient times was surprisingly comprehensive. In this town, the marketplace offers a wide array of agricultural products, meats, vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, and handicrafts. It appears that as long as one possesses wealth, the quality of life remains untroubled across any era, particularly in ancient times, where the concept of animal protection was non-existent. Thus, those skilled in hunting could sell any game they procured at the market. As Jin Wan observed the vibrant sugar figurines being sold, she couldn't help but admire their lifelike quality. They were utterly charming. She yearned to purchase one to savor its sweetness, yet her meager purse compelled her to resist the temptation and walk away. After wandering for a while, Jin Wan stumbled upon a stall selling braised meats. The moment she approached, the enticing aroma of the braised dishes wafted toward her, stirring her appetite anew. Despite having just finished a bun, upon closer inspection, she found an assortment of braised beef, pork, and even chicken, along with some braised tofu skin. It seemed that the variety of braised products in ancient times was not as extensive as in modern times, but her aspirations could still be realized. After observing the stall for a moment, Jin Wan noted that there were indeed customers purchasing the braised meats. She decided to inquire about the prices. Approaching the owner with a smile, "How much for the braised meat per pound?" she asked. The owner, beaming with friendliness, replied, "Braised pork is 41 per pound. Braised chicken is 51, and braised beef is 61. My dear lady, how much would you like to buy?" Jin Wan's heart fluttered. Who claimed that prices in ancient times were low? This seemed rather steep. Nevertheless, the presence of buyers indicated a thriving market for braised delicacies. With a smile, Jin Wan replied, "Sir, my funds are quite limited. May I purchase half a pound of braised pork?" The kind proprietor responded cheerfully, "Of course, my lady. Just a moment, and I shall prepare it for you." Jin Wan quickly added, "Thank you, kind sir. Could you please cut the braised meat into small pieces?" She had noticed others taking home large chunks, presumably to slice at home later. "Not a bother at all. I shall have it ready shortly," the owner assured her. Before long, the proprietor had neatly cut the meat, packaging it in oil paper before handing it to Jin Wan. She promptly offered him 20 Wen in exchange. After receiving the braised meat, she unwrapped the oil paper and sampled a piece, finding the flavor of the braising sauce rich and robust, the meat tender and fresh, indicative of quality ingredients. However, the taste leaned toward the salty side, and she pondered the idea of braising some pig intestines, trotters, and assorted vegetables herself. After repackaging the remaining braised meat into her basket, Jin Wan continued to wander the marketplace. She soon encountered a vendor selling pork and approached to inquire about the price of pig intestines and trotters. The vendor glanced at her and stated, "Pig intestines are 10 Wen per pound, while trotters are 21. Jin Wan mused. Had it not been said that no one in ancient times desired offal? Why then? Was it so expensive? With limited funds, she decided to buy some intestines first. "Sir, I require a substantial amount. Could you possibly lower the price?" The vendor asked. "My lady, how much do you need?" Jin Wan replied with a smile, "I would like 15 pounds of pig intestines. Could you offer a discount?" The vendor contemplated the request, recognizing that intestines rarely sold well and that any leftovers would likely be used in his own household, where their flavor was often deemed unpalatable. Thus, he decided to accommodate her request, saying, "Very well, my lady. I shall sell them to you for 8 Wen per pound." Jin Wan smiled and said, "Thank you so much, kind sir. I shall return a purchase from you in the future." As she spoke, she handed over 121 to the proprietor, who began to bundle the pig intestines. After completing 15 Jin, he noticed that only about 1.5 Jin remained. He turned to Jin Wan and said, "My dear lady, I see that there are not many intestines left. I shall give you the remaining for just 5 Wen. What do you think?" Jin Wan, Realizing she needed the ingredients for braised pig intestines, agreed and handed over an additional 5 won. Once the intestines were bundled, the proprietor presented them to Nuan with a smile, saying, "My name is Zhang, and people call me Zhang the Butcher. Should you need pork or intestines in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Nuan nodded in agreement. As Nuan carried the intestines, she reflected upon her dwindling funds, now reduced to 34 won. Money truly does not last, she mused, remembering that she required some seasoning for the braised intestines. She made her way to the local spice shop. Through her careful calculations, she managed to gather the necessary ingredients for her dish, spending 32 won in total. Well, this is splendid, Nuan thought. I have 2 won left. With a sigh, she decided to walk back, for poverty had instilled in her a sense of diligence. Noticing the time, she realized it was nearly noon, and the streets had become less crowded. She made her way towards the city gate, relieved that the marketplace was not far from it. Otherwise, she might have gotten lost on her first visit, lacking a mobile device for navigation. Upon reaching the city gate, she indeed saw Uncle Quan standing beside an ox cart, engaged in conversation with others. Nuan considered that walking alone during the day was likely safe, especially since she had only 2 won left, insufficient for a ride on the cart. Oh well, I shall simply walk back. It is merely a 2-hour endeavor, and a good opportunity for exercise, she reasoned. As she walked, engaging in self-encouragement, she began to hum a cheerful tune. I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, in a fit of whimsy, I took it to the market, holding a little whip, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, I tripped and fell into the mud. Suddenly, Nuan heard laughter and turned towards the sound, spotting a handsome young man whose lips curled into a smile. When he noticed Nuan looking at him, he smiled even more broadly, leaving her puzzled. Do I know him? Or does my former self know him? Why can't I recall? Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary entanglements, Nuan decided to continue on her way. After all, there were others on the road, and if she walked briskly, she should be safe. To her surprise, the young man called out, "Miss, may I inquire about the song you were just singing? I have never heard it before, but it brings such joy to the heart. Wishing everyone happiness and smooth sailing in life." Chapter 5. Braised Delicacies. Nuan regarded the newcomer with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether this was merely a flirtation or something more sinister. It was not unwarranted, given the prevalence of human trafficking schemes in modern times. Observing the man's attire, which was a stark contrast to her own coarse fabric, she noted his deep purple garments, crafted from soft, smooth material, adorned with exquisite embroidered patterns. A delicate jade belt embellished with a pendant hung at his waist, suggesting he was likely not a nefarious character, but merely attempting to strike up a conversation. Nuan replied, "It is merely a rustic tune. It is understandable that you may not have encountered it before." "Oh, indeed. I find myself rather uninformed. May I inquire if you have inadvertently stepped in something unpleasant? There seems to be an odor, and it intensifies as I approach you." The young lady, Li Ziyu, remarked curiously, having caught a faint whiff of an unpleasant scent that grew stronger with proximity. It is merely the smell of some pig intestines I purchased." "That must be the source of the odor," Nuan replied. "Pig intestines? My dear lady, such a thing is unfit for consumption, harboring impurities within. Surely, you have not been deceived?" Li Ziyu Kotyunath. "Sir, you have evidently never tasted exquisite pig intestines. I procured these to prepare a braised delicacy to sell at the market in town. If you are interested, I shall have a stall there tomorrow morning," Nuan suggested. "Very well, I shall come to sample them tomorrow. May I ask your name, fair maiden?" "I am Li Ziyu, residing at the Li household on Shanghai." "Greetings, young Master Li. I am Nuan. Tomorrow, I will reserve some braised pig intestines for you." Nuan refrained from disclosing her own residence, uncertain of the character of this individual. "I am grateful, Miss G. Are you on your way home now? It is rather unsafe for a lady to wander alone. May I offer my escort?" Li Ziyu inquired, aware of the other's mistrust, yet refraining from pressing further. "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Li. The streets are bustling at present, so I shall manage on my own. I will return home shortly," Nuan politely declined. She recognized that, while his intentions were noble, she was already married, and in this era, returning with a man would surely invite scandalous gossip. With that thought, She added hastily, "Young Master Li, I must take my leave now," Nuan stated before preparing to depart. "Very well then. Miss Ji, please take care as you journey home," Li Ziyu reminded her once more. Nuan nodded, waving farewell to Li Ziyu as she walked away. Upon returning home, she found the house empty. Likely because her parents were still working in the fields. She began to clean the pig intestines. Just as Nuan finished preparing to wash them, the front doors swung open, revealing her parents returning. Curious about her activities, they inquired, "What are you up to, my dear?" "Father, mother, I intend to clean these pig intestines, marinate them tonight, and sell them at the market tomorrow morning," Nuan explained. "Marinating pig intestines? Will anyone truly buy those?" Her mother asked, intrigued. "Mother, I believe people will be interested. Braised pig intestines are quite delectable. Once they are prepared, you and father can taste them and see for yourselves," Nuan assured her. "Very well then, let your father assist you with the washing. There seem to be quite a few, and it would take you ages to do it alone," her mother suggested. "No need, it is still early, and there is no rush. I can manage by myself," Nuan replied. "Child, why be so formal with your parents? I shall join you in washing." "Two hands work faster than one," her father chimed in. Hearing her father's words, Nuan ceased to protest, recognizing their good intentions. She resolved to leave some money for them as a token of gratitude before departing. With her father's assistance, the pig intestines were cleaned in just 2 hours. Meanwhile, her mother prepared dinner, and Nuan planned to braise the intestines after their meal. Regrettably, she had not purchased any vegetables that day, which prevented her from preparing a vegetarian dish. She sighed, considering the market tomorrow. If business went well, she would prepare more next time. After finishing dinner, Nuan began to prepare the braised pig intestines. Her parents, Wen Fu and Wen Mu, offered to assist her, but she gently declined, saying, "Mother, father, you have labored in the fields all day. Please go wash up and rest. I have only a little left to do, and soon it will be ready to simmer in the pot." Hearing her words, her parents acquiesced, reminding her to finish her tasks promptly and to rest well before washing up for the night. At this time, it was around 7 in the evening, which in ancient times marked the hour of the dog. With no forms of entertainment available, it was customary for everyone to wash up and retire for the night after dinner. After all, burning candles for light was a luxury few could afford. Nuan first blanched the clean pig intestines to remove any unpleasant odors and then placed them in the pot with the marinade. She brought the water to a boil over high heat, then reduced the flame to a gentle simmer. Recalling that this body had not bathed in several days, she fetched some water to wash herself in her chamber. Oh, how challenging the current conditions were. Once she had the means, she vowed to purchase a wooden tub for bathing. After washing, she changed into a fresh outfit. Though the clothes were quite worn, they were clean. As she glanced at the wooden chest where her clothes were stored, she noticed a set belonging to her as well as the wedding attire of her original self. Her original self had been overjoyed to be marrying Wen Yuehan. However, amidst the excitement of the wedding and the ensuing chaos, she had left many of her clothes at her family home. Nuan resolved that, after selling the braised delicacies tomorrow, she would visit her original home to retrieve her garments. After all, every coin had to be wisely spent, and there was no money for new fabric. Once she had changed, Nuan stepped into the courtyard to wash her hair, lamenting how oily it had become, almost fit for cooking. Had it not been for the abundant, smooth texture of her hair, it would surely have resembled a tangle. After washing her hair, she returned to the kitchen, keeping an eye on the braised pig intestines while drying her hair by the stove. The length of ancient hair was truly remarkable, cascading down to the waist. In modern times, she had never grown her hair this long, and managing it proved to be quite a challenge. She wondered if ancient people possessed some inner strength that could dry wet hair in an instant, her thoughts drifting as they often did. By the time her hair had dried, the pig intestines were also ready, and it was now well past 11 at night. Noticing that there were still some unburned logs in the stove, she left the fire alight to keep the dish warm for the morning, ensuring it would be hot when she awoke. After tidying up, Nuan retired to her room, exhausted from the day's labor, and fell into a deep slumber, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 06. Setting up the stall the next morning, Nuan rose early. After preparing herself, she went to the kitchen, cutting out a pound of the braised pig intestines and placing the remaining portions along with the broth into a wooden tub. She also cooked some rice porridge, which she enjoyed with her parents, savoring the flavorful braised intestines. Initially, when Fu and Mu caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, they momentarily wondered if it was a dish prepared by someone else. To her surprise, upon entering the kitchen, the enticing aroma of braised pig intestines wafted through the air. They sampled a bite and declared it to be the most delectable dish they had ever tasted in their lives. The braised intestines were fragrant and devoid of any unpleasant odor. Previously, while the pig intestines they had consumed were indeed flavorful, they often left an off-putting scent that could be rather nauseating. However, the braised intestines before her were both savory and delightful, without a trace of any foul smell. After finishing breakfast, Father One and Mother One took up their hoes and plows to work in the fields. Following this, Nuan gathered some oil paper and set off with a bucket of braised intestines. Once prepared, the dish weighed approximately 13 pounds. Having sliced off 1 pound in the morning, she was left with 12. Nuan had never engaged in heavy labor in the modern world, and as she lugged the bucket of braised intestines, she huffed and puffed her way to the village entrance. Fortunately, Uncle Quan had not yet departed. There was space on the ox cart, and Nuan handed Uncle Quan 5 coins to secure her place. On the cart sat 2 village women and a girl of similar age to Nuan, all of whom she recognized. She greeted them and took a seat. Sitting on the cart, Nuan found herself feeling rather bored as she pondered the remaining 12 pounds of pig intestines. At 35 coins per pound, she could potentially earn 420 coins. After deducting costs of 157 coins, she would profit 263 coins. As she mused over this, one of the women struck up a conversation with her. "Nuan, what do you have in that bucket? It smells quite fragrant." Nuan glanced up to see it was Li, the wife of Wen Taiju, whose full name she did not know. It seemed everyone simply referred to her as Li. The younger generation felt it was inappropriate to inquire about the names of their elders. However, this Li was notorious in the village for her loose tongue. Anything shared with her was akin to broadcasting it to the entire village. Nuan hesitated to reveal her purpose and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, Aunt Li. Just some small trinkets I made to see if anyone in town might be interested in buying them." "Oh, Jean-May, look at what Nuan is hiding. We're all from the same village. Why not share?" Li continued, her gaze fixed on Nuan's wooden bucket as she spoke to the nearby Jean. Nuan thought it best not to make things awkward, so she replied, "Aunt Li, truly, it's nothing significant. I'm just a bit shy about it. I wouldn't want to become the subject of ridicule. Rest assured, if it amounts to something, I will certainly share." Zhang added, "Aunt Li, Nuan is still young and shy. Let us wait until she has something to tell us." Nuan smiled at Zhang in gratitude, and upon hearing Zhang's words, Li chose to drop the subject. Zhang, known as Zhang Sohua, was a simple woman who lived close to Nuan's family. In the past, Nuan often visited her daughter, Lingling, to play. However, after Zhang married into the Wen family, they had become a bit more distant, separated by 2 rows of houses. The journey to town on the ox cart took nearly an hour, but they arrived at the city gate in about half that time. Uncle Quan, as usual, informed them he would wait for them there and return to the village at the appointed time. He generally did not enter the town, as there was a market tax of 1 coin for ox carts, a fee he was unwilling to pay, so he waited at the city gate for the villagers. Nuan disembarked from the cart, clutching her wooden bucket, and made her way into the town. As Nuan surmised, it was likely around the hour of Chun, roughly equivalent to modern-day 8 o'clock. At this time, much like yesterday, she anticipated a bustling market. Upon reaching the entrance of the market, she suddenly heard someone calling out to her. Looking up, she recognized Li Ziyu, whom she had encountered the previous day. With a smile, Nuan responded, "Good morning, young Master Li." Seeing Nuan, Li Ziyu felt that his wait had not been in vain. Noticing the wooden bucket she was carrying, he stepped forward to offer assistance. Nuan politely declined, saying, "Oh, there's no need to trouble you. Please wait a moment while I find a stall to cut some braised pig intestines for you to taste." Accepting her refusal with grace, Li Ziyu accompanied her in search of a suitable spot. Nuan approached a vendor selling buns and cheerfully inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask if the adjacent empty space is occupied?" The bun vendor, noticing Nuan's wooden bucket, replied, This entire area is usually where I sell my buns. I haven't yet set up my tables and chairs today. If you only have that one bucket, you are welcome to set up beside me. Gratefully, Nuan responded. Thank you so much. I only have this one bucket. It won't take up much space. The bun vendor nodded, allowing her to find a place. Nuan then placed her bucket next to the bun stall and opened the lid. She retrieved a knife and chopsticks from within, slicing several small segments of the braised pig intestines and placing them atop the lid. She beckoned Li Ziyu to sample a piece. He picked up a small segment, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up with delight. This is absolutely delicious, he exclaimed. There is no hint of odor, just a rich, fragrant, and glutinous flavor. The more I chew, the more delightful it becomes. It leaves a lingering taste. Li Ziyu eagerly requested, Miss G, this braised pig intestine is fantastic. Please give me 2 Jin. Nuan promptly cut 2 Jin, wrapped them in the prepared oil paper, and handed them to Li Ziyu. She then stated, Young Master Li, it's 35 won per Jin, so 2 Jin will be 71. As you're my first customer today, I will gift you a small piece. With that, she sliced another small segment for him, which he promptly enjoyed. Onlookers, drawn by the sight of Li Ziyu savoring the dish and the enticing aroma, became curious. One man approached Nuan, asking, Young lady, what are you selling? Observing the man's plump figure, Nuan surmised that he was also a food enthusiast and replied, Sir, I am selling braised pig intestines. You may taste a piece first. If you find it to your liking, then you may purchase some. As she spoke, she took a small piece from the lid and placed it in the man's hand. He quickly tasted it, overwhelmed by the rich, meaty flavor, exclaiming, Young lady, your braised pig intestines are indeed delicious. How much do they cost per Jin? With a smile, Nuan responded, Sir, they are 35 won per Jin. How much would you like to buy? The man replied, Fresh pig intestines typically cost no more than 10 won per Jin. How is it that yours sell for 35 won? Others who had not yet tasted the dish expressed their curiosity, echoing his sentiments. Nuan unperturbed smiled and explained, Esteemed patrons, you are surely aware that the pig intestines must be thoroughly cleaned before use. This requires multiple washes, and only with my family's secret recipe can they be rendered free of any unpleasant odors. 1 pound can easily become 7 or 8 taels, and during the cooking process, it may shrink further to 5 or 6 taels. Added to that, with my unique blend of braising spices, priced at 35 won per pound, I am merely earning a modest living. The businessman, also a merchant, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the value of her words. The young lady speaks the truth. The flavor is indeed worth it. I shall take 3 pounds. After Nuan packaged the order, he handed her 105 won. She joyfully accepted the payment and cheerfully remarked, Thank you for your patronage. Enjoy your meal and do return. The man nodded and departed. May everyone find happiness and success in life. Chapter 07. The stall 2. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu quickly produced 71 and handed it to Nuan, saying, Miss G, this is for the 2 pounds I ordered. Nuan accepted the money and nodded, Young Master Li, I am quite busy at the moment and fear I may not attend to you properly. Perhaps you might explore elsewhere in the meantime? Li Ziyu considered her situation. As a young woman operating a stall, she could encounter unsavory characters, so he chose to stay. Nuan said nothing further. Others, noticing the sale of the braised pig intestines at a price 5, when cheaper than braised pork, drew near to sample the offering. One individual, dressed simply in faded garments, approached. Nuan promptly welcomed him. Young man, come. We have samples available for tasting. Feel free to try before you buy. She quickly picked up a piece and handed it to him. As he savored the flavor, he recalled that neither his mother nor father had ever tasted braised pig intestines. With resolve, he decided to purchase half a pound. Miss, I would like half a pound, please, he requested. Certainly. Just a moment, young man. I will prepare it for you, Nuan replied, slicing the half pound for him. He handed her 17 won and 5 fun, thanked her, and left. Seeing that others could purchase in this manner, several individuals tried the samples and subsequently bought some, drawn by the delectable taste and the slightly lower prices compared to other braised goods. Naturally, when quality and affordability align, it captures the attention of the crowd. In less than an hour, Nuan had nearly sold out of her braised pig intestines, with only about 2 tails remaining. She packaged the last 2 tails and presented them to the bun vendor, expressing her gratitude once more. Initially reluctant, the vendor eventually accepted, insisting on gifting Nuan 2 buns. Unable to decline, she accepted graciously. Calling out to Li Ziyu, she made her way, and he seized the opportunity to converse with her. "Miss G, from whom did you learn such remarkable culinary skills? I never would have imagined that pig intestines could be so delicious," he inquired curiously. "I learned from my father. He possesses a wealth of culinary knowledge, and I have absorbed many delightful recipes from him," Nuan replied, embellishing her response with a touch of imagination. "With this excuse, I can only proceed. I cannot claim that I learned this online a millennium later, lest I be regarded as a monster. It seems your father must be a skilled cook, given your impressive culinary talents. I hope to have the fortune of savoring your uncle's culinary creations," Li Ziyu remarked with a smile. "My father was once a hunter. While not a chef, he delighted in discovering how to prepare game deliciously, so his skills are commendable. However, I fear you may not have the pleasure of tasting his dishes, for he has passed away," Nuan replied softly. "Ah, I'm truly sorry, Miss G. I did not intend to bring it up," Li Ziyu lamented, regretting that he had inadvertently touched upon a painful memory for Nuan. "It's quite all right. You could not have known. I must express my gratitude to young Master Li for helping me with the stall today," Nuan responded, aware that he likely worried about her managing alone as a young woman. "No need for such formality, Miss G. I have little else to occupy my time," Li Ziyu replied with a smile. "Young Master Li, I must go purchase pig intestines. Would you care to accompany me?" Nuan expressed her intention to leave for supplies, hoping to do so without Li Ziyu. "Ah, no, that won't be necessary. I must return home quickly. My parents have yet to taste the braised pig intestines, so I'll take some home for them. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again," Li Ziyu said before departing. Though Li Ziyu thought the braised pig intestines were delectable, he deemed it wise to avoid the sight of raw intestines, lest it spoil his appetite. He had noted where Nuan set up her stall and could visit her directly in the future. He admired Nuan, despite being a girl. She possessed the capability to earn a living through her stall, setting her apart from others. Most young women would hesitate to engage in such endeavors, often opting for more refined culinary tasks. Once Li Ziyu had left, Nuan returned to the butcher Zhang to purchase the pig intestines. Upon her arrival, Zhang greeted her warmly. "Young lady, what brings you here today?" "Boss Zhang, I would like to buy some pig intestines. How much do you have available?" Nuan inquired. "Let me weigh them for you," Zhang replied as he began to measure the intestines. "Today, I have not as many as yesterday. There are 12 Jin and 3 Liang," he informed her once he completed the weighing. "I'll take them all, Boss Zhang," Nuan stated. "Very well, young lady. I will charge you for 12 Jin at 8 won per Jin," Zhang responded. "Thank you very much, Boss Zhang," Nuan said, retrieving the coins to pay him. After parting with 96 won, she felt the difficulty in earning money and resolved to acquire more intestines, intending to negotiate a better price with Zhang. Once she had formulated her thoughts, she addressed Zhang. "Boss Zhang, where do you source your pork and other supplies?" Hearing her question, Zhang chuckled and replied, "I procure my goods from old man Nuan. He is a butcher who raises and collects pigs." "Why do you ask, young lady?" With a smile, Nuan confessed. "To be candid, I am currently selling braised pig intestines at the market, which is why I wish to purchase more raw pig intestines. I wonder if the price could be adjusted." Upon hearing this, Zhang looked at Nuan with surprise and said earnestly, "Young lady, if you require a larger quantity, I am certain we can negotiate a better price. However, I would need to know how much you desire and whether you plan to purchase regularly." "Boss Zhang, if possible. I would like to acquire 40 pounds of pig intestines daily," Nuan stated earnestly. She had considered that, given her current circumstances, managing 40 pounds was feasible, especially with the assistance of her father. Once prepared, the 40 pounds of fresh pig intestines would yield approximately 33 pounds. After accounting for what her family consumed and any samples given away, she would still have about 30 pounds left. This would enable her to earn around 1,000 won daily, which equates to 1 or 2 silver coins. Even after deducting costs, she could still make a profit of 6 to 700 won. Gradually, she could save money, and once she had enough, She could expand her operations and open a food establishment. Since arriving in this place, Nuan had been incessantly pondering ways to generate income. Unfortunately, her family was impoverished. Even the 200 when she had previously came from Yuehan's earnings from copying books for others. As Nuan was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the butcher, Zhang, say, "Young lady, if you need 40 pounds daily, I can supply that for you. I am a straightforward man. The price will be 6 per pound. What do you think?" Upon hearing that the price per pound was reduced by 2 she realized that for 40 pounds, she would save 81. She promptly replied, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhang. I am Nuan. You can simply call me by my name from now on." "Very well, Miss G. Do you need 40 pounds today?" the butcher inquired. "If possible, 40 pounds would be ideal," Nuan responded with a smile. "All right. Please wait a moment while I sell the remaining meat. Then I will go to butcher want to purchase some intestines. You can come by at noon to collect them." The butcher said, "Sure, Boss Zhang. Let me settle the remaining payment now, and I will come by at noon." Nuan thought it best not to delay her journey on the ox cart and agreed. "No problem. We can settle the payment when you come to collect the intestines. I will pack the intestines for you now. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to stroll around with an unpleasant odor," the butcher replied. Nuan contemplated for a moment and consented, wishing everyone happiness and smooth lives. Chapter 08. Encountered. Nuan walked to the vicinity where she had previously set up her stall and spotted a noodle vendor. She approached and ordered a bowl of plain noodles. After finishing her meal, she headed to the spice shop to purchase seasonings. As she walked, she reflected on the large quantity of pig intestines she had this time. If she added some vegetables, she would need to buy more marinating spices. Earning money is indeed not an easy task. The novels I read about low prices and effortless profits from setting up stalls were nothing but deception. While the ancient times may seem distant, the actual cost of living appears deceptively low, yet it mirrors modern economic principles. The expenses still exceed the income of the common populace. Nevertheless, I believe that within 2 years, I should be able to earn enough silver to become independent. Before long, Nuan arrived at the spice shop. The shopkeeper, a shrewd-looking man in his 30s, greeted her warmly upon seeing her. "Young lady, back to buy spices again?" Seeing the proprietor's enthusiasm, Nuan smiled and replied, "Boss, I would like the same seasonings as last time. Only this time I need double the quantity." "Very well. Young lady, please wait a moment while I prepare it for you," the shopkeeper said, beginning to mix the marinating spices. "With such a large quantity of marinating spices, I presume your family must be quite numerous," the shopkeeper remarked as he worked. "I do not. In fact, I sell marinated delicacies at the market," Nuan replied, pondering the necessity of frequently purchasing seasoning ingredients and wondering if she could negotiate a better price with a vendor should her orders increase. The spice shop owner, upon hearing Nuan's words, scrutinized her from head to toe, initially assuming that she was a cook from a wealthy household, only to realize she was a businesswoman herself. It was indeed a case of not judging a book by its cover, given that she would undoubtedly be a regular customer. It was wise to leave a favorable impression to ensure a long-term business relationship. With this in mind, the owner said, "My name is Li Jinian. May I ask how to address you, young lady?" "Mr. Li, I am Nuan," she responded with a smile. Li Jinian looked at Nuan sincerely and remarked, "Young lady G, though you are youthful, you possess a tenacity that rivals that of men. While peddling goods may seem simple, the hardships involved are often beyond the understanding of outsiders. I hold great admiration for you. Should you not mind, you're always welcome to purchase your seasonings from my shop." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Li. However, I shall certainly be buying seasonings frequently, and if the quantities increase, might you be able to offer me a more favorable price?" Nuan smiled as she spoke to the shop owner, realizing that a reduction in prices would enable her to earn a bit more profit. "Of course, young lady, if your purchases exceed a tael of silver, I shall offer you a discount of 10% on your total price," Mr. Li replied. Nuan contemplated this, realizing it meant a discount of 10 on 100, which seemed reasonable in an age where transactions required patience. Observing Nuan deep in thought, Mr. Li added, "You must understand, young lady, that gathering and organizing these spices is no simple task, requiring a considerable workforce. Thus, The prices of these seasonings cannot be excessively low. Nuan found the price agreeable, and since Mr. Li's shop was well stocked with a variety of seasonings, she would no longer need to search extensively for ingredients for her future culinary endeavors. You speak the truth, Mr. Li. Your shop is indeed well stocked with a diverse array of seasonings, and I intend to prepare other dishes as well, as per your suggestion. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li chuckled and said, Young Lady G, your straightforwardness is refreshing. If your future needs for seasonings increase, we shall renegotiate the prices. Nuan was elated and expressed her gratitude to Mr. Li. I am exceedingly grateful, and I will make it a point to purchase my seasonings from your esteemed shop. Ha ha, it is my pleasure. Young lady, your seasonings have been prepared and come to 64-1, Mr. Li said, handing over the ready seasonings to Nuan. After counting her coins and paying Mr. Li, Nuan took her bag of marinated delicacies and departed. Emerging from the spice shop, she glanced at the sun, realizing that the day was still young. This prompted her to consider her attire, which had grown quite worn and faded. She decided to explore the clothing shops, leaving the market to venture into the streets. Having never visited the town before, she found herself uncertain of where to go, so she stood at the crossroads, observing which street had the most people, and chose to follow that path. As Nuan wandered through the bustling streets, she was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder. Turning around, she was surprised to find it was Yuan. Yuan, what brings you here? She inquired curiously, pondering why he wasn't at the academy. I came to return some books, he replied. What about you? Oh, I'm here to sell some marinated delicacies. I just finished selling and thought I might explore the town. Nuan explained. Selling marinated delicacies? You can cook? Yuan expressed his astonishment, his curiosity surfacing as he recalled her borrowing 200 won from him for this purpose. Indeed, that 200 won was for setting up my stall. The recipe's are my own concoction. I could bring you some tomorrow if you come to town. Nuan offered. There's no need to bring it. I'll have some when I return home during my next break, Yuan replied. Very well. Are you heading back to the academy now? Nuan asked, suspecting he wished to keep his marriage a secret from others. Nevertheless, she thought it was for the best. Less social interaction would be advantageous given her impending divorce. Yes, Yuan answered quietly. Do you know where the clothing shops are located in town? Nuan asked, recognizing her unfamiliarity with the area and seizing the opportunity to inquire while she had encountered him. They're on Cloth Street. Just walk straight down this street. And it's the second alley on the west side, Yuan replied, not probing further into her intentions. Great. I'll go see what the prices are for the clothing. I must be off now. You should hurry to your class, Nuan said as she began to walk away. Yuan watched her retreating figure and felt the coins from his recent transcription work in his pocket before departing himself. Upon reaching Cloth Street, Nuan was greeted by rows of shops selling garments and fabrics. She understood immediately why it was called Cloth Street, appreciating the straightforwardness of ancient naming conventions. She entered a modest-looking shop and began to browse, noticing the limited selection of ready-made clothing but an abundance of fabrics. Excuse me, how much for a complete outfit? She inquired of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper assessed Nuan before responding. Miss, ready-made clothing is more expensive than fabrics. Would you prefer to look at the fabrics? You can make your own at home. Nuan thought to herself. Of course, she understood that ready-made clothing was pricier. It was not that she preferred fabrics, but rather that her finances were limited. Then, what are the prices for ready-made outfits and fabrics? She asked with a hint of dismay. What type of fabric are you interested in? We have linen, cotton, and silk, the shopkeeper replied. Linen, please, Nuan responded, realizing that linen was all she could afford at this point and wondering if she could even manage to buy it. The summer outfits in linen start at 60 won each, while the fabric is 121 per bolt, the shopkeeper quoted. Nuan felt disheartened. Even linen was so costly. Why was it that others who traversed time often became princesses or wealthy young ladies? Alas, how unfair the heavens are, she lamented silently. Thank you, shopkeeper. I will take my leave to continue browsing, Nuan said with a heavy heart as she exited. The shopkeeper shook his head, muttering to himself. I could tell she was poor, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 9. Childhood Sweethearts after emerging from the fabric shop. Nuan lifted her gaze to the sun, realizing it was nearly noon, and she was preparing to seek out Zhang the butcher for some pig intestines. As she approached Zhang's meat stall, he spotted her and remarked, "Madam Ji, I have bundled the pig intestines for you. Precisely 40 pounds. With a smile, Nuan replied, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Here is 241. She handed the money to him. After weighing the bundled intestines once more, Zhang handed them to Nuan, saying, "Madam Ji, do take good care of your 40 pounds of intestines." Nuan placed the intestines into a wooden tub and bid farewell to Zhang. She thought to herself that she would need to bring a backpack the next day, as carrying 40 pounds was indeed quite heavy. Fortunately, the market was close to the city gate. Otherwise, her arms would surely ache. Reaching the ox cart of Uncle Quan outside the city gate, Nuan paid him 5 and climbed aboard. She was the first to arrive, finding a breezy spot to sit. After approximately 20 minutes, it was nearing the hour of weigh, and more people began to arrive, prompting Uncle Quan to ready the cart for departure. In ancient times, the majority of those who rode in ox carts were women, as their physiques were not as robust as men's, and traveling alone over long distances was deemed unsafe. Villagers were generally frugal, so men would typically walk. "Ah, Nuan, have the contents of that tub sold?" Aunt Lee inquired, eyeing Nuan's wooden tub. Nuan glanced up at the questioner, recognizing Aunt Lee, with Zhang beside her. She thought to herself that Aunt Lee truly deserved the title of the village gossip queen and replied, "Yes, Aunt Lee. What you bought in town?" "It's for Dia's wedding. I purchased some items for her to use when she marries." Aunt Lee proudly lifted her chin. "Look, this is all exquisite red silk." Nuan expressed her astonishment. "Dia is getting married? When was this decided?" "I had no idea. It was just settled a few days ago, with the wealthy Wang Yuan wife from town." "Oh, what a splendid match. The Wang family is immensely affluent. Dia will surely enjoy a life of luxury," Aunt Lee said, beaming with pride. "Congratulations, Aunt Lee," Nuan replied, feigning enthusiasm as she observed Aunt Lee's self-satisfaction. "But he's already a Yuan Y. He must be at least 30, while he is barely 16. Who knows if he already has a wife? And yet you seem so pleased." Aunt Lee, buoyed by Nuan's compliments, grew even more smug, asserting, "Indeed, Dia will not only be free from worries about food and clothing, but will also be able to support her brother." Nuan felt speechless upon hearing that, realizing the extent to which one could sacrifice a daughter for a son, and she chose to say nothing further. As their conversation had veered off course, noticing Nuan's disinterest, Aunt Lee interpreted it as jealousy. After all, even though Nuan was a scholar, his family was still impoverished. Relying on a woman to earn a living, she scoffed silently, choosing to remain quiet. Upon arriving in the village, Nuan and the others disembarked from the ox cart and returned to their respective homes. As Nuan contemplated her visit back to the Ji family to retrieve some of her old clothing, she called out to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, I would like to return to my maternal home. Shall we go together?" "Of course, Nuan. Let's go back together," Aunt Zhang replied warmly. "Aunt Zhang, how has Lingling been recently?" "I haven't visited her in quite a while," Nuan inquired. My dear, why are you being so polite? You've been busy lately with your marriage and your stall. You hardly have time for yourself. Lingling is just the same. She can come and visit you when she has the time," Aunt Zhang responded. "That's wonderful to hear. I miss Lingling quite a bit," Nuan said. "Nuan, do you have any particular reason for returning to your maternal home?" Aunt Zhang asked. It was not out of mere curiosity. She was concerned, knowing that Nuan, having lost her parents at such a young age, might be reminded of her sorrow upon returning. Understanding Aunt Zhang's caring nature, Nuan replied, "Aunt Zhang, I'm merely going back to collect some of my old clothes. A few pieces are still new, and it would be a waste to leave them behind." Aunt Zhang looked at Nuan with a sense of relief and said, "Nuan, you truly have become more sensible since your marriage. You used to pester your father to buy you this and that, always wanting the expensive ones. Many items were new, worn just a few times before you demanded new ones again. Your father spoiled you. Even repairing your clothes, he still bought you new ones." Aunt Zhang couldn't help but reminisce about the past. "Indeed, Aunt Zhang, I was quite foolish back then," Nuan thought to herself, reflecting on her previous selfishness. It was difficult for her father to raise a child alone, yet he had to indulge her vanity. What a burden it must have been. "Oh dear, Nuan, I did not mean to bring up your sorrowful past. I apologize. Aunt Zhang realized it was inappropriate to mention such things, fearing it would remind Nuan of her heartache. "It's all right, Aunt Zhang. My past actions were indeed unwise," Nuan acknowledged, knowing Aunt Zhang meant well. In earlier days, when her father went hunting in the mountains, he would leave her in Aunt Zhang's care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have formed such a close bond with Lingling. "Mother and Nuan?" When Lingling called out joyfully, having spotted her mother and a girl from a distance, she recognized Nuan upon closer inspection. "Lingling? What brings you here?" Nuan asked, equally delighted to see her friend. "I just came out to see if my mother had returned, and when I spotted you two, I felt it was you and came closer." When Lingling laughed, glad to encounter Nuan after such a long time, especially since Nuan's marriage. "Just now, I was talking about you with Aunt Zhang, and here you are. I'm going back to my maternal home. Would you like to accompany me?" Nuan invited. "Absolutely. I'll go with you," when Lingling agreed. Then turning to Aunt Zhang, she said, "Mother, I'm going with Nuan to her maternal home. You can head back first. I'll return shortly." "All right, Lingling, you go with Nuan. I will head home now," Aunt Zhang said before departing. "Nuan, are you doing well now? What made you think of going back to your maternal home?" When Lingling asked with concern. "Lingling, I'm doing well. I just need to retrieve some old clothes. I was so flustered during my marriage that I forgot to take them," Nuan replied. In truth, she had grown disdainful of her old garments, hoping the Nuan family would provide her with new ones. Unfortunately, she had misjudged her husband, who, despite his genteel appearance, was not as she had envisioned. As the warmth of the season enveloped her, Nuan couldn't help but reflect on her untimely demise in the 21st century that had brought her to this place. What had become of the original soul here? How had she come to inhabit this body? One could only surmise that the original's fate was fraught with peril. "That's good. Nuan, I have always worried that marrying Wen Yuehan would bring you hardship," when Lingling remarked. Curiosity piqued. Nuan wondered why when Lingling held such a belief. After all, Wen Yuehan was renowned for his striking appearance in the village, and his status as a scholar made him a sought-after match. Why would there be concerns about her marrying him? With these thoughts in mind, Nuan inquired, "Lingling, why do you think that?" When Lingling hesitated before responding, "Oh, it's nothing, Nuan. Just take care of yourself." "Lingling, what is really going on? Why are you speaking so evasively?" Nuan pressed further. As they conversed, they arrived at the Ji household. Upon entering, Nuan led Wen Lingling into her room and had her sit down. After a moment of silence, it seemed as though Wen Lingling had mustered great resolve, and finally said, "Nuan, I heard that Wen Yuehan was once childhood sweethearts with Wen Lingwei. They were on the brink of engagement when you fell into the river, and he saved you, which led to him marrying you instead. Their story was left unresolved, and I worry that he may still harbor feelings for her and may not treat you well. Is that so?" I had never heard of this before. Nuan expressed her surprise. "I hadn't either, as both families reside at the far end of the village near the back mountain and seldom interact with us. So I hadn't come across this news before," when Lingling explained. "I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me." Lingling, Nuan expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome. Nuan, this is just something I heard. Perhaps the rumors are mistaken. Just be cautious," when Lingling advised. "Of course, Lingling. I haven't gone to the market to sell marinated delicacies lately. Would you like to join me?" Nuan asked. "I cannot, as my mother has been busy arranging matches for me, and I do not yet know where I will end up," when Lingling replied. "Then be sure to scrutinize your suitors, especially regarding their character. After all, marriage is a significant lifetime commitment that should not be taken lightly," Nuan advised. "Yes, Nuan, I will certainly do that. You were looking for clothes, right? Let me help you gather them," when Lingling offered. "Thank you, Lingling," Nuan said, as she began to search for her clothes, with Wen Lingling assisting her. The summer garments were quickly sorted, and soon the two of them departed from the Ji household. Before leaving, Nuan turned to Wen Lingling and said, "Lingling, once your matters are settled, you must let me know. And regarding the marinated delicacies, if you're interested, you can come find me. It could be a profitable venture." "All right, Nuan. I will definitely inform you," Wen Lingling assured her. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Nuan concluded, departing with the knowledge that she had extended an invitation to Lingling, leaving the decision to her discretion. After all, this was an ancient time, where the prevailing mindset for most women revolved around supporting their husbands and raising children. Most market stalls were run by couples or men, with women's stalls being few and far between, often manned by older matrons. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 10. The Plan Upon Returning Home. Nuan discovered that her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nuan, had already arrived. She found her mother preparing a meal while her father fed the chickens. "Father, Mother, I'm back," she greeted, seeing Nuan struggling with a bucket. Mr. Nuan assumed the braised delicacies had not sold well. He stepped forward to take the bucket from her and inquired, "My dear Nuan, have the delicacies sold today?" With a bright smile, Nuan replied, "Father, they sold out. I bought some extra pig intestines, and I will need your help to clean them shortly." "Oh, there's no need to trouble yourself, child. We are family, after all," Mr. Nuan chuckled, secretly pleased by the success of the delicacies, which had exceeded his expectations. "Hurry and rest for a while. Let your father handle it first," Mrs. Nuan chimed in. "Father, Mother, I went to my maternal home today to retrieve my clothes. I will put them away and then join you both in cleaning the pig intestines," Nuan responded, feeling grateful that her parents held no biases against her for the past actions of her former self. Unlike some families who might be overly calculating, she felt fortunate to be welcomed with such warmth. After placing her clothes, Nuan joined her father in cleaning the pig intestines. Today they had 40 pounds to tackle, double the amount from yesterday. Once Mrs. Nuan finished preparing the meal, she called out for them to eat first, promising that they could clean the intestines together afterward, which would expedite the process. Heeding her words, Nuan and Mr. Nuan washed their hands and sat down to eat. The 40 pounds of pig intestines demanded meticulous cleaning to avoid any unpleasant odor that could affect the taste. As Nuan gazed at the table filled with brown rice, wild vegetable soup, and leftover braised pig intestines, she fell into deep contemplation. In modern society, people typically consume white rice and flour along with various meats and vegetables. Occasionally indulging in wild greens feels delightful, yet having them daily, with only coarse salt as seasoning, was rather disheartening. After just 3 days of this diet, she found herself weary of it, but the thought of consuming plain brown rice was equally unappealing. I must strive harder to earn money, she sighed. Following their meal, Nuan and Mr. Nuan resumed cleaning the braised pig intestines, with Mrs. Nuan joining them after washing the pots and dishes. The additional pair of hands indeed increased their efficiency. After an hour and a half of diligent work, they finally finished cleaning all the intestines. Noticing the time, Nuan guessed it was around 7 o'clock and urged her parents to wash up and rest. She decided to manage the remaining braising on her own, knowing that it was still too early to sleep, having developed a habit of staying up late in modern times. Nuan began to kindle the fire, blanching the pig intestines before starting the braising process. Once the flames roared, she added a few pieces of wood to reduce the heat and allow it to simmer gently. After setting everything in motion, she went to freshen up. Once prepared, she returned to monitor the pot, occasionally stirring while contemplating the limited variety of braised dishes available. She had yet to see anyone selling braised vegetarian options and thought it might be an intriguing endeavor to try. The process of cleaning is indeed time-consuming. Perhaps I could discuss with Uncle Nuan and Aunt Nuan about returning home early to assist with the preliminary cleaning of the vegetables, and once I return, we can tackle the cleaning of the pig intestines together. Having Uncle Nuan and Aunt Nuan's help makes it manageable, albeit a bit laborious. As the scale of our endeavor grows, I will certainly need to enlist additional assistance. Alas, my reputation in the village is not particularly strong. Who would be willing to lend a hand? I wonder if Aunt Zhang would come to my aid. Aside from Wen Lingling, Aunt Zhang has 2 sons who are married, so her household is quite full. As long as it isn't during the busy farming season, the absence of one person shouldn't pose much of a challenge. I shall inquire about this tomorrow. Once I accumulate more silver, I aspire to open an eatery selling marinated delicacies, spicy hot pot, and noodles, akin to the modern chain establishments. I should take the time to ascertain the rental cost for a shop in town and gradually formulate a plan. Furthermore, Wen Yuehan will require funds for his education. The Wen family has been exceptionally kind, and I must contribute in some manner to repay their generosity. Although Wen Yuehan appears somewhat aloof and harbors a certain level of wariness towards me, I cannot deny that he is not a bad person. At the very least, he is willing to trust me and grant me time. As for Uncle One and Aunt One, there's no doubt about their goodwill. I cannot afford to be ungrateful. Moreover, if I cultivate a good relationship with the Wen family, and if Wen Yuehan truly succeeds in the imperial examinations, he may ascend to an official position. The specifics of his potential rank remain uncertain, but who knows, he may very well become a pillar of support in the future. It will be unwise to offend them. The investments made now may yield benefits later. If not as spouses, we could still be family. As Nuan observed, the marinated pig intestines were nearly ready, with the fire reduced to a gentle simmer, so she retreated to her room to rest. She allowed the intestines to continue simmering on the stove, ensuring they remained warm for the following day. While she had been busy, the fatigue had not yet set in, but as soon as she lay down, drowsiness overwhelmed her. After a full day of earnest labor, she quickly succumbed to sleep. The next morning, Nuan was roused by Aunt Wen's voice. Glancing outside, she noticed the sun had fully risen. She wondered if Uncle Quan had already departed. Hastily, she got up, tidied herself, and sliced off a pound of the marinated intestines. She placed the remaining intestines into a bucket, gathered her oil paper, knife, and twine in her backpack, and set off. Aunt Wen called out to Nuan from behind. Nuan, have you not had breakfast yet? As she hurried along, Nuan replied, Mother, I see that time is of the essence. I fear Uncle Quan may leave without me. I'm heading to town to purchase some buns. That's fine, but do be careful and don't trip, Aunt Wen cautioned. Nuan rushed and ultimately arrived just as Uncle Quan was preparing to leave. Fortunately, there was still space on the ox cart, and after paying her fare, she took a seat. Uncle Quan chuckled and said, Little Nuan, off to the market again today? Indeed, Uncle Quan. I thought to earn a little money. My husband's education requires funds, and I cannot contribute much to the farming at home, so I thought to sell some small items, Nuan replied with a smile. Uncle Quan had a good reputation in the village. After all, he drove the ox cart to town daily, and people generally held him in high regard. Everyone has their own affairs, and in times of urgency, one could always call upon Uncle Quan for a ride. Today, I have not seen the king of gossip. It is not surprising. Villagers generally do not frequent the town without necessity, as the fare for each trip amounts to 5 coins, a considerable expense. Nuan, what are you carrying that bucket to the town for? Inquired Widow Lin, who was seated in the cart. Nuan turned to regard the speaker, recalling that this woman was the village's Widow Lin, who had been married to Wen Dingsong. However, Wen Dingsong had a penchant for alcohol, and during the new year 2 years prior, he drowned in the river near the village after indulging too much, leaving Widow Lin to care for their 2-year-old son. In these past years, she had struggled to make ends meet. Thus, she was keen on any opportunity to earn a livelihood, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 11. Widow Lin Nuan felt that it must be arduous for Widow Lin to raise her child alone, and she thought to offer assistance if possible. However, uncertain of Widow Lin's character, she refrained from directly discussing her wares and simply mentioned that she had prepared some snacks to sell in the town, though she was unsure of their reception. Upon hearing this, Widow Lin replied, Nuan, I can also cook. May I join you? Nuan, sensing Widow Lin's genuine interest, felt that if her character were amiable, she wouldn't mind collaborating. She responded, Sister Lin, I'm not sure how things will go, but I'll keep an eye on it. If it works out, I will come to your house. Widow Lin, undeterred by Nuan's non-committal response, said, All right, Nuan, just let me know if you decide to come over. Good, Sister Lin. Since you're heading to the town, what about Xiaoyan? Nuan found Widow Lin to be a reasonable person. Her lack of anger at Nuan's indecision reassured her. Concerned for her son's well-being, she continued the conversation to stave off the monotony of the journey. I left Xiaoyan at Aunt Zhang's house. I'm going to the town today to sell some handkerchiefs I've recently embroidered, Widow Lin explained. Handkerchiefs? Are they easy to sell? Your hands are truly skilled. Sister Lin, Nuan remarked. Widow Lin, a bit bashful at the compliment, replied, The handkerchiefs do sell. I take them to the embroidery shop in town, and they sell them for me. They generally pay between 15 to 20 coins for each piece. That is not bad at all, Sister Lin, Nuan said. You don't know. I must also care for Xiaoyan and tend to the fields. Thus, it takes me 3 to 4 days to finish one handkerchief. I save them up for a month, and then go to town to sell, purchasing some food to bring back home. Nuan pondered for a moment. Embroidering 10 handkerchiefs a month would yield a maximum of 200 coins, barely sufficient for Widow Lin and Xiaoyin's subsistence. She couldn't help but lament how difficult life was for ordinary people in ancient times. Partnering with Sister Lin in business seemed a viable option, especially since she would soon part ways with Yuan. Having a companion in this unfair world for women would surely be better than facing it alone. With this thought, Nuan remarked, "Sister Lin, if my business goes well, I will seek you out so we can work together." Widow Lin looked at Nuan with excitement, saying, "Xiaonuan, rest assured, if that happens, I will not hold you back." At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "I say, Widow Lin, do you not know what kind of person Nuan is? Her laziness is quite apparent, and yet you still harbor thoughts of earning money alongside her. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." Nuan glanced at the speaker and realized it was none other than Li Shi, someone with whom she had always been at odds. Li Shi, prior to her marriage into one family village, had relied heavily on her husband as past assistants to Nuan's family. Ever since she arrived, she had been seeking out reasons to pick on Nuan. Nuan found this utterly absurd. Her husband, Yuan, was merely a neighbor who had once accompanied Nuan's father on hunting trips, thus showing some care for her family. Given Nuan's previous demeanor, if she hadn't resorted to unorthodox methods to marry Yuan, it was unlikely anyone would have wished to take her as a wife. Nuan chose to remain silent, curious to discern Sister Lin's perspective. For when seeking a partner, it is essential to ascertain mutual trust. Otherwise, should they eventually collaborate, there loomed the risk of being easily swayed by others' words. Li Xiaolan, do not presume I am unaware of your true intentions. You watch everyone in the village, from the elderly women to the young girls, fearing that they might entice your husband. It is merely because when Yuan had previously shown kindness to Nuan's family. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. G's uncle was willing to teach Yuan the art of hunting, thus earning his status as a mentor. Is it too much for a disciple to express gratitude to their teacher? Without G's uncle, do you think your current comfortable life would be possible? Widow Lin felt exasperated upon seeing Li Shi. It was not the first time she had been wary of her. It seemed every woman was drawn to her husband, a disgrace to the female gender. Li Shi, upon hearing Widow Lin's disdainful remarks, felt her face flush with indignation, rendered momentarily speechless. With a disdainful spat, she retorted, I shan't waste my breath on you lowly creatures." Widow Lin, equally dismissive, turned back to Nuan and said, "Little Nuan, let us ignore her. I believe in you and shall follow your lead. Let some people see if their eyes are truly as useless as they appear." Observing Sister Lin's fervor, Nuan grasped her hand, smiling. "Sister Lin, once the business takes off, I shall surely seek you out, so do not worry." Upon hearing Nuan's assurance, Widow Lin's heart soared with joy. Ever since her husband's demise, raising her child alone had proven exceedingly arduous. The world is harsh towards women, and even more so towards widows. Her in-laws were unkind, and her own family would likely be burdened by her return. She hoped for Nuan's success, as it would afford her a means of livelihood. Crafting cloth was a slow way to earn money, and her eyes had been inexplicably watering for half a year, likely due to overuse. The ox cart halted at the city gate, and everyone disembarked. Nuan informed Widow Lin of her plans to set up a stall at the market in town, suggesting that she could join her there once she finished her tasks. With that, she picked up her wooden bucket and departed. Widow Lin, carrying her bundle, made her way to the embroidery pavilion in town. Nuan then returned to the stall where she had sold buns the previous day, greeting the proprietor with a smile. "Uncle, I'm back. May I set up my stall beside yours again today?" The bun stall owner, upon hearing Nuan's inquiry, responded with a smile. "Of course, young lady. The marinated delicacies you provided yesterday were a hit with my children. I'll be purchasing a pound today, as my family didn't get enough yesterday." "All right, uncle. I shall reserve a pound for you, and I will give it to you when I leave," said Nuan. The vendor, an amiable old man selling buns, responded with a chuckle. "Very well, then hurry and arrange your goods." Upon hearing this, Nuan promptly began to set up her stall. Once she finished, she turned to the bun seller and said, "Uncle, my name is Nuan. You may simply call me by my name." I shall be troubling you often while I set up my stall here. There's no need for such formality. My surname is Jia. You may call me Uncle Jia. By the way, have you had breakfast this morning, Miss G? He inquired. Hee, I woke up late today, hurriedly rushing to catch the ox cart, and I haven't had the chance to eat yet. I was hoping to come to town and see what I could buy to eat, Nuan replied bashfully. Initially, she intended to purchase Uncle Jia's buns, but feeling shy after his sudden inquiry, she hesitated to mention it. How could that be? You can't possibly know when you'll finish setting up your stall. Come, have a couple of buns, Uncle Jia said, handing her some buns. Thank you, Uncle Jia. Here, the money, Nuan replied, hastily offering 10 coins to the vendor. There's no need for that. I can manage to treat you to 2 buns. Uncle Jia insisted, pushing the coins away and placing the buns on the lid of Nuan's wooden bucket before returning to his stall. Seeing Uncle Jia leave the buns and return to his work, Nuan approached him again, saying, Uncle Jia, please take the money. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right eating these buns. I wouldn't dare to come to your stall again next time. It's not easy for you to wake up early and make these buns. How could I accept them without paying? Uncle Jia, noticing Nuan's politeness, accepted the coins and said, You are too kind, my dear girl. I will accept it this time, but it cannot be like this in the future. Nuan smiled brightly and replied, All right, Uncle Jia. Now, I shall enjoy my buns and then get back to work. As Nuan returned to her stall and began eating her buns, Uncle Jia approached with a bowl of soy milk, saying, Miss G, you should enjoy this soy milk along with your buns. You can't pay for it. Otherwise, I'll have to forego your delicacies. Nuan, amused by Uncle Jia's demeanor, replied, All right, thank you, Uncle Jia. I won't pay for it. Once I finish, I will return the bowl. Uncle Jia laughed and departed, leaving Nuan to enjoy her meal. May everyone find joy in their days and smoothness in their lives. Chapter 12. The Li family. After Nuan finished her buns and soy milk, she returned the bowl to Uncle Jia's stall and began selling her braised pig intestines. Just as she set out her goods, customers approached to make purchases. Some were returning patrons from yesterday, while others had heard about her delicious offerings and came specifically to buy. Before long, she had sold 5 pounds. Nuan calculated in her mind that she had brought 27 pounds this morning, with half a pound set aside for tasting. If everything sold, she could earn 927 coins. Miss G, my father is hosting a banquet at home today. Could you bring me 10 pounds of braised pig intestines? Li Ziyu arrived. Upon seeing Li Ziyu and noticing he was empty-handed, Nuan thought it might be best to deliver the goods to him later. Considering he was her benefactor, she quickly smiled and asked, Young Master Li, when do you plan to host the banquet? At noon. The preparations are underway at home. Li Ziyu replied. Nuan contemplated that after accounting for the 10 pounds for Li Ziyu, 1 pound for Uncle Jia, and the 5 pounds already sold, she had approximately 10 pounds remaining. Estimating that it would take about an hour to sell out, and considering it was still early in the morning, I thought it would be feasible to deliver the goods afterward. Thus, I inquired, Young Master Li, I have only a few items left. Would you mind waiting until I finish selling, so I can bring them to you? Li Ziyu pondered for a moment, realizing it would also provide an opportunity to inquire about Miss G's situation, and replied, Certainly, that would be much appreciated, Miss G. Very well, please wait nearby. Nuan responded before continuing to sell her braised pig intestines. Gradually, more were sold. Nuan looked up and recognized the newcomer as Wen Yuehan. Wen Yuehan, what brings you here? She asked. Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan and then at the young man beside her. I just delivered some books to the bookstore. Who might this gentleman be? Oh, this is young Master Li Ziyu. He has come to purchase braised pig intestines, Nuan introduced. This is Wen Yuehan. We come from the same village, and he studies at Mingda Academy in town. Pleasure to meet you. So, you are a scholar from Mingda Academy, Li Ziyu said with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Wen Yuehan responded, The pleasure is mine, but then turned his attention away, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Why hadn't Nuan mentioned that he was her fiancé? Did she deem him unworthy? I must take my leave, Wen Yuehan said, feeling a bit vexed and wishing to depart. Wait, don't go just yet. Let me cut some braised pig intestines for you to eat at noon. You haven't tasted them yet, Nuan called after him. There's no need. I'm not hungry, Wen Yuehan replied coolly, attempting to leave again. Please, just take some. You can share with your classmates, Nuan insisted, pressing the braised intestines into his hands. Wen Yuehan glanced at the offering and nodded. All right, I'll head to the academy first, but you should finish selling quickly. How contradictory, came Li Ziyu's voice, neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for Nuan and Wen Yuehan to hear. Nuan looked at Li Ziyu, suddenly sensing trouble, and quickly turned to Wen Yuehan. Noting that he appeared genuinely upset, his brows knitted in frustration. Wen Yuehan, aren't you supposed to be going to the academy? You shouldn't delay your classes. Hurry along. Wen Yuehan glanced at Li Ziyu and then at Nuan, snorted, and remarked, I have contributed to this stall as well. How could I possibly not partake in it? With that, he strode away. Nuan mused to herself about how, despite his usual composed demeanor, Wen Yuehan was behaving rather childishly today. Miss G, this person certainly has a temper, Li Ziyu observed curiously. Why does he insist on claiming he contributed to the stall? Indeed, the capital for this stall does include his share, Nuan explained. Oh, I see. Miss G, if I were to contribute as well, would that be possible? Li Ziyu inquired. Hearing him, Nuan contemplated that she currently did not have many laborers, and the stall could not be expanded too much for now. However, once it got on the right track, funds would be necessary. Since Li Ziyu was a relatively new acquaintance, she decided it was best to wait until they knew each other better before making any commitments. After contemplating for a moment, Nuan spoke, Young Master Li at present. My food stall has not yet expanded, and I am still lacking in both manpower and resources. Once my stall is established, I would appreciate your financial support. Would that be agreeable to you? Upon hearing Nuan's words, Li Ziyu realized she had her own plans, and his perception of her shifted. He thought that this woman was indeed different from others and possessed a keen business acumen. He replied, Since Miss G has her own arrangements, I shall await your good news. Nuan smiled and said, Thank you, young Master Li, in advance. After approximately half an hour of selling, only 11.5 pounds of braised pig intestines remained. Nuan decided to set aside over a pound of the braised intestines to send to Uncle Jia. She informed Uncle Jia that she needed to leave for a while and requested him to watch over her stall. Uncle Jia agreed and handed her some money. Nuan then gathered the remaining braised intestines into her backpack and departed with Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's residence was located 3 kilometers from the town at Shanghang. The two arrived at the Li household in less than half an hour. Nuan beheld the plaque inscribed with the characters Li residence, shining with golden splendor, and could not help but think that Li Ziyu was indeed a wealthy second-generation heir. Li Ziyu led Nuan directly to the living room, where 2 middle-aged men were seated, accompanied by 4 maidservants standing nearby. Nuan inwardly scorned the avarice of the wealthy. Upon seeing Li Ziyu return with a young girl, Li's father remarked, Ziyu, you are back. Come and greet your Uncle Wang. Li Ziyu first performed a gesture of respect befitting a junior, and then said, I pay my respects to Uncle Wang. Knowing you were coming today, I made a special trip to the town to find Miss G and purchase some braised delicacies for you to savor. Oh, what delicacies? Wang Qinghai inquired with a smile. Uncle Wang, father, these delicacies are made using the ancestral secret recipe of Miss G's family. Although they are braised pig intestines, there is not a hint of unpleasant odor. I had the pleasure of tasting them yesterday, and I find them to be utterly delightful, Li Ziyu explained to Uncle Wang and his father. Oh, how intriguing. I have eaten dishes made from pig intestines before, and no matter how thoroughly cleaned, they always carry a peculiar odor. Today, I am eager to taste them properly. Wang Qinghai responded. Xiao Luo, please take the braised pig intestines that Miss G brought to the kitchen and have Uncle Zhang prepare them for serving, Li's father instructed. Before long, Xiao Luo brought out the neatly plated braised pig intestines. Li's father and Wang Qinghai exchanged glances, and each took a piece of the braised intestines into their mouths. They nodded in approval, exclaiming that there was indeed no trace of unpleasant odor, and the flavor lingered on their palates, becoming more fragrant with each bite. As Wang Qinghai set down his chopsticks and turned to Nuan, he asked, Miss G, how do you prepare these braised pig intestines? Why do they lack any foul odor? Nuan smiled and replied, Good day, Mr. Wang. I clean and braise the pig intestines using a traditional family method, ensuring there are no off-putting smells. wishing everyone happiness and a smooth life. Chapter 13. The braised delicacy contract. Wang Qinghai discerned that this young lady was not easily deceived and said, "Miss G, to be candid, I have just returned from the capital, and I intend to open a restaurant in Daliu town. The flavor of your braised pig intestines is quite delightful, and I'm contemplating selling it in my restaurant," remarked Nuan. Wang Qinghai, recognizing the girl as cleverness, decided to be direct. "Miss G, I wish to purchase the recipe for your cleaning and braising process. I offer you 100 taels of silver." Nuan considered that while braised delicacies can be lucrative, her immediate financial needs were pressing. Although 100 taels could be earned in time, it was not feasible in the short term. Thus, she resolved to sell the recipe, but felt the price warranted negotiation. 200 taels, if you agree, I shall part with the recipe, she stated. "Miss, 200 taels is rather excessive. Think it over. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. In time, someone capable will surely unravel its secrets," Wang Qinghai replied calmly. "Your reasoning holds merit, and I wish you success in finding such a person. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Nuan said as she prepared to depart. She understood that eventually, others would indeed decipher the recipe, but in negotiations, one must not concede too easily. If she acquiesced without resistance, it might imply her recipe was not of significant value. Just as she reached the corridor, she heard Wang Qinghai call after her, "Miss G, let us discuss this further. Your asking price of 200 taels is indeed steep. How about 130? Mr. Wang, I see you are a forthright individual. Let us compromise. I shall provide you the recipe for 150 taels, and in return, I shall recommend a delectable braised dish. You will need to procure the ingredients from Butcher Zhang at the town market, as I have previously arranged to buy 40 pounds of pig intestines from him daily. Now that I am selling you the recipe, I must ask you to continue sourcing from him," Nuan proposed. Wang Qinghai contemplated this and agreed, saying, "Very well. But Miss G, you must refrain from selling this dish in the future." "Mr. Wang, I only pledge not to sell the braised pig intestines and the additional recipe I share with you," Nuan clarified. Wang Qinghai chuckled at her caution, thinking that perhaps she might possess other intriguing recipes in the future. "Let us proceed as you suggest. But do remember to inform me of any new culinary creations you develop." Nuan smiled in response, "Of course, Mr. Wang. Shall we draft the contract now?" Wang Qinghai was momentarily taken aback, realizing the girl had considerable knowledge. "Indeed, it is time to formalize our agreement." He borrowed writing materials from Li Fu and meticulously documented their discussion. "Miss G, please review the contract and let me know if there are any issues. If all is satisfactory, we shall sign," Wang Qinghai instructed. Nuan examined the contract closely and noted that all their terms were accurately recorded. "The contract appears sound. Is it merely a matter of signing, or must we also have it filed with the authorities?" Nuan recalled from reading ancient novels that contracts often required official registration, and she was uncertain if this was necessary here. Wang Qinghai looked at her in surprise once more. Dressed in simple, worn fabric, she seemed to be a peasant girl. Yet she was aware of a need for official registration of contracts, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. "Miss G, there indeed exists a notion of contractual registration. Certain transactions concerning the leasing or sale of properties or land are recorded with the authorities, referred to as a red contract. However, for smaller agreements, such as ours, it is unnecessary to seek official documentation, thus termed a white contract. Rest assured, these arrangements are also safeguarded," Wang Qinghai elucidated. Li Ziyu concurred, adding, "Miss G, what Uncle Wang states is true. If you harbor any doubts, I can serve as a witness to this contract." After a moment's contemplation, Nuan acknowledged that Wang was somewhat acquainted with Li Ziyu's family, yet had no direct connection to her. With Li Ziyu as a witness, her security was undoubtedly enhanced. Consequently, Nuan replied, "Young Master Li, it would be splendid to have you as a witness." Li's father offered no objections, having known Wang Qinghai for many years and trusting his character. Furthermore, according to the laws of Li Nation, transactions not exceeding 500 taels do not necessitate governmental registration. Thus, the contract was finalized at the Li residence. Nuan proceeded to document the cleaning methods and the seasoning ratios for the marinated dishes, as well as the recipe for the spicy and sour chicken feet. Wang Qinghai handed her 150 taels in silver notes. After safely securing the notes, Nuan, suppressing her excitement, inquired, "Mr. Wang, when shall your restaurant open, and what shall it be called? I need to inform Butcher Zhang upon my return to town. The restaurant will open in 3 days and shall be named Gathering of Talents. I wonder if Miss G is available tomorrow to instruct our cooks, as we currently possess only the recipes, and it would be greatly beneficial if you could impart some cooking techniques and nuances to them." "Very well. I shall first visit Butcher Zhang tomorrow to procure 40 gene of marinated pig intestines to bring to your esteemed establishment, and then teach your chefs," Nuan agreed. "Excellent. I shall await your arrival at the restaurant tomorrow," Wang Qinghai affirmed. "Then I shall not impose further. Young Master Li, Mr. Wang, I bid you farewell," Nuan declared as she prepared to depart. Li Ziyu quickly interjected, "Miss G, allow me to escort you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Nuan and Li Ziyu walked together towards the exit. "Miss G, having sold the recipe for the marinated pig intestines to Uncle Wang, what are your future plans?" Li Ziyu inquired with curiosity. "I am yet to finalize my thoughts, but I suppose I shall continue in the culinary realm. After I teach the recipes at Mr. Wang's restaurant tomorrow, I plan to explore the town," Nuan mused, contemplating her newfound financial independence, which alleviated the necessity of setting up a stall. If the rental prices in town were reasonable, securing a shop wouldn't be out of the question. Ideally, if a courtyard were included, it could also serve as living quarters. "Then I shall accompany you tomorrow. I am quite familiar with the town," Li Ziyu proposed. "If you are free tomorrow, I would greatly appreciate your guidance," Nuan expressed, realizing that having someone knowledgeable would facilitate her endeavors in this unfamiliar territory. "There is no need for politeness, Miss G. We are, after all, friends, and friends ought to assist one another," Li Ziyu replied. "Very well, young Master Li, I shall not stand on ceremony. I must now head to town to speak with Butcher Zhang and procure some items. I bid you farewell for now," Nuan stated. "All right. I shall visit the restaurant to find you tomorrow," Li Ziyu affirmed, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 14. Uncle Nuan nodded and proceeded towards the town, her thoughts drifting as she walked. Today, she had earned a total of 910 won, which was still short of 1 tael of silver. Alas, after a day's labor, she had only made 606 when in profit. Suddenly, she felt that selling a recipe was a good decision. Tomorrow, she would check the prices at the shops in town. If they were reasonable, she might rent a stall to sell spicy hot pot. Upon arriving at the market, Nuan first collected her stall items before seeking out Zhang the butcher. Zhang greeted her with delight. "Miss G, you're here. I prepared the pig intestines for you." Nuan handed over the money to Zhang and, receiving the intestines, said, "Boss Zhang, I've sold this recipe to the owner of the Jushin restaurant in town. I mentioned you to him, and he will be reaching out to purchase pig intestines from you in the future. Tomorrow, please accompany me to the restaurant. It will be more convenient for you to deliver the intestines then." "Really? Sister G, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang asked, astonished. It wasn't he that he doubted Nuan's honesty, but the prospect of a steady supply to the restaurant meant he wouldn't have to worry about making money anymore. Nuan smiled at his reaction. "I assure you, Boss Zhang, there is no deception here. I cannot thank you enough, Sister G. You are truly like a sister to me. Gulme, let me slice some meat for you to take home," Zhang said as he began to cut the meat. "Boss Zhang, it's unnecessary. I haven't done anything deserving of reward. I prefer to take nothing for free. I'll come to see you tomorrow. I must be on my way now." Nuan politely declined, turning to leave. "Hey, wait, Sister G," Zhang called out as he set the meat aside, pondering how he would prepare the meat for her tomorrow. Without Sister G, he wouldn't have stumbled upon such a fortunate opportunity. Nuan felt that when family subsisted on coarse rice and black flatbreads daily, which was simply inedible. Thus, she decided to visit the grain shop in town to purchase some white rice and flour. Upon her arrival at the grain shop, she inquired about the prices, 15 won per pound for white rice and 20 won per pound for white flour. Nuan felt relieved that she had sold the recipe today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to afford much. After some contemplation, She instructed the shop assistant to prepare 20 pounds of each. Watching 700 when swiftly leave her possession, she felt a pang of regret. She mused that one must strive diligently to earn money. Indeed, a good life is sustained by finances. Nuan placed the rice and flour into her backpack and, after leaving the grain shop, decided to stop by the spice shop to buy a pound of salt. She couldn't blame herself for being frugal. Although she had 150 taels now, she would soon need funds to rent a stall for her business, and expenses were mounting. After purchasing the salt, Nuan sought out Uncle Quan. Just as she exited the city gate, she spotted him preparing to leave. She hurried over to call out to him, fortunate that the ox cart was moving slowly. "Little Nuan, I thought you hadn't finished your errands yet. The time has come for me to leave." "But thankfully you were swift," Uncle Quan said with a smile. "Uncle, I was delayed by some matters today," Nuan replied as she boarded the cart, pulling out 5 to give to him. "How did you fare in sales today, little Nuan?" Widow Lin inquired. "It went reasonably well. How about you, Sister Lin?" Nuan asked. "I'm doing quite well," Lin, the widow, said with a smile. "The embroidery pavilion has collected all the handkerchiefs I brought this time." "That's wonderful. Sister Lin, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, but I shall visit you the day after. I hope that is convenient for you," Nuan replied. She was aware that Sister Lin wished to accompany her in setting up a stall to earn some money, especially given the responsibility of raising children. Without beating around the bush, she directly informed Sister Lin of her intention to visit, though others were present in the carriage, making it inappropriate to speak freely. "I have no engagements the day after. You may come to find me at any time," Lin, the widow, quickly responded, understanding that such matters were best kept private. She suppressed her curiosity and resolved to wait patiently for 2 days. Lin could not fathom Nuan's transformation. Perhaps the loss of her parents and her subsequent marriage had imbued her with a newfound steadiness. Nevertheless, if following her could yield financial gain, what difference did it make? Even a wayward man could find redemption. Why should a woman not have the same opportunity? "Very well, Sister Lin." Nuan, satisfied with her agreement, chose to rest her eyes for a while. The journey had been somewhat lengthy, and fatigue was beginning to set in. Throughout the trip, Li remained silent. As everyone was tired from walking and carrying their purchases in the town, Nuan reflected on the villagers. Though they could be somewhat gossipy, they were not inherently malicious. It was merely the case that those who were at odds tended to exchange barbs whenever they crossed paths, seeking to discomfort one another. She considered the prospect of establishing a shop with a backyard in town, which would allow her to reside there and eliminate the exhausting back-and-forth trips, especially since the ox cart returned to the village at an exceedingly early hour. Upon reaching the village, the ox cart came to a halt, and everyone disembarked. After bidding farewell to Lin, the widow, Nuan returned home. As she approached her door, she noticed it was ajar and called out for her parents. To her surprise, a voice emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, "Little brother, your sister-in-law has returned." The speaker then approached Nuan, saying, "Sister-in-law, I am your uncle. I was unable to attend your marriage to Yuan due to prior commitments. Today, I have come to pay you a visit." At that moment, Wen Fu and Wen Mu also emerged, their faces revealing unmistakable displeasure. Nuan scrutinized her uncle, searching her memory for any recollection. It seemed that the Wen family had once been divided over concerns regarding Wen Yuan's education and the expenses it entailed. While she was not privy to the specifics, it was evident that this uncle's overly familiar demeanor, especially in light of his absence during such a significant family event, was suspect. Suppressing her true feelings, Nuan smiled and replied, "Uncle? Since you've come to see me, I trust you have brought the red envelope for my marriage to Yuan?" Wen Chang was momentarily taken aback. Nuan's audacity in addressing her elder thus was quite unexpected. He then assumed a condescending tone to admonish her. "My dear niece, now that you are wed into the Wen family, you must abandon your previous laziness and lack of decorum. I am, after all, your elder. Is this how you choose to speak to me?" Nuan cast a glance at her uncle, ready to respond, when she heard Wen Fu interject, "Elder brother, Nuan is my wife. What does this have to do with you? Furthermore, since the family has been divided, her respect towards you is merely a matter of courtesy. Should she choose not to extend such respect, it would be of no concern to you. It was, after all, You and your sister-in-law who feared that our family as a Han would incur expenses for his education, prompting our father to separate our family. Upon noticing his younger brother's rising ire, Wen Chang, recognizing the purpose of his visit, decided not to engage in trivial disputes. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "Oh, dear brother, do temper your anger. The past is but a memory. We are both born of the same mother, and, as the saying goes, though bones may be broken, the sinews remain connected. To utter such words is to act as though we are strangers." When Fu glanced at his elder brother, but remained silent, letting out a huff. Observing this, Wen Chang turned to Nuan with a smile, saying, "Niece-in-law, I heard from others that your aunt has mentioned you are now selling goods in the town. It is said that what you create has a delightful aroma. I have come to see if there is anything your uncle and aunt might need." Nuan was almost taken aback by the audacity of these so-called relatives. Their shamelessness was akin to that of Fortress. Their personalities were worlds apart from Wen Fu's. One would never guess they were brothers if unaware of their familial ties. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered her. May everyone be filled with joy, and may life treat you kindly. Chapter 15. Inquiries. So the uncle intends to offer assistance. In that case, it would be impolite to refuse. Otherwise, one might think our family is ungrateful, Nuan remarked, thinking it laughable that they were here to help, eager to uncover their true intentions. "Well, niece-in-law, what exactly are you selling in town? How can I assist you?" Wen Chang inquired with a smile. Could it be that he wishes to learn from her? Nuan pondered, responding, "Uncle, what I am preparing requires a significant amount of water. Could you please fetch some and fill our water tank?" Wen Fu, observing Nuan's request, grew wary of his elder brother's intentions, fearing deception. He quickly interjected on Nuan, "Your uncle has many matters to attend to. He is merely jesting. I can assist you." "Hey, brother, I came with good intentions to help you." "What do you mean by that?" Wen Chang retorted, displeased. Wen Fu, unwilling to engage further with his brother, reassured Nuan, "Nuan, we can manage our family's affairs. Your mother and I." Nuan glanced at Wen Fu, understanding his concerns for her well-being regarding this uncle. "It's all right, father. Since uncle means well, we should not decline his offer." After speaking, she cast a comforting look at her parents. Seeing Nuan's resolve, Wen Fu and Wen Mu sensed she had her own ideas and chose not to press further. "Indeed, brother, we are family and should not speak as if we are divided. Look at you, at your age, yet your niece-in-law displays more sensibility. Enough said. I shall fetch the water now. Niece-in-law, please wait until I return before you begin your work," Wen Chang declared, taking up a water bucket and departing. Nuan then led Wen Fu and Wen Mu into a room where she shared details about her plans to sell goods and expressed her desire to open a shop in town. Upon hearing this, her parents agreed, recognizing that the money was earned through her own efforts and that Nuan's intentions were for the good of the family. They merely advised her not to feel excessive pressure, assuring her that they would support her if necessary. Wen's father and mother yearned for a shop in the town, sparing them from the troubles of the present. As today, the elder brother inquired, and one could not guarantee who might come to inquire next. After conversing with Wen's parents, Nuan proceeded to the kitchen to prepare rice and flour. Upon seeing such an abundance of white rice and flour, Wen's mother was momentarily taken aback. "Nuan," she exclaimed, "this will cost a fortune. We must practice frugality in our daily lives. You're earning now, but what if that changes in the future?" "Mother, let's seize the joy of today," Nuan replied playfully. "We'll discuss tomorrow when it comes. Tonight, let us indulge in white flour pancakes and rice porridge. Once uncle departs, we shall clean the pig intestines and enjoy dinner together." Wen's mother cast a glance at Nuan, but refrained from comment, sighing at their family's poverty. She then resumed preparing the dough for the white flour pancakes, while Nuan and Wen's father waited for Wen Chang outside in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Wen Chang was fetching water, a task typically done early in the morning when few were present. He soon filled 2 buckets and muttered curses about a certain girl who dared to direct him in his labor, vowing to make her pay when he found a way to earn money. As he approached the Wen household, he spotted Nuan and his younger brother seated in the courtyard, which only fueled his frustration at having to toil while they rested, preoccupied with thoughts of profit. "Nephew's wife, I brought back the water. When shall we begin our work?" Wen Chang inquired. "Uncle, you have worked hard. You are truly wonderful for helping our family with the water. Come, sit and take a break," Nuan replied. Nephew's wife, no need for such formality. The water is here. Let's get started, Wen Chang urged with a smile. Ah, uncle, please sit and listen to me first, Nuan said, pouring the water into the tub, compelling Wen Chang to take a seat. Ah, uncle, today I set up a stall in town, but it was overturned by others. And I nearly faced violence, Nuan said, her brow furrowed. What happened, nephew's wife? Who is it? Tell me, and I will address it, Wen Chang responded loudly. Uncle, we are family, so I shall be candid. I previously bought pig intestines to sell in town. Indeed, they smelled delightful, and I managed to sell them yesterday. However, today those individuals confronted me, claiming it was unclean, foul, and deceitful, demanding compensation. With no money to give, they overturned my stall. I truly do not know what to do now, uncle. I apologize. I lack any means to earn money, Nuan lamented. Upon hearing this, Wen Chang's expression shifted between shades of anger and despair, realizing his earlier efforts were in vain. Nephew's wife, why did you not inform me sooner? He exclaimed in frustration. Uncle, it was not my intention to conceal it. I was simply too disheartened upon returning and failed to react in time. You mentioned your good intentions, and as an elder, I could not disregard your words. Were you merely speaking casually, uncle? Nuan feigned confusion as she asked. Wen Chang, feeling unappreciated for his efforts and recognizing that the Wen family had no means to prosper, decided to drop the facade. Angrily, he exclaimed, Humph, I toil for you in vain. You deserve to be poor for a lifetime. With that, he stood up, intending to kick over the bucket of water he had just brought back. Upon discovering that it was empty, his anger intensified. It seemed this had been a premeditated scheme. Furiously, he overturned the bucket and muttered, Just you wait, before storming off without a backward glance. Nuan observed Wen Chang's retreating figure and turned to Wen Fu, saying, Father, let us wash the pig intestines. Wen Fu glanced at Nuan, contemplating saying something but ultimately refrained, instead joining her in the task. Shortly thereafter, Wen Mu emerged to assist them. Following the recent incident with the uncle, the three worked in silence, each absorbed in their duties. By the time the hour of you approached, they had finished cleaning the intestines. Nuan, your uncle holds grudges. You must never offend him again. Wen Fu finally remarked after some thought. All right, father, I understand. Rest assured, I will be cautious in the future, Nuan replied before moving on to marinate the intestines. Wen Mu retreated to the kitchen to prepare pancakes, grateful that the Wen household still had a small stove for her use. Nuan, your uncle's family has harbored grievances against us since a Han pursued his studies. When a Han became a scholar, your uncle's ire only grew, especially since his cousin, who had begun his education 3 years earlier, failed to pass the scholar examinations despite 2 attempts. Thus, your uncle's family has always looked down upon ours, leading to our separation when Mu shared while cooking. Mother, they are being utterly unreasonable. There are many who surpass that cousin in intellect. Must they all be envious? Nuan remarked, exasperated. With a sigh, Wen Mu chose to say no more, recognizing that Nuan was still young and naive to the complexities of human nature. Many can accept those who excel, yet struggle to tolerate success in those close to them. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 16. The gathering of talents at the tavern after reducing the heat for the pig intestines. Nuan contemplated her plans to open a shop selling spicy hot pot. She mused that meat could be procured from the town, while vegetables could be sourced depending on the village's situation. With this thought in mind, she inquired of Wen Mu, Mother, are there many people in the village growing vegetables? Wen Mu shook her head, replying, Not many. Villagers primarily cultivate grains. Some families may dedicate a small plot in their courtyards to grow vegetables, but the yield is minimal, merely sufficient for their own consumption. Many villagers resort to foraging wild vegetables in the mountains, as they cost nothing. Ah, I see, Nuan said, disappointment evident in her voice. What shall we do about the vegetables? Hot pot consists largely of meat, which can become monotonous. Perhaps we should cultivate some bean sprouts ourselves? Nuan, do you desire vegetables? What kind do you wish for? Wen Mu asked. Mother, it is for the shop I plan to open, which will require a significant amount of vegetables. I was hoping we could purchase some from our village if there were enough, Nuan explained. Nuan, our village will not suffice. Look around. No one here sells vegetables in the town, and many families struggle to have enough for themselves, Wen Mu responded. As Nuan overheard Mother Wen mention going to the town to sell vegetables, a memory surfaced of her own experience at the market, where she had indeed witnessed several elderly women carrying baskets filled with produce. Although they typically managed only a basket or two, it was evident that they cultivated far more vegetables than those in her village. This realization prompted Nuan to resolve to inquire with the vendors at the market about their surplus produce. If they had any to spare, she could purchase directly from them. Mother, you've reminded me. I shall ask those vegetable-selling grandmas when I go to town, Nuan said with a smile to Mother Wen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mother Wen began to prepare porridge after neatly packing the pancakes she had made. By the time night fell, the Wen family's dinner was ready. Nuan sliced the braised pig intestines and placed them on the table to join her parents for their evening meal. Father, Mother, once the shop opens, I may need your assistance for a few days. Hiring staff will likely take some time, Nuan remarked. All right, just let us know when you need us. And we will come, Mother Wen replied. After finishing dinner and tidying up, the three retired for the night. The following morning, Nuan rose early, just as Mother Wen had finished preparing breakfast. After sharing the meal with her parents, she set out to find Uncle Quan, ready to take the ox cart to the town. Little Nuan, off to town again, are you? Why haven't you brought a bucket today? Uncle Quan inquired curiously upon seeing her. Good morning, Uncle Quan. I have some matters to attend to in town today and will not be setting up a stall, Nuan explained, handing him the fare for the ride. Oh, giving up so soon? I had a feeling your business wouldn't last, a mocking voice chimed in. Nuan turned towards the sound, exasperated to find it was Aunt Li, accompanied by her daughter, Dia, who appeared timidly glancing at her. Not wishing to engage in a lengthy exchange with Aunt Li, Nuan replied, Thank you for your concern, Aunt Li. Are you taking Dia to the town? Indeed. My Dia is about to marry into the Wang family. Mr. Wang has provided the funds, so we are off to buy her some things. Aunt Li boasted with pride. Everyone is seated. It's time for us to depart, Uncle Quan announced. Although he shared Aunt Li's disdain, being neighbors made it difficult to voice his discontent. Nuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. The plight of women in such a world was already arduous, made worse by parents willing to sacrifice their daughters to become concubines for the sake of their sons. Yet, as an outsider, she felt it was not her place to comment on such matters, for even in modern times, there were still parents who drained their daughters' vitality. Alas, she lacked the power to alter others' mindsets. Speaking out might lead to others hearing her, but in this feudal, male-dominated society, her inability to confront such harsh realities was a source of profound anguish. Perhaps she was a disgrace to the heroines of many time travel novels, but she was not one of them. She was merely a peasant girl from a lower social stratum, exhausted by her own struggles, with little energy to aid others. Nuan simply nodded at Aunt Li and her daughter, choosing to remain silent. However, Aunt Li, who thrived on boasting, was unlikely to let Nuan's silence deter her from speaking. Moreover, there was another couple in the carriage, and Aunt Li was fervently boasting. Nuan, she exclaimed, though you are married to a scholar, what of it? The Wen family is so impoverished that it falls upon you, a woman, to venture out and earn a living. Do not think that my eldest daughter, who has become a concubine, has to toil for her sustenance. She enjoys a life free from worry, with all her needs catered to. Is that not far superior to your existence as a scholar's wife? Nuan was utterly speechless, a profound silence enveloping her. The well-being of her daughter was of no concern to her, just as hers was of no concern to Aunt Li. Besides, there were others in the carriage. Why was she singled out? Maintaining a modern demeanor, Nuan merely responded with non-committal affirmations. Yes, yes. At last, they arrived at the city gate amid Aunt Li's boasts, and Nuan hastily alighted from the carriage, making her escape. Upon entering the city, she first sought out the butcher, Zhang, and requested him to accompany her with the pig intestines. After inquiring with several individuals, she finally located the Jushin restaurant, which was still undergoing renovations, thus not many were aware of its existence. As Nuan and the butcher approached the entrance, they beheld the grand sign of the Jushin restaurant. The establishment boasted 3 floors and appeared quite impressive. Upon entering the hall, they noted several tables arranged within, an elegant calligraphy adorning the walls, creating a refined atmosphere. While Jinwan admired the surroundings, a waiter approached her. "Miss, our restaurant will be opening in 3 days. We hope you will return then to savor our offerings. I am Jinwan, and this is Butcher Zhang. Your owner, Mr. Wang, has sent for me today to instruct the chef." Jinwan replied to the waiter. "Oh, you must be Miss Ji. Our owner has informed me of your arrival. Please follow me. He is currently in the kitchen," the waiter responded, leading Jinwan toward the kitchen. "Boss, Miss Ji has arrived," the waiter announced to Mr. Wang. "Excellent. You may return to your duties," Mr. Wang said, then smiled at Jinwan. "Miss Ji, we appreciate your assistance in teaching our chef today." "You're too kind, Mr. Wang. This is Butcher Zhang, from whom I have procured my pig intestines. He has brought 40 pounds with him today," Jinwan stated. "Delighted to meet you, Butcher Zhang, Mr. Wang responded amiably. "Haha, no need for formalities. Just call me Butcher Zhang," he replied. "From the day after tomorrow. I would appreciate it if you could deliver 80 pounds of pig intestines to our restaurant daily around the time of the 5th watch. Our kitchen has a back entrance. You can bring them there," Mr. Wang instructed. Butcher Zhang's face lit up with joy at the request. "Certainly, Mr. Wang. I will ensure timely deliveries." After some pleasantries, Butcher Zhang took his leave. Mr. Wang then summoned the head chef, Qian Dahua, and his apprentice, Xiao De, instructing Jinwan to demonstrate the complete process of preparation. May everyone find joy in their daily lives and experience smooth sailing. Chapter 17. Accompaniment. Just as Jinwan finished washing the pig intestines with Xiao De, Li Ziyu arrived. Upon seeing the impeccably cleaned intestines, Li Ziyu was taken aback, astonished that they could be rendered so pristine, with only a hint of odor remaining, devoid of any foul scent. Not only was Li Ziyu surprised, but even Mr. Wang and Chef Qian wore expressions of astonishment. Jinwan did not say much, for after all, Li Ziyu did not cook either. Earlier, while washing, she had briefly explained the precautions and principles to Chef Qian and his apprentice. Now, with the ingredients prepared, Jinwan placed them into the pot for marinating. Once the water began to boil, she informed them to simmer on low heat, emphasizing that since it was meant for sale, it should be cooked for at least 2 hours, with longer being preferable. Chef Qian, having been a chef for over a decade, quickly grasped the concept. Jinwan then proceeded to prepare the spicy and sour chicken feet, sharing tips with Chef Qian along the way, such as rinsing the chicken feet in cold water to enhance their elasticity. Once the dish was ready, Boss Wang invited everyone to savor it. Li Ziyu, a lover of gourmet cuisine, found his appetite ignited at the first bite of the chicken feet, relishing the delightful sourness and spiciness, which was particularly refreshing in the summer. While eating, he exclaimed, "Miss Ji, you are truly remarkable. I have never tasted anything so satisfying. Young Master Li, you flatter me." "This is merely a dish I've been experimenting with," Jinwan replied modestly. Li Ziyu could not stop eating and remarked, "To create something so delicious through mere experimentation is truly admirable." Meanwhile, Chef Qian, after savoring half a chicken foot, remarked, "Miss Ji, this dish is indeed delectable and refreshing. Especially after being rinsed in cold water, it is not as soft and glutinous as when cooked directly." He then turned to Boss Wang, saying, "Boss, this spicy and sour chicken feet could be marketed as a cold dish." As Boss Wang listened while eating, he nodded repeatedly, feeling that the 150 taels he spent were indeed worthwhile. After finishing their meal, Jinwan and Li Ziyu bid farewell to Boss Wang to seek out a shop. Knowing Jinwan's ambition to open a food establishment, Boss Wang assured her that she could come to him for assistance whenever needed. Jinwan expressed her gratitude before departing with Li Ziyu. Jinwan first took Li Ziyu to Mingda Academy, intending to inform Wen Yuehan of her plans. After all, they were still nominally married, and it would be unwise to keep him in the dark. Upon reaching the entrance of Mingda Academy, they were halted by an elderly man. "Isn't this young Master Li? Did you not withdraw from here?" Li Ziyu clasped his hands in greeting. "Zhang Bo, it is Miss Ji who is here to see someone." Zhang Bo scrutinized Jinwan before inquiring, "Who do you seek?" "Zhang Bo, I am looking for Wen Yuehan. Could you kindly call for him?" Jinwan replied. Seeing Jinwan's courteous demeanor, Zhang Bo asked, "What is your name? What business do you have with Yuehan?" "Zhang Bo, my name is Jinwan, and I am Wen Yuehan's cousin. I have some family matters to discuss with him. Jinwan explained. Very well. Please wait here while I go fetch him, Zhang Bo said before heading inside the academy. You studied at Mingda Academy as well, young masterly? Jinwan asked curiously. Indeed, I attended for a year, but I did not enjoy studying, nor did I possess a talent for it. My family is in business, and I prefer engaging in trade. So I discussed studying commerce with my father, Li Ziyu replied. Yes, indeed, interest is crucial. There are many paths to success, and pursuing what one loves often yields greater results, Jinwan responded. Indeed, it is essential to pursue one's passions in any endeavor. Otherwise, engaging in activities that fail to ignite one's interest can lead to both ineffectiveness and profound discontent. Upon hearing Jinwan affirm her perspective, Li Ziyu felt a surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He remarked, Miss Ji, you are truly unlike anyone else. Even my parents initially dismissed my aspirations. Fortunately, my elder brother excels in his studies. Otherwise, they would never have permitted me to drop out. Jinwan, understanding the sentiments of Li Ziyu's parents, acknowledged their intentions. Recognizing that even in this modern age, many parents still believe that academic success is the sole path to a prosperous future, she replied, Your parents only wish the best for you. After all, in today's society, merchants rank lowest among the professions, and they desire you to earn the respect of others in the future. Li Ziyu was momentarily taken aback by Jinwan's words. He realized that he had wrongfully blamed his parents for their lack of understanding. In truth, they were acting out of love, albeit with differing viewpoints. He sighed, resolving to harbor no more resentment towards them. Why are you here? Wen Yuehan inquired coolly, noticing Jinwan conversing with the man from the previous market stall. The man's gaze towards Jinwan was anything but innocent, prompting Wen Yuehan to adopt a somewhat frosty tone. Jinwan, undeterred by his demeanor, explained, I sold a recipe for marinated delicacies yesterday, for a good sum, and thought to check out the shop. If it seems suitable, I intend to purchase it and felt it necessary to inform you. She added, I mentioned this to my parents yesterday, and they support my decision. Very well. As it is your earnings, you should make your own choices, Wen Yuehan replied, maintaining his aloofness. Jinwan pondered for a moment, and seeing that Wen Yuehan had no objections, she prepared to leave. Then I shall take my leave, since you have no objections. By yourself? He asked. No. Li Gongzi is accompanying me. He is quite familiar with the town and will join me, Jinwan responded. Accompanying you? Wen Yuehan thought, feeling an inexplicable irritation. Does she take me for a mere ghost? She has a partner, but still seeks the company of another man. I have no pressing matters today. I shall join you, Wen Yuehan said, somewhat begrudgingly. Huh? Don't you have classes? Jinwan asked, intrigued. I have already covered today's lessons. It is of no consequence, he replied coldly, thinking to himself that he did not wish for her to go. I shall go regardless. Very well. Let us proceed together, Jinwan agreed. Please wait a moment. I must inform Zhang Bo, Wen Yuehan said as he turned to speak with Zhang Bo at the entrance of the academy, requesting him to inform the teacher of his absence. I am done. Let us go. He soon returned. Then let us be off, Li Gongzi, Jinwan said, and the trio departed from the academy's entrance. Li Ziyu recalled Wen Yuehan from their last encounter, when Jinwan had mentioned he was from the same village. Observing their close rapport, he wondered if there was a deeper connection between them. With this thought in mind, he ventured, Miss Ji, I recall you stating that this esteemed one is from your village. I did not realize he was your cousin. My apologies for the oversight. It's all trivial matters. No need to dwell on them, Jinwan chuckled. Young Masterly, Nuan is quite mischievous. I am Nuan's husband. I truly appreciate your care for her. Wen Yuehan suddenly interjected. Jinwan thought to herself, what is Wen Yuehan up to? Why this sudden declaration? What must young Masterly think of me? He might believe I am a flirtatious being. Even after marrying, I failed to mention it, yet I converse with another man. Has he forgotten that we are merely contractual spouses, destined to part ways in 2 years? Hearing Wen Yuehan's statement, Li Ziyu was utterly astonished. Miss Ji, you are already married? Indeed, young Master Li, I am married, Jinwan admitted with a shy smile. Oh dear, I was unaware. Next time I shall make up for the congratulatory gift, Li Ziyu replied, feeling somewhat disheartened upon hearing Jinwan's confirmation, though he did not let it show. There is no need for courtesy, young Master Li. This is my oversight. I did not mention it, Nuan awkwardly stated, internally berating Wen Yuehan for tarnishing her image, and shot him a glance of disdain. Wen Yuehan observed Nuan's expression, feeling inexplicably uplifted, and remarked, "Then I must thank you for your kindness, young Master Li." "No need for thanks, when brother," Li Ziyu responded indifferently. Nuan was taken aback by Wen Yuehan's words, wondering when he had grown so audacious. She chose to ignore him, silently trailing behind Li Ziyu. Upon discovering that the girl he was interested in had married, Li Ziyu felt a heaviness in his heart and remained silent as he led the way to the shop. Meanwhile, Wen Yuehan walked beside Nuan with a cheerful demeanor, occasionally glancing at her dejected expression. At last, they arrived at the entrance of a dental shop, where Li Ziyu spoke up. "Madam Ji, brother Wen, this dental shop is quite reputable. Our household servants and supplies were procured here. I can accompany you, and perhaps we can negotiate a discount. I appreciate your help." "Young Master Li," Nuan replied with a smile. Li Ziyu, captivated by Nuan's grin, felt his face flush and hurriedly said, "Not at all, Madam Ji. Let us proceed inside." Noticing Li Ziyu's demeanor, Wen Yuehan felt a surge of displeasure and stepped between Nuan and Li Ziyu, pushing him aside while saying, "My dear, watch your step." Nuan shot Wen Yuehan an exasperated glance, choosing to disregard him. As the trio entered the dental shop, a clerk approached them, exclaiming, "Is this not young Master Li? What brings you here today?" "I am accompanying friends. They wish to view a shop with a courtyard. Do you have any suitable options?" Li Ziyu inquired. The clerk responded promptly, "Indeed, we have several. Please follow me, and I will show you the blueprints." The three followed the clerk into a small room separated by screens, where the clerk invited them to sit before exiting. Moments later, he returned with some blueprints in hand. "Young master, madam, we currently have 5 shops with courtyards available, 2 of which are located on King of Fang, just 2 streets away from Mingda Academy." The merchant was astute, noticing that Wen Yuehan was dressed in the attire of Mingda Academy, and promptly recommended a shop in close proximity to the academy. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he observed the 2 individuals before him examining the blueprints with great care. Nuan contemplated that since they were already in town to open a shop, Wen Yuehan, being a man, might serve as a deterrent against any troublemakers. Wen Yuehan, on the other hand, considered the convenience of being near, thus sparing himself the need to reside within the academy. Nuan harbored many secrets. If she could engage with him closely, it would unveil some clues. He was entirely oblivious to any burgeoning feelings he might have for Nuan, convinced instead that he detested her. However, after years of being a cog in the societal machine, Nuan understood the importance of not revealing her thoughts too readily when shopping. Thus, although her mind was already made up after reviewing the options, she maintained a composed facade and inquired, "Where are the other 3 shops? I would like to see them as well." The merchant, puzzled by her reaction, found it difficult to ascertain her intentions and proceeded to introduce the remaining 3 establishments, one on Yulo Street in the East Market, another on Yongping Street, and the last at the marketplace. Nuan then asked the merchant, "Do the 2 shops near the academy belong to the East Market or the West Market?" The merchant replied, "Madam, the shops near the academy are part of the West Market. The marketplace also belongs to the West Market, albeit a bit farther from Mingda Academy, yet closer to the city gate." "Oh, what are the prices for these shops?" Nuan inquired. "Sir, madam, you both are visiting our establishment with young Master Li, and I presume you are aware that our business has been established for quite some time, offering fair prices. Young Master Li's family has purchased numerous shops and properties through our agency. Thus, I shall provide you with the actual prices. The 2 shops on King of Fang are of similar size, each priced at 85 taels of silver. The one at the marketplace is slightly smaller, at 75 taels. The shop on Yulo Street in the East Market is larger and more spacious, priced at 100 taels, and the one on Yongping Street, while also large, is somewhat remote, priced at 85 taels, the merchant elaborated. After considering the merchant's recommendations, Nuan resolved to purchase the shop closest to the academy, finding the marketplace too bustling. Most vendors there sold food items, while shops typically offered grains, oils, and condiments. After all, patrons of the marketplace were generally seeking daily sustenance, and few would specifically choose to dine in a shop where meals were pricier than those from stalls. Being near the academy would allow her to cater to students, many of whom had a penchant for spicy hot pot. Moreover, families that could afford education typically had decent means, and the streets were filled with shoppers seeking clothing and jewelry, likely opting to dine within shops. Given the popularity and variety of spicy hot pot, she was confident of attracting clientele. "Young master, I wish to visit the 2 shops on King of Fang. Could you guide us there?" Nuan asked. The merchant, taken aback by her polite request, promptly replied, "Madam, you are too kind. Certainly, I can assist. Shall we go now?" "Yes, let's proceed," Nuan responded, eager to resolve matters swiftly so she could return to the village and seek out Widow Lin, thereafter preparing to open her shop and earn a living. Nuan then turned to Wen Yuehan and stated, "I believe the shop I intend to buy should be closer to Mingda Academy. Thus you will no longer need to stay at the academy. However, this is merely my perspective. What do you think?" Wen Yuehan smiled upon hearing this and replied, "I shall heed my wife's opinion." Nuan and Li Ziyu, witnessing Wen Yuehan's response, felt a pang of disappointment and wondered if their feelings were being considered at all. With a mournful expression, Li Ziyu turned to Nuan and asked, "Are you indeed planning to choose the shop at King of Fang?" Nuan glanced at Li Ziyu and said, "Yes, young masterly. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Nuan remembered Li Ziyu's familiarity with the town, believing that his suggestions might prove beneficial. King of Fang was indeed quite prosperous, being in close proximity to the academy and serving as a vital thoroughfare between the east and west markets. The area boasted not only taverns and eateries, but also clothing shops, cosmetic stores, and wine merchants. Most townsfolk venturing out to shop would typically head to King of Fang. As Li Ziyu pointed out, "Madam, young masterly speaks the truth. King of Fang does attract a significant foot traffic, and many students from Mingda Academy reside there." Yaran concurred. The trio arrived at the shop in King of Fang, finding the first establishment to be quite spacious. Nuan observed 8 tables within and mused that it likely had once been a dining venue. Passing through the back door of the main hall, he discovered a small courtyard with the main house directly in front of them. To the left of the courtyard were 2 adjoining rooms, while to the right lay a kitchen, accompanied by a well nearby. After inspecting the main house, which featured a living room directly opposite the entrance and a couple of bedrooms on either side, Nuan felt it was satisfactory. May everyone find joy daily and life proceed smoothly. Chapter 19. Acquiring a shop. After Nuan reviewed the premises, she inquired about Wen Yuehan's opinion. He merely suggested they explore another shop before making a decision. Yaran then led them to a second establishment, which, while not as large as the first, boasted a significantly larger courtyard. This house contained 3 bedrooms, one of which was partitioned by a screen, along with additional rooms and a kitchen. A well also graced the side of the kitchen. Overall, it would certainly be more comfortable for residing than the previous shop, though the space for tables would accommodate only 5. Nuan shared her thoughts with Wen Yuehan, who agreed that the second shop was a viable option, considering they would have assistance later on and insufficient space could be problematic. After some contemplation, Nuan concurred and discussed the price with Yaran once more. Li Ziyu chimed in, and ultimately, Yaran offered Nuan a discount of 5 taels, concluding the deal at 80 taels. The group proceeded to the pawn shop to sign the contract, followed by a visit to the government office for registration. Once everything was finalized, Yaran took his leave. In gratitude to Li Ziyu, Nuan intended to treat him to a meal, fortuitously with Wen Yuehan present as well. Li Ziyu agreed, and Wen Yuehan said nothing to dissuade them. The 3 then ventured to a nearby restaurant, not out of frugality, but because future business expenses would necessitate a more economical approach. At the restaurant, known for its home-style dishes and reasonable prices, they arrived at lunchtime. When patrons were plentiful, Nuan summoned a waiter to assist in arranging several signature dishes sufficient for 3, then turned to Li Ziyu and expressed, "Young masterly, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time. For now, allow me to treat you to a simple meal. Once my business is on the right track, my husband and I will gladly host you for a proper feast." "You are too polite, Mrs. G. There is no need for such formality among friends. I have done nothing significant," Li Ziyu remarked with a smile directed at Nuan. However, Li Ziyu sensed a peculiar dynamic between Nuan and Wen Yuehan, one that did not resemble that of a typical married couple. There was an unusual formality in their interactions. Perhaps he would bide his time and observe the true nature of their relationship. Young Master Li, you are far too modest. Without your assistance, we would not have found such a suitable shop so swiftly, nor at such a reasonable price. Once my establishment opens, you must come to taste the fare. I assure you, you have never experienced anything like it, Nuan cheerfully declared. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu laughed and responded, I shall certainly come to savor your culinary skills, Mrs. G. On the other hand, Wen Yuehan observed the lively exchange between the two and felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. With a resounding thud, he placed the kettle heavily upon the table. Nuan, bewildered, turned to Wen Yuehan and inquired, What is the matter, my husband? Is the water not to your liking? Li Ziyu glanced at Wen Yuehan, noticing the frost in his demeanor and the furrowed brow. He understood immediately that one was irked by the prolonged conversation between himself and Nuan. Sensing Yannian's confusion, he seized the moment to probe, What troubles you, brother Wen? Is there anything I have overlooked? Wen Yuehan's temper flared upon hearing Li Ziyu's words, feeling that they implied a lack of propriety on his part. After all, it was Nuan who had invited him to dine, and he was her husband. Such words should not have come from Li Ziyu. With a disdainful huff, Wen replied, The water is quite delightful. Young Master Li has done so much for both Nuan and me. There is nothing lacking on your part. Li Ziyu chuckled in response, As long as you're satisfied, that is all that matters. Nuan observed that Wen's temper seemed to be worsening, becoming easily irritable. Sighing inwardly, she thought it best to earn money swiftly and depart. Soon, the waiter brought forth several dishes, and the trio began their meal. Nuan found the flavors satisfactory, though they were indeed quite homely. Simple fare, such as braised pork belly, stewed ribs with radish, and cucumber salad. It appeared that whether in modern times or ancient, the common folk prioritized affordability above all else. Throughout the meal, Li Ziyu and Wen Yuehan remained silent, and Nuan felt too shy to speak. After finishing their meal in silence, they prepared to leave. Li Ziyu extended an invitation. Mrs. G, I must return home now. Would you care to accompany me out of the city? Nuan thought it fortuitous as it was on the way, and she was about to agree when Wen Yuehan interjected, Young Master Li, you may head back first. Nuan and I have matters to discuss. Believing Wen had something to say to her, Nuan chimed in, Yes, young Master Li, you should return. My husband and I still have things to discuss. Li Ziyu responded, Very well, I shall seek you at your shop later. Certainly, you're always welcome, Nuan replied with a bright smile. Then I shall take my leave, Li Ziyu said before departing. What matters do we have to discuss? Nuan inquired, looking at Wen Yuehan. Wen Yuehan gazed at Nuan and remarked, Nuan, we are not yet divorced. You must be mindful of your boundaries and refrain from getting too close to other men. Nuan, feeling somewhat incredulous, shot him a glance and retorted, Wen Yuehan, how am I failing to observe boundaries? With whom have I been overly familiar? Are you referring to Li Ziyu? He is merely a friend who has assisted me on a few occasions. She continued, Moreover, if you and I choose to remain silent, the townsfolk shall remain oblivious to our marital status. Wen Yuehan responded, What do you mean by that? Am I so shameful? Even if we part ways in 2 years, we are still husband and wife at present. Nuan suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Why was she expending so much energy conversing with a man from an ancient era? Many men tend to exhibit a patriarchal demeanor, and this era is steeped in male dominance. After a moment's contemplation, Nuan replied, I understand. During our marriage, I shall be cautious. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Observing the transformation of Nuan's expression from anger to resignation and finally to tranquility, Wen Yuehan pondered his own actions. They had previously established an understanding. What was he truly doing? He remained uncertain about Nuan's nature, whether she was a mischievous spirit or something else entirely, and realized that it was unnecessary to invest so much thought into her. The more he contemplated, the more he felt it was unwarranted, and he resumed his aloof demeanor, murmuring an acknowledgment before turning to head to the academy. Nuan, too, did not linger and exited the city to find Uncle Quan, preparing to return home by ox cart. Upon arriving in the village, Nuan promptly visited Widow Lin's residence. She conveyed her intention to sell her shop and establish a food stall, requesting Widow Lin's assistance for a monthly payment of 2 taels of silver, inclusive of food and lodging, and she could bring her son Xiaoyan along. Widow Lin readily agreed. Nuan and Widow Lin arranged a journey to the town together the following day to reorganize the shop and procure ingredients. Subsequently, Nuan returned to the Wen household, intending to rest thoroughly today, as she anticipated needing to stay in town for a considerable time the next day. Chapter 20. Preparations upon her return to the Wen family home. Nuan found her parents, Wen Fu and Wen Mu, had not yet returned. She surmised they were likely in the fields harvesting crops, having heard them mention that the wheat was ripe for picking. Nuan retreated to her room to organize her clothing and a few essentials, though she packed lightly. Once finished, she ventured into the courtyard to tidy up and tend to the pigs and chickens. After completing these tasks, she noted that it was nearly 5 o'clock and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Nuan cooked some white rice and stir-fried a platter of greens. Just as she was about to slice some braised pig intestines, she heard the sound of her parents returning. She called out, "Father, Mother, you're back. Please wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Wen Fu and Wen Mu smiled in response, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Nuan. Next time, we shall handle these chores upon our return." Nuan smiled back, saying, "Father, Mother, you have labored in the fields all day. It would not be right to burden you with cooking." Wen Mu replied, "We are accustomed to this work. It is no trouble at all." Nuan placed the sliced pig intestines on the dining table, assuring, "It's nothing, Mother. I returned early and took the opportunity to prepare it. It required little effort." Wen Fu and Wen Mu exchanged glances, recognizing that Nuan had indeed changed. With a contented smile, she began her meal. "Father, Mother, the shop has been acquired. Tomorrow, Widow Lin and I will start the preparations, and in a couple of days, I will return to fetch you. I will need your assistance for a few days. But once I have hired some help, you and Father can return home," Nuan said as she ate. "Very well. Your mother and I will harvest the wheat and let it dry over the next couple of days. Then we shall join you," responded Father Wen. Nuan replied, "All right. I wonder if you and Mother wish to live in the town in the future? We have spent the better part of our lives here. We are accustomed to this place. Besides, we have land to tend to, which requires our attention. Moving to the town would not be of much help to you. We prefer the village, where we feel at ease," Father Wen replied. Upon hearing this, Nuan felt it mirrored the modern world, where most elders are reluctant to leave the places they have known since childhood. She did not press the matter further, contemplating that if when Yue Han's career flourished, he would eventually take them away. She said, "All right, whenever you and Mother decide to visit the town, I shall take you for a few days." Both Father and Mother Wen agreed. After finishing their meal and washing up, the three returned to their respective rooms. Nuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, concerned about her future path. In modern times, business encounters numerous challenges, let alone in this ancient era. However, she knew that she could not afford to remain stagnant. Without financial means, progress would be impossible. Thus, earning money was undoubtedly her utmost priority. She resolved to put her worries aside, believing that solutions would surpass her difficulties. When challenges arise, I shall confront them head-on, she mused, eventually drifting into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, Nuan was not awakened by Mother Wen, as she had gone to bed early after not preparing any dishes the previous night. Upon exiting her room, she found that Mother Wen was nearly finished preparing breakfast. After quickly freshening up, Nuan assisted her in serving the meal. Once breakfast was completed, Nuan sought out Widow Lin, and the two set off to the town in an ox cart. The ride was peaceful, with only the three of them aboard. Upon reaching the town, Nuan led them to the shop, arranged their accommodations, and placed her belongings. After they had settled in, Nuan began to assign tasks, instructing Widow Zhang to clean the tables, benches, floor, and walls of the shop. Meanwhile, she ventured to the market to purchase seasonings. As soon as Nuan entered the spice shop, Mr. Li hurried over to greet her. "Madam Ji, the seasonings you require this time differ from before. I see you have listed them on this paper. May I trouble you to help me pack them?" Nuan replied, "Indeed, Mr. Li, I need these seasonings, but not urgently. I will require them in 3 days, as I will need a steady supply thereafter." Mr. Li pondered for a moment, and said, "That is not an issue. The current shortage is due to our recent stock run, but we will have fresh supplies by tomorrow." Nuan responded, "Very well. I will return tomorrow to collect them. Please remember that I will need this quantity every day." "Of course, Madam G. That will not be a problem, Mr. Lia Surether." After leaving the condiment shop, Nuan arrived at the vegetable market. She glanced at the produce offered by the vendors and noticed a woman carrying particularly fresh vegetables. Approaching her, Nuan inquired about the price, to which the woman replied, "3 per pound." Nuan, finding it reasonable, further asked, "Do you come here to buy vegetables every day?" The woman responded affirmatively, "Yes. I sell here daily since we have plenty of vegetables at home." Nuan then asked, "How many pounds of greens do you produce daily?" The woman pondered for a moment before answering, 10 pounds of cabbage and 8 pounds of greens. Curious, Nuan continued, "Are there others in your village who grow vegetables?" The woman, intrigued, asked, "Why do you want to know, young lady?" Nuan explained, "I run a restaurant and require a substantial amount of vegetables. Thus I wish to purchase from you." The woman reflected before saying, "I have a sister who also grows vegetables. She seldom comes to town to sell, as she has to care for her husband, who became paralyzed after a fall from the mountain a few years ago. I often help sell her produce when I come here." Upon hearing this, Nuan declared, "Then I will buy vegetables from both your families. Please take me to your home today, so I can familiarize myself with the route." The woman, delighted, agreed and led Nuan to her residence in Shangyang village, which was relatively close to town, about 10 miles away. The woman guided Nuan to the town gate, where she located her son's ox cart, which he usually drove to transport villagers to town while she sold vegetables. Nuan observed the ox cart with newfound respect, recognizing that in this era, few families in the village owned one. After the woman explained their purpose to her son, Nuan climbed aboard the cart. "My surname is Li. You may call me Aunt Li," the woman said to Nuan. "Aunt Li, I am Nuan, and I reside in Wanjia village," Nuan replied with a smile. "Are you managing the restaurant in town all by yourself?" Aunt Li inquired. Nuan clarified, "No, my husband is also in town, studying at the academy. I am busy with a few sisters from the village at the restaurant." Aunt Li felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a match between her son and Nuan, only to find she was already married to an educated man. Sighing inwardly, she remarked, "I see, Nuan. You are quite impressive." The two continued their conversation, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived at Aunt Li's home. "Please come in for a glass of water, and I will send a Chong to fetch vegetables from Aunt Chen's place. He can then bring the vegetables to you in town," Aunt Li offered. "Thank you, Aunt Li. I appreciate your kindness," Nuan responded. "Not all. My son A Chong's full name is Wang Daqiang. After you introduce him to your restaurant, he can bring you vegetables whenever he comes to town in the mornings," Aunt Li explained. Nuan, pleased with Aunt Li's thoughtful arrangements, felt reassured about purchasing vegetables from her. "That sounds wonderful. Your consideration is truly commendable," Nuan replied. "If it is convenient, we may establish a purchasing contract now," Nuan remarked with a smile. "Dear G, is that truly necessary?" "It is merely a matter of selling a dozen or so pounds of vegetables," Aunt Li replied, thinking that a simple vegetable sale hardly warranted such formalities. Upon hearing this, Nuan chuckled and said, "Aunt Li, while this vegetable trade may seem trivial, it represents a long-term partnership that involves pricing, delivery schedules, payment, and breach of contract considerations, all of which serve to protect both our interests." Aunt Li pondered this for a moment and realized the validity of Nuan's perspective. A sustained business relationship naturally encompasses numerous facets, and establishing a contract would indeed safeguard her interests. Consequently, she acquiesced to the idea of drafting a contract, stating, "You are right, dear G. I shall fetch some paper and writing implements from my son's room." Nuan nodded, and Aunt Li went to retrieve the materials. As Nuan surveyed Aunt Li's home, she noted that it was a tiled house, furnished with relatively new items in the main room, and the spacious courtyard boasted a cattle shed, indicating that Aunt Li's family was rather prosperous. "Dear G, I have brought the paper and pen," Aunt Li announced as she laid them out on the table in the main room. "Only, please bear with me for a moment while I draft the terms of our contract. Once completed, you may review it, and if all is satisfactory, we shall both sign." Nuan responded, "Auntie, I am not well versed in reading and writing. Perhaps you could leave the contract here once you finish, and I can have my husband review it upon his return. If he finds no issues, we can sign it tomorrow and have a Chong deliver it to you. If that is agreeable, only inkirat. Nuan considered this arrangement and found it acceptable. That works. Should you have any suggestions, we can incorporate them when Uncle returns. I shall review the contract, and if all is in order, I will sign it and have a Chong bring back a copy. If there are any discrepancies, I shall return to address them, she affirmed. Very well, Aunt Lee replied. Upon completing the contract, Nuan briefly discussed the purchasing price with Aunt Lee, stating that the current rate for cabbage and greens was 3 won per pound, with the understanding that any additional vegetable varieties would require a new contract. It was stipulated that vegetables must be delivered daily, with payment upon receipt. However, in cases of force majeure that might delay delivery, no penalties would be imposed, though a 10% deduction from the day's payment would apply otherwise. Aunt Lee expressed no objections, and Nuan handed her 2 copies of the contract. At that moment, a Chong arrived with Aunt Chun. After Aunt Lee introduced Nuan to Aunt Chun, she and a Chong began packing the vegetables and weighing them. The total came to 12 pounds of cabbage and greens, for which Nuan handed Aunt Lee 36 won. Dear Aunt Lee, I must return to town now. As for matters concerning Aunt Chun, you two may decide amongst yourselves. I will only be signing a contract with you, Nuan stated. Upon hearing Nuan's words, Aunt Lee promptly replied, Very well, I will inform a Chong. Together, Aunt Lee and a Chong loaded the vegetables onto the ox cart and called Nuan over. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lee and Aunt Chun, Nuan climbed onto the cart and departed. Dear G, what kind of establishment are you opening that necessitates such a large quantity of vegetables? A Chong inquired curiously. As Nuan smiled, she teased, I'll keep you in suspense. We will open in 3 days. You must bring your mother to taste our offerings. I assure you, you have never experienced anything like it. That sounds delightful. I will definitely bring my mother along, a Chong replied with a grin. Upon hearing that Nuan's husband was studying at the academy in town, he inquired, What is your husband's name? My younger brother is also enrolled at Mingda Academy in the town. Curious, Nuan responded, My husband's surname is Won. Given your youth, your brother must be even younger. Has he already passed the childhood examination? In this era, it was customary for children to attend private schools in villages or towns for preliminary education before they could pursue their studies at an academy after passing the childhood examination. After achieving the status of a scholar, they could then participate in county examinations to become a jinshur, and, subsequently, they would continue their academic journey in the provincial capital to prepare for the imperial examination. The rigorous 10 years of study truly surpasses the hardships of modern times. Moreover, during this period, bandits and marauders were rampant, making travel perilous. Many candidates might not even reach the capital before encountering misfortune on the road. This is precisely why Nuan yearned to reside in town. Every journey from Wonja village to town required vigilance. Encountering bandits could result in the loss of not only one's money, but also one's life, a risk too great to bear. My younger brother is 15 years old and just passed the childhood examination in March. He has been at the academy for only 4 months, a Chong mentioned, somewhat sheepishly. That is quite impressive. Pursuing education is inherently a challenging path, and passing the childhood examination at 15 already places him ahead of many, Nuan remarked. Ashung is indeed remarkable. Initially, my parents encouraged me to study, but I am not suited for academia. Whenever my father attempted to teach me, I would grow drowsy. However, whenever I was with my friends, whether fishing by the river or climbing trees to catch birds, I was full of energy, a Chong chuckled. Your brother's name, Ashung, is quite lovely. Ultimately, it is not a matter of superiority. Each individual has their own path to follow. Not everyone is destined for the civil service examination. Otherwise, there would be no military generals, farmers, workers, or merchants. Engaging in what one loves is the key to a fulfilling journey, Nuan advised. After Nuan spoke, a Chong fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, while Nuan refrained from interrupting. It was not until they reached the town gate, with a Chong carrying the vegetables in hand, that he finally spoke again. Ji Xiaojia, you are right. Pursuing what one loves is indeed the way to a lasting journey. My father always believed I lacked ambition, destined only to drive the ox cart for the villagers, earning little in return. Yet, I find meaning in my work. The villagers take nearly an hour to walk to town, and when they return, laden with goods, the journey is even more exhausting. I recall my childhood, accompanying my mother to town for shopping. On our way back, she would carry a heavy basket on her back, her left hand grasping numerous items while her right hand held mine. I was young then and saw my mother toiling so hard, but I dare not complain of my fatigue. Even then, I vowed to change the situation when I grew up, wishing everyone joy and a smooth life every day. Chapter 22. Scalding the bowl upon hearing A Chang's words. Nuan understood the intricate emotions that often exist between a father and son. Neither party was at fault. Rather, their steadfastness simply manifested in different ways. Perhaps A Chang's father, in his youth, was filled with the same fervor as A Chang. Yet time's relentless passage had rendered him rather materialistic. It is conceivable that A Chang, too, may undergo a transformation through the trials of life, but in this moment, he truly possessed a heart full of innocence. Well, pursue whatever you deem meaningful, Nuan said with a smile. Life's journey is devoid of absolute right or wrong. It is merely a tapestry woven from our choices, and time will reveal their significance. After a brief walk, they arrived at the shop Nuan had purchased. Just as she was about to usher A Chang inside, she turned and was taken aback to see Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Was he truly so idle? My lady, who is this young man? Yuan inquired. Nuan introduced. This is A Chang. I buy vegetables from his family, and he has come along to familiarize himself with the place. She then turned to A Chang, saying, This is my husband, Yuan. A Chang, I have come to deliver the vegetables. He promptly clarified, fearing any misunderstanding on Yuan's part. Yuan nodded, acknowledging A Chang's effort with a simple, Thank you for your hard work, before stepping aside. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nuan smiled at A Chang. Come inside and rest for a moment. No need, Nuan. I shall just place the vegetables in the kitchen and be on my way. I must wait for the villagers outside the town, A Chang insisted. Seeing his determination, Nuan refrained from pressing further, saying, Very well then. When we open for business, do not forget to bring Aunt Lee along. A Chang readily agreed, placing the vegetables down before departing. Nuan turned to Yuan. What brings you here? This is my home. Why should I not be here? Yuan retorted. I meant to say, shouldn't you be at the academy at this hour? Nuan replied, a bit exasperated. My studies are complete, and it is well past noon. Naturally, I am out for a meal, Yuan explained. Nuan considered this and realized that she had indeed been busy throughout the morning, noting the time. Then please sit for a moment while I fetch Widow Lin to join us for lunch. Yuan cast a glance at Nuan, but refrained from commenting. Nuan turned and headed to the main hall, where she found Widow Lin sweeping, with Xiaonian seated nearby, playing. She informed Widow Lin of their plan to eat, noting that today marked the opening day and that Yuan would also be joining them. Initially, Widow Lin intended to eat her own provisions, but upon hearing Nuan's reasoning, she relented and agreed to accompany them with Xiaonian. After a simple lunch, Nuan suggested that Widow Lin take Xiaonian home first. Sensing that Yuan had something on his mind, she volunteered to escort him back to the academy. On the way, Nuan inquired, What was it you wished to discuss earlier? Now is the time to speak. There's nothing of great importance. I was simply curious about why you invited Widow Lin to assist, Yuan candidly replied. Nuan pondered for a moment before responding. Widow Lin is quite a decent person. Seeing her struggle to raise a child alone, I empathized with her plight. Since I needed someone to help, I thought it only fitting to offer her the opportunity. After a brief pause, Nuan added, I also extended an invitation to Wen Lingling to join us, but she is presently focused on arranging her marriage. Thus, I advised her to contemplate it thoroughly, and once her engagement is settled, she can provide me with her answer. After listening to Nuan's words, Yuan pondered for a while before responding, You are indeed different from before. As far as I know, the former you never showed concern for others. Nuan initially wished to dismiss his comments, believing that speaking too much could lead to missteps. However, after some contemplation, she retorted, It's surprising that you, a learned individual, would doubt my transformation. Yuan, unconvinced, chose not to dwell on this particular issue. He thoughtfully advised, I understand your good intentions towards Widow Lin, but she has a child to care for. Given that you operate a restaurant with a diverse clientele, It's imperative to ensure the child's safety. We wouldn't want well-meaning actions to result in unfortunate consequences. Regarding Wen Lingling, she is engaging in matchmaking, and it remains uncertain what kind of person she will encounter. If she does not approach you first in the future, refrain from suggesting joint endeavors. Even if she does come to you, ensure you ascertain all necessary details before making any decisions. Nuan was taken aback by Wen Yuehan's remarks, realizing she had indeed overlooked the child's safety. She had assumed that being in a stable environment would suffice. However, Wen Yuehan's caution was valid. In any era, human traffickers exist, and as the restaurant becomes busier, it would be difficult to attend to the child. What should she do? As for Wen Lingling, Nuan was already aware of the potential pitfalls, having witnessed similar dramatic situations in her modern life. Since Wen Yuehan had offered his insight, she figured he might have a solution, so she inquired, "What do you suggest for arranging care for Widow Lin's child? It wouldn't be appropriate to send her away now that I have invited her. You might first discuss this matter with Widow Lin to understand her perspective. Ideally, she could assist in the kitchen, allowing her to care for Xiao Nian simultaneously. However, caution is necessary to ensure Xiao Nian does not enter the kitchen where there are open flames. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure some small helpers from the employment agency. They could be more reliable and assist with supervising Xiao Nian," Wen Yuehan advised. Purchasing people? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Nuan, coming from a modern background, struggled to accept the notion of human trafficking. Wen Yuehan assessed Nuan before responding. What is inappropriate about it? Most of those who end up in such situations are sold by their impoverished families or have suffered calamities that left them orphaned. For them, selling themselves is often the only means of survival, so acquiring their services essentially grants them a chance at life. Only a small fraction are abducted by traffickers, who typically target women and children, selling them outright, as they too face dire consequences if caught. Upon hearing this, Nuan recognized the stark differences from modern practices, where human trafficking predominantly involves abduction rather than familial sale. With her prejudices diminishing, she agreed with Wen Yuehan to visit the employment agency that evening after he finished his studies to procure 1 or 2 small workers. After Wen Yuehan returned to the academy, Nuan chose not to rush back to discuss matters with Widow Lin, but instead headed to the engraving shop to order a sign. "Is the owner present? I would like to commission a sign," Nuan called out upon entering, finding the shop empty. A middle-aged man entered through the back door of the shop, and, upon seeing Nuan, clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "My dear young lady, I was just in the backyard preparing a sign, and I apologize for my delay." Nuan chuckled in response. "No worries at all. Kind sir, I came here today to commission a sign as well." The proprietor inquired, "What inscription do you wish to have on the sign?" Nuan replied, "The word steaming bowl with a steaming bowl engraved in the lower right corner, accompanied by a pair of chopsticks on top. Would you be willing to consider this?" The owner pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. What size sign would you prefer, and when do you need it?" Nuan responded, "As we run a food establishment, I would appreciate your guidance in selecting an appropriate size. We require it to be installed by the day after tomorrow." The owner thought for a moment before saying, "That works. The total cost will be 2 taels of silver, including installation." Finding the price reasonable, Nuan promptly paid 1 tael as a deposit and agreed to settle the remaining balance upon completion before departing, wishing everyone happiness and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 23. Yu Jinglan. Upon returning to the residence, Nuan found Widow Lin tidying up the courtyard. Since the establishment had yet to open, they entered and exited through the back door of the house. Nuan hurried over to lend a hand, and together they soon had the courtyard spick and span. Noticing the small child playing in the yard, Nuan beckoned Widow Lin to sit at a small table. "Sister Lin, how did you find the work today?" Nuan inquired. Widow Lin smiled and replied, "Little Nuan, I think it went rather well. These chores are quite familiar to me." Nuan chuckled. "As long as you feel at ease, that's what matters. I noticed Xiao Nian behaved quite well today, playing nearby while you worked." Widow Lin laughed. "Xiao Nian has grown accustomed to it. His father left early, and I would often be embroidering on one side while he played on the other." Nuan nodded thoughtfully. "Sister Lin, though we're still preparing for the opening of the food establishment, once we commence operations, there will be more people around, including customers and workers. We must be mindful of Xiao Nian's safety. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Widow Lin was unsure of Nuan's intent, but recognized her good intentions and said, Little Nuan, you raise a valid point. Perhaps I could restrict myself to working in the kitchen, washing vegetables and dishes. Would that be acceptable? Nuan felt a sense of relief upon hearing this and responded, That sounds considerate, Sister Lin. I too have been contemplating the need for ample washing of vegetables and utensils in our kitchen. I can hire 1 or 2 additional workers to assist you, ensuring both work efficiency and Xiaonian safety. Widow Lin's eyes shimmered with gratitude as she choked out. Thank you, little Nuan. Not one for many words. She silently resolved to work diligently for Nuan's sake. Observing Widow Lin's tearful countenance, Nuan gently patted her back and added, Sister Lin, there's no need for thanks. We are all in this together, and I have a fondness for Xiaonian. Widow Lin nodded in agreement and said, Little Nuan, you've been busy all day. Do take a moment to rest while I tidy up the kitchen. Nuan nodded and said, All right, Sister Lin, I'll take a short rest first. Later, I need to find a carpenter to make a wooden frame. Widow Lin acknowledged and went about her tasks, while Nuan retreated to her room to rest, for she had indeed grown weary from a day of travel. After approximately half an hour, she awoke and ventured out in search of a carpenter. After inquiring with several individuals, she finally located a carpenter's workshop, which was somewhat difficult to find as the carpenter worked from his home. Upon knocking and gently pushing the door open, Nuan beheld a young man in his 20s crafting a wooden frame in the yard. She inquired, May I ask if your master you? Nuan lifted his gaze to Nuan and replied, That would be me. Nuan continued, Master you? Would you be able to assist me in making 2 3-tiered racks? Without looking up, Nuan responded, That is certainly feasible, as long as payment is assured. Nuan chuckled, Rest assured, master you, that is a certainty. Upon hearing this, Nuan nodded and asked, What kind of racks do you require? Do you possess any drawing skills? What are your specifications and when do you need them? Nuan found Nuan's demeanor remarkably modern. Could it be that he, like her, had traversed time? She tentatively remarked, I can manage a bit of sketching. If you could provide me with a sheet of blank paper, I could sketch the design for the racks. At her words, Nuan abruptly looked up at Nuan and, after a moment of silence, asked, Isn't sketching done with a pencil? My lady, do you have a pencil? The moment he finished speaking, Nuan's excitement surged. Oh my goodness. You must have crossed over from the 21st century as well. I can't believe I've encountered a fellow countryman. When did you arrive? Nuan, equally astonished yet maintaining his composure, replied, I came nearly 5 years ago, in 2021. Nuan exclaimed, Wow, you are a senior. I've only been here a few days and am nearly driven to despair. Life in ancient times is truly inconvenient. I have read countless time travel novels where the heroine immediately discovers various ways to prosper. Yet here I am, with nothing to my name. You must be cautious and avoid revealing your origins. Ancient folks are quite superstitious, and if your secret is uncovered, it could lead to dire consequences. Nuan observed Nuan's fervor and felt compelled to offer a warning. Nuan quickly acquiesced, for although her time in this era had been brief, she had already felt the harsh realities, especially concerning matters and individuals that could affect her welfare. The consequences ranged from ostracization and malicious scheming to outright extermination, all in a world that adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. Nuan retrieved a charcoal pencil he typically used for drawing and handed it to Nuan, prompting her to illustrate the design of the racks. As she sketched, she shared her story of crossing over and mentioned her plans to open a shop selling spicy hot pot, inviting him to come by for a meal when he had the chance. The thought of savoring modern cuisine would surely alleviate her homesickness. Nuan agreed and introduced himself, revealing that prior to his arrival, he had been a university student who met with an accident while traveling, ultimately finding himself in the body of the carpenter's son. The son of the carpenter, disinterested in the craft, often spent his days loitering with a group of ruffians in the streets. One unfortunate encounter led them to cross paths with a nephew of Master Wang, resulting in a beating administered by the family as servants. It is believed that the carpenter's son met his demise at that time, only to find himself reincarnated in her form. Over the past 5 years, he has diligently apprenticed under the carpenter, gradually acquiring the skills to undertake simple tasks. Upon hearing Yu Jinglan's backstory, Nuan felt a pang of sympathy. A university student, in the prime of youth, thrust into the desolate expanse of ancient times. What a pity indeed. Nuan pondered for a moment before saying, it is indeed regrettable what has transpired. However, since fate has brought you here, perhaps it is for a greater purpose. We may consider ourselves kindred spirits in this foreign land. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly lend a hand. I am a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may address me as sister. Yu Jinglan found Nuan's earnest attempt at consolation amusing. Yet he refrained from commenting further, merely nodding before returning to his work. Nuan resumed her drawing, completing it shortly thereafter. Presenting the blueprint to Yu Jinglan, she said, "You take a look. This is the shelf I need, and I require it by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Do you think you can manage the time frame?" Yu Jinglan examined the design and replied, "No problem. Will you be picking it up, or shall I deliver it?" After a moment's contemplation, Nuan responded, "It would be a hassle, but I would appreciate it if you could deliver it to number 9, Kingafang, next to Zhang's pastry shop. Please use the back entrance, as the front is still in disarray." Yu Jinglan nodded, "Of course. The total will be 1 tael and 8 coins. You may pay a deposit of 1 tael." Nuan produced a tael of silver and handed it to Yu Jinglan, saying, "Here is your deposit. See you the day after tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Yu Jinglan acknowledged her, and as Nuan approached the door, he cautioned Nuan, "Remember to keep a low profile. Moderation is key." Turning back to Yu Jinglan, she inquired, "What do you mean, Yu?" "Nothing of significance, merely a piece of advice," he replied, dismissing her with indifference. Wishing everyone joy and smooth living. Chapter 24. Discontent with oneself after leaving. Nuan contemplated that Yu Jinglan must have faced some trials after his arrival in this world, yet he was reluctant to share. This was understandable, given their recent acquaintance. Once they become more familiar, she would certainly inquire further. Noting the waning daylight, Nuan decided to return home and await when Yuehan's return from school to purchase some small tools. Upon arriving home, she greeted Widow Lin before retreating to her room. Having spent the day running about, Nuan realized she had yet to properly organize her space. Considering that she would likely reside here for an extended period, she began to arrange her room according to her preferences. She first made her bed, then moved the desk to the window side. Previously, while reading novels, she had envisioned placing a desk and chair by the window, where she could sit and daydream in tranquility. As she finished positioning the desk and chair, she spotted Wen Yuehan returning outside. Nuan called out to him, and he entered without hesitation. "You're back," Nuan said. Wen Yuehan nodded and asked, "When shall we visit the dentist?" Nuan gestured for him to sit down. "I was thinking that after we have dinner with Sister Lin, we can go to the dentist." Wen Yuehan replied, "That sounds fine." Nuan, now considering they had a residence, wondered if Wen Yuehan would like to return home to live every day and inquired, "Will you continue to reside at the academy, or will you come back to live here?" Upon hearing Nuan's question, Wen Yuehan pondered for a moment, then looked at her with a slight smile and suddenly asked, "Do you wish for me to come back?" Nuan, interpreting his question as concern about sharing a room with her, quickly clarified, "The room on the right side of the main hall is quite spacious, with a screen separating it. I thought it could be your space, and we could add another screen to create a small study for you, convenient for your studies." Wen Yuehan's expression grew more serious upon hearing Nuan's words. "My dear, you truly care for me. If I do not return to live here, wouldn't that mean I am ungrateful for your kindness?" Nuan, noticing his reaction, since he might be upset and unsure of his meaning, hurried to reassure him, "It's all good, it's all good." Wen Yuehan shot her a cold glance and, with a huff, turned to leave. Nuan quickly followed, calling out, "Wen Yuehan, what is wrong?" "Nothing. Aren't we supposed to have dinner first? Let us go." Nuan promptly replied, "All right, just wait a moment. I'll go fetch Sister Lin and Xiaoyan." After hastily running to Sister Lin's room, she exclaimed, "Sister Lin, let us take Xiaoyan out for a meal." Sister Lin quickly responded, "Xiaoyan, we already had lunch and we have packed food." "Xiaoyan, and I will just eat that. You and Yuehan should go eat." Nuan insisted, "Sister Lin, Xiaoyan is still growing. How can he only eat packed food? It's fine. The packed food won't spoil quickly, and the kitchen is tidy now. Tomorrow we can buy some meat and vegetables to cook. Seeing Xiaoyan, Sister Lin eventually agreed and let him out with Nuan. When Yuan noticed them coming out, he walked ahead. Nuan hurried to catch up with him and asked, Yuan, you study in town, so you must be familiar with it. Please lead us to a place to eat. Yuan nodded and said, sure, there are some restaurants next to the academy. I'll take you there. Nuan had no objections and returned to inform Sister Lin. The three followed Yuan, who, upon noticing Nuan running off again, felt a flicker of irritation. This woman seemed to avoid him like a venomous serpent, unwilling even to walk alongside him. After a short while, Yuan halted, and when Nuan and the others reached him, he announced, this is the place. Nuan looked at the restaurant Delicious Pavilion. The establishment was modest in size, but with the pleasant weather, a few tables were set outside. Upon entering, they observed that the interior was small, with only 3 tables, and at this early hour, only 2 tables were occupied. Yuan immediately chose one of the empty tables and sat down, with Nuan and the others following suit. Just as they settled in, a waiter approached with a welcoming smile. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Yuan inquired if Nuan and Sister Lin had any particular cravings. When both expressed a lack of preference, Wen ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Observing Wen's familiarity with the locale, Nuan asked, you seem quite acquainted with this place. Do you frequent it often? Wen cast a chilly glance at Nuan and retorted, as a mere impoverished student, I hardly possess the means to dine out. I have only been here once before, accompanied by the dean. Nuan sensed the disquiet in Wen's demeanor and hesitated to speak further, muttering, oh, I see. This only fueled Wen's irritation, though he could not pinpoint the cause. He pondered why Nuan insisted on returning home, yet opted for separate accommodations. With Widow Lin still present, the villagers would inevitably become aware of their circumstances. Fortunately, Nuan had yet to mention the impending arrival of her parents to assist, or Wen would have been even more vexed. Sister Lin appeared to notice Wen's discomfort and quietly inquired about it, to which Nuan replied that she was unsure. Perhaps he was unwell. Lin chuckled at Nuan's remark, playfully teasing before falling silent. As Wen observed their exchange, he felt a twinge of alienation. It seemed Nuan effortlessly connected with others, yet with him, there was an impenetrable barrier, as if he were a venomous serpent. The restaurant was sparsely populated, allowing for a swift arrival of their meals. The atmosphere, however, remained tense, prompting them to eat in silence and haste. Before long, they had finished their meal. After settling the bill, they rose to depart. Upon stepping outside, Nuan informed Sister Lin, Yuan and I are headed to the dental office to procure some work. You should take Xiaoyan back home. Sister Lin replied, all right, Nuan. You and Yuan should hurry along. I will return with Xiaoyan. Nuan and Wen then made their way to the dental office. Finding the walk rather mundane, Nuan broke the silence. I spoke with my parents last night, asking them to come help for a few days when the restaurant opens, and once we hire staff, they can return home. Upon hearing this, Wen could not contain himself. Nuan, you invite your parents to assist, yet require me to sleep in another room. Where will they stay when they arrive? Fearing that one would misconstrue her intentions regarding her parents' accommodations, Nuan quickly reassured him, you needn't worry. There is another room adjacent to mine that I intend for my parents. Wen's heart sank at her words, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. It seemed Nuan lacked the awareness of their marital bond, and her previous mention of a 2-year agreement echoed in his mind, leading him to believe she was indeed serious about departing once the time was up. However, in the brief span of a few days, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, no longer harboring disdain. If he were to spend his life with a woman, Nuan might not be an unwelcome choice. Perhaps there was more to anticipate, yet how could he convey this to her? Given her prior sentiments, it was evident she did not harbor affection for him. After all, she was not the one he had hoped for. As Wen grappled with his thoughts, they arrived at the dental office. Perhaps I should deliberate on this further, he mused, stepping inside the establishment first, wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 25. The helpers at this moment, it was mealtime, and the number of tooth merchants was sparse, with only 2 or 3 present. Among them was one who had previously sold a shop to them, and upon seeing Nuan and Wen Yuehan, he hurried over to greet them. Young Master Wen, Madam Wen, what brings you here today? We seek to purchase 1 or 2 individuals for work, preferably those who are clever and capable, Wen Yuehan replied. The tooth merchant smiled and said, that is no problem. Please follow me. He then led the couple to the back courtyard of the tooth house. Nuan had never encountered such a scene before. The courtyard was quite spacious, featuring 5 rooms. Each room had a window facing the courtyard, allowing them to choose individuals through the glass. The merchant guided them room by room, and Nuan was at a loss on how to select, merely observing one room that housed a dozen individuals, each bearing expressions of despair, numbness, and sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Nuan felt a wave of sadness wash over her. This must be a common affliction among the masses. Though she hailed from an ordinary family, she could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Noticing Yaniana's sudden despondency, Wen Yuehan speculated whether the spirit possessing her might have been a victim of such a fate, either as a person or an animal. He decided to shelve these thoughts for now and would inquire further when the opportunity arose. Wen Yuehan then selected 6 individuals and asked Nuan to choose 2 from among them. By this time, Nuan had regained her composure and approached the 6 men. What circumstances led to your being sold to the tooth house? Nuan inquired. One boy among the 6 replied, I was swept away by a flood, and my parents perished. I sold myself to provide them with a proper burial. A middle-aged man then spoke, my parents have passed, and I could not find a means to support myself, so I sold myself. A girl added, my parents sold me to marry off my elder brother. Another young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18, said, I was separated from my parents at the age of 12 and was deceived and sold by traffickers, eventually ending up here. Lastly, a woman in her 30s, her face expressing numbness, remarked, what is there to ask? If there were a way out, who would willingly be sold? Only one young boy remained silent, appearing no older than 11 or 12. Nuan gently prodded, little one, what was the reason for your sale? After gazing at Nuan for a moment, the boy finally divulged, my family had too many children, my parents could not support us. So they sold me and my little sister. After hearing their accounts, Nuan ultimately chose the first boy and a young man who appeared to be 17 or 18. How much for these 2? Nuan inquired, pointing to them. The tooth merchant replied with a smile, the younger one is 12 taels, and the older one is 18, totaling 30 taels of silver. Unfamiliar with the market rates, Nuan discreetly consulted Wen Yuehan, who nodded in agreement. She then paid the 30 taels of silver. The merchant handed over the contracts of sale for the 2 individuals, and Nuan and Wen Yuehan led them away. Have you had dinner yet? Nuan asked. Not yet, replied the young man who appeared to be 17 or 18. Nuan took them to a noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls for them to enjoy. What are your names? Nuan inquired. Master, my name is Ernyo, said the younger boy. Ernyo, how old are you this year? Nuan asked. I am 14 years old this year, Ernyo replied. As Ernyo ate and responded, he remarked that it had indeed been a long time since he had enjoyed a hearty meal. I am Nanfeng, 19 years of age, he stated. Nuan observed Nanfeng, who projected an aura of coldness. However, this demeanor was understandable. Anyone who had been separated from their parents at the tender age of 12 and subsequently sold would likely harbor deep-seated mistrust. Where do you hail from? What are your plans for the future? Nuan inquired again, feeling the need to comprehend their intentions. Engaged in the culinary trade, she deemed it essential to gauge their loyalty. Any hint of disloyalty would be detrimental to her. It was better to ascertain their thoughts early on, allowing her to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Ernyu gazed at Nuan with bewilderment. Mistress, did you not purchase us? Naturally, we shall do as you command. Nevertheless, Nanfeng interjected, challenging Nuan, but if we wish to leave, can you truly let us go? Nuan sensed a palpable hostility emanating from Nanfeng, although she understood that such mistrust stemmed from a history of being sold. She was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Fortunately, Wen Yuehan interjected, if you truly do not wish to follow, once you repay the sum for our purchase, you will be free. Nanfeng looked at Wen Yuehan skeptically. You did not buy me. Can your word be trusted? Nuan quickly affirmed, rest assured, they can be trusted. What he says aligns with my own intentions. If you do not wish to accompany us, once you have the means to repay your purchase price, I shall return your contract of servitude. Erniu, momentarily forgetting his meal, exclaimed, Mistress, I shall follow you from now on, as long as I am assured of ample food. Nuan smiled at Erniu, replying, Very well, Erniu. Whenever I have a meal, you shall not be deprived. Ernia beamed at her words and resumed eating. However, Wen Yuehan felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was Nuan so kind to others while he felt neglected? What was it about him that fell short in comparison? Nan Feng coldly remarked, Very well. Let us hope you keep your word. Nuan confidently asserted, Rest assured, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his heart fluttering with a mix of hope and trepidation, silently wishing that she would not let him down once again. He could scarcely fathom what he might do if she did. Noticing the silence that enveloped the two, Nuan continued, We run a food establishment, and this is my husband. Wen Yuan, I sought you out primarily to assist us in our work. We also have an older sister, who is from my village, and she has a 4-year-old child. Would you be willing to work together in the kitchen and watch over the child? Erniu promptly responded, Mistress, I am eager to assist in the kitchen and will take good care of the little brother. Nuan smiled and nodded at Erniu, saying, Excellent, Erniu. However, from now on, do not call me mistress. You may call me Nuan or simply Gigi. Ernia nodded enthusiastically. All right, Gigi. Nan Feng, having listened to their exchange, added, I have no objections. As Nuan observed that both individuals had reached an agreement, she perceived that although Nan Feng appeared aloof, it was likely a result of past experiences that had rendered him cautious in trusting others. Nonetheless, she believed him to be a good person. Before long, the two had finished their meal. Once Nuan confirmed that they were satiated, she led them back. Upon returning to the shop, Nuan summoned Aunt Lin and Xiao Nian to the courtyard, encouraging them to become acquainted. Following their introductions, she arranged for Ernio and Nan Feng to occupy a room within the courtyard. Due to a lack of spare bedding, Nuan provided Nan Feng with some money to purchase a blanket. Nuan and Wen Yuehan entered the room, where Wen Yuehan promptly seated himself on the edge of the bed. Observing his actions, Nuan could not help but remind him, Wen Yuehan, your room is across the hall. Unexpectedly, Wen Yuehan began to act obstinately. We are married. It would be inappropriate to sleep in separate quarters. What would Aunt Lin think? If our parents were to see us living apart, what conclusions might they draw? You may not consider my feelings, but you must at least reflect on how this appears to our parents. I have previously mentioned that the matter of our marriage is indeed my concern. I told you that in 2 years, we could part ways and you would be free. Thus, the fewer people who know about our marriage, the better. Wouldn't you agree? Nuan was perplexed by Wen Yuehan's current demeanor. What if I say I do not wish to part with you in 2 years? I desire to be with you. Since we are already married and you are no longer the Nuan of the past, why would you refuse to explore this together? Wen Yuehan replied. This had been a thought that occupied his mind for several days. Nuan was no longer the same person, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. He could not pinpoint the exact moment this attraction began. Perhaps it was when she first displayed her unusual demeanor that morning, or perhaps it was during their initial confrontation. In any case, now that he had come to recognize his own feelings, why not take a chance? If Nuan truly did not wish to pursue this, he could always wait. After all, there were still 2 years ahead. Nuan was taken aback by Wen Yuehan's declaration. What did he start wanting to be with her? Was it common for people from ancient times to develop feelings so swiftly? It seemed only a few days had passed since her arrival, and their interactions had been minimal. Could it be the fact that they were now married that prompted this? Cautiously, Nuan inquired, Wen Yuehan, is it possible that you believe our marriage has led to this feeling, especially since I no longer act as recklessly as before? And given your limited interactions with other girls, you now think a lifetime together with me is feasible? Are you mistaking this sentiment for love? Upon hearing Nuan's words, a wave of helplessness washed over Wen Yuehan. What did she mean by limited interactions with other girls, mistaking feelings? Why did she not trust him? Perhaps she feared the disparity between their worlds? I'm sincere. If you have no interest in me now, or if you harbor other concerns, that is perfectly fine. I will show you my seriousness. Since you do not accept me at this moment, I shall take residence across the hall. We have plenty of time ahead. Wen Yuehan stated, casting a lingering glance at Nuan before departing the room. Watching him leave, Nuan quietly approached the bed, removed her shoes and socks, and lay down, contemplating the words Wen Yuehan had just spoken. Alas, it must be said that Wen Yuehan possesses a pleasing appearance, perhaps due to his sheltered life, which has rendered his complexion fair and unblemished. While he may not embody the quintessential dashing young gentleman, he does exhibit the features of a refined scholar, with sharp brows and bright eyes, resembling a graceful tree swaying in the wind. To claim that my heart is untouched would be a falsehood. However, throughout history, it is often the learned men who are prone to infidelity, and I cannot fathom accepting a partner lacking in loyalty, indulging in the antiquated practice of taking multiple wives. In this ancient society, it appears that most men of wealth and power do engage in such practices, making a single spouse a rarity. If he were an ordinary man, it might be bearable, yet his ambition lies in the imperial examination, ensuring that he will inevitably ascend to a position of authority, where monogamy is seldom observed among officials. My own path is one of the lower echelons, a mere petty merchant, unworthy of him. Even if he remains unfazed, how will his peers perceive him in the court? Even if he truly remains indifferent, once he attains an official title, it is inevitable that other officials will seek to curry favor by offering him women, or he may be rewarded with concubines from above. In this world, women without power are deemed the lowest, as are men without influence, even among those with status. There exists a hierarchy of worth. Thus, my only recourse is to distance myself from such entanglements. Historically, any man who rises to prominence will inevitably attract the attention of the powerful. The notion of severing ties with a beloved upon achieving success is not without merit. After much contemplation, Nuan concluded that forging a friendship with Wen Yuehan would be the most prudent course. Perhaps in the future, I might benefit from his protection while avoiding the wrath of his future wife, who could perceive me as a rival. Should Wen Yuehan feel slighted, I would take my leave and ensure that our paths never cross again. By then, I would likely have accumulated a modest fortune, rendering me fearless in my pursuits. The more Nuan pondered, the more exhilarated she became, eventually drifting into a peaceful slumber in the late hours of the night. Upon awakening the next day, Nuan found the sun already high in the sky. She hastily arose to freshen up and then sought out Sister Lin. Sister Lin, I've awoken far too late today. If I should ever sleep in again, please do rouse me, Nuan implored. Sister Lin chuckled softly. It was Yuehan who requested I let you rest, as he mentioned you were tired yesterday, and that you would awaken in your own time. It seems that scholars truly know how to care for others. Embarrassed by this revelation, Nuan quickly replied, Oh dear, Sister Lin, please don't tease me. Sister Lin composed her expression and said, We have already dined. There is still some food in the pot, likely warm. You should hurry and eat. By the way, yesterday, Achong brought over 12 pounds of vegetables. He saw you were still asleep and left without disturbing you. Nuan turned to the kitchen to eat, inquiring, Achong must have gone to the ox cart at the city gate. I shall deliver some money to him shortly. What of Ernio and Nan Fong? Seeing the lack of firewood, they ventured to the mountains to gather some. They left after breakfast, Sister Lin replied. Nuan nodded and said, Sister Lin, the shop is nearly cleaned up, and there is not much to do today. You can take Xiao Nian out for a stroll. Widow Lin shook her head and replied, It's all right. I'll tidy up the other rooms at home and wait for Ernio and the others. If they come back and no one is here to open the door, it won't do. Seeing that Sister Lin had her own plans, Nuan said no more and quietly enjoyed her meal. After finishing her meal, Nuan headed out directly to the spice shop in the market to fetch some seasonings from Boss Lee. Upon reaching the market, Nuan passed by the spot where she used to set up her stall and noticed that the bun stall had yet to close. She approached Boss Jia to greet him. Hello, Boss Jia. I see you're still here, Nuan said. Ji girl, you've come. Why haven't you set up your stall these past few days? My wife and son have been craving the braised pig intestines you make, Boss Jia replied. Honestly, I feel quite embarrassed. A restaurant was interested in my recipe for braised dishes and asked to purchase it. Being just an ordinary person, I was afraid I couldn't protect the recipe, so I sold it to the restaurant owner. They seem to be opening tomorrow, called Juician Restaurant. You can go check it out, Nuan explained. May everyone find joy and live smoothly. Chapter 27. The so-called ordinary but selling it to a restaurant must mean the price is quite steep. We, who run small businesses, can hardly afford that. It looks like there will be no more braised pig intestines for us, Boss Jia lamented. Nuan quickly replied, Boss Jia, with the money I made from selling the recipe, I've rented a shop to sell food, and I assure you it will be delicious. If you're interested, you can come by the day after tomorrow. It's at Kingafang and called Tangwan. Upon hearing this, Boss Jia immediately beamed. Congratulations, G-girl. I will definitely come to try it. I still trust your culinary skills. Nuan, feeling a bit shy, responded, You flatter me, Boss Jia. I look forward to your esteemed presence. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now, she added. Upon arriving at the spice shop, Boss Li, upon seeing Nuan, greeted her with a smile. Madam Ji, all the seasonings are ready. Come take a look. Nuan stepped forward, feigning to inspect them, although she hardly recognized the raw state of these spices. She nodded with a smile, saying, It's still you, Boss Li, who can assemble them so quickly. I will have to rely on you more in the future. Seeing Nuan satisfied, Boss Li took the opportunity to ask, What kind of food are you preparing that requires so many seasonings? Nuan glanced at Boss Li and replied with a chuckle, that is a secret. If you want to know, my eatery opens the day after tomorrow. You are welcome to come and support me. Boss Li quickly nodded. All right, I will definitely go. I want to see what delicacies you have. Nuan smiled and said, I promise you won't be disappointed. You can come around noon at Kingafang. It's called Tangwan. Boss Li agreed. After paying, Nuan left, as there were still many things to attend to. Nuan didn't buy the exact amount of spices she needed. That would make it too easy for others to replicate her recipe. Instead, she purchased all the ingredients in equal weights, ensuring that even if others knew the ingredients, they would find it difficult to imitate the same flavor. As Nuan exited the market, she left the town and soon saw Chong sitting on his ox cart, chatting with others. Nuan walked over and, upon getting closer, called out at Chong. Seeing Nuan approach, Chong hurriedly descended from the cart. Uncle Quan noticed that Nuan had arrived and was looking for someone from another village to help with the ox cart. He wondered if the young lady had something on her mind and inquired, Nuan, do you need the ox cart? Nuan glanced towards the voice and, upon recognizing Uncle Quan, quickly replied, Uncle Quan, I am looking for a Chong regarding a different matter. However, I will need to trouble you tomorrow. Uncle Quan astili responda. What trouble? If you have something to say, please do. Nuan smiled and nodded. All right then, Uncle Quan. I won't disturb you any longer this time. Uncle Quan promptly insisted, It's fine, Nuan. You go ahead and take care of your matters. After exchanging a smile with Uncle Quan, Nuan called for a Chong and led him to a nearby tea stall. After ordering 2 bowls of tea, she invited a Chong to sit down and handed him some money, saying, This is for today's vegetable expenses. Thank you for your hard work. Did you bring the contract? Do you need to add any other clauses? A Chong shook his head and replied, Last night, after my father reviewed it, he said the contract is fine, considering both parties' interests. We will proceed as you suggested, and if there are any new vegetables in the future, we will renegotiate the price. With that, a Chong handed Nuan a copy of the contract. Nuan examined the signatures and seals on the contract and, finding everything in order, tucked it away. That's good to hear. By the way, are there others in your village growing different kinds of vegetables, such as radishes or spinach? If so, please inform Aunt Lee about the collection and then sell them to me. I won't interfere with your collection prices, but if the selling price to me is reasonable, I will certainly buy. Nuan took a sip of her tea. A Chong pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, there are others in our village growing various vegetables. I will talk to my mother about it when I return today, and I will update you on any developments. Nuan quickly acknowledged this, and the two engaged in some trivial conversation. Before long, they finished their tea, and Nuan stood to take her leave, as she had other matters to attend to. As a Chong watched Nuan's departing figure, he felt a surge of admiration. It was remarkable that a woman could build a business step by step, a feat many men could not achieve. He reflected on his own lack of ambition and wondered how he might ever be worthy of such an exceptional woman. However, He also realized that most people lead ordinary lives, and perhaps living a simple life like that of his parents could also be a form of happiness. With this understanding, Achong turned back to his ox cart. Unbeknownst to Nuan, Achong's thoughts were not filled with ambition. Even if she had known, she would not have deemed his mindset overly pessimistic. After all, every way of life carries its burdens and responsibilities. Choosing a path in public service may elevate one's quality of life and power, yet also subjects one to the treachery of politics, requiring one to tread carefully in the presence of absolute power, akin to walking alongside a tiger. Opting for a life of simplicity might bring peace and tranquility, but it also involves enduring pressures from various influential figures. Engaging in commerce could lead to substantial wealth and security for oneself and one's family. Yet it comes with the trials of competition and potential exploitation by corrupt officials. Lastly, choosing to work for others may offer stability, but often at the cost of wealth and true security. One must tread carefully in dealing with one's superior, for failure to do so may result in the loss of one's livelihood or even one's life. This is especially true in ancient times, where the demise of the lower classes was considered inconsequential to the powerful. Ultimately, every way of life entails both gains and losses. There exists no flawless existence. Individuals merely present the aspects of their lives they wish to showcase, while their hidden afflictions are quietly tended to in solitude. Nuan once again sought out Zhang the butcher, as she required some meat for herself, preferably both beef and lamb. "Zhang, I have returned," she greeted him warmly. Upon seeing her, Zhang the butcher beamed widely, his smile nearly reaching the back of his ears. "Ah, Madam G has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Have you decided on any new ventures since you ceased selling?" "Indeed, I have come to discuss just that with you. May I inquire if this is a convenient time?" Nuan replied with a smile. "Quite convenient, Madam G. Let us proceed to my home to converse," Zhang the butcher responded, gathering his wares. Nuan nodded in agreement. For Zhang's residence was directly behind his stall. As soon as they entered Zhang's home, he called out, "Wife, quickly bring a bowl of water. Madam G is here." He gestured for Nuan to sit on a stool in the courtyard. "What are your plans, Madam G? If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost." At that moment, Zhang's wife appeared with water, exclaiming, "So this is Madam G. You truly bring honor to us women. When I first heard my husband speak of you, I thought a young lady like yourself would not endure for long. I never imagined you would provide my husband with a stable source of income. We are immensely grateful." Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind. It is Zhang's integrity in business that allowed me to introduce him to Boss Wang, who chose to work with Zhang due to the quality and value of his goods. My involvement was minimal. Oh, do not be so modest. Without you, my husband would never have met Boss Wang. We must thank you properly. Please do not leave at noon today. You must sample my cooking," Zhang's wife insisted. Nuan hurriedly replied, "Sister-in-law, you are exceedingly gracious. I have been quite occupied with the opening of my business and have many matters to attend to. I promise to return once I am free to savor your culinary skills. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life." Chapter 28. Subtle Influences upon hearing Nuan's words. Zhang's wife replied, "Very well. You two continue your conversation, but do promise to come and taste my cooking next time." Nuan nodded in agreement, as Zhang's wife retreated to the kitchen. Turning to Zhang, Nuan said, "Zhang, for the dishes I wish to prepare, I require not only pork, but also beef and lamb. Do you have any connections in that regard?" Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, "I do know someone. But beef and lamb are seldom consumed, and there are not many sellers. Consequently, the prices are unlikely to be low." Nuan inquired further, "Are you suggesting that there are few who eat beef and lamb?" Zhang responded, "Madam G, cattle are primarily regarded as tools for farming. The law forbids their slaughter unless they die of natural causes. Lamb possesses a distinct flavor that can be quite challenging to manage, which is why there are relatively few vendors selling beef and lamb, and their prices tend to be rather steep." After listening to this, Nuan understood that in this era, many aspects of society remain underdeveloped, and cattle indeed play a crucial role. Pondering further, she concluded that it would be wise to start with pork, offal, and vegetables. As long as I prepare the base well, I need not fear an unpalatable taste. Having made her decision, Nuan turned to the butcher, Zhang, and said, Boss Zhang, I shall commence with pork. Please deliver 10 pounds of pork belly, 5 pounds each of pig liver, pig lungs, and pig intestines, as well as 10 pounds of pig trotters tomorrow. I will open for business the day after. Let us see how well the sales perform. Should they prove successful, I will increase my order subsequently. Upon hearing this, Zhang promptly replied, Certainly. We are old acquaintances. After all, I shall offer you a preferential price. 25 won per pound for pork belly, 15 won per pound for pig trotters, 15 won for pig liver, 10 won for pig lungs, and 15 won for pig intestines. The total comes to 600 won. Nuan considered this and responded, Very well, Boss Zhang. I'm still uncertain about the sales performance. Let us do this. After my opening, I will assess the situation, and if the demand exceeds supply, I shall adjust the order accordingly. Zhang, hearing her words, quickly said, Understood, Madam Ji. Should you wish to modify the order, just inform me a day in advance. Nuan nodded and stated, All right, Boss Zhang, here is the 600 won. I must attend to other matters now. Zhang took the money and remarked, Of course. Go about your business. I shall see you off. Nuan shook her head, replying, No need, Boss Zhang. Dinner should be nearly ready for your family. Please enjoy your meal. Once outside Zhang's home, Nuan glanced at the sun. It was noon, and she too needed to return home for a meal. Although she had just eaten around 10, her continuous walking had made her quite hungry. Moreover, how could she work effectively in the afternoon without a proper meal? Upon returning home, Nuan saw Sister Lin setting dishes on the table in the yard and noticed Wen Yuehan already seated. This sight elicited a tinge of embarrassment within her. After placing the seasonings in the kitchen, she greeted Sister Lin. Sister Lin, what delicious dishes have you prepared? Sister Lin smiled and replied, Oh, just some simple home-cooked meals. I sought Ed the vegetables that a Chong brought and went out this morning to purchase some rice, flour, and fatty meat, then rendered a bit of lard and made rice. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat. Nuan went to the well to wash her hands, and once seated, began to eat. She soon realized that Sister Lin's culinary skills were indeed commendable, exclaiming, Sister Lin, your cooking is marvelous. This plate of greens you've stir-fried is even tastier than the meat. Sister Lin chuckled, You flatter me. Now, hurry up and eat before it cools down. Nuan scanned the yard and, noticing Ernyo and Nanfeng were absent, inquired Sister Lin, Have Ernyo and Nanfeng not returned yet? Sister Lin replied, No, they have not returned yet. I suppose they have gone up the mountain to gather firewood, which will take some time. Nuan nodded in understanding and then asked Sister Lin, How much did you spend on today as purchases? I will cover it. Sister Lin replied, Oh, it was not much. You need not worry about it this time. Nuan took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to Sister Lin, saying, Sister Lin, I have asked you to assist me, and it is unreasonable for you to incur expenses for food. Please take this 5 taels. It can cover your daily expenditures. Just keep a record, and when it runs low, let me know. The widow Lin was not one to hesitate. She accepted the money without delay. After all matters were discussed, a momentary silence enveloped the table as everyone focused on their meals. Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan several times, yet she remained unresponsive, and he dared not press her too hard for fear that she might flee. After all, creatures of the spirit world could vanish at will, and finding them again would likely prove impossible. Observing Nuan's persistent avoidance of conversation, Wen Yuehan refrained from encroaching upon her space, opting instead to retire to his room for a rest after the meal. Having already presented himself before her, he believed that with time, he could subtly cultivate her fondness towards him. Nuan felt an immense sense of relief when Wen Yuehan retreated to his room. The awkwardness of the situation was undeniable. She too headed to her room to rest, as she would need to venture out in the afternoon to acquire some tools. Achieving one's goals was no simple feat. Lying on her bed, Nuan pondered that she still had 30 taels of silver remaining. Lamenting that such funds were not easily spent, she resolved to check the kitchen for any knives and pots, aiming to conserve resources. With these thoughts, she drifted into slumber, unaware that after she had fallen asleep, Wen Yuehan entered her room for a brief moment before heading to the academy. Having had a restless night, Nuan slept until nearly the hour of shun. Upon awakening, she made her way to the kitchen, where she discovered a large knife, a small knife, a sizable pot, a smaller pot, a cutting board, 7 bowls, several pairs of chopsticks, and 4 wooden basins. Alas, the bowls we used ourselves required more, and she would need to purchase larger bowls for guests, along with additional basins and ladles, or else she would be at a loss. After surveying the kitchen's contents, Nuan stepped outside, first heading to Yu Jinglan's place. Upon her arrival, she found Yu Jinglan constructing the rack she had ordered. Nuan approached him and said, "Young brother Yu, regarding the available spaces in the rack, I require wooden basins that fit perfectly, preferably deeper to hold items. Can you manage that?" Yu Jinglan, taken by her familiar demeanor, felt a sense of kinship. After all, in this era, it was prudent for men and women to maintain a respectful distance. Nuan's approach alleviated his sense of solitude in this unfamiliar world, as he finally had someone to share it with. "Certainly. How many do you need?" Yu Jinglan inquired. "I need 30. And do you have larger basins suitable for washing vegetables?" Nuan replied. Yu Jinglan nodded. "I have basins for washing vegetables. I'll take you to select them shortly. Is there anything else you require?" With a smile, Nuan responded, "I also need 60 pairs of chopsticks, 40 wooden spoons, 30 trays, and 400 bamboo skewers." Yu Jinglan expressed surprise. "Do you truly need so many? Will you be ready for your opening in 2 days?" "Not to worry. Just prioritize making a batch for me tomorrow," Nuan reassured him. Yu Jinglan nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to produce so many. However, I do not have bamboo for the skewers, only wood. Would wooden skewers suffice?" "Wooden skewers will do," Nuan confirmed. "I also plan to buy some earthenware jars, bowls, and ladles. Do you know where I might find them at a reasonable price?" Yu Jinglan pondered for a moment. "There's a general store at the market that sells such items at fair prices. How about I accompany you to buy them shortly?" Nuan contemplated for a moment before consenting, saying, "Then I will trouble you, boss, to help me move the wooden basins later. I intend to purchase 10, and I cannot manage them alone." Upon hearing this, Yu Jinglan chuckled slightly. "I knew you would be savvy, ensuring not to squander even a bit of manpower or resources." Nuan, feeling quite pleased, replied, "Of course, one need only consider who I am." "Ha." Yu Jinglan smiled at Nuan. "Let us proceed. I shall take you to select the wooden basins." Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 29. The tug. Nuan followed Yu Jinglan to the room where the wooden basins were stored. After selecting 10 basins, approximately the size of laundry tubs, they carried them back to Nuan's home. It must be said that walking while carrying the basins was quite exhausting, but they finally returned. Nuan suggested that Yu Jinglan take a break, and then inquired, "How much do all these items cost in total?" Yu Jinglan replied, "Since you are purchasing many items, let us do this. I will charge you for each item as I deliver them. These wooden basins are 50 won each, totaling 500 won for 10. Upon hearing this, Nuan promptly took out 500 won and handed it to Yu Jinglan, saying, "I will trouble you with the remaining items. I will come to find you before dinner tomorrow, and I will take back as many as I need then, at which time I shall pay you." Yu Jinglan nodded in response and refrained from further conversation. Just then, Sister Lin brought out some water for them to drink. After finishing their drinks, they headed to the market's grocery store to purchase jars and bowls. Upon entering the grocery store, the proprietor greeted them warmly. "Master Yu has arrived, truly illuminating our humble establishment." Yu Jinglan shot a glance at the man. "Enough of that. Old Li, we are here to shop." "Oh, what are you looking to buy? And who is this?" Old Li inquired, eyeing Nuan with a knowing look. Yu Jinglan did not engage in pleasantries and directly stated, with business at hand, "Do you not wish to earn this money?" "Of course, especially with your business, Master Yu. I have longed to partake in it," Old Li replied, beaming with wrinkles. Yu Jinglan then pointed to Nuan, saying to Old Li, "This is my friend Nuan. Her eatery is about to open today. She is here to procure some utensils, so do ensure she receives them at a discounted price." Upon hearing this, Old Li assured Yu Jinglan, "Rest assured, Master Yu's friend is my friend too. I will certainly offer the lowest prices." He then turned to Nuan and bowed slightly. "Boss Ji, a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Li, and my given name is Wei. Henceforth, You are my friend, so feel free to call me Old Lee. If you require anything, please take it. I shall guarantee the lowest prices. Nuan promptly responded with a smile. Pleasure to meet you, Boss Lee. You may simply call me Nuan. Referring to me as boss feels rather strange. Thank you for your assistance today. Our eatery opens the day after tomorrow, and you are most welcome to visit. Boss Lee smiled, replying, Certainly, I shall have Master you escort me there. After some casual conversation, Boss Lee led Nuan around the store to view the merchandise. Nuan, upon seeing the variety of goods, noted that it was indeed a grocery store. There were not only jars and bowls but also bamboo skewers. Nuan then informed Boss Lee, I require 6 small jars, 30 bowls, 60 pairs of chopsticks, for 100 bamboo skewers, for slotted spoons, for ladles, and 40 wooden spoons. Lee, the proprietor, is indeed a seasoned businessman. After listening attentively, he memorized the items that Nuan required, yet he was uncertain about the nature of a slotted spoon. Thus, he inquired, Nuan, what exactly is a slotted spoon? A slotted spoon is a spoon with holes that allows broth to drain, and you have one in your shop. Nuan explained, moving toward the area where the slotted spoons were kept. She picked one up for them to see. Realization dawned on Lee. Oh, so you mean a colander? Nuan paused for a moment and quickly affirmed, Yes, exactly, a colander. Lee nodded and suggested, We have several of these items. Would you like me to have my assistant deliver them to you shortly? Nuan promptly replied, That would be great, thank you. By the way, how much do I owe you? I can pay now. Please wait a moment while I calculate. Lee said before heading to the counter to jot down the figures and use an abacus. Before long, he returned with the total. That will be 898 coins, but you can pay 890. Nuan smiled and responded, Thank you so much. Lee. She then produced a silver tael to pay him. Lee returned her change and inquired, Where should we send these items? To number 9, King of Fang, next to Zhang's pastry shop. It would be best if they arrive a bit later, Nuan specified. Lee acknowledged her request, and Nuan, along with Yu Jinglan, bid him farewell. You bought wooden spoons, chopsticks, and bamboo skewers from Old Lee. Do you need any from my place? Yu Jinglan asked. Of course. As I run a catering business, these are essential items. The more, the better. When you have them ready, please deliver them to me, Nuan replied. Yu Jinglan nodded in agreement. All right then, I must return and continue my work. Okay, take care. I will stroll around a bit longer to see if there is anything else I need, Nuan said. All right, I shall take my leave, Yu Jinglan said before departing. Nuan recalled that when preparing spicy hot pot, one typically includes garnishes such as green onions, ginger, garlic, and pickled vegetables. So, she began to search for these at the market. She noticed a plethora of stalls selling green onions, ginger, and garlic, and approached one that appeared well-stocked. Good day, shopkeeper. You have quite an impressive variety of produce, Nuan greeted. Indeed, I have been selling vegetables in this market for over a decade, Wang Daki replied. You must be quite skilled in business. How do you price your green onions and garlic? Nuan inquired. Green onions are 5 coins per pound. Ginger is 10 coins per pound, and garlic is 8 coins per pound, fair and square, Wang Daki stated. Nuan smiled and asked, May I know your surname, shopkeeper? I am Nuan, and I would like to get acquainted. Wang Daki looked at her in confusion. What do you mean, young lady? Fearing a misunderstanding. Nuan quickly clarified, to be candid, I am preparing to open an eatery, and I will need green onions, ginger, and garlic regularly. I see that you have a plentiful supply, so I thought to purchase from you long-term. Upon hearing this, Wang Daki's demeanor brightened as he realized business was coming his way. Ah, you should have mentioned that earlier. I thought, well, let's not dwell on that. You could simply call me Old Wang. Nuan chuckled. Very well, Boss Wang. Wang Daki then asked, How much green onions and garlic do you require? If you need a large quantity, I can offer you a discount. Every day, 10 pounds of scallions, 8 pounds of ginger, and 15 pounds of garlic are required. Furthermore, it is a bother for the proprietor to deliver these goods to the shop each morning, as Nuan stated. Wang Daki replied, Very well. This is not an issue at all. Since you need such large quantities daily, I will offer you a discount of 1 per pound. The total for your order amounts to 217 won. Nuan promptly retrieved the money, exclaiming, Thank you, Boss Wang. Here is the payment. Please commence deliveries the day after tomorrow to the shop at number 9 King of Fang for the hot dishes. Wang Daki responded, All right, no problem. You need not rush the payment. You can settle it upon delivery. Nuan nodded in agreement and took her leave. At the market, Nuan also discovered a shop selling pickled vegetables, which boasted a diverse array of offerings. She approached the vendor and purchased 30 pounds of pickled vegetables, along with the containers for them, before departing the market. Nuan believed that pickled vegetables were easy to store, and thus, she could simply buy a few dozen pounds each time without requiring constant deliveries. To her surprise, as soon as she exited the market, she spotted Nuan engaged in a tug-of-war with a young woman at the corner of the street. Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing she would have to walk this path back home. However, she hesitated, wondering if her presence might intrude upon Nuan's moment. Suddenly, she observed the girl pulling at Nuan's sleeve, only for him to sharply shake his arm and free himself from her grasp. Nuan lost her inclination to linger and hurried towards them. Upon nearing within a meter, Nuan quickly noticed Nuan and beckoned her over, stating, "Zhou, I have already informed you that I am married. This is my wife. You need not waste your efforts on me. My affections are solely for her." Nuan was taken aback by his words and dared not speak, fearing that the girl might harbor resentment towards her. The girl, Zhou, glanced at Nuan and remarked, "What does she possess? She cannot offer you any furtherance in your career. Why not consider me instead?" Nuan coldly responded, "She is who she is, and I do not require her assistance." Zhou, do not belittle yourself. You shall encounter a worthy partner in time, but it will certainly not be me. "I hate you, Nuan," Zhou exclaimed, before running off in tears. Nuan, feeling awkward, asked, "Who is she?" "She is the daughter of our dean, named Zhou," Nuan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, how did you come to be here?" Nuan inquired. "I finished my studies for today and intended to head home, but I did not expect her to secretly follow me, leading to the scene you just witnessed," Nuan explained. Nuan sighed, "Aha, unrequited love is indeed the most painful. By the way, I think that girl is quite attractive, and with her father being the dean, she might truly assist you in the future. Have you truly not considered it?" Nuan cast a displeased glance at Nuan and retorted, "Nuan, it seems you have not taken my words to heart at all. I have made it clear that I do not wish for a divorce. Abandon this notion at once." Nuan, at a loss for words, suggested, "Then let us return." Nuan observed Nuan's lack of direct response and realized that she still struggled to accept his situation. Without further ado, I casually took the jar from Nuan's hands and said, "Let's go." The jar was surprisingly heavy. What could possibly be inside? Nuan inquired. "Pickled vegetables," Nuan replied. "They enhance the flavor of the spicy hot pot." "Spicy hot pot? Is that what you intend to sell?" Nuan pondered. "Indeed, but I have named it Tang Wan, and the signboard will arrive tomorrow. There are many matters to attend to, but my parents will be visiting as well," Nuan explained. Nuan nodded, saying, "You have worked hard. If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know." Watching Nuan tirelessly earn money, although I understood it was for her future independence, I still felt a pang of sympathy seeing her, a delicate woman, toil so hard. I wish to do something for her. "No need, just focus on your studies. You need not worry about finances. As repayment, I shall support your education," Nuan stated. "Support my education? What do you expect in return?" Nuan's heart silently echoed. "Nuan, your generosity is beyond measure. My only repayment could be to dedicate myself to you." "Haha, no need for any repayment. Did we not agree earlier? You are bound to me for 2 years. That is quite a burden for you." Nuan thought that as long as he honored our agreement and provided me with a divorce letter, it would suffice. If he could also lend a hand with my business, that would be even better. However, if it would cause discontent for his future wife, it could be avoided. "Huh, you are indeed magnanimous," Nuan remarked with a cold smile. "Oh, not at all," Nuan replied softly. The two fell silent. Nuan felt an immense pressure while being with Nuan and began to mentally urge herself to return home swiftly. Upon finally arriving, she said, "Hand me the jar," and proceeded to the kitchen. Coincidentally, Sister Lin was preparing dinner, and Nuan explained the contents of the jar to her. Nuan then assisted Sister Lin, as one should not leave all the cooking to a single person. Most importantly, she wanted to avoid facing Nuan. What a day it had been. With Nuan's help, Sister Lin quickly finished dinner, just as the two who had gone out to chop wood in the early morning returned. They all arranged the dinner together and called Wen Yuehan to join them. As the owner, Nuan felt it necessary to care for her employees, so she spoke up. Ernyo and Feng, you both have worked hard today, chopping so much wood. Be sure to eat plenty. Ernyo quickly replied, it's no trouble at all. Today, I ran through the forest with brother Nan Feng, and it felt exhilarating. I relished this sense of freedom. Nan Feng shot Ernyo a glance, but remained silent, thinking him rather foolish. What kind of worker, after a day's labor, would tell the employer he wasn't tired? Truly nave. Nuan hastily added, as long as you enjoy it, I will entrust the wood-chopping tasks to you both in the future. Ernyo cheerfully exclaimed, great. Sister Ji, you're truly a good person. Receiving the title of good person, Nuan smiled, feeling quite pleased. After all, she too appreciated this atmosphere. Devoid of the oppressive environment she had experienced in her modern job, though tiring, her heart felt light. The sensation is indeed delightful. It would be even better if Wen Yuehan had not changed his mind. Nuan glanced at Sister Lin and remarked, Sister Lin, you and Xiaoyan have worked hard today, bustling around the house and preparing our meals. You both should indulge yourselves a bit more. Sister Lin responded, I merely stayed at home, attending to the usual household chores, which I accomplished effortlessly. It is you who have been out all day. You ought to eat well and rest early. Indeed, Nuan sighed. Tomorrow, our tasks will multiply, and we must prepare in advance. Enyu, Nun Feng. You two cannot go out tomorrow. We need to get to work. Sure, no problem, Sister Ji, Ernyo replied. Nan Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging his understanding. Nuan observed Nan Feng's aloof demeanor, reminiscent of Wen Yuehan's own. She glanced at Wen Yuehan, pondering the necessity of maintaining balance. Yuan, you have also toiled in the school today. Please eat more to replenish your mental energy, as you must continue to study diligently tomorrow. Upon saying this, Nuan suddenly felt less like a boss and more akin to a caregiver. Ah, how daunting! Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such maternal instincts. We are all adults, after all, and do not require my admonitions. Wen Yuehan, initially somewhat displeased by Nuan's concern for others while neglecting him, wondered when she would truly acknowledge him. Yet, Nuan did indeed show concern for him, suggesting that she was not entirely indifferent. Understood. I shall not squander your benevolent support, Wen Yuehan replied, though his words lacked the warmth of his thoughts. Nuan awkwardly chuckled a few times and fell silent. When it comes to ending conversations, Wen Yuehan is undoubtedly the master. May everyone find joy daily and navigate life smoothly. Chapter 31. A night without dreams. The others sensed an unspoken connection between Nuan and Wen Yuehan, thus remaining silent and focused on their meals. Only Ernyo seemed oblivious. Support? Sister Ji, you are supporting Brother Wen? Haha, no, he was merely jesting, Nuan laughed. I'm not joking. Wen Yuehan interjected timely. Nuan felt an urge to strike Wen Yuehan. Must he always speak? Ernyo, this is a matter between adults. Something you are too young to comprehend, Nuan explained. Ernyo rolled his eyes. My mother used to say that to me often. What exactly are these adult matters? This left Wen Yuehan speechless, while Nuan felt an embarrassment so profound she could almost excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from it. Haha, it's nothing significant. Come. Ernyo, eat more. By the way, which mountain did you and Nan Feng visit today? Nuan swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing this, Ernyo became animated. Sister Ji, you have no idea. Brother Nan Feng is incredible. He raced ahead, and it felt like flying. We went to a mountain behind a village more than 20 li from town. The deep mountains were deserted, and we ran around for quite some time. It was exhilarating. Nuan exclaimed, more than 20 li? Could it possibly be Wenjia village? The mountains behind the village are indeed remote. It seems you may have ventured to our village. Ernyo responded in astonishment. Ah, what a coincidence. How wonderfully fateful. I also think so. Next time, when Brother Wen and I return, we shall bring you along to see if it truly is Wenjia village. If it is, you can ride a bullet cart in the future, Nuan remarked. Nan Feng was also slightly taken aback. He expected Nuan and Wen Yuehan to be from the village. How could they be so affluent? Running shops and hiring laborers? However, his naturally reserved demeanor prevented him from voicing his curiosity. En you was delicatet. That sounds great, Sister G. My family used to live in the mountains, so I have always enjoyed playing in the woods. The group shared laughter and finished their dinner together. Afterward, everyone went to freshen up and rest. Nuan, having spent an entire day on her feet, was indeed weary and was preparing for bed when someone knocked on her door. "Who is it?" Nuan inquired as she opened the door, revealing Nuan, who stepped in directly. Nuan was momentarily perplexed to see him carrying bedding. "Nuan, why have you brought the bedding? My parents are coming tomorrow. We cannot let them know that we are sleeping in separate rooms. Otherwise, they might think something is amiss. I cannot let them worry," Nuan asserted confidently. "But they will eventually find out," Nuan countered. "Then we shall address it when the time comes. For now, they are unaware. Rest assured, the bed is large enough. I will not encroach upon your space. Besides, I have my own bedding, so we can cover ourselves separately," Nuan replied. Upon hearing this, Nuan ceased her objections. With him already there, it was futile to insist he leave. Moreover, Wen's parents were kind to her, and she preferred not to cause them any concern. Observing Nuan's silence, Nuan hastily placed the bedding by the side of the bed. "You sleep inside. I will take the outside," Nuan stated. "Very well," Nuan said, spreading his bedding on the inside of the bed and immediately lying down. Although Nuan had intended to sleep, she felt unable to do so upon witnessing Nuan's actions. Instead, she sat on a stool by the window, pretending to drink water, waiting for him to fall asleep before she would retire. After all, having been single in 2 lifetimes, she was uncertain how to share a room with someone of the opposite sex. Nuan, observing Nuan sitting by the window, presumed she was shy. He decided not to press her too hard. Nuan sat by the window for nearly an hour before gradually shifting towards the bed. Noticing Nuan's breathing had become steady, she thought he must be asleep and thus removed her shoes and lay down. Yet with someone beside her, Nuan felt anxious and remained tense, fearing she might inadvertently touch Nuan in her sleep. However, fatigue from the day soon overtook her, and she drifted off. Nuan sensed the evenness of Nuan's breathing and slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight of her illuminated by the moonlight. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. He refrained from making any sudden movements, fearing he might wake Nuan, and gently brushed his fingers against her lips, which felt remarkably soft. At that moment, Nuan unexpectedly turned over, prompting Nuan to quickly close his eyes. To his astonishment, he suddenly felt a weight on him. Upon cautiously opening his eyes, he discovered Nuan was now quite close, with her leg resting on him, as the chill of the evening enveloped him. Nuan hesitated to move, and after a considerable time, he slowly lowered Nuan's leg. To his surprise, as soon as he released it, Nuan's leg draped over him once more. Instantly, Nuan's body stiffened, and he abandoned the thought of lowering her leg again. However, this predicament only served to intensify his discomfort, as an inexplicable heat rendered the summer night even more unbearable. In contrast, Nuan slept peacefully without a dream, enjoying a particularly restful night. Upon waking to find Nuan absent from the room, she rose to prepare for her morning routine. As she stepped into the courtyard, she noticed Nuan hanging his clothes to dry. She mused to herself about his apparent fastidiousness. Having changed his attire just yesterday, he was already washing it today. Not giving it much thought, she proceeded to the well to wash up. Upon seeing Nuan felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, his ears flushing red. He hurriedly dumped out the water he had used to wash his clothes at the well and mentioned he was heading to the academy before departing. Nuan had initially thought he would leave only after breakfast, but seeing his diligence in studying made her believe he was destined for a promising future. After completing her morning routine, Nuan encountered Aunt Lin, who emerged with dishes in hand, inviting her to join for breakfast. Once they finished their meal, coincidentally, a chong arrived with more vegetables. Nuan accepted the produce, paid for it, and together with the chong, made her way to the city gate. She needed to ask Uncle Quan to make a trip to bring her parents to town. The reason she hadn't mentioned it the day prior was her concern that if the villagers came to the town in the morning and discovered she had opened a shop, it might lead to unforeseen complications. After all, she had yet to firmly establish her footing in the town, and it was best that fewer people knew. Upon reaching the city gate, Nuan saw Uncle Quan just lighting a tobacco pipe. "Good morning, Uncle Quan," she greeted. "You mentioned yesterday that you would help me out. When can you do it?" "Ah, Nuan girl, today is it? I wonder if it's convenient for you to return to the village and fetch my parents," Nuan inquired. "Of course, if you're not in a hurry, I can go back after the hour of the rat and then come again. If you're pressed for time, I can make a trip in between," Uncle Quan replied, taking a puff of his pipe. "There's no rush, Uncle Quan. Let's wait until you return before you go get them." "Here, S31 for your trouble," Nuan said, extending the money to him. "That's too much for such a short trip," Uncle Quan protested, pushing the money back. "It's not the same, Uncle Quan. You're making a special trip, and it takes time. Please accept it. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to ask you again next time," Nuan insisted. "Very well, but you mustn't do this next time, girl," Uncle Quan acquiesced. Uncle Quan, would it be acceptable for me to return around the hour of the monkey to wait for you here?" Nuan asked with a smile. Uncle Quan pondered for a moment. "That works. The timing is just about right." "Excellent. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Nuan bid farewell to Uncle Quan. "Go on, one girl, keep busy," he replied. Nuan also exchanged pleasantries with the Chong before departing, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 32. Replenishing the body upon returning home, Nuan began to instruct everyone to get to work. First, they needed to wash the bowls and jars that had arrived the previous evening, process the vegetables, and prepare a broth, aiming to cook it once that evening to determine if any adjustments were necessary for the flavor. Once the arrangements for the day were completed, everyone began their tasks in earnest. Nuan made her way to the market, arriving at the butcher Zhang's stall. "Boss Zhang, do you have any pork lard?" she inquired. Zhang the butcher replied, "Certainly. How much do you need?" "I would like 30 pounds of pork lard," Nuan responded. "You're fortunate to arrive early. I still have some left. I'll be delivering pork intestines to Jushin restaurant shortly, and I can bring your lard and the meat you ordered along with me," Zhang added. "Thank you for your effort, Boss Zhang. How much do I owe you for the lard?" Nuan asked. "Pork lard is 8 per pound, totaling 241 for 30 pounds, Zhang calculated. "All right, Boss Zhang, please remember to deliver 30 pounds of lard to me every other day," Nuan requested. Upon hearing this, Zhang happily agreed. "Absolutely, no problem at all." With that, Nuan departed to the spice shop to collect seasonings. Once she had gathered the necessary ingredients, she hurried back, as there was still much to accomplish that day. Upon her return, Nuan noted that everyone had finished washing the utensils, so she instructed them to begin washing the vegetables. The produce delivered a couple of days prior, aside for what had been consumed, was stored in the cellar, which she occasionally watered, keeping it fresh. While they were washing the vegetables, Zhang the butcher arrived, calling out, "Is Madame Ji in?" Nuan quickly wiped her hands and opened the door, seeing Zhang pushing a cart. "Welcome, Boss Zhang. Come in for a drink and a moment's rest," she beckoned. Zhang chuckled. "I can't stay. I must return to my stall. Perhaps next time I'll sit with you, as I now know where to find you." Nuan responded. "That is fine, Boss Zhang. Do make sure to visit next time." Zhang nodded, and Nuan called for Ernio and the others to help move the meat. Once the meat was loaded, Zhang pushed his cart away. Nuan invited Sister Lin to the kitchen to render the lard and stew the meat. Sister Lin remarked, "Nuan, this stew recipe is your family's secret. Is it appropriate for me to assist?" Nuan reassured her, "I trust you completely. Moreover, you must learn it. I want to always be able to manage alone." After all, they operated daily, and if something were to arise, it was essential to have someone to step in. Sister Lin's eyes glistened with emotion. "Nuan, you can rest assured. I will not betray your trust." Nuan smiled. "Let us begin." Once Nuan had rendered the lard, she proceeded to clean the pork belly, liver, and lungs, tasks that proved to be quite time-consuming. Nuan and Sister Lin worked together to prepare the ingredients, igniting the stove, while Nuan shared the proportions for the braising spices. She then placed the previously cleaned pig's feet and pork belly into the pot to cook. They continued cleaning the remaining liver and lungs, blanching them in a smaller pot before adding them to the larger pot for braising. As Nuan prepared to step outside, she turned to find Wen Yuehan standing at the kitchen entrance. Momentarily taken aback, she thought how quickly time flew when one was busy. "You're back. We're almost finished here. We haven't prepared lunch yet. Shall we go out to eat together? Nuan suggested. When Yuan replied. As Nuan sought out Sister Lin, Ernyo and the others expressed their desire to dine together, yet a few insisted they must continue working, requesting only that food be brought back for them. Upon hearing this, Nuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt, wondering if she had been too demanding, neglecting to allow them a moment to eat. She remarked, "You have all been laboring for half the day. You must take a break to eat. How can one work without nourishment?" Sister Lin replied, "The marinated dishes are just beginning to simmer. I must attend to the fire. If it flares or dies down, it will affect the outcome. It's all right. I'm not hungry at the moment. Just bring me something back." Ernyo chimed in, "Indeed, Sister G. I don't usually eat at set times. Just bring me something." Nanfeng nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, I prefer not to be interrupted while working." Nuan was at a loss for words. "All right. You are all diligent workers, truly born in the wrong era. You ought to experience the realities of modern labor. Then you would understand the harshness of life." She continued, "Well then, don't work incessantly. Take breaks when needed. Sister Lin, we will take Xiao and Yin with us for a meal. Children must not go hungry if they are to grow." "Very well. I appreciate your kindness, Xiao Wan." Sister Lin agreed. Nuan took Xiao and Yin and Wen Yuan and ventured out for a meal, returning to the delicious pavilion they had visited previously. The three of them entered, ordering several dishes and requesting the waiter to prepare additional items for takeaway. "You seem to have quite a lot to manage." "It must be tiring," Wen Yuan observed, looking at Nuan. "It's manageable. We're just getting started." "I expect it will become busier," Nuan responded. "If it gets too busy, consider hiring more help. Your health is paramount," Wen Yuan advised with concern. Nuan glanced at Wen Yuan, suddenly overwhelmed by his unexpected care. She quickly changed the subject. "My parents will arrive around the afternoon, so I have Uncle Quan picking them up. I'll go greet them." "Yes. The busy season is winding down. Once your parents finish their chores, they can stay here while longer. You can hire more help afterward," Wen Yuan suggested. "Rest assured, you need not worry about these matters. Just focus on your studies," Nuan reassured him. "I'm quite aware of my academic obligations. I will not let your hopes go unfulfilled. I promise to study diligently and look after you in the future," Wen Yuan smiled at Nuan. A sense of foreboding washed over Nuan. This aloof individual truly did not suit such a gentle expression. It felt as though he had ulterior motives. "Hee, that would be splendid," Nuan feigned joy. "Your meals are served," the waiter announced, placing the dishes on the table. He added, "Young master, madam, we will prepare your takeaway shortly, ensuring it remains warm for you." "Thank you for your assistance," Nuan replied with a smile. Wen Yuan observed Nuan's laughter, feeling that her smiles for others were genuine, yet hers for him seemed forced. "Why do you smile so radiantly at others while your smiles for me appear so strained?" Wen Yuan inquired directly. Really? I don't think so. My smiles are surely the same. Perhaps you were mistaken," Nuan replied earnestly, weaving a fabric of pretense. In her heart, she thought, "Brother, you, with your aloofness and intelligence, discerned from the very beginning that I am not the original owner of this identity. How could I dare to let my guard down around you? Moreover, the fact that you express a reluctance to part ways with me and wish to continue our journey together is quite alarming. After all, you harbor suspicions about me, yet still allow me to remain by your side. Who knows what schemes may lurk beneath the surface?" With a chuckle, Wen Yuan gazed at Nuan and remarked, "Indeed, perhaps your intense studies have strained your eyes, leading to myopia. We must ensure you receive ample nourishment to recuperate." "Very well, then I shall await my dear wife's nurturing care," Wen Yuan said with a smile. Nuan found his words somewhat peculiar, as she could not pinpoint the exact reason. Just then, she heard Xiaoyan exclaim, "Nourishment! Nourishment!" Suddenly, Nuan grasped something, but upon reflection, she realized that the term nourishment was indeed used by Wen Yuan, whereas she had merely mentioned supplementing. The man was truly perplexing. Why must he distort his own meaning? Nevertheless, it appeared her words also implied a similar notion. Wait, how did I become ensnared in this? She thought, for her intention was clearly not that. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. Wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 33. Compelled by circumstances, Nuan began to eat in silence, refraining from further conversation. Once the three finished their meal, the waiter presented the packed food. Upon seeing it wrapped in lotus leaves and tied with string, Nuan contemplated how she would handle requests for takeout from her own spicy hot pot stall. After settling the bill, Nuan took the food and the trio departed. Nuan, since this place is close to your academy, would you like to head directly there? Nuan inquired. That sounds reasonable. I can return to the academy early this afternoon, Nuan replied, thinking it wise to complete the morning's assignments given by the sage, allowing for an earlier return home in the afternoon. Very well, then you should return to the academy. After Nuan spoke, she took Xiaoyan's hand and walked away. Nuan watched them disappear into the distance before making his way back to the academy. Upon returning home, Nuan handed the food to Sister Lin and proceeded to the kitchen to check on the meat. Finding the pork belly cooked to perfection, she fished it out, preparing to let it cool before slicing it for later use. Is anyone home? A knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Sister Lin called out. It's the signed delivery, came the response from outside. All right, I shall come to open the door, Sister Lin replied. Sister Lin, please continue your meal. I will answer the door, Nuan said as she emerged upon hearing Sister Lin's voice. As Nuan opened the door, she saw two young men in their 20s pushing a cart. Ah, I did not see you last time I visited. Come in. I will take a quick look, and if everything is in order, we can install it at the shop out front. Certainly. Last time you visited, we happened to be out delivering signs. One of the workers replied with a smile. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Nuan said, gesturing for them to place the sign in the courtyard. After removing the red cloth, she examined it carefully, finding no issues, and then led the workers to the shop entrance. Miss, we will place the sign here first. I will fetch the ladder, one worker said before heading inside to retrieve the ladder. Nuan opened the front door, and the worker soon returned with the ladder, setting it down before her. Miss, please go in first. We shall commence the installation, one of the workers remarked as he lifted the sign and proceeded outside. Shortly thereafter, the two men successfully affixed the sign in place. Upon confirming its position was satisfactory, Nuan settled the remaining payment, and the workers pushed their cart away. After closing the door, Nuan returned to the kitchen to continue slicing meat. Sister Lin and the others had finished their meal, and Nuan took a moment to instruct Sister Lin on how to cut the meat properly before stepping outside once more. Recalling that in modern times, businesses often set off firecrackers to celebrate their openings, Nuan wondered if the same custom was observed here. She resolved to inquire with Yu Jinglan while also collecting the items that had been prepared. Upon arriving at Yu Jinglan's residence and noticing the door ajar, she entered without hesitation. Is brother Yu home? She called out. After a brief moment, Yu Jinglan emerged from a room in the courtyard. You're here. Please have a seat. I will arrange the items and join you shortly. All right, take your time, Nuan replied, observing the array of finished goods in the courtyard, including tables, chests, and even a screen. She felt increasingly impressed by Yu Jinglan's craftsmanship. The screen was particularly exquisite, adorned with a landscape painting that appeared vividly lifelike. I had intended to bring you the rack, tray, and wooden basin later, but it seems you've arrived ahead of me, Yu Jinglan remarked. Nuan turned to him, saying, Brother Yu, I had no idea your skills were so remarkable. This screen truly brings the mountains and waters to life, as if one could step right into the scene. Ah, spare me the flattery. If you praise me further, I shall become conceited, Yu Jinglan retorted, attempting to dampen the admiration. My compliments are sincere. Your work is indeed admirable and worthy of praise, Nuan insisted. Very well, but you mentioned you wanted me to deliver these items. Why do you come first? Yu Jinglan inquired. Brother Yu, having been here for a while, you must possess a wealth of knowledge. I have come to seek your counsel on matter. Nuan said, her tone charming. Just speak plainly. Spare me the embellishments. Yu Jinglan responded with a slight smirk. Is it customary to set off firecrackers when opening a shop here? As a newcomer, I'm unfamiliar with the local customs, Nuan inquired with a smile. Of course, setting off firecrackers is a tradition that has endured from ancient times to the present. Have you not purchased any yet? Yu Jinglan replied. Indeed, I only just thought of it earlier. I rushed over to seek your assistance. Nuan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yu Jinglan pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about this? I will accompany you to deliver the items you need, and then I shall guide you to buy the firecrackers. Nuan's eyes brightened at his words, and she exclaimed, "Thank you ever so much. You're truly a good person, brother you." Nuan chuckled and shook his head at her gratitude. "Please wait a moment. I will gather the items you require." "All right, I will assist you," Nuan offered. Nuan said nothing further and went back inside to retrieve the goods. Nuan followed, eager to help, but saw Nuan effortlessly lift the rack and place it on the cart, leaving her to wait in place. As Nuan returned for more items, Nuan seized the opportunity to inquire which pieces belonged to her. Nuan pointed them out, and Nuan began to lift the smaller items. Before long, the two had completed their task, and Nuan pushed the cart back with Nuan. Upon their return, they wheeled the cart inside, where Nuan instructed a few people to unload the items and clean them. She decided to leave the cart there and stepped out with Nuan. How much do firecrackers cost now? How many would be appropriate for a modest eatery like ours?" Nuan inquired. Nuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, a string of firecrackers costs between 100 to 500 won. For a small establishment like yours, a string costing under 200 won would suffice. Purchasing around 6 strings should be adequate." Hearing this, Nuan realized that 6 strings would cost at least 600 won, which seemed quite expensive. "That is rather costly. I think I will just buy 3 strings. That should suffice," she remarked. Nuan nodded in agreement. "That works too. It is primarily a ceremonial gesture to inform others of the new store's opening." Nuan also nodded. "Indeed, given that the shop is just starting, there are many areas where expenses will accrue, so we must be prudent. By the way, what of your father's whereabouts?" Nuan asked. Nuan sighed. "My father departed south a month ago, claiming he was in search of the mother of this body." "What is the situation? Did your mother elope?" Nuan asked curiously. "I am uncertain. He merely mentioned he was going to find your mother before leaving," Nuan responded. "Well, once he finds her, you will know the truth," Nuan said. "And you?" Nuan inquired. "My father met his end while hunting in the mountains, having been bitten by a bear and falling off a cliff. When I awoke, I found myself married, though the union was facilitated through slander by the original owner. It has not been easy for me," Nuan expressed with a hint of discontent. "What do you intend to do?" Nuan asked, feeling a sudden discomfort in his heart. The other party does not harbor affection for the original owner and was compelled into marriage. They have begun to doubt my identity. I have not confessed anything, but merely agreed to part ways after 2 years. Thus, I must earn as much as I can during this time," Nuan elaborated. "Considering we both traverse through time, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Nuan said earnestly. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 34. Invitation. Upon hearing his offer, Nuan eagerly nodded in agreement, grateful for any assistance offered. They continued walking until they finally arrived at a shop. Nuan looked up at the sign that read Fireworks Shop, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have Nuan guide her, for otherwise, she would have spent a great deal of time searching for it. At that moment, upon hearing Nuan speak, they entered together. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Are you here to purchase fireworks or firecrackers? I am the proprietor, Mr. Wang. Please let me know if you require anything," the shopkeeper inquired. Noticing Nuan's lack of response, Nuan quickly glanced at her and chose to remain silent. "Mr. Wang, we would like to purchase some firecrackers," Nuan replied, not placing much importance on the shopkeeper's title, as they were not familiar and there was no need for formalities. "Certainly, madam. Please follow me. May I inquire about the occasion for which you require the firecrackers?" Mr. Wang led Nuan and Nuan to the area designated for firecracker sales. "We are celebrating the opening of our eatery, a modest establishment for food," Nuan explained. Master Wang nodded in response. "When a shop opens, the firecrackers usually sell at prices ranging from 160 won per string to 281 and 380 won per string. Which one do you prefer?" He gestured towards the options for Nuan and her companions. "Master Wang, what accounts for the different prices of these firecrackers?" Nuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Master Wang explained, "Madam, the price of firecrackers is contingent upon their materials, craftsmanship, and size. The cheaper firecrackers are made from ordinary materials, feature simple craftsmanship, and are shorter in length. As the price increases, so do the quality of materials, the intricacy of craftsmanship, and the size. Nuan nodded in understanding, reflecting that the age-old adage of you get what you pay for holds true. She turned to Yu Jinglan. What do you think we should purchase? Yu Jinglan examined the firecrackers and then looked back at Nuan. I am uncertain of your budget, but if it is sufficient, I would recommend the mid-range option at 281. The lower-priced ones indeed lack quality. And if you wish to purchase more to extend the duration of the display, it will not be cost-effective. After all, if your opening ceremony is too brief, others might perceive it as a sign of insufficient financial resources. Nuan considered Yu Jinglan's words and agreed. Although their business was modest, it was essential to project a favorable impression. She resolved, Master Wang, we shall purchase the firecrackers priced at 281 per string. Master Wang, in your experience selling these fireworks, how many strings do shop owners typically buy? Nuan asked. Master Wang pondered for a moment before replying. Among those I have encountered, shop owners generally purchase anywhere from 2 to several dozens of strings for their opening. Smaller shops may buy only a few, while medium to large establishments tend to acquire more. Nuan contemplated this. Since we're also a small shop, we will go with 2 strings. Master Wang nodded in agreement. Very well. The total comes to 565 won. Nuan handed over the money to Master Wang, who then packaged the firecrackers and returned the change to her. As Nuan and Yu Jinglan exited the fireworks shop, Nuan expressed her gratitude. Thank you for accompanying me to purchase the firecrackers today. I would have struggled to find them on my own. Don't mention it. It was but a small favor, Yu Jinglan replied casually, taking the firecrackers from Nuan's hands. I plan to make spicy hot pot tonight. Would you care to join me? Nuan asked, feeling no qualms about the invitation. Is that appropriate? After all, you're already married, and your husband might think twice upon seeing you dine with another man, Yu Jinglan remarked, observing Nuan closely. Upon hearing this, Nuan hesitated. Although she contemplated a separation from Nuan in 2 years, she did not wish to be misconstrued as engaging in an affair. Yet, Nuan's recent demeanor had been increasingly peculiar. Perhaps he did find her intriguing, but in this era, could a man of wealth and power truly remain devoted to a single woman? The risk felt daunting. Perhaps it would be better to allow Nuan to believe she had someone of interest, thereby facilitating her own withdrawal. It matters not. We are merely together temporarily, and he won't think much of it, Nuan reassured. Relieved by Nuan's words, Yu Jinglan agreed. Having initially assumed Nuan would refuse the dinner out of loyalty to her husband, it seemed that Nuan indeed felt no attachment to him, which was a comfort. At least she would have companionship in this unfamiliar world. As the two walked and chatted, they unknowingly returned home. Upon entering, Nuan was greeted by Nuan, who approached her with a question, You're back. Before she could finish, he noticed Yu Jinglan following behind her. Who is this? Oh, this is my friend Yu Jinglan, who runs a woodworking workshop. I purchased some wooden frames and trays from him. He just took me to buy firecrackers, and I invited him over tonight to try my spicy hot pot, Nuan explained casually. She then turned to Yu Jinglan, saying, This is the gentleman I mentioned. Nuan. Greetings, young Master Wen. I have long admired your name, Yu Jinglan said with a slight bow. Nuan looked at Yu Jinglan with an impassive expression, remaining silent before turning to retreat to his room. Nuan watched his back with a look of exasperation. Don't mind him. Let's go set off the firecrackers. After Nuan and Yu Jinglan had finished with the firecrackers, Nuan sought her out. Nuan, it's almost time. We need to go pick up your parents. Nuan nodded, replying, All right. She then addressed Yu Jinglan, saying, We will go pick up my in-laws. Please rest here for a moment. I will begin preparing the hot pot once we return. Yu Jinglan replied, I will head back first. I have things to attend to. I will come by for dinner later. That works. Thank you for your help today. You must come in the evening, Nuan urged. Yu Jinglan nodded and began to push his cart away. As he passed by Nuan, he cast a glance at him, who remained coldly fixed on him. Yu Jinglan simply smiled faintly and continued on his way. Nuan exited with Nuan, who maintained a stern demeanor. Nuan, I must remind you once more that we are not divorced. Nuan replied, Yes, so what? What do you mean, so what? You are constantly in and out with other men, and now you invite him to our home for dinner. What does that leave me? When Yuehan exclaimed, visibly upset. We're doing just fine. Why should we care about others' opinions? We have done nothing immoral, merely engaging in normal interactions. What is there to fear? Yinian Gontered. At a loss for words. When Yuehan grew even angrier at her response. I genuinely wish to continue our life together. Why can't you trust me? Is it because of you, Jinglan, that you desire a divorce and wish to be with him instead? Nuan understood that he was overthinking the situation, fearing that he might assume infidelity on her part. She quickly replied, do not speak nonsense. I only met him a few days ago when I visited his workshop to buy supplies. Please do not misinterpret. Wen Yuehan coldly stated, if you do not want others to gossip, keep your distance from him. Nuan looked at him incredulously. Wen Yuehan, you have no right to interfere with my freedom to choose friends. Wen Yuehan gave a chilling smile. Nuan, I do not know what kind of wild spirit you think you are, but as long as you're Nuan, you are my wife, and I will not allow you to leave. Wishing everyone happiness each day and a smooth life. Chapter 35. Watchful eyes, Nuan glared at Wen Yuehan, unwilling to engage further with him, and chose to ignore him. The two walked in silence until they reached the town's entrance, where they noticed that Mr. and Mrs. Wen had yet to arrive, prompting them to wait in place. The more Nuan pondered, the more her indignation grew. This wretched man had clearly promised to part ways after 2 years, yet now he had reneged on his word, which was infuriating. He even referred to her as a mountain spirit or wild creature. If I were indeed such a creature, would I need to engage in this 2-year pact with him? His unreasonable behavior is utterly exasperating. Wen Yuehan remained silent, quietly observing Nuan lost in thought. Sigh. He had initially hoped to subtly win her affection, but with the arrival of Li Ziyu before and now Yu Jinglan, it was evident that Yu Jinglan harbored ulterior motives beyond mere friendship. He wondered if Nuan had mentioned their 2-year agreement to him. This Navi girl was far too trusting, causing him great concern. Each was lost in their own thoughts, ignoring the other until they heard Uncle Quan's voice. Yuehan, Xiaowan. How long have you been waiting? Uncle, we just arrived. Not long at all, Nuan replied with a smile. Ah, that's good to hear. I delayed a bit after letting the ox graze for a while, Uncle Quan said. Not at all. Uncle, we truly appreciate your help, Nuan said as she and Wen Yuehan assisted Mr. and Mrs. Wen down from the ox cart. Don't mention it. I brought your parents here, so I shall take my leave now, Uncle Quan stated. All right, Uncle, please be careful on your way back, Nuan responded. Uncle Quan nodded and returned with the ox cart. Nuan noticed that Wen Yuehan had taken the bundle from Mrs. Wen's hands, so she approached to take the bundle from Mr. Wen, only for him to wave his hand. Let me carry it. It's just some small items, not heavy. Nuan did not insist, but inquired, Father, Mother, have you settled everything at home? Yes, your father and I completed everything this morning. The grain has been harvested, and what we needed to sell was taken care of as well, Mrs. Wen replied with a smile. Nuan nodded in agreement. That's wonderful. Since you both have just arrived, you must be weary from the journey. Please rest first. It's not tiring. We traveled by ox cart, so it's fine. Xiaowan, if there's work to be done, just let us know. We're not exhausted, Mrs. Wen said. Today's tasks are nearly complete. Father, Mother, please heed my advice and rest for now. Tomorrow is likely to be busier, and you will need your strength, Nuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wen ceased to protest. Mr. Wen then asked, Honor, have you been diligent in your studies lately? Wen Yuehan replied calmly, Father, I have not been negligent. Mr. Wen nodded. Now that Xiaowan has purchased a home in town, you should stay here. It will save on accommodation fees at the academy. Wen Yuehan responded, Father, I moved back home a few days ago. The academy has refunded my accommodation fees. Mr. Wen nodded and fell silent. Nuan glanced at Wen Yuehan, thinking, this sly one professes to want to share a lifetime with me, yet does not even mention the matter of the refund. Truly, a man's words can be deceiving. Mrs. Wen took Nuan's hand and said, Oh dear, you've lost some weight. It seems you've been wearing yourself out lately. As a young lady, you shouldn't exert yourself so much. It pains me to see you like this. She turned to Wen Yuehan and said, You must take good care of your wife. Just look at how thin Nuan has become. You've been by her side every day, yet you haven't noticed? Wen Yuehan replied with a helpless expression, Mother, I understand. I will definitely take good care of Nuan from now on. Only then did Mother Wen nod and say, Indeed, who is Nuan working so hard for? You must treat her well in the future and never act ungratefully. When Yuan nodded, Mother, you can rest assured. Surely you know me well enough. I am not that kind of person. Alas, it is truly unfair. It is clearly Nuan who wishes to part ways. Nuan silently enjoyed watching Wen Yuehan's predicament, feeling elated that this stubborn man was finally facing some consequences. Upon returning to the shop, Nuan greeted Lin Ant and the others, introducing them to Father and Mother Wan before leading them to their room. After settling them in, Wen Yuehan called for her. They went to the room originally arranged for Wen Yuehan, and he began, Nuan, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Nuan inquired. My parents have arrived, and since your room is adjacent to theirs, it will be inconvenient for us. This room is the largest, and we can reside here. It also has a study desk, which will be beneficial for my studies, Wen Yuehan explained, looking at Nuan. Nuan nodded in agreement. That sounds fine, but since this room is larger, we should buy a bed for me to sleep on. Wen Yuehan felt a surge of frustration, but resigned himself. All right, I understand. He did not want to pressure her too much, especially since two other men were eyeing her, and he feared that being too forceful would push her away. Nuan nodded and went off to attend to her tasks. She entered the kitchen and, noticing that the meat dishes were nearly cooked, retrieved them and began chopping alongside Lin Ant. Once they finished cutting the meat, Nuan started preparing the base for the spicy hot pot. She instructed Lin Ant, Today we are short on time, so let us make a simplified version. Tomorrow, when we officially open, we will prepare the authentic recipe. Lin Ant nodded in agreement and watched attentively. Nuan first sought add the spices and oil, then added some seasonings, followed by a pot of water to simmer. Before long, the entire courtyard was filled with a tantalizing aroma that whetted the appetite. Once the base was ready, Nuan began cooking the hot pot, preparing portions for 3 at a time due to the limited number of pots. After finishing the first batch, she served it to Father Wan, Mother Wan, and Wen Yuehan, who insisted on sharing a meal with Nuan. Consequently, she allowed Ernyo to eat first. After the 3 finished, they praised the meal, declaring it the most delicious they had ever tasted. Nuan then started on the second batch, and once it was ready, she invited Lin Ant, Xiao Yin, and Nan Feng to join her. Just then, Yu Jingwan arrived, and Nuan greeted him. You came at the perfect time. I'm just about to cook the 3rd pot, which will be ready to eat soon. Yu Jingwan smiled and said, Great. I can already smell the deliciousness even before entering. Nuan smiled and said, Indeed, especially now the meat and vegetables are entirely natural. I find their flavor even more robust than in the past. Yu Jingwan nodded pensively. Indeed, it is thanks to you. Otherwise, I reckon I would never have tasted such delights in my lifetime. Nuan chuckled lightly. Oh, what you say is too much. We help each other after all. Wen Yuehan, observing the jovial exchange between the two, felt a surge of unexplainable ire. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? He inquired. Yu Jingwan glanced at Wen Yuehan and replied, Wen, please enjoy your tea. I shall assist Nuan with the dishes. You need not concern yourself with me. Wen Yuehan gripped his cup tightly, filled with indignation yet feeling powerless. May everyone find joy each day and navigate life smoothly. Chapter 36. Could it be a soul possession? Upon hearing this, Nuan gently urged Yu Jinglan onto a stool. Oh dear, you are our guest. How can I allow you to serve? Please, join Wen Yuehan for tea. Seeing Nuan's insistence, Yu Jinglan chose not to object further. Wen Yuehan, with a pleased expression, pushed a teacup toward Yu Jinglan. Come now, you have some tea. Yu Jinglan regarded Wen Yuehan's self-satisfied demeanor and rolled his eyes. I shall pass. I wish to save room for the spicy hot pot. Wen Yuehan chuckled at this and resumed drinking. What profession does one engage in? Yu Jinglan pondered, curious about Wen Yuehan's pursuits. Wen Yuehan smiled and replied, I am but a humble scholar, still pursuing my studies. Oh, I see that you are indeed a learned man. With aspirations for official recognition, Yu Jinglan's esteem for Wen Yuehan grew. In this era, scholars were highly esteemed, and should he succeed in examination, his future would be boundless. He finally understood why Nuan wished to part ways. Most officials in ancient times had multiple wives. I am but a mere scholar. Thus far, I have only attained the status of Shiotsai, Wen Yuehan stated. Yu Jinglan observed Wen Yuehan, you are truly modest. I believe you cannot yet be 20 years old, and you have already earned the title of Shiotsai, which speaks volumes of your promising future. Your praise is excessive. I am but 17 this year, and my success in the examination was sheer luck, Wen Yuehan replied, his tone devoid of false humility, delivering a rather irksome remark in a plain manner. Yu Jinglan abruptly lost the desire to converse with Wen Yuehan. He found him insufferable. Just then, Nuan finished preparing the spicy hot pot and brought it over. You, my young brother, there is no need to compare yourself with others. You are still young and have already mastered skill. Each has their strengths. Do not dwell too much on such matters. Yu Jinglan smiled at her words. You are correct. Indeed, each person must tread their own path. Wen Yuehan, upon hearing this, regarded Nuan in silence, realizing that if he had known of her preference for modesty, he would have refrained from boasting. Nuan served each person a bowl of spicy hot pot. Hurry and taste it. There are condiments on the stove. Feel free to help yourselves if you wish. It smells wonderful. It has been ages since I last had spicy hot pot, and it is quite fragrant, Yu Jinglan remarked. Wen Yuehan, intrigued by this, questioned, You have had spicy hot pot before? Yu Jinglan was startled, realizing he had misspoken. How could he rectify this? Observing Yu Jinglan's perplexed expression, Nuan hurriedly interjected. I once heard you mention that his father had prepared a similar dish for him, combining various vegetables and noodles, though there was no meat at that time. Yu Jinglan quickly interjected. Indeed, my father once made it for me, though it lacked meat. Wen Yuehan nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, her mind began to race. While this dish combined vegetables, meat, and noodles, its flavor was distinctly different from his place. Both of them had tasted it, and their earlier remarks seemed rather juvenile. There was only one possibility. They hailed from the same origin, which piqued Yu Jinglan's curiosity. Yet, how could there suddenly be so many peculiar beings? Do these entities consume food? In tales of the supernatural, R&T, they typically portrayed as creatures that feed off human essence. Could it be that they were once human, now possessed by spirits? Wen Yuehan discreetly glanced at the two. This spicy hot pot is indeed delicious. She observed both of them silently exhaling, realizing that they indeed originated from the same place. But where could it be? How could they be possessed by souls? Nuan felt relieved when she noticed that Wen Yuehan had not brought up the earlier topic again. Well, if it weren't tasty, I wouldn't sell it. Indeed, this spicy hot pot caters to all ages, featuring both meat and vegetables, as well as rice, Wen Yuehan remarked. Nuan smiled. If you find it delicious, feel free to have more. There's plenty, and if it runs low, I can prepare more. Wen Yuehan looked at Nuan. It's fine. One bowl is sufficient. As for you, Brother Yu, we owe much of our utensils to your efforts. You have contributed greatly, so indulge a little. That's only fair. One bowl is enough for me as well, Yu Jinglan replied. Today, when I went out to dine, I noticed other shops using lotus leaves for takeout. I pondered how those meals could be packed in lotus leaves, but how would one package this spicy hot pot? Nuan mused. Upon hearing this, Wen and Yu fell into contemplation. Nuan, realizing the moment, quickly urged, let us focus on our meal first. We can ponder this matter later. Takeout options with soup seem quite rare, Wen Yuehan commented. I believe we should consider offering delivery services. For instance, if someone wishes to enjoy a meal but is reluctant to venture out, or if they live some distance away, we could deliver it to them, Nuan suggested. Yu Jinglan understood Nuan's intention, akin to modern-day food delivery services. However, this era was different from the 21st century, lacking direct ordering via mobile phones. Anyone wishing to place an order would inevitably have to step outside. Reflecting on this, Yu Jinglan remarked, rather than establishing a delivery service, it might be wiser to open a branch in other parts of town once we start making profits. Most ordinary people prefer dining out. As for the wealthy, even if they wish to stay in, they have servants to run errands for them. They would likely bring their own utensils when they do venture out. Moreover, regardless of whether they wish to place an order, they would have to step out at some point. They would surely take their food home directly. Nuan grasped Yu Jinglan's perspective, acknowledging that without mobile phones, the modern convenience of placing orders was absent. Here, anyone wishing to order would have to go out. And since the wealthy were a minority, most patrons were ordinary individuals who would prefer simply dining out. You are correct. I had not considered that. Let us not dwell on it for now. We can address it if such a situation arises in the future. After all, the circumstances are not the same. Nuan concluded. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinglan nodded in agreement. As when Yuan pondered their conversation, he found himself perplexed by Nuan's immediate understanding of Yu Jinglan's words. Without a hint of inquiry, why, he mused, was it deemed necessary to mention that one must step outside, even if ordering was an option? Was this not a commonplace notion? Nuan seemed to concur, yet asserted that their circumstances were not comparable. What, then, was the nature of that situation? At that moment, when Yuan's curiosity about Nuan reached its zenith, he felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity, as though she were an enigma that could vanish at any given moment. Who were they truly, and what secrets did they harbor? This unsettling sensation gnawed at him, compelling him to mechanically finish his meal before announcing, "I am done. I shall wash the dishes." Rising from the table, he proceeded to the well, reflecting upon what steps to take next. There was undoubtedly a significant secret concealed within Nuan, yet given the current circumstances, she would be reluctant to confide in him, as trust had not yet been established. Thus, the first step was to earn her trust, but how might he accomplish that? "Oh dear, Wen Yuan, do cease your washing. Look, you've splashed water all over your clothes." "I hadn't noticed," he replied, glancing at his attire. "It's of no consequence. I'm already wet. I shall change once I finish washing." "You seem a bit off today. Are you all right?" Nuan inquired. "Of course I'm fine. What could possibly be the matter?" "You should take a moment to rest after a long day," Wen Yuan suggested. "Very well then. I shall move the quilt to your room," Nuan said as she stood to leave. Watching her depart, Wen Yuan resumed his task. "Oh dear, how troublesome it is for you to wash the dishes," Wen Xiao sighed. "I never expected a scholar to be so unconcerned about the trivialities. That is quite commendable," Yu Jinglan remarked. Wen Yuan glanced at him. "You've finished your meal. Shouldn't you be taking your leave?" "Ah, you are rather lacking in generosity. Nuan invited me. It would be discourteous to depart without bidding her farewell," Yu Jinglan countered. "Ha! With so many affairs to attend to, I shall convey your regards to my wife, who is certainly understanding and will not take offense," Wen Yuan replied, regarding Yu Jinglan with a knowing look. "Never mind. I'm not busy today. I shall wait for Nuan to emerge before I leave," Yu Jinglan said with a mischievous grin. Just as Wen Yuan prepared to speak, Nuan reappeared. "What are you two discussing so jovially?" "Nothing of consequence." When is merely inquiring about my departure, Yu Jinglan responded with a smile. "Are you leaving?" Nuan asked. "Indeed, the host does not seem welcoming. So I must take my leave," Yu Jinglan replied. Suddenly, Nuan perceived a rather tea-like demeanor about Yu Jinglan. When did you develop a taste for green tea?" Upon hearing Nuan's remark, Yu Jinglan's understanding dawned, and he retorted with indignation, "How dare you say such a thing? I shall take my leave now." With that, he feigned departure, yet his gaze lingered on Nuan. Nuan erupted in laughter. "Oh dear you, what is this? You are behaving like a child. You look youthful," suggesting he still possessed a child's heart. Wen Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't resist delivering a sharp retort. "You're the one with a child's heart. You're merely 17, while I'm already 19, older than you," Yu Jinglan replied with indignation. "So, you is indeed 19, which places him slightly above me in age," Wen Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Seeing the two bickering, Nuan found it amusing. "Oh, come on, you two, isn't that enough? What is there to argue about?" Yu Jinglan, upon hearing this, retorted with pride, "I'm not arguing with him. Whatever, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Take care on your way back," Wen Yuan said. Nuan shot a speechless glance at Wen Yuan and turned to Yu Jinglan. "All right then, do be careful. It's getting dark." "Okay, I know," Yu Jinglan replied, casting a disdainful look at Wen Yuan before departing. After washing the dishes, Wen Yuan returned to his room to change clothes. Nuan busied herself in the kitchen for a while, then, estimating that Wen Yuan had finished changing, she entered the room. "My dear, it seems you and Yu Jinglan are quite familiar with each other," Wen Yuan inquired as soon as she sat down, leaving Nuan flustered. "Well, I thought Wen Yuan would remain oblivious tonight. It turns out he is quite perceptive, albeit only regarding his wife. It's nothing much. We've only known each other for a few days, having shopped together a few times, so we are somewhat acquainted, Nuan replied, attempting to employ some verbal finesse. You say you're familiar. After all, it has been a few days, and indeed, we are a bit familiar. I'm not referring to that kind of familiarity. Nuan responded. Then what kind of familiarity are you talking about? Nuan continued to feign ignorance. I believe you both hail from the same place. Nuan stated, shifting his position to face Nuan directly. If that's the case, then the three of us are all from the same place, Daliasen. Nuan kvipped earnestly. Well, if you put it that way, that makes sense, Nuan chuckled. Rest assured, I promised you that as long as our marriage exists, I shall never stray. It's all for business. Nuan laughed, initially focused solely on making money. After all, isn't that enticing? I believe you, my dear. Nuan replied with a smile. Oh my, what is Nuan up to? Why the sudden display of tenderness? Nuan's heart raced, struggling to maintain composure in the presence of such a refined gentleman. Observing Nuan's expression, Nuan seemed to uncover something, smiling as he said, My dear, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. Ah, you go ahead. I'll sit here for a while, Nuan replied. My dear has worked hard all day. Come to bed and rest. The bed is spacious. It's fine, Nuan encouraged with a smile. All right, Nuan acquiesced, slowly making her way to the bed. Once lying down, she felt an overwhelming tension. It's not the cold demeanor of an opponent that frightens one, but rather their gentleness. How could one resist such a charming man? Could Nuan be harboring some ulterior motive? Why this sudden shift in demeanor? It reminded her of the gentle but deadly knives and empresses in the palace, each cut claiming a life. Calm down, Nuan, she admonished herself. Why are you so nervous? Nuan suddenly inquired. Nuan was taken aback. I'm not nervous at all. It's good that you're not. Although we come from the same village, I've spent most of my time studying and know so little about you, my dear wife, Nuan remarked. It's better that way. I was rather immature before and didn't do many good deeds, so it's just as well you don't know. Nuan replied awkwardly. Oh, are you saying you've matured now? Nuan asked again. Indeed, people say that marriage makes women mature, Nuan stated. Oh, who has said that? How come I've never heard of it? Nuan pondered, but couldn't recall anyone saying such a thing. How would you know? Being a man? Such words are meant for women, Nuan responded. It seems I have wronged you, dear wife. Marrying me has made you grow up so much, which must mean your life has been difficult because of me. I truly feel ashamed, Nuan lamented. Nuan was speechless. They often say there are many green tea women, but why do I feel like all men are just as insipid? One after another, they just don't stop. You don't need to say that. It's my own issue. You shouldn't take everything upon yourself, Nuan said. But seeing you so aggrieved, I cannot remain indifferent, Nuan replied. Never mind. This conversation has reached an impasse. I shall just pretend to sleep, Nuan declared, immediately beginning to feign sleep and falling silent. After a while, when Nuan heard no response, he turned to look at Nuan and found her eyes tightly closed. Seemingly asleep, he chuckled softly, amused by her act of pretending to sleep. What an interesting person, he thought, wishing everyone happiness and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 38. Grand opening, forget it. I'll let you off today. Speak to me when you feel ready, Nuan mused as he gradually drifted off to sleep. Before long, Nuan sensed that Nuan had indeed fallen asleep, sighed in relief, and followed suit, as they had much to prepare for the opening the next day. Early the next morning, Nuan rose and, upon entering the courtyard, spotted Mother when serving food on the table. She called everyone to come and eat. After they finished their meal, Nuan went to the academy, and the ordered items began to arrive one after another. Nuan encouraged everyone to join in the preparations. With many hands, tasks were completed swiftly, and before noon, everything was ready. Firecrackers were set up in front of the shop, and when Father and Ernio approached to light them, the firecrackers crackled loudly, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Once the final firecracker echoed through the air, Nuan stepped into the midst of the gathering and proclaimed, "Good day, esteemed villagers. Today, our little eatery, Tangwan, officially opens its doors, and we eagerly await your patronage. For the first 3 days, There's a 20% discount on all meals. May you all dine happily. As soon as Nuan finished speaking, someone inquired, "Young lady, what exactly is this tang wan?" Nuan smiled and replied, "This is steamed ant. Tang wan is a cherished dish passed down in my family. You can select your own ingredients, and we will season and cook them according to your taste, ensuring it is suitable for all ages." "Oh, how intriguing. I must give it a try," a male voice responded. Nuan turned to see it was Li Ziyu and greeted him with a smile. "You've arrived. Come in and have a taste." Li Ziyu smiled at Nuan and entered the shop. Following him, 3 or 4 others stepped inside as well. Nuan instructed them to take trays and select their dishes from the shelves, saying, "Vegetables are 1 coin per skewer, meat dishes are 2 coins per skewer, noodles are 5 coins per serving, and there are other side dishes as well. Please refer to the wall for the prices." Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at the prices, which seemed reasonable, especially since there was a promotional offer for the first 3 days. They were eager to see how the food tasted. Some had already chosen their dishes, paid, and went to wait. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Emanating from the broth simmered from the large bones Nuan had specially acquired from a butcher. The fragrance was even more intense than the previous day's offerings. Those seated in the shop felt reassured by the enticing scent, while those outside couldn't help but swallow hard, prompting more patrons to trickle in, quickly filling the establishment. Nuan recognized the rush and urged everyone to form a line, prompting them to await their turn patiently. In this era, the concept of spicy hot pot was virtually non-existent. Although every household prepared some form of communal dish, not every family knew how to create the base and broth, making such delicacies highly sought after. After all, even in a materially abundant modernity, this dish remained popular, let alone in a time of scarcity. After finishing his hot pot, Li Ziyu found the flavors exquisite, spicy and savory, and yearned for another bowl. However, seeing Nuan and her companions bustling about, he hesitated to ask. Instead, he approached Nuan and said, "Miss Ji, I have finished my meal. Is there any way I can assist?" Nuan chuckled and replied, "What are you saying? You are a guest. It's improper to put guests to work. It's no trouble. I have nothing pressing to do. We are friends, after all," Li Ziyu insisted. Seeing his determination, Nuan relented, saying, "Very well, then. Please keep an eye on the tables. If anyone finishes eating, kindly take their dishes to the kitchen and wipe down the tables. I appreciate your help." Li Ziyu nodded and got to work. When Yuehan returned, he was taken aback to see Li Ziyu bustling about. Approaching him, he asked, "What are you doing here? What is wrong with me being here?" "Miss Ji has said nothing to me. It's none of your business," Li Ziyu retorted. Yuehan, upon hearing this, sought out Nuan. He found her in the kitchen, where she was preparing the hot pot, and inquired, "Nuan, did you put Li Ziyu to work?" Nuan paused, then recalled that in ancient times, what Li Ziyu was doing could indeed be considered serving. "You're back? Have you eaten?" "I have. But why is Li Ziyu here?" Yuehan asked again. "Oh, he came to eat. After finishing, he mentioned he had nothing to do, so I let him help out a bit," Nuan replied casually, handing him a bowl she had just prepared. "This is for table 38. Please confirm with the guests when you go to the dining area and retrieve their order slips." Yuehan nodded, taking the bowl and departing. He continued to shuttle back and forth, delivering meals until it was almost time for him to head to the academy. He informed Nuan of his impending departure and noticing the dwindling ingredients. She asked him to have Nanfeng inform those in line that supplies were running low and they should return later if they wished to eat. Yuehan nodded and departed after conveying the necessary information to Nuan, proceeding to the academy. Nanfeng addressed the queue outside, and many expressed their regret at not being able to partake in a meal, but with no ingredients left. They had no choice but to leave and return later that evening. Gradually, the number of patrons in the hall dwindled until the last guest departed, prompting Erniu to close the shop's door. Nuan prepared the remaining ingredients, and everyone gathered to dine. Li Ziyu, while eating, inquired, "Miss Ji, have you received your business license?" "Business license? What is that?" Nuan asked. "You are unaware of the business license? Miss Ji, when opening a food establishment, one must register with the government. Upon completing the process, a license is issued for tax purposes. If you fail to register and are discovered later, there will be penalties." Li Ziyu explained. I had no idea, Nuan replied. Is it still possible to rectify this now? Of course, it is feasible. How about this? Once we finish our meal, I will accompany you to the government office. I know someone in the household department, so the process should be expedited, Li Ziyu suggested. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Master Li, Nuan said. Think nothing of it. It is a trivial matter, Li Ziyu smiled. Mr. and Mrs. When observed the interaction between the two, considering that Master Li's kindness towards Nuan might harbor ulterior motives. The elderly couple exchanged glances before resuming their meal, deciding to inquire about the matter later. After they finished eating, Nuan instructed the others to rest for an hour before attending to the remaining ingredients from the morning for the evening service. She then addressed Mr. and Mrs. Wan, saying, Father, Mother, I'm going to register with Master Li at the government office. You have worked hard all day. Please take a moment to rest. Mr. and Mrs. Wan nodded in agreement, and Nuan hurried off with Li Ziyu. Upon arriving at the government office, they found the household department personnel just settling in, yawning. Li Ziyu approached with a smile, saying, Master Lu, just waking up? Master Lu, upon recognizing Li Ziyu, quickly stood and replied, Ah, Master Li has arrived. If there is any matter, simply send someone to inform me. There was no need for you to come personally. Li Ziyu chuckled and said, Master Lu, you are too kind. It is only natural for me to come and see you in person. Master Lu's smile widened. You flatter me. Please, if there is something you need, do not hesitate to express it, and I will do my utmost to assist. Then I shall not be shy, Master Lu. This is my friend Nuan. She wishes to open a food establishment and is quite anxious to commence. Might you expedite the issuance of her business license? Li Ziyu inquired. Master Lu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ah, Master Li, since you have brought it up, I shall certainly make an effort to accommodate. But the registration process has its own procedures and cannot be hastened significantly. To be candid, Master Lu, my friend is inexperienced in business matters and does not fully understand the requirements, which is why she is quite anxious. I just learned of this and immediately brought her here, discussing the matter with her along the way, Li Ziyu explained. Indeed, Master Lu. It is my ignorance of the regulations that has caused you trouble, Nuan added. I sincerely apologize, Brother Li. You have been mentioned as a person of great capability, and I was assured that turning to you would yield solutions. Thus, I must express my sincere apologies. Nuan also chimed in. Upon hearing their praises, Lord Lu smiled. Ordinarily, one cannot commence operations without obtaining a license. Yet since young Master Li is my dear friend, I cannot refuse his request for assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu hastily responded, Lord Lu, if you could lend your aid this time, please do not hesitate to call upon me in the future for any matters. Although I am unworthy, I shall certainly do my utmost to serve you. Having spoken, Li Ziyu offered a respectful bow. Hearing Li Ziyu's words, Lord Lu chuckled. Oh dear, young Master Li, your words are overly flattering. These are but trifles. Here is what we shall do. Miss G, please accompany my subordinate to register, and I shall issue a temporary permit. With this, you need not fear inspections. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu nodded. Lord Lu's arrangements are indeed meticulous. Miss G, you should proceed with Lord Lu's subordinate to complete the registration, while I shall await the issuance of the permit. Nuan nodded and followed a constable to register. After completing the registration, she returned with the constable to find Li Ziyu conversing with Lord Lu. The constable then reported, Lord Lu, I have taken Miss G to complete the registration. Lord Lu nodded. Miss G, the permit has been provided to young Master Li. Use it for now and return in 3 days to collect your license. Remember to report your sales and pay taxes every 3 months. Very well, Lord Lu. Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember it well, Nuan responded. Lord Lu acknowledged her words with a nod. Since the matter is settled, I shall not keep you any longer. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu bowed. Thank you, Lord Lu. We shall take our leave now. Nuan followed suit, and together they departed. I am truly grateful to you, young Master Li, otherwise I would still be in the dark, Nuan said. Oh, there is no need for such formality. It is only natural that you weren't aware, as you have not engaged in business before, Li Ziyu replied. Indeed, you speak the truth. Young Master Li, I will need to trouble you again in the future. As I am unfamiliar with this place and anticipate encountering further issues, Nuan said with a smile. No worries. Feel free to approach me with any concerns. If it's urgent, you may come directly to my home. If not, I usually visit the town every few days. And I will inform you if I have to be away, Li Ziyu remarked, glancing at Nuan. Wow, Li Ziyu is truly a warm-hearted individual. Excellent. I'm immensely grateful to you, young Master Li. With the recent opening, I have been inundated with tasks. Once I have settled my affairs, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu smiled. That sounds wonderful. I shall look forward to your feast. Nuan cheerfully inquired. What have you been busy with lately? Not much, just some business-related matters. Oh, I noticed you hadn't been in town for several days. I thought something might have happened. Indeed, there was a minor issue, but it has been resolved now. That is good to hear. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will certainly assist in any way I can, Nuan assured Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu glanced at Nuan and smiled. All right then, I shall be the first to seek your assistance in the future. I hope I won't be a bother to you. Not at all. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person, Nuan replied. Unbeknownst to them, they had returned to Nuan's residence. You should head back now and take a good rest. It seems there will be much to do later tonight. I must also return and will not come by this evening. After saying this, Li Ziyu handed Nuan a document. Miss G, here's the proof. Please keep it safe. Thank you so much, young Master Li. Please take care on your way back, Nuan responded. Li Ziyu nodded. All right, you take care. Why are you still here? Nuan asked. I will leave once I see you enter, he replied. Very well then, she said, turning to go inside. Li Ziyu also departed, and just as he reached the corner, a carriage approached. The driver called out, Young master, you are finally out. Let's hurry back. Li Ziyu nodded in acknowledgement and boarded the carriage, which then proceeded towards the city gate. Once Nuan returned, she went to her room to rest, exhausted from a long day of work. Truly, it is said that those in the catering industry bear the heaviest burdens, and she felt it to be undeniably true. She fell asleep almost instantly. When Nuan awoke again, she found Wen Yuan had returned, seated at the table engrossed in a book. What brings you back? She inquired. Classes are over. Naturally, I returned, Wen Yuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, has it already reached the hour of you? How did I sleep for so long? Nuan hastily got out of bed, tidied herself, and rushed out. In the courtyard, she noticed everyone was already bustling with activity. Upon entering the main hall, she saw guests arriving in succession and quickly proceeded to the kitchen to lend a hand. Sister Lin was also there cooking, through a day of observation and practice. She had learned quite a bit. Nuan informed Sister Lin that she would take over the task from Wen's mother and went to the hall to handle payments, keeping records of the day's earnings to facilitate future accounting. The group worked tirelessly, and as the ingredients dwindled, Nuan informed the guests in line that they were out of supplies and should return the next day. She then returned to continue her bookkeeping until Nanfeng collected the last payment, which he handed over to Nuan. After finishing her calculations, she noticed that only a few guests remained and made her way to the kitchen, where she saw Wen's mother preparing dinner. Indeed, while spicy hot pot is delectable, it becomes tiresome to consume daily. Wen's mother had prepared some porridge, stir-fried a large pot of greens, chopped the remaining braised meat, and called everyone to join for dinner. Today, our total revenue is 3 taels and 6 chien. Thank you all for your hard work. We did not prepare many ingredients today, so later I will order more from Butcher Zhang. It will likely become busier ahead. Tomorrow, I shall post a recruitment notice at the entrance, so we will not be as overwhelmed in the future. Wishing everyone happiness and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 40. No extras needed. As Nuan finished speaking and was about to invite everyone to dine together, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Ernyo hurriedly ran to open it, and upon seeing Yu Jinglan, he ushered him inside. Nuan, I sincerely apologize. I had originally intended to join you for lunch today, but an unexpected visitor required my attention, preventing my arrival. Here are 200 wooden sticks for you to use. Consider them a gesture of goodwill, and I shall not charge you for them. Yu Jinglan smiled as he approached the table. Just then, Aunt Lin brought over a stool, and Nuan quickly invited, just in time, brother Yu. We are about to have dinner. Please sit and enjoy. Observing Yu Jinglan take a seat, Nuan continued. You had an unforeseen matter to attend to, which we all understand. However, we must settle the accounts fairly. I insist on paying you. No need. Yu Jinglan replied with a smile. Let these 200 be my gift to you. The remaining 400 will still be charged. Ah, how generous of you, boss Yu. Wen Yuehan remarked with a smirk. Nuan glanced at Wen Yuehan, then back at Yu Jinglan, deciding it best not to press the issue further, lest Wen Yuehan resort to his usual sarcasm. Well then, I thank you for your sponsorship. Come, let us eat before the food grows cold. At this, Wen Yuehan produced 2 taels of silver and placed them before Yu Jinglan, stating, no need for gifts. Observing Wen Yuehan's sudden display of generosity, Nuan felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing she often haggled over mere coins. How the disparity between us can be so disheartening, she thought. Yu Jinglan accepted the 2 taels with a smile. Brother One, your generosity is much appreciated. Mr. and Mrs. Wen exchanged glances, observing Yu Jinglan and their son. Before returning to their meal, the group enjoyed a lively dinner filled with laughter, despite the fatigue, for they had earned a substantial profit, 3 to 4 taels of silver daily, translating to nearly 100 taels monthly after expenses, sufficient for an ordinary family to live for 4 or 5 years. Once dinner concluded, Yu Jinglan took his leave. Nuan prepared to seek out Zhang the butcher for additional meat, with Wen Yuehan accompanying her. Nuan, don't you think you're getting too close to Yu Jinglan and Li Ziyu? Wen Yuehan inquired with a hint of discontent. I don't believe so. It's merely the interaction typical among friends, Nuan replied. But they are men, and you are a woman. You should be more cautious, Wen Yuehan insisted. Nuan felt exasperated. What do you mean by caution? My dealings with them are strictly business, nothing more. You may have no ulterior motives, but how can you be sure they do not? Wen Yuehan countered, resigned. Nuan, feeling the weight of his words, retorted Wen Yuehan. You should understand the customs of this era well. Marriages are based on social standing. How could Li Ziyu's family ever allow him to marry a peasant girl? Even if he were foolish, his parents are not. Our interactions with Yu Jinglan are purely business-related. Do not read too much into it. Nuan was startled, almost revealing too much. I must remain composed. Otherwise, I might inadvertently expose something I shouldn't see. Wen Yuehan sensed the incongruity in Nuan's words. Their connection was not merely business-related. They were from the same place. This realization heightened his sense of urgency. Li Ziyu was similar to him. That was manageable. But Yu Jinglan, sharing the same origins, would they return there together? Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan with growing concern. Nuan, will you leave? Nuan was taken aback and quickly feigned ignorance. Leave? Why would I leave? Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan and replied, it's nothing. I just hope you can always stay by my side. The last sentence was spoken so softly that Nuan couldn't quite catch it. What did you say? She asked. Nothing. It would be best if you refrain from seeking out those 2 in the future, Wen Yuehan advised. Nuan truly did not know what to say, so she chose to remain silent. They arrived at the butcher Zhang's door, and Nuan stepped forward to knock. Is Boss Zhang home? A woman's voice came from inside. Sister-in-law, it's me, Nuan. Ah, it's Madame Ji. I'll come to open the door. Oh my, Madame Ji has arrived. Please come in. And who is this? Zhang's wife inquired. Sister-in-law, this is my husband, Wen Yuehan, Nuan introduced. Oh, so this is young Master Wen. Please come in. Zhang's wife welcomed them. As they entered, they saw Zhang the butcher coming out from within. Ah, Madame Ji, Scholar Wen has come. Nuan smiled and replied, yes, Boss Zhang. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Zhang the butcher chuckled. Oh, there's no such thing as disturbance. Every time you come, you bring us business. We are more than happy to have you. Nuan laughed in response. Hee, it's still Boss Zhang who understands me. I do indeed have matters to discuss. What is it? Please, speak freely. Zhang the butcher encouraged with a hearty laugh. Boss Zhang, we are opening today, and business is quite good. Could you please provide double the amount of everything for our future orders? Yinian requested. Zhang the butcher's face broke into a wide grin as he quickly agreed. Sure. I knew Madame Ji was a savvy businesswoman. Nuan found it amusing and replied, oh, it's nothing. I'm merely grateful for the villagers' support. Have you had dinner yet? I just finished making dinner. Come and have a bite with us, Zhang's wife offered. Nuan quickly waved her hand. Sister-in-law, there's no need. We just finished eating and have already discussed our matters with Boss Zhang, so we one tea impose. You've eaten? You'll miss out on my cooking this time. Madam G, you and your husband must come next time to try my dishes. All right, sister-in-law, rest assured. We will definitely come next time, Nuan replied with a smile. Now, Boss Zhang, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave. You both enjoy your dinner. Okay, let me see you off, Zhang the butcher said as he stepped forward. At the door, Nuan and Wen Yuehan bid farewell to Zhang before they left. And Zhang returned inside to close the door. Doubling the quantity, won't that be more exhausting? Wen Yuehan inquired. Not at all. Starting tomorrow, I'll be hiring some help. So it won't be too tiring, Nuan assured him. When you hire people, be cautious to avoid having your recipes copied. Today, there were many patrons, and soon enough, someone may covet what you possess. Others may follow suit, Wen Yuehan cautioned. Nuan nodded. All right, I will be vigilant. She refrained from mentioning that she had already considered this point, as such matters were quite common in modern times. Once a shop becomes profitable, it is only natural for others to follow suit. Therefore, she contemplated whether providing delivery services might be beneficial. Yet, upon further reflection, she wondered if she could offer delivery while others could not. Despite the warmth of the season, Nuan remains unperturbed. For the abundance of delectable treats assures her that innovation in the realm of snacks and desserts will draw customers aplenty. Yet, she refrains from divulging too much to Wen Yuehan, as they have yet to embark on their endeavors. May everyone find joy and smooth sailing in their lives. Chapter 41. Together until old age. Upon returning home, Nuan headed to the kitchen to boil water, preparing for a long overdue bath. As several days had passed since her last, the discomfort of feeling unclean was insufferable for someone of her modern sensibilities. Just as Wen Yuehan entered the room, he was summoned by his mother. Han, come here. Your father and I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Acknowledging her call, Wen Yuehan followed his mother to the room of his parents. As they entered, his father gestured for them to sit. Han, it seems that little Nuan has made quite a few acquaintances since coming to town, he remarked. Realizing their concern that Nuan might stray, Wen Yuehan reassured them. Father, Mother, Nuan's business requires her to meet many people. It is inevitable. Rest assured, she knows how to conduct herself. Wen Mu, relieved yet still cautious, responded. It's not that we doubt little Nuan's integrity. It's just that we should be vigilant regarding Li Ziyu and Yu Jinglan. They are quite invested in her affairs, and we fear that, over time, she might develop feelings. Wen Yuehan poured a glass of water for each parent, saying, Father, Mother. Both of them have business dealings with Nuan. For instance, Yu Jinglan provides her with supplies regularly, and it isn't a one-off arrangement. As for Li Ziyu, his family is involved in trade, and Nuan has previously sold a recipe for marinated delicacies to his relatives, hence their frequent interactions. You needn't worry, Nuan is discerning. Hearing this, Wen Fu and Wen Mu felt a sense of relief. That is good to hear. We only worry because we care. Now, you and little Nuan should retire early, they urged. You too have worked hard today. Rest well, Wen Yuehan replied with a nod. Hey, Wen Yuehan, I need to take a bath. Can you help me keep an eye on the door? Nuan, having just finished boiling water, entered the room looking for him. All right, let's go, Wen Yuehan nodded. Wait a moment, I need to grab some clean clothes. Nuan said as she returned to her room. Let us proceed. I will wash up in the kitchen while you stand guard outside, she instructed. With her clothes in hand, Nuan carried the basin to the kitchen, mixed the water, and began her bath. Outside, Wen Yuehan listened to the sounds of water, his thoughts beginning to drift, his face growing increasingly warm. Soon, the sound of water ceased, and Nuan emerged from the room. I am done, but I still need to wash my hair. Can you help me fetch some water shortly? Wen Yuehan replied hoarsely. Of course. Grateful it was night, he thought to himself that otherwise, Nuan might notice his flushed cheeks. As Nuan commenced washing her hair, Wen Yuehan occasionally changed the water, captivated by the sight of her fair neck in the dim candlelight, swallowing hard. He silently redirected his gaze elsewhere. Only in the presence of a favored woman does a man experience such physiological reactions. He had never felt this way about anyone else. Nuan, you belong to me alone. Time for water change. Wen Yuehan, Nuan called out. noticing his lack of response. "Oh, right, coming." When Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly reined her thoughts to fetch water from the well. After Nuan finished washing her hair, she returned to the room with Wen Yuan. Just as she sat down to dry her hair, Wen Yuan approached her, taking the towel to wring out her hair. "Should we consider purchasing a bathtub? It would be splendid for taking baths," Wen Yuan proposed. "Absolutely. I've been wanting one for ages. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Jinglan about having one made." Nuan replied with delight. "Yes, and let us order a few more basins as well. Nan Feng and the others will need them too, given that they run a food establishment. Hygiene must be prioritized," Wen Yuan added. "Wen Yuan, you're truly thoughtful. I never expected you to possess such awareness. I am quite impressed," Nuan exclaimed. "After dinner tomorrow, I will accompany you to Jinglan to place the order." Wen Yuan smiled. "Sound good. There's much to do during the day, so let us go together after dinner," Nuan agreed. Wen Yuan felt reassured that Nuan harbored no feelings for Jinglan. This was favorable, as he wanted Nuan to recognize his merits and gradually become reliant on him. "Oh, how I wish I had a hairdryer. My hair is so long that it takes forever to dry," Nuan lamented. "A hairdryer? What is that?" Wen Yuan inquired. "It's a device that blows air to quickly dry hair," Nuan replied somewhat dejectedly, having already revealed many flaws in her pretenses. "That sounds rather intriguing. I have never encountered such a thing," Wen Yuan remarked, choosing not to press further, believing that Nuan would disclose her truths when she felt ready. Noticing Wen Yuan's lack of curiosity, Nuan found it peculiar. "Why are you no longer inquiring? You will speak when you wish to." "I shall not press you any further," Wen Yuan replied with a smile. "Are you not afraid I might be some kind of monster?" Nuan asked. "Not at all," Wen Yuan said, secretly adding in his heart that as long as she remained herself and was his, nothing else mattered. Nuan instantly gave him a thumbs up. "You are truly bold and well-informed." Wen Yuan smiled quietly, thinking that it was not boldness but simply affection. Despite her words, Nuan understood that when Yuan's earlier statements might hold truth, he did not desire to part ways. Could it be that he has developed feelings for her? Oh, matters of the heart must be clarified in advance. Otherwise, they lead to mutual harm. Thus, she said, "Wen Yuan, you must harbor some doubts about me. I shall not elaborate further, but I can assure you that your suspicions are correct. Furthermore, I am a person capable of only exclusive love, so I cannot accept a man with multiple partners. If you truly care for me and wish to share a life together, you must not be swayed by others." Upon hearing Nuan's words, Wen Yuan finally understood why she had been contemplating independence. It was not due to an inability to accept him, but rather a rejection of the prevailing views on marriage in their time. It dawned on him that he shared the same sentiments, having been raised in an environment of mutual respect and love between his parents, never considering polygamy. With this realization, Wen Yuan immediately said, "Nuan, if your concern lies in this area, you need not worry. My parents have always supported each other, embodying mutual respect and love. Growing up in such a household, I have never entertained the notion of polygamy. I have always believed that marriage should be a union of one man and one woman, fostering love and assistance, and ultimately growing old together." Upon hearing this, Nuan glanced at Wen Yuan. Though her heart stirred, she recognized that many circumstances are beyond one's control. "I believe the words you speak at this moment. However, as you pursue a political career, you will inevitably encounter more influential individuals. What if someone seeks to curry favor with you by offering their daughter in marriage? How then shall I conduct myself? Furthermore, if you were to be gifted or presented with a concubine, could you truly refuse?" Nuan inquired with a hint of detachment. "I can," Wen Yuan asserted. "A man must honor the nurturing of his parents and cherish the companionship of his wife and children. To abandon one's family for fame and fortune, thereby breaching one's vows, is no different from being a beast." Wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 42. A Great Honor. Nuan felt a profound resonance with his words. Yet, she understood that vows are merely sweet nothings uttered in moments of passion. The future, however, remains uncertain. Perhaps he will indeed stay true to his word. Nonetheless, it is futile to dwell on the future. Let us leave that for another time. At present, I am not prepared. After all, Our agreement spans 2 years. If after 2 years you still feel the same, we shall give it a try. If your heart shifts, we shall part amicably and wish each other well. What are your thoughts on this? Nuan turned to look at Wen Yuehan. Very well. Let it be as you say. Wen Yuehan responded with delight, adjusting Nuan's head and resuming the drying of her hair. As her hair approached dryness, Nuan instructed him to cease. It is sufficient. I shall not sleep so soon. A little air will do me good. Wen Yuehan nodded and took the towel with him as he exited. With nothing pressing to do, Nuan began to organize her account from the day, preparing to purchase a ledger for record-keeping tomorrow. Still reviewing the accounts? Wen Yuehan had returned. Indeed, she replied. I'm merely tidying up a bit before buying a ledger tomorrow. Alas, the hurried opening left many matters unprepared. There's no rush. Take your time, he reassured her. By the way, I have never seen an accounting method quite like yours. Wen Yuehan stepped closer to observe her records. Ah, that is to be expected. This method is rather straightforward. I can teach you when you have the time, Nuan offered. Then why not teach me now? Wen Yuehan urged. Nuan regarded him incredulously. Could this be the mark of a diligent scholar, so eager to learn? Nevertheless, since he had asked, and she was not in a hurry to sleep, she decided to begin her lesson. Look, these characters represent the numbers 1 through 5. This symbol signifies addition, meaning these numbers are to be summed, resulting in this total. This symbol denotes subtraction, which indicates the cost deducted to yield the profit. Once you grasp these characters and their meanings, you will soon master the technique. Nuan explained as she wrote. Wen Yuehan listened intently, contemplating for a moment. I understand. Your method is indeed more accessible. Even those who cannot read can learn to keep accounts by recognizing these characters and rules. Indeed, that is the point. She replied with a smile. As the chill of winter deepens, curiosity grows regarding the origins of this season and the nature of the land it belongs to. Can you write? Inquired Wen Yuehan. A little, replied Nuan, acknowledging her proficiency only in simplified characters. Although she could comprehend some traditional characters from this era, her ability to write them was limited to the simplest forms. Please, write a few for me, Wen Yuehan suggested. Why should I? Nuan responded, puzzled. I simply wish to see how many characters you know, he smiled. Reluctantly, Nuan complied and wrote a few characters. Upon examining her work, Wen Yuehan frowned. Your handwriting is quite unattractive, and the characters you recognize are rather basic. This will not suffice for future accounting. How about this? I shall teach you to read and write for an hour each day. Nuan pondered and realized that understanding the characters of this time was essential. Grateful for the offer, she replied, That sounds wonderful. I shall rely on you, teacher Wen. Ha, it is my honor. There is no trouble at all, he chuckled. Well then, let us begin today, for I must wait for my hair to dry before sleeping, Nuan declared. Very well, come to the desk and write, Wen Yuehan instructed, taking her hand and leading her to the writing table. You have some foundation. Start by reading this page, so I can identify which characters you do not recognize. He produced a copy of the 3-character classic. Nuan realized they were starting from the very basics. Although her familiarity with traditional characters was limited, she could read them with a mix of deduction and recall from previous studies. Now, with a focus on learning, she diligently began to read, pointing out the unfamiliar characters. Seeing that she struggled with even moderately complex characters, Wen Yuehan decided to teach her these first. Initially, he aimed to introduce 5 characters a day, fearing that too much would overwhelm her. However, to his astonishment, Nuan grasped the characters with remarkable speed. Within just half an hour, she recognized them all, though she could not yet write them. Nevertheless, this was enough to astonish Wen Yuehan. Previously, her teachers had praised her quick learning, but compared to Nuan's speed, his own was insignificant. You are quite intelligent, and your pace of learning is impressive. For now, simply practice writing these characters several times each day to solidify your memory. Once you can write them from memory, I will teach you more, Wen Yuehan instructed. Sure, no problem, Nuan responded enthusiastically. Of course, I will learn quickly. After all, I have spent years immersed in study in my past life and already recognize characters. It's just that here, they are all traditional. Alas, my calligraphy truly leaves much to be desired. Wen Yuehan observed Nuan as she wrote, finding it increasingly difficult to watch. She was undoubtedly clever, yet her handwriting was regrettably unsightly. Unable to bear it any longer, he moved behind her, grasping her hand gently. Come, let me guide you in writing. Your characters need diligent practice. They say a person's handwriting reflects their character, yet yours does not do justice to who you are. You need not be so blunt. Nuan silently retorted. My regular handwriting is quite good. I simply have not practiced with a brush. Just wait, in due time, I shall dazzle you with my skills. After Yuan demonstrated a character, Nuan resumed her copying. Once she completed her writing, her hair had dried, and she prepared to retire for the night. As I turned, I spotted Yuan leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book. I must say, his profile is equally captivating. Indeed, those blessed with beauty appear enchanting from any angle. Sensing Nuan's gaze fixed upon him, Yuan eventually asked, My dear, why do you keep staring at me? It's not that I'm staring. I merely found your concentration on reading quite charming, which compelled me to glance a little longer, Nuan explained with a chuckle. There is no need for modesty, my dear. As your husband, it's perfectly fine for you to gaze at me, he replied with a warm smile. It's getting late. We should retire for the night, Nuan said, feeling a bit bashful. Very well, my dear. You should rest first while I return this book to the shelf, Yuan said as he rose to place the book back. Nuan settled at the edge of the bed, and after Yuan lay down, she joined him. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Yuan glanced at her, gently tucked the covers around her, and then succumbed to sleep himself. The next morning heralded yet another busy day. When a Chong brought vegetables, Nuan requested he deliver more next time. She then immersed herself in the kitchen. Following the grand opening yesterday, thanks to the enthusiastic word of mouth from patrons, a long queue formed at the entrance as soon as the doors opened. The day unfolded with a flurry of activity. When Yuan returned at noon, he brought along a ledger for Nuan, and she asked him to draft a recruitment notice to be displayed on the shop's exterior wall. Chapter 43. Recruitment after attending to the midday crowd. It was already mid-afternoon. Fortunately, when S. mother had prepared lunch, and they all gathered to eat before taking a break, Nuan remained in the main hall, awaiting potential interviewees. After a while, with no visitors, she stepped outside and called out loudly before the recruitment notice, We are hiring. Interested parties may come for an interview. No gender restrictions. Indeed, a few individuals approached her, and Nuan guided them inside for interviews. After assessing their attire and demeanor, she eliminated 3 candidates. Following a few inquiries, she ultimately selected 2 individuals, a male and a female, to assist with service. If it suits you, you may start tonight. If you live far, you can stay in the back courtyard. If nearby, you may reside at home, Nuan stated. Boss, I live quite a distance away and must return to inform my family. Is it acceptable for me to bring my belongings tomorrow? Yuan inquired. Nuan nodded. That is fine. Please come by tomorrow morning. She then turned to the girl. And what about you? Boss, I don't live too far. I'll return shortly to inform my parents and gather my clothes. Then I'll come to work tonight, Zhang Xiaoyan replied. Nuan acknowledged them with a nod and let them leave. She closed the door, intending to rest before the evening shift commenced. Once back at her room, Nuan fell into a deep sleep, reflecting that such physical labor truly alleviated her insomnia. She was awakened by Yuan's voice. Oh dear, how have I slept so long? She exclaimed as she rose to prepare to head out. I'll accompany you, Yuan called after her. No need. You should focus on your studies. Otherwise, you might as well reside at the academy, Nuan replied. However, seeing your struggles, I too wish to contribute in some way. It's all right. I have brought 2 individuals. One will arrive later, and the other will come tomorrow. You need not worry. Just focus on your studies. I shall attend to my tasks first. With that, Nuan stepped out. Upon exiting, Nuan joined others in preparing the ingredients for the evening meal. When they were nearly finished, a voice calling from the front door prompted Ernyo to answer it, shortly thereafter bringing Zhang Xiaoyan inside. Upon recognizing Zhang Xiaoyan, Nuan welcomed her and guided her to the last vacant room in the courtyard, advising her to settle her belongings before joining in the work. Nuan then resumed her busy schedule. As they neared completion of their preparations, they opened the doors to welcome guests. Nuan instructed Ernyo to have Zhang Xiaoyan observe for the evening, and everyone commenced their respective duties. Nuan remained in the hall, collecting payments while clearing empty tables. Occasionally, she would glance over to observe Zhang Xiaoyan's performance. For some reason, this girl seemed perpetually elusive. As the busy hours unfolded, Nuan found it difficult to divert her attention, deciding to inquire about the situation later. Finally, after the last guest departed, Nuan and Ernyo began to tidy up the tables. "Where is Zhang Xiaoyan?" Nuan inquired of Ernyo. "She is in the backyard. I saw her there when I went out," Ernyo replied. "What is she doing in the backyard?" Nuan asked. "I'm not certain, but I saw her following Aunt One," Ernyo responded. Nuan resolved to ask Zhang Xiaoyan her thoughts after dinner. Once Nuan and Ernyo had finished cleaning the tables and shelves, they locked the door and headed to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Nuan noticed Zhang Xiaoyan carrying dishes toward Wen Yuehan. Uncertain of their conversation, Zhang Xiaoyan placed the dishes on the table. As Nuan and Ernyo entered the courtyard, Wen Yuehan called out to Nuan, "My dear, come quickly to eat dinner." Nuan nodded and approached Wen Yuehan, while Zhang Xiaoyan returned with rice, saying, "The mistress has arrived. Please sit and eat. I will fetch the bowls and chopsticks." Without waiting for Nuan's response, she went off to gather the utensils. Nuan furrowed her brow at Zhang Xiaoyan, pondering her intentions, before glancing at Wen Yuehan, realization dawning upon her. "What is happening? Wen Yuehan, what is the meaning of this?" Nuan whispered. "Ah, this girl is quite clever. My dear, perhaps you should find an excuse to send her away." Wen Yuehan leaned closer to Nuan and suggested with a smirk, secretly pleased, wondering if Nuan was feeling jealous, indicating that she did indeed care for him. Nuan stiffened momentarily, quickly stepping back. "Wen Yuehan, why must you speak so closely? Is it not to ensure you hear me clearly?" He chuckled. "I am not deaf. How could I not hear?" Nuan murmured. Hearing her, Wen Yuehan smiled and took her hand, leading her to the table. "My dear, let us dine." One by one, everyone settled down. Nuan served a piece of meat to both her father-in-law and mother-in-law, saying, "You two have worked hard. Please eat more. Everyone has put in great effort, and after hiring a few more people, I shall grant you some time off." "What hardship is this?" "Working in the fields with your father is far more exhausting," Wen's mother replied. "Indeed, Sister G, I do not feel weary. Previously, I felt far more exhausted elsewhere and often went hungry," Nuan remarked while eating. Nuan chuckled in response, expressing her gratitude for everyone's support, assuring them that once the shop begins to generate profit, she would not let their efforts go unrewarded. "Sister G, it is only right that you provide us with food and drink while we work," Nuan stated. "Indeed, Xiaowan, you must also take care of your health. I have noticed that in addition to your busy schedule at the shop, you are also out and about sourcing goods. It pains me to see you so overworked," Sister Lin said, serving Nuan a bowl of soup. "Everyone is working hard. In due time, I shall reconsider everyone's monthly remuneration." "Let's strive together," Nuan responded. "Are you planning to raise the monthly wages, mistress?" Zhang Xiaoyan inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Zhang Xiaoyan, instinctively finding her words rather unappealing. Even the slow-witted Nuan sensed something amiss. After all, Sister G was the true master here. Why refer to her as mistress? Nuan merely smiled lightly at her words, saying, "You will know in due course. Now let us eat." With that, everyone resumed their meal, though none anticipated the sudden appearance of a conspicuous package. "Vinte, come and try the cabbage and pork I made," Zhang Xiaoyan said, picking up a piece of cabbage and meat to place in Wen Yuehan's bowl. Everyone's gaze turned toward Wen Yuehan, who promptly lifted his bowl and moved it aside, saying, "No need." Zhang Xiaoyan then placed the food back in her own bowl with a smile, saying, "Very well then, Wen Dage, help yourself and give it a try." "Goodness," Nuan exclaimed. "Whoever claimed that ancient women were reserved? This is not restraint. She is even bolder than modern girls." Mother One, observing Zhang Xiaoyan's demeanor, felt displeased and understood her intentions. She resolved to speak with Nuan after dinner, believing that this woman should not remain. Nuan glanced between Zhang Xiaoyan and Wen Yuehan, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, yet she remained silent and continued her meal. May everyone find joy every day and live smoothly. Chapter 44. a hidden beauty in Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes. This act confirmed her belief that Nuan was intimidated by Wen Yuehan, rendering her insignificant. Once she climbed into Master Wen's bed and became his. Who knew who the mistress would belong to in the future? For a while, everyone shared a tacit understanding, focusing solely on their meals, with no one speaking except for Zhang Xiaoyan, who intermittently mentioned her cooking, urging Wen Yuehan to taste her dishes, and insisting on serving food to Wen's parents. By the end of the dinner, it was evident to everyone that Zhang Xiaoyan harbored ulterior motives. They exchanged glances towards Nuan and Wen Yuehan, noticing their calm demeanor, their faces betraying no emotion. Sister Lin, anxious, seized the first opportunity after the meal to pull Nuan aside, saying urgently, "Xiaonuan, there is something amiss with Zhang Xiaoyan. You should dismiss her. You are unaware that ever since Han visited the kitchen and she saw him, she has lingered there, and when he left, she continued to follow Aunt Wan, inquiring about him. Initially, Aunt Wan was unaware and mentioned that Han is now a scholar studying at the academy in town. After that, Zhang Xiaoyan insisted on helping Aunt Wan in the kitchen and even said she must prepare dinner. I sensed something was off at the time, and it seems I was correct, as I observed her alluring demeanor while she dined. I couldn't help but remark to you that men typically find it difficult to resist a woman's charm. Sister Lin, I apologize for the interruption, but Aunt Wan and I must step out for a moment. We can discuss matters upon our return," Wen Yuehan interjected with a smile. I was relieved to have accompanied her. It was rare for Nuan to have a favorable impression of me and be willing to grant me an opportunity. I hoped that Sister Lin's words would not sway her, prompting me to promptly interrupt the conversation. Upon hearing this, Nuan recalled her intention to visit Yu Jinglan regarding the bathtub. "Indeed, Sister Lin, we must take our leave. Rest assured, I understand your concerns and will know how to proceed from here." Sister Lin, feeling reassured, responded, "Very well, as long as you are aware. Off you go," and returned swiftly. Thus, the three of us exited the main house, while Sister Lin led Xiao Nian to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Upon entering, they found Zhang Xiaoyan washing dishes alongside Mother Wen. Upon noticing Sister Lin's arrival, Zhang Xiaoyan promptly said, "Sister Lin, please take Xiao Nian to rest. I can manage here." Hearing this, Mother Wen quickly added, "That works then. You continue washing, and I shall return to rest." As she moved to Sister Lin's side, she called her away as well. Neither of them noticed Zhang Xiaoyan's resentful gaze, as she thought to herself, "Just wait. I shall undoubtedly become the mistress of this household." "Huiwan, did you just call Xiao Nuan away to discuss her matters?" Mother Wen inquired, glancing toward the kitchen. "Indeed, Aunt Wan. Zhang Xiaoyan is rather overt in her intentions towards Yuehan, so I advise Xiao Nuan to leave," Sister Lin replied. Mother Wen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I had also intended to speak with Xiao Nuan about this matter. Since you have addressed it, I shall refrain from further discussion. Aunt Wen, please also remind Xiao Nuan. She is young, and I fear she may not pay heed," Sister Lin suggested. "I shall find an opportunity to speak with her," Mother Wen assured. "Very well, Aunt Wen. I merely wish to inquire. There is nothing of great concern. The hour grows late, so please take Xiao Nian to wash up and rest." "Understood. You and Uncle Wen should also retire early," Sister Lin concluded before escorting Xiao Nian back to their room. I had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaoyan would possess such a disposition. During her interview, I found her to be quite tidy and seemingly astute. Yet I had not expected this kind of cleverness. Nuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. When hiring, one must seek individuals who are diligent and capable. The restaurant business is already taxing. Those with too much cunning may struggle to endure such toil. Wen Yuehan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I must be more discerning in the future. Furthermore, the business at the shop has been quite prosperous lately. I suspect it won't be long before others attempt to replicate our success," Wen Yuehan cautioned Nuan. "Such occurrences are inevitable. It matters not, as long as they do not conspire against us," Nuan replied with a nod. As they conversed, they soon arrived at Yu Jinglan's residence. Nuan approached and knocked on the door. "Is young brother Yu at home?" "Younger brother?" Wen Yuehan looked at Nuan in astonishment, noting the familiarity in her address. After a brief moment, the door opened, revealing Yu Jinglan. "What brings you both here? Is there something amiss? Is it so strange for us to visit without a specific issue? Please, let us in," Nuan urged. "Tonight may not be convenient. I have matters to attend to, Yu Jinglan stated, glancing at Wen Yuehan. Are you hiding a fair maiden within? Why deny us entry? Jinwan inquired with curiosity. Do notiest. It is truly inconvenient this evening. If you have something to say, please do so now, Yu Jinglan said with a smile. Observing Yu Jinglan's demeanor, Jinwan refrained from pressing further. Very well. I would like your assistance in crafting a bathing tub and 6 wooden basins. Certainly, no problem at all. I shall deliver them to you once completed, Yu Jinglan replied, intending to close the door. Jinwan found Yu Jinglan's reaction somewhat peculiar, but assumed there must indeed be pressing matters at hand. Thus she bid farewell without further comment. Yu Jinglan is acting rather strangely today. Why is she so eager for us to leave? Yinian Quiriet. I do not know. Perhaps she is engaged in something unspeakable. Wen Yuehan replied with a knowing look. What could it be? Could it truly be a secret love affair? Wen Yuehan did not respond, clearly skeptical of such notions. However, the faint scent of blood hinted at troubling events, revealing that Yu Jinglan was not to be underestimated by appearances. Upon returning to her room, Yu Jinglan removed her garments once more to re-bandage the wound on her shoulder. She mechanically tended to the injury as if numb to the pain, then donned her clothes again. Afterward, she took the bloodied garments to the courtyard and set them ablaze. Ah, I wonder when this life will come to an end. How can I escape you, Hai? I thought my crossing into this realm was unique, yet it seems others have arrived as well. Does this imply that a return is possible? I wonder if there are others traversing from different places, or if every wandering soul has ended up here. Once I finish the tasks at hand, I shall take my leave for a while. After Jinwan and Wen Yuehan returned home and completed their evening routines, they resumed their studies in literacy. Given her foundational knowledge, Jinwan's progress was remarkably swift, and her lack of pretense astonished Wen Yuehan once more. Your speed in learning characters is truly impressive. I am in awe. If you were to attend the academy to study under a master, I believe participating in the imperial examinations would be well within your reach, Wen Yuehan remarked. Speaking of examinations, are you preparing to take the provincial examination soon? Jinwan inquired with curiosity. Wen Yuehan nodded. Indeed, the county examination is held once every 3 years, and I shall participate in it next August. Is the county examination conducted locally? Yes, once passed, one earns the title of jurin. After 3 years, one may partake in the metropolitan examination, which requires travel to the capital. And upon passing that, the palace examination follows the next month, Wen Yuehan elucidated. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 45. Seeking alternatives, Nuan considered this arrangement and thought it acceptable. If within 2 years they found themselves incompatible, they could part ways before Wen Yuehan went to the capital. You can do it. I believe in you. Wen Yuehan found Nuan's sudden encouragement amusing, but nodded in affirmation. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Nuan smiled and resumed her writing. And by the time she finished, the moon had risen high in the sky. Hastily, she prepared for bed, lest she struggle to rise in the morning. Have you finished your practice? Wen Yuehan asked. Yes, indeed. Let us hurry to sleep, for it is late, Jinwan urged. After setting aside his book, Wen Yuehan lay down, but pondered for a moment before asking, when do you plan to let Zhang Xiaoyan leave? After a considerable while, Jinwan slowly remarked, do not return tomorrow at noon. After lunch, I shall settle her wages before she departs. Very well. Ensure that the next hire is scrutinized diligently, Wen Yuehan reiterated. For if another schemer were to appear, Jinwan's ire would be ignited. Jinwan responded with a mere acknowledgement, lost in contemplation of what might be troubling Yu Jinglan today. She recalled his words upon their first encounter. Could it be that he had become ensnared in some predicament? It was imperative that she inquire about it, lest she too, as a traveler through time, inadvertently attract misfortune. With such thoughts swirling, Jinwan surrendered to slumber, and the night passed in silence. The following day, upon awakening, Jinwan noticed Wen Yuehan's absence, presumably avoiding her in light of Zhang Xiaoyan's earlier departure. After preparing herself, she ventured out to breakfast with the others. As she settled at the table, she heard Zhang Xiaoyan pose a question. Mistress, has brother Wen not risen yet? Shall I go rouse him? With that, she prepared to rise and enter the room. There is no need. He left early this morning, Jinwan replied coldly. Zhang Xiaoyan returned to her seat, somewhat crestfallen. He departed? So early? How can one forego breakfast? I shall take him some. How much can one bear? I did not hire you for this, Nuan exclaimed, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Do you understand the nature of your duties? Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mistress, I am merely concerned for Brother Wen. I mean no harm. Is Brother Wen someone you should be worrying about? What gives you the standing to do so? Have you lost sight of your own position? Nuan pressed, her inquiries relentless. Zhang Xiaoyan was struck dumb by the barrage of questions, her heart simmering with indignation. Humph, that wretched woman, taking advantage of Brother Wen's absence to torment me. Just wait. I will surely have my revenge. She cast a pitiful glance at Wen's mother. Aunt Wen, I only care for Brother Wen. Nuan's assertions rang true. What standing do you possess? You were brought here to work, and you must understand your role. Wen's mother, too, was incensed. Nuan had initially contemplated allowing Zhang Xiaoyan to leave after lunch, settling her wage for the day. However, with the morning's aggravation weighing heavily upon her, she declared, Zhang Xiaoyan, after lunch, please gather your belongings and take your leave. Our establishment is too modest to accommodate a grand figure. Zhang Xiaoyan appeared utterly bewildered. Mistress, you cannot dismiss me at will. You are merely the mistress. Brother Wen has yet to express his wishes. Nuan regarded her with a patronizing look. Pray tell, have you forgotten whose establishment this is? It is my own, and I possess the authority to dismiss anyone I choose. You refer to me as mistress, yet you truly believe I lack the power to make such decisions? You may choose one of two paths. Either you depart with half a day's wages after lunch, or you leave empty-handed, thrown out by Nan Feng. The choice is yours. Zhang Xiaoyan stared at Nuan in disbelief. You claim this establishment is yours. How could a mere woman possess such funds? Are you not relying on Brother Wen? At this juncture, Nuan had exhausted her patience. Nan Feng, please supervise her as she gathers her belongings and provide her with 33 coins. Let her depart from here. Upon hearing the words, Nan Feng promptly stood up and approached Zhang Xiaoyan, urging her to gather her belongings. It was not just Nuan who found her bothersome. Everyone present shared the same sentiment. How could a respectable young lady engage in such behavior, attempting to lure someone else's husband from the very moment she arrived? Her incessant chatter was grating, and it was only Nuan's patience that had allowed her to remain. Any other person would have long since expelled her. As Zhang Xiaoyan walked away, she shouted, You cannot treat me this way. Aunt Wen, please help me. She, a mere daughter-in-law, does not even regard you. If I were your daughter-in-law, I would certainly heed your every word and would never allow you to work alongside Uncle Wen. Ignoring her protests, Wen's parents continued their meal. But Sister Lin could no longer bear it and remarked, You are utterly shameless, young lady. Nan Feng pulled Zhang Xiaoyan outside and shut the door. After a brief moment of shouting at the door without receiving any response, Zhang Xiaoyan decided to sit at the threshold, waiting for them to open the door so she could sneak back inside. Nuan, I had initially hoped you would find an opportunity to rid us of Zhang Xiaoyan, who, despite her youth, harbors wicked intentions, remarked Aunt Wen. What you say is true. I had considered giving her a chance, thinking we are both women, but alas. Her motives are far from honorable, Nuan replied. Indeed, one cannot discern a person's true character solely by their appearance. If necessary, we could always hire others. Sister Lin suggested. Nuan glanced at Ernio and Nan Feng, noting their composed expressions, which reassured her. Sister Lin has a point, but hiring others indiscriminately may not be wise. After all, we are in business. Should we find ourselves unable to sustain it one day, we cannot simply dispose of those we have hired. Nan Feng was taken aback, surprised that someone would regard hired individuals as human beings. Clenching her chopsticks, she resolved to follow Nuan closely, having never encountered anyone who treated hired help with such respect. In her past experiences, previous masters had never acknowledged their hired help as equals. Her own sale was a consequence of her former master's dissatisfaction due to a mistake in procuring the wrong type of wine, which led to a severe punishment for those sent to fetch it, resulting in their subsequent sale. Jijia is truly a kind-hearted person. My initial decision was not misguided. I shall work diligently for you. Ernyo exclaimed happily between bites. Jinwan smiled at him. Sister Lin contemplated the situation and agreed. We certainly cannot resort to selling those we hire. She then added, let us do this. I will assist you in recruiting new hires, and together we shall strive to avoid bringing in such individuals. Jinwan readily consented, pleased with the proposition. Before long, dishes of meat and vegetables began to arrive. As Jinwan opened the door, Zhang Xiaoyan attempted to push her way inside, but fortunately, Nan Feng and Ernyo were there to thwart her efforts. Why do you still linger? I will not employ you again, Jinwan stated coldly. Boss, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. Zhang Xiaoyan pleaded, her eyes darting as she plotted to apologize and then find an opportunity to entice Brother Wen. However, Jinwan was well aware of her intentions and firmly rejected her, saying, do not entertain such thoughts. I will not allow you to return. You should seek another path. Chapter 46. The Greedy One Having Spoken Her Piece. Jinwan turned and walked away. Nanfeng fixed her gaze on Zhang Xiaoyan, while Ernyo busied himself unloading the supplies. Once the unloading was complete, Nanfeng settled the payment and closed the door once more. Zhang Xiaoyan gazed at the closed door, her expression filled with resentment. What future lay ahead? Brother Wen was young and handsome, a scholar who might one day hold an official position. By aligning myself with her, how could I worry about not having a bright future? It was certainly preferable to serving those ugly, old, and perverse men. Regardless, I must return. Time is of the essence. If I remain unmarried this year, my father will surely arrange a marriage with a hunter from the neighboring village. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoyan's resolve solidified as she crouched down again. I shall wait for Brother One to return and take me back. That wretched woman must have seized the opportunity to dismiss me in Brother Wen's absence. If Jinwan were aware of Zhang Xiaoyan's intentions, she would have surely instructed Wen Yuehan to personally escort her away the previous night. Jinwan and her companions were bustling in the courtyard, having completely forgotten about Zhang Xiaoyan. Knock, knock, knock. Ernyo heard someone knocking at the front door and asked, did I hear someone at the front door? Could it be Zhang Xiaoyan again? Jinwan replied, it shouldn't be. I hired 2 individuals yesterday, and the other male worker mentioned he would arrive this morning. It must be him. Oh, very well. I'll go open the door, Ernyo said as he went to the front. Before long, he returned with Wu Yuan, whom Jinwan greeted and directed to the last room. Wu Yuan nodded and went inside with his luggage, but soon he came back out. Boss, I put my things away. What should I do now? Jinwan regarded Wu Yuan, thinking he truly resembled a diligent worker. She smiled and said, since you just arrived, why not rest for a while before starting? Boss, I'm not tired. My parents were worried I would be late, so they specifically sent me on the ox cart today. Wu Yuan replied with a shy smile. Then for today, follow Ernyo and observe what he does. Mimic his tasks, Jinwan instructed. Wu Yuan nodded and sought out Ernyo, while Jinwan returned to the kitchen to continue her work. After toiling for quite some time, they finally completed their tasks. Doubling the quantity was indeed exhausting, Jinwan lamented, grateful for the assistance of Mother One and Sister Lin. Otherwise, her little frame would have been utterly worn out. As noon arrived, a throng of customers poured in, and everyone became busy once more. Jinwan took her place at the front desk, where patrons selected their meals and settled their bills. After placing a paper number tag, she served dishes in order to the adjacent tables, while others returned to the kitchen to prepare more. While Jinwan was tallying the accounts, someone tapped the counter. She looked up to see a girl who seemed remarkably familiar. Where had she seen her before? Jinwan couldn't recall at that moment. Do you not recognize me? Zhou Yu inquired. Ah, the girl is indeed fair as a celestial being. I must have seen you before, but I can't quite place you at this moment. Jinwan replied with an embarrassed smile. Humph, quite the smooth talker. I truly wonder what Yuehan sees in you, Zhou Yu remarked, her impression of Jinwan diminishing further. Yuehan? Jinwan studied Zhou Yu more closely and realized she was the daughter of the... Goodness, what did this girl want? Regardless of her intentions, all guests are welcome. With this thought, Jinwan smiled again, saying, I thought today felt auspicious, as if a magpie had come. Now I remember. You're Miss Zhou? How much? Zhou Yu lightly remarked that she was indeed a farmer's daughter, unworthy of the stage. Oh, Miss Zhou, you are too courteous. Money is of no concern. This meal is on me. Zhou Yu glanced at Nuan and replied, "No need for that. I have enough silver." With that, she placed a tael of silver on the table. "No need for change. You can bring it over later." Upon hearing this, Nuan smiled broadly, her teeth glimmering. "All right. Miss Zhou, please find a seat. I'll bring it over once it's ready." Zhou Yu looked at Nuan with disdain and snorted, "Money grubber." Nuan continued to cheerfully tally the accounts and, after finishing a round, called out to the waiter, Ernyo, please bring number 7 over to me first. I'll deliver it." Ernyo nodded and returned to his duties. Nuan then gazed at Zhou Yu, curious about her purpose for being there. Could it be, like in modern times, that she was offering a fortune to leave when you went on? "Oh, even 50,000 taels would suffice," Nuan mused with a smile. "Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have to toil daily selling spicy skewers? Haha, I could give 10,000 taels to Wen's parents and take the rest wherever I please. How delightful." "Jijia, number 7 has arrived," Ernyo interrupted Nuan's daydreaming. "Oh, great." At that moment, Nuan shifted into work mode. She approached Zhou Yu's table with a tray. "Miss Zhou, your hot dish is ready. May I ask why you called for me?" With many patrons around, it was not suitable for a lengthy discussion. "When you close for lunch, come to Ting Yu Pavilion and ask for Zhou Yu. The shopkeeper will guide you to me." Zhou Yu replied coolly, "All right, Miss Zhou. Please enjoy. I shan't disturb you any longer," Nuan said before returning to the counter. "How peculiar. Such mystery. What could it possibly be about? Ah, never mind. I'll face whatever comes my way." With an abundance of ingredients available, all the waiting customers had been attended to, leaving only one last patron. Nuan began to tidy up when unexpectedly another customer arrived, just as she intended to inform them that there was no more food. She looked up to find it was Yu Jinglan. "Young Master Yu has arrived. Come, let us see what you like to eat." Nuan greeted with a smile. "Anything you have will do," Yu Jinglan replied with a grin. "Oh, is this a number tag?" "Indeed, to save on costs. We've resorted to paper." "Haha," Nuan responded. "That won't do. I bet this paper won't last long," Yu Jinglan observed. "Yes, this is already the second batch of paper tags. How about I make you some wooden tags? They will be more durable," Yu Jinglan suggested. Nuan pondered for a moment. "That works. I'll pay you once you finish them." "Such trivial matters," Yu Jinglan chuckled. "Not at all. You've been a great help." "Then hurry and prepare me a bowl of spicy skewers," he laughed. "Coming right up. Just sit tight," Nuan replied as she headed towards the back kitchen. After selecting some ingredients, she began to cook. "Xiaonuan, are there still customers?" Wen Mu inquired. "Mother, it's Yu Jinglan who is here. If the meal is ready, you can eat first. I'll have mine shortly," Nuan responded. Wen Mu nodded. "All right, I'll serve some for you to set aside." "Thank you, Mother. You've worked hard," Nuan said with a smile. "Child, there is no need for such formality between us," Mother Wen remarked before she proceeded to prepare the meal. Wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 47. Return to study. More. The spicy hot pot was ready, and Nuan carried it to the main hall, placing it before Yu Jinglan. "Little brother Yu, what brings you here at this hour? It's already past mealtime." "Ah, it's nothing much. I was quite busy this morning, and only now do I feel hungry, so I thought I would come to enjoy some hot pot," Yu Jinglan replied. "Your business seems to be thriving. By the way, I came by last night and saw you. Could it be that you have a hidden sweetheart?" Nuan teased, grinning at Yu Jinglan. Yu Jinglan shot Nuan an exasperated glance. "What on earth do you think about all day? A hidden sweetheart? I can't believe you even conceived that idea. Hee. It's just that you seem so mysterious. So what's really going on?" Nuan seized the opportunity to inquire. Yu Jinglan remained silent, solely focused on his meal. Nuan did not press further, patiently waiting. Once Yu Jinglan finished his last bite, he finally spoke leisurely. "I will tell you about this matter when you come to find me for the items in 3 days." "Why must it be 3 days? You are quite the tease. Is there something you cannot disclose now?" Nuan asked, perplexed. "Nuan, if one day you found a way to return, would you wish to go back?" Yu Jinglan did not directly answer her question. Nuan, filled with excitement, replied, "Of course, I would want to return. My parents are still there, and I wonder how my current self is faring. Have I collapsed? Or has this body of Nuan completely taken over?" Yu Jinglan gazed at Nuan. "The modern us no longer exists. Then how can we return? Our physical forms are gone. Even if our souls were to go back, It would be futile, right? Nuan was further bewildered. Of course, it is possible to leave with our bodies. Is it truly that miraculous? How do you know? If you wish to know, come find me in 3 days. Why must it be 3 days? You'll understand then. Yu Jingwan smiled at Nuan, who wore a look of disbelief. Enough. I must return to my work now. Nuan, distracted, mumbled a response, still pondering the mysteries of Yu Jingwan's words. After closing the door, she proceeded to eat her meal and, once finished, informed Mother Wen that she had matters to attend to outside, advising them to rest until they felt ready to resume their tasks. As Nuan exited through the back door, she spotted Zhang Xiaoyan squatting nearby. Why are you still here? You should leave at once. Master, please allow me to return. I promise never to engage in wrongful deeds again. Zhang Xiaoyan pleaded pitifully. Nuan was not swayed by her sob story. Don't even entertain that thought. I could never employ you again. If you wish to linger, then stay. With that, Nuan walked away. After a brief inquiry, she found Tingyu Pavilion, which was just down the street from her own shop. Not far at all. Shopkeeper, I seek Miss Zhou Yu. Upon entering Tingyu Pavilion, Nuan made her way to the counter. Are you Miss Ji? Our young lady has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Leading the way, upon entering, Nuan was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of tea. She observed that many patrons in the hall were enjoying their tea, with several tables adorned with small dishes of snacks. In the lobby, a storyteller was narrating tales on a platform, creating an atmosphere of delightful comfort. Following the innkeeper, we ascended to the second floor, which housed several private rooms, each separated by intricately painted screens adorned with landscapes and poetry. Truly, it was a place of elegance. The distance between each room ensured that eavesdropping was not a concern. Nuan noticed that there was another level up the stairs, but the innkeeper had already led her to Zhou Yuding's private chamber. Miss Ji has arrived. Ah, Uncle Zhou, you may attend to your duties. Zhou Yu acknowledged the innkeeper with a nod before he turned to leave. Please take a seat, Nuan. How does Miss Zhou know my name? Nian inquired. Nuan, merely 16 years of age. Your mother passed away when you were 3, and your father met the same fate last year while hunting. You married Yuhan by means that are less than reputable. Is that not so? Zhou Yu regarded Nuan, revealing her past. Nuan smiled faintly at Zhou Yu's words. I appreciate Miss Zhou's diligence in uncovering the trivialities of my existence amidst her busy schedule. Zhou Yu cast a disdainful glance at Nuan. Humph. You, a mere farmer's daughter, even with your current establishment of a dining establishment, will never attain the status of a respectable merchant. What future can you offer Yuhan? You will only hinder his progress. He aspires to a career in the civil service, and should others learn that he has a wife from merchant background, it will ultimately affect his prospects. Nuan held Zhou Yu's condescension in contempt, setting aside the fact that she and Wen Yuhan were legally married. Zhou Yu's self-proclaimed nobility and her competitive demeanor were rather unbecoming. Recognizing Zhou Yu's intent, Nuan decided to no longer indulge her. What a being a farmer's daughter. Without the labor of farmers, what would you eat or drink? You consider yourself noble. May I ask what you have contributed to society? You speak of Yuhan so intimately. Is it fitting for an unmarried girl to address another's husband so casually? And as for me, hindering his progress? He himself does not perceive it as such. Are you a parasite within his thoughts, privy to unspoken sentiments? Does he lack the courage to voice them? Leaving it to you to articulate? Is it entertaining to engage in such petty schemes behind the scenes? If you wish to confront Wen Yuhan, persuade him to marry you, and then let him approach me for a divorce. You look down upon me. It is truly a sign of declining morals when a mistress eagerly seeks out the legitimate wife. Zhou Yu, taken aback and infuriated, found herself at a loss for words. What of it? Nuan retorted. Miss Zhou would do well to return to her studies. After all, knowledge fosters understanding. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Nuan turned and departed. Fuming, Zhou Yu and her maid followed suit, simmering with anger even as they settled into their carriage. I am utterly exasperated. Xiaozhu, Nuan is remarkably sharp-tongued. Miss, do take care of your health. Nuan is but a farmer's daughter. Is it worth your while to stoop to her level? Xiaozhu gently advised. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu replied, Xiaozhu. Though Jin Wan's words infuriated me, upon reflection, she does possess a point. What point? Xiaozhu queried, perplexed. Nothing of great significance. Zhou Yu dismissed, glancing at Xiaozhu. Being of peasant origin herself, failed to comprehend Jin Wan's sentiments. Why would Jin Wan, a farmer's daughter, utter such words? A person who can articulate such sentiments does not seem to lack experience. Moreover, the dish she prepared at her eatery, the scalding bowl, was indeed delightful. I had never tasted anything like it before, nor had I ever heard of such a delicacy during my time in the capital. Could it truly be a family heirloom recipe? Upon returning home, Jinwan noticed Zhang Xiaoyan still lingering outside and chose not to engage, promptly entering and shutting the door behind her. It was apparent that Zhang Xiaoyan remained undeterred, likely waiting for Wen Yuehan to return. Perhaps, once he spoke, she would relent. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 48. Aiding memory, Jinwan lay down on her bed and succumbed to slumber, only to be awakened by Wen Yuehan's voice. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she murmured, "You're back." Suddenly recalling Zhang Xiaoyan, she hurriedly inquired, "Did you see Zhang Xiaoyan?" "I did, and I told her to leave." "Has she departed then?" Jinwan asked, to which Wen Yuehan nodded. "Ah, had I known it would come to this, I would have had you speak to her this morning. She stood at the door all day, thankfully not at the front entrance," Jinwan remarked. "Did you recruit anyone today?" "Not today. The director's daughter invited me to the Listening Rain Pavilion for a conversation," Wen Yuehan replied, his expression tinged with curiosity. Jinwan continued. "She claimed my status was too low to assist your ambitions and urged me to part ways with you." "And how did you respond?" "Naturally, I did not acquiesce. Who do you think I am? I may lack wealth, but she doesn't appear overly affluent either. If she truly had money, she could simply offer me a substantial sum to depart." Upon hearing the initial part of her statement, Wen Yuehan's lips curled into a smile, but the latter words dampened his spirits. Remaining silent, Jinwan remained oblivious to his discontent. "Isn't it rather insincere? At the very least, she could have offered 50 or 60,000 taels. We could have split it later." "Split it? And then what? Will we part ways?" "Not exactly. Dividing funds is one matter. Our paths are another," she chuckled. "Well, I must attend to my duties now." Sensing Wen Yuehan's displeasure, Jinwan hastily made her exit. Wen Yuehan watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable gloom settling over him. He picked up a book and sat at his desk to read, but found that not a single word could penetrate his mind. Yet it was trivial. She merely spoke to provoke thought. Once she achieves her aspirations, she would surely reconsider. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his reasoning, prompting him to resume his studies and assignments. As evening descended, the team busied themselves for hours, finally bidding farewell to the last customer before closing. They gathered for dinner, and after a day of observation, everyone agreed that Wu Yuan was quite competent, exhibiting a straightforward nature without ulterior motives. Jinwan felt the need to understand Wu Yuan's thoughts better, so she smiled at him and asked Wu Yuan, "Did you find today's work tiring?" Wu Yuan promptly set down his bowl and replied, "Not at all. I feel quite capable. It's far better than my previous jobs." That's great to hear. "Rest assured, I will not shortchange any of you," she reassured him. "Nuan, have you recruited anyone new?" Mother Ji inquired. "Mother, not yet. I believe we have sufficient staff for now. The number of diners is gradually being confirmed, and with Wu Yuan's presence, the 5 of us are sufficient." Jinwan believes that 5 individuals are adequate, and as everyone becomes more familiar with their tasks, they will undoubtedly work more efficiently than they do now. Sister Lin concurs, stating, "Indeed, and when I also feel that we are enough. We have slowly grasped the order of operations, and we will certainly become increasingly proficient as time progresses. Moreover, Aunt Wen, my speed in washing vegetables has significantly improved, and I no longer make mistakes when serving dishes. Our new proudly glanced at everyone. Mother, see, we all believe we are ready now, so you can rest assured." "Well, that's fine. Your father and I will assist you for a few days before returning home. We cannot leave the house unattended for too long." "All right, Mother." We will have Uncle Quan take you back when the time comes. Good. After this exchange, everyone resumed their meal. Once they finished dining, Nuan went outside to remove the recruitment notice before proceeding to wash up. After tidying herself, she prepared to practice her calligraphy. Nuan, it's time for you to teach me to read. You've already completed the 3-character classic. For now, look through 3 to 5 pages of this 1,000-character essay and identify any unfamiliar characters. I will teach you. Nuan handed the book to Nuan. She took the book and began reading, soon copying out the unfamiliar characters from the first 5 pages. Nuan commenced her instruction, and Nuan marked the characters with pinyin above them. What character is this? I have never seen it before, Nuan inquired curiously upon observing Nuan's markings. Oh, this is simply a mnemonic aid. It is not a character. A mnemonic aid? So, do you recognize these characters now? Nuan's interest was piqued. No, but I know how to pronounce them. Hee. Nuan looked at Nuan in astonishment. Sensing his disbelief, Nuan began to pronounce the characters aloud. The more he listened, the more incredulous he became. Did you already know these characters? How do your markings assist you? That's something you need not concern yourself with. It indeed helps me retain the pronunciation of the characters I first learned, eliminating the need for you to teach me repeatedly, Nuan replied with pride. You certainly have never seen pinyin before. Haha. This is what we call a dimensionality reduction attack. Nuan observed that Nuan had indeed grasped the pronunciations, albeit still lacking in fluency. However, with a few more repetitions, it would pose no issue. He then picked up a book and turned to the bed to continue reading. As he did so, he glanced at Nuan. She was clearly not from this country, and her learning methods were unlike any he had ever encountered. Where could she possibly be from? After nearly an hour, Nuan finally finished copying the unfamiliar characters. It must be said that writing these traditional characters is indeed a tedious task. At last, she completed it and stretched lazily before preparing for bed. Noticing that Nuan had been sitting on the bed reading for the past few days, with the candle on the bedside positioned rather far away, making it likely difficult for him to read, she resolved to purchase a chair so he could sit comfortably on the other side while studying. There were plenty of candles on the desk, which would also be better for his eyes. Stop reading, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep, Nuan said, gently taking the book from Nuan's hands and placing it back on the desk before lying down to sleep. Lying down, it did not take long for Nuan to drift into slumber, while Nuan, unable to sleep, longed to gaze upon her face. Yet, the darkness enveloped them, rendering everything invisible. She wished to reach out and embrace Nuan, but as soon as she extended her hand, Nuan rolled over, her arms and legs draping over Nuan. In a moment of spontaneity, Nuan embraced her gently, murmuring, "Who on earth are you?" Before long, she withdrew her hand, repositioning Nuan's limbs before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, as Nuan awakened, she was startled to find a handsome face before her. Her mind instantly cleared, and she realized she was clinging to Nuan like an octopus. Fortunately, her companion remained asleep, and she was about to stealthily retract her arms and legs when a slightly hoarse voice interrupted. "Has my dear wife awakened?" "Ah, you're awake? I thought you were still asleep and feared I might disturb your dreams," Nuan replied, hastily withdrawing her limbs and quickly getting out of bed. "Indeed, I have been awake for a while, observing how soundly you were sleeping, and I could not bear to disturb your sweet slumber," Nuan said with a cheerful smile. "You are rather kind-hearted," Nuan chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed as she exited. Nuan, in high spirits, rose to tidy up before following her out. May everyone find joy every day and navigate life with ease. Chapter 49. Taking advantage. Ahan, hurry and freshen up. Breakfast is ready, exclaimed Wen's mother as Nuan emerged. "All right, mother, I'll eat first. I shall be there shortly," Nuan responded before heading to wash up. Due to the events of the morning, Nuan ate her meal in relative silence, mirroring the stillness of those around her. It was not until a Chong arrived with dishes that the silence was broken. "Madam G, today I have brought an extra 6 pounds of vegetables, totaling 30 pounds. My mother went to the market to sell vegetables, and we thought we would come by to sample your hot dishes," a Chong announced. "That sounds wonderful. We welcome you with open arms," Nuan replied with a smile, handing over the payment. A Chong accepted the money, saying, "This is my younger brother, a Sheng. He has a day off from the academy today, and we will come together around noon." Nuan responded with a smile, and a Chong bid farewell with a Sheng. They resumed their busy routine until they were nearly finished, at which point they opened the door, only to be confronted by a girl with a bruised face who stood at the threshold. As soon as she saw the door open, she began to wail, "Heartless merchants. They hire me to work, yet the master took advantage of me." When I cried out, the master's wife, fearing I would take her position, ordered the waiter to beat me. "Come, everyone, look at my injuries. What am I to do?" With her cries, a growing crowd gathered, pointing fingers at Nuan. Upon closer inspection, Nuan recognized the girl as Zhang Xiaoyan. Glancing at the onlookers, she felt a surge of anger. If this situation was not handled properly, it could significantly impact their business. "My dear girl, you claim the master took advantage of you? Are you suggesting that I instructed someone to harm you out of fear of losing my position?" Nuan inquired thoughtfully. "Isn't that the case? Did I inflict these injuries upon myself?" Zhang Xiaoyan retorted immediately. However, Nuan did not follow her line of reasoning and instead asked, "You speak with such conviction. When did the master take advantage of you? When did I order someone to strike you?" "2 nights ago, the innkeeper stealthily approached my room with ill intentions. I raised my voice to call for help, and you witnessed it. You summoned the waiter, who then gave me a beating and threw me out." "How loud was your cry? I could hear it even from the main room," Nuan inquired. "It was because I was shouting at the top of my lungs, especially during the dead of night." "Naturally, you would have heard it," Zhang Xiaoyan retorted, growing increasingly assertive. Nuan nodded. "I see. Then the family next door must have heard as well. And you mentioned that I had the waiter beat you. Do you remember who it was?" "It was him." Zhang Xiaoyan pointed at Ernyo, entirely oblivious to Nuan's comment about the neighbors overhearing. "Since you were beaten the night before, why didn't you cause a stir yesterday or report it to the authorities?" "The beating was so severe that I had to rest for a day before I could get out of bed." "So harshly? How did you manage to leave then?" Nuan asked. At that moment, everyone present was equally curious, echoing, "Indeed, you could barely get out of bed yesterday. How did you leave in the middle of the night?" Zhang Xiaoyan, confronted by the cacophony of voices, was at a loss and finally shouted, "It was you who beat me. You must take responsibility. Do you think I fear you just because you have brought these people to speak for you?" Nuan looked at Zhang Xiaoyan with exasperation. "Everyone knows who brought you here. Since you were so adamant, go report it to the authorities and let them determine who is in the right." Then, addressing the onlookers, she continued, "I apologize for making you witness this farce. Indeed, I hired this young lady 2 nights ago, but during her trial period, she failed to work properly, fixating instead on ingratiating herself with my husband. Consequently, I let her go yesterday. I asked her to pack her belongings and settled her half-day wages of 33 won. I do not know why she has come today to slander us, but a clear conscience fears no accusations. I wonder if any neighbors here can attest to whether they heard a woman shouting the night before." The innkeeper's wife interjected, "I am the owner of Zhang's pastry shop next door. I did not hear any woman shouting that night." Nuan smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your testimony. Zhang Xiaoyan, do you have anything else to say? Or would you like to summon a doctor to verify your injuries and determine when they were sustained?" Nuan regarded Zhang Xiaoyan with an icy demeanor. "Innkeeper, please help me. I did not intend to cause trouble. After I returned home last night, my parents beat me and insisted I marry the hunter from the neighboring village. He is over 40 years old and could be my father. I do not want this." Zhang Xiaoyan cried as she approached Wen Yuehan. "Miss Zhang, please conduct yourself with dignity. This is your family matter and has nothing to do with me." Wen Yuehan replied coldly, "How can you be so heartless? What makes me any less than your wife? I am younger and more sensible than her. It is truly embarrassing for you to have a woman like her flaunting herself." "Huh? Who is truly embarrassing here?" Nuan was utterly speechless. "If you do not leave, do not blame me for reporting you. What business do you have meddling in my relationship with my wife? If you come again, it will be a matter for the authorities." When Yuehan shot a cold glance at Zhang Xiaoyan, Zhang Xiaoyan trembled slightly, and the onlookers soon comprehended her intentions. She sought to stir trouble, hoping to persuade the owner to marry her. She was envious of the bustling business and the owner's handsome appearance, envisioning a life of comfort. The crowd regarded her with disdain, exchanging disparaging remarks, and and feeling that her efforts were futile, Zhang Xiaoyan covered her face and fled. Hey, didn't she just say she could finally get out of bed? Why is she running so fast? Someone remarked, feeling quite embarrassed for interrupting everyone's enjoyment. In an attempt to compensate, Nuan announced, today, every guest will receive 2 skewers of both meat and vegetables, while supplies last. For skewers? That sounds wonderful. Let us go eat. I found the food delicious yesterday. Upon hearing about the complimentary skewers, everyone hurried into the main hall. No need to rush. You can line up. We have numbers. Nuan organized the guests while hastily attending to the cash register. Wen Yuehan followed Nuan, asking, what should I do? Are you not going to the academy? Oh, I forgot. The academy is closed today. You should review your studies. We are all accustomed to it. No worries. I can read during my break. Really, there is nothing for you to do. By the way, this afternoon, you can accompany me to the government office to collect the license. All right. Now, go study. I must attend to my duties. Seeing that he truly had nothing to contribute, Wen Yuehan retreated to the kitchen in the backyard. Mother, is there anything I can help with? No, just step aside. I need to serve the dishes. Mother Wen replied, cooking the dishes selected by others. Feeling somewhat in the way, Wen Yuehan retreated to his room to read. Mrs. G, we have arrived. Oh, Aunt Li. Xiang and Asheng, you're here. The rack is over there. Take whatever you wish. Ingredients are 1 coin per skewer, and meat dishes are 2 coins each. Just bring them over once you've selected. Nuan gestured towards the rack. All right, we'll go. Wishing everyone joy each day and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 50. License collection. Nuan resumed her busy activities. Before long, Aunt Li and the others returned with dishes. Mrs. G, your business is thriving. This room is bustling, and there is a long line outside. Indeed, it's just the beginning. Everyone is eager to try something new. And today there is a promotion of 2 complimentary skewers of each kind. The total for the 3 of you is 80 coins, deducting the complimentary skewers. It's 62 coins, so I will charge you 60 coins. The pig trotters are a bit pricier at 30 coins each, Nuan said with a smile. Aunt Li handed the money to Nuan. That works. We'll find a place to sit. You hurry along with your work. Sure, you all find a seat. I'll bring the dishes over shortly. After Aunt Li and her companions found a place, they settled in to wait. This Mrs. G is quite capable. Look at how bustling her business is, Aunt Li observed, glancing around. Indeed, mother, Mrs. G is not at all inferior to any man, Xiang added, surveying the surroundings. Brother, is her husband's surname Wen? Asheng suddenly inquired. Yes, she mentioned before that her husband also studies at the academy and has the surname Wen. Why? Do you know him? After a moment's thought, Asheng nodded. I think I've heard of him. There is a Wen Yuehan at our academy, excelling in his studies, and he is quite handsome as well. I have heard that the daughter of our dean harbors feelings for him. Previously, the dean even sought to match them together, but he declined, stating that he is already married. Indeed, he is a commendable man, Aunt Li remarked approvingly. It is true that even if this lady possesses remarkable qualities, she remains merely a merchant, a position considered the lowest in the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Nevertheless, young Master Wen remains steadfast in his affections for her, Asheng said quietly. Asheng, the purpose of sending you to school is to cultivate your understanding of the world, not to foster disdain for others. Earning a living through one's own efforts knows no hierarchy. Regardless of where life may lead you, always remember your roots, Aunt Li said, casting a deep glance at her younger son. After a moment of silence, Asheng replied, Mother, I understand. It was my misunderstanding. I shall not think this way again. Aunt Li nodded. Achong, after we finish eating, I will head to the ox cart. You take your brother to stroll around and buy some things. Of course, Mother, Achong replied. Aunt Li, your hot bowls have arrived. Do give them a taste. Nuan cheerfully said as she approached with Ernyo, carrying a tray. Ah, they smell delightful. I am certain they will taste exquisite, Aunt Li responded. Hee. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, feel free to call for me, Nuan said before departing with the tray. Mother, this hot bowl is so fresh and spicy. It is truly delicious. Next time you crave it, we must return, Achong said while eating. You little glutton, are you the one craving it? Aunt Li laughed. Hee. You know me well, Mother. A Chong admitted shyly. If you wish to indulge, come for lunch. After all, you come by every day. You need not wait for me. If I feel like it, I will let you know, Aunt Lee replied. All right, mother, do tell me when you want to come, a Chong said. After they finished their meal, Aunt Lee greeted Nuan, who was busy, before they left. Once the last guest departed, Nuan closed the door and began cleaning with Wu Yuan. Dear, it is time for dinner. When Yue Han has arrived, he announced. You all eat first. We shall have our meal after we finish cleaning, Nuan replied. Wen Yue Han stepped forward to take the cloth from Nuan's hands. You should rest for a while. You have been busy all day. I can handle the rest, he said. Nuan then took a seat to rest. After they finished cleaning the main hall, they all went to the backyard to eat. Wen Yue Han, let us go to the government office to fetch the registration, Nuan suggested after their meal. All right, let us go, he agreed. You should take it easy today. After we fetch the registration, would you like to stroll through the market and see if there is anything you wish to buy? Nuan inquired. Let's stop by the bookstore first to purchase some paper and ink, he replied. Good, I will accompany you. After the bookstore, we should buy some clothes. Yours and your parents have faded, Nuan observed as she appraised Wen Yue Han. I usually wear scholars' robes at the academy, so I do not need new clothes, he said. That is of no concern. You can wear something else during your rest. And look, your current attire has patches, she insisted. Do not worry. I have earned a bit lately and can afford new clothes, Nuan said proudly. Wen Yue Han smiled at Nuan. Then let us indulge you. No need for formality. It is but a small matter. Nuan waved her hand, brimming with pride. Before long, the two arrived at the government office. Today, Li Ziyu was absent, and the officer at the entrance approached them, inquiring, What brings you here? Greetings, sir. I am Nuan, here to collect the official seal from Lord Lu. Nuan replied with a smile. Please wait a moment while I announce your arrival, the officer said before turning to enter the office. Shortly after, the officer emerged and beckoned. Follow me. Nuan thanked the officer and entered with Wen Yue Han. Upon reaching the household department, the officer reported, Lord Lu, the guests have arrived. Very well, you may leave, a languid voice responded. Nuan promptly bowed, saying, I, Nuan, pay my respects to Lord Lu. I have come today to collect the official seal. Why is young Master Li not present? Lord Lu inquired, glancing at Nuan and then at Wen Yue Han. Young Master Li had prior engagements today, so we came first to collect it, Nuan replied with a smile. Here is the seal for you. For any further matters, please consult the clerk. I have pressing duties. Lord Lu gestured for the clerk to hand the seal to Nuan. Miss Ji, let us converse outside, the clerk said, approaching Nuan and presenting her with the seal. Thank you, esteemed clerk, Nuan responded with a smile as she accepted the seal. The clerk nodded and led the way, with Nuan and Wen Yue Han following. Once outside the household department, the clerk introduced himself. My surname is Wang. You may address me as Clerk Wang. Lord Lu is quite occupied, so any inquiries you may have, feel free to direct them to me. Nuan smiled and said, Clerk Wang, during my last visit for the business license, Lord Lu mentioned that we must report our earnings quarterly and pay taxes. Are there any other matters we should be aware of? Your guidance would be appreciated. The office will periodically send personnel for inspections. When it's time to pay taxes, a fee will be collected. Aside from that, there is nothing else. Should any issues arise in the future, the office will notify you, Clerk Wang replied, nodding. Thank you for your guidance, Clerk Wang. Today's visit was rather hasty. Please accept this small token as an invitation for refreshments, Nuan said, offering him a small silver ingot. Clerk Wang's smile grew even brighter as he accepted it. Miss Ji, you are too kind. In the future, feel free to approach me with any matters. Certainly, we shall not take up more of your time. Thank you, Clerk Wang. Nuan and Wen Yue Han both bowed in farewell. Once outside the government office, Wen Yue Han asked, Is the young Master Li whom Lord Lu mentioned, Li Ziyu? Nuan nodded. Yes, he reminded me that I need an official seal to start my business. He brought me to meet Lord Lu last time. We must express our gratitude to Li Ziyu, Wen Yue Han remarked calmly. Indeed, I mentioned to him that I would treat him to a meal once things settled down. Nuan replied, Let me know when, and I shall accompany you, Wen Yue Han responded. Of course. Shall we head to the bookstore? Nuan inquired. Yes, Wen Yue Han nodded. I recall you copying books at the bookstore. Let's visit that one. How much can one earn from copying a book? Nuan asked curiously. It varies, depending on the content and type of the book, as well as the quality of the scribe's handwriting, ranging from a few coins to several taels of silver. Nuan replied nonchalantly, "Is it truly possible to earn that much from copying a single book?" Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nuan chuckled softly. "It's not as easy as you imagine. During the day, I must attend school, and after classes, I have to review my lessons. I can only spare a brief moment each day to copy texts. Sometimes, I can only manage to transcribe a single book in a month." "Really? I thought if one wrote every day, one could earn a few taels of silver in a month," Nuan remarked. "Most people who copy books are preparing for the imperial examination, hoping to read without purchasing books and earn a bit of money in the process. Only those specifically hired by bookstores would write daily," Nuan explained. "Ah, so your primary motive for copying is to prepare for exams. I admire that," Nuan praised. "No wonder the ancients who achieved fame were exceptional. Truly, writing a book 100 times reveals its meaning." Nuan smiled at her words and teased, "In truth, the main reason is also to earn some money. Otherwise, how could one sustain their studies?" Nuan looked at him with surprise. People shaped by different environments and experiences cultivate diverse thoughts. Not all scholars bow to the pressure of earning a meager living, nor do all who do not study succumb to such demands, Nuan said with a smile, regarding Nuan thoughtfully. "Indeed, a true scholar speaks with depth." Nuan complimented, giving him a thumbs up. Nuan then led Nuan to the Nuan bookstore. "Master Feng, I have come to purchase some paper and ink." He greeted the shopkeeper. "Ah, Scholar Wen, and who is this?" Master Feng inquired with a smile as he glanced at the two. "This is my wife, Ji," Nuan introduced with a grin. "Congratulations. You are now married," Master Feng exclaimed. "Thank you, Master Feng. We just recently wed," Nuan replied with a smile. "Wonderful. With marriage, your heart is settled. What books do you wish to purchase today?" Master Feng asked cheerfully. "You are right. I need Siqing Jan, the 8-legged essay examples, and the paper and ink should be the same as before," Nuan responded. "All right, I shall prepare that for you. You may browse other books in the meantime," Master Feng said with a smile. Nuan nodded and, together with Nuan, began to explore the other books. Nuan glanced at the miscellaneous category, noticing that most were novels about Princess Shan. How amusing. It seems that those who wish to live off others are regardless of gender. Indeed, studying is beneficial, within books like Golden Houses and Beautiful Faces. The ancients surely did not deceive me. Marrying a princess not only ensures a worry-free life, but also guarantees that she is likely a beauty, at least surpassing the majority of ordinary women. There were also some strange tales, yet they still revolved around themes of gratitude and supporting education. Sigh. It appears that throughout history, there have always been those who wish to gain without effort, Nuan mused, shaking her head as she continued to browse. "Oh, The Overbearing Prince Falls in Love with Me. What a modern title. It reminds me of The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me. Could it be that such stories existed in ancient times as well? Let me take a look," she thought, picking up the book. After reading for a while, she felt as if she had encountered a fellow countryman. The plot lines were astonishingly reminiscent of modern tales. In a twist of fate, a fleeting romance blossomed under the dewy veil of night, leading to an unexpected pregnancy and a hasty escape. She fled while he pursued, with her attempts to take flight thwarted at every turn, ultimately resulting in the two adults coming together, influenced by the whims of the child. Could it be that they share a common origin? The next time she encounters Nuan, she must mention this. The pen name Little Milk Cat undoubtedly reflects modern sensibilities. Nuan contemplated purchasing this book, but deemed it an extravagant expense. Having already memorized key details and the pen name, she decided against the purchase. "If you like it, you should buy it," she suggested. Nuan observed Nuan engrossed in the book in her hands. "No need, I'm not particularly fond of it," Nuan replied, shaking her head. "Then let us depart. Manager Feng has prepared the books," Nuan stated. Nuan nodded and accompanied him to the counter. "Scholar Wen, have you finished your reading?" Manager Feng inquired with a smile. "Yes, everything you requested is packed, totaling 5 taels and 2 coins," he added cheerfully. "Dear, please settle the payment," Wen Yuehan directed Jinwan. Oh, right, of course. She hurriedly produced the silver from manager phone. Here, S your change. When will scholar when S last book be ready for copying? Manager phone asked with a grin. After receiving the change from Wen Yuehan, Jinwan spoke. It will take about 10 more days to complete the copying. Thank you, Scholar One, for your hard work, Manager Phone replied. It's my duty, Wen Yuehan said. We shall take our leave now. Take care, Manager Phone responded. As they exited the bookstore, Wen Yuehan inquired, Jinwan, what troubles you? You seem distracted just now. It's nothing really, I was just lost in thought, she reassured him. Now that the book is purchased, let us go buy some clothes. Fearing that Wen Yuehan might grow suspicious, she quickly shifted the topic. Noticing her reluctance to discuss further, Wen Yuehan nodded. All right, let us proceed. To ease the atmosphere, Jinwan initiated conversation. Wen Yuehan, what colors do you prefer for clothing? Do you know your parents' sizes? I'm fine with anything. My mother can sew, he replied. We could buy some fabric for her to make, Wen Yuehan suggested. Sewing is arduous and straining on the eyes. Mother has her work, it's too exhausting. It will be better to purchase ready-made garments, Jinwan countered. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yuehan acquiesced. Indeed, that makes sense, but I'm not sure of their sizes. Perhaps we could bring them along next time? That works. For today, let us buy for you. In a couple of days, I will take them out to shop. Jinwan proposed after some thought. Very well, Wen Yuehan acknowledged, knowing Jinwan was resolute in her intent to purchase clothing, and he did not resist further. They arrived at Cloth Street and entered the shop Jinwan had first visited, noting its name was Safe Clothing Store. She recalled the proprietor's amiable demeanor, who had not uttered any unkind words despite her previous lack of purchase. Young master, madam, how may I assist you today? The shopkeeper greeted them. Could you please find 2 sets each of suitable outer and inner garments for his height, preferably in cotton? Jinwan requested directly. The shopkeeper assessed Wen Yuehan from head to toe. Certainly. What colors do you prefer for the outer garments? We have blue, gray, and white. Which color do you wish for? Jinwan asked Wen Yuehan. Any will do. It's up to you, my dear, he replied. Jinwan shot him a playful glance and said to the shopkeeper, Then let us go with blue and white. The proprietor nodded and said, Very well. I shall fetch several outfits for you to choose from. Upon finishing his words, he went to retrieve the garments, while Jinwan began to explore the shop, wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 52. The 3-day agreement. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper returned with the clothing, exclaiming, Young master, madam, please take a look and select. You choose first. Let us see what styles you prefer, Jinwan suggested. Wen Yuehan nodded and examined the clothes, ultimately selecting 2 elegantly simple outfits adorned with subtle bamboo and lotus patterns. Young master, you possess exquisite taste. These 2 styles will undoubtedly make you appear dashing and graceful. The shopkeeper remarked with a smile. Please wrap them up. How much do I owe? Jinwan inquired. Madam, these 2 outer garments are crafted with meticulous care, totaling 550 coins. The 2 inner garments are 300 coins, making a grand total of 850 coins, the shopkeeper cheerfully informed Jinwan. Nodding, Jinwan paid the sum and left with Wen Yuehan, carrying the garments. Why did you not purchase any clothing? Wen Yuehan asked Jinwan. I recently returned home and brought back my old clothes, all of which are new, so I decided to hold off on buying more for now, Jinwan replied casually. Wen Yuehan fell silent, and Jinwan did not speak further. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her after a long day and a lengthy walk. If a bed were available, she would have instantly succumbed to slumber. Upon returning home, Jinwan noticed Sister Lin and others busy with their tasks. She greeted them before taking a moment to rest before joining in the work, as it was already late afternoon, and sleeping any longer would be impractical. Jinwan sat on a stool in her room, resting her head on the desk, wary of lying on the bed for fear of drifting off. Yet, the drowsiness proved irresistible. When Wen Yuehan finished washing the clothes and entered, he found Jinwan asleep at her desk. Concerned she might catch a chill, he gently lifted her and placed her on the bed. Observing the fatigue etched on her face, he covered her with a blanket before returning to his tasks. Jinwan slept for nearly 2 hours. Upon awakening, she noticed that the daylight had dimmed considerably. Realizing that Wen Yuehan must have carried her to bed, she quickly got up to tidy herself before heading out. Nuan, you're awake? We just opened the door a little while ago, Sister Lin remarked upon seeing her. Yes, Sister Lin. Hee, I overslept a bit today. Thank you all for your hard work, Nuan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, it's nothing. You were out this afternoon for the license, so resting late is understandable. We all managed to get by, and Yuehan has been helping as well. He is currently in the hall collecting payments, Sister Lin replied with a smile. Sister Lin, I'll go find him. All right, off you go, Sister Lin said, smiling at Nuan. Nuan proceeded to the front desk. When Yuehan, I'm awake. You should take a break. Have you rested well? I'm not tired. You should rest a bit more, when Yuehan replied, looking at Nuan. I'm fine. I'm fully rested. You, however, have been busy all day. Right. I'm accustomed to it. Very well then. You continue collecting payments here while I attend to other tasks, Nuan said, heading to the kitchen to lend a hand. During this time, some of Wen Yuehan's classmates came in for a meal, and when Nuan delivered their dishes, she noticed Wen Yuehan standing beside them, engaging in conversation. This is my wife, Nuan. Wen Yuehan introduced the three seated individuals. Sister-in-law, greetings. The trio responded to Nuan's salutation. These are my classmates. This is Gao Jun, this is Shun Hung, and that is Zhao Li. We shared a room when I resided in the academy. It is truly an honor to meet you esteemed gentlemen today. Please indulge in the food and drink. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope for your understanding. Nuan smiled at the three. Sister-in-law, you are too modest. Please, enjoy your meal. Let Yuehan keep you company while I attend to some matters, Nuan said with a smile. Very well, sister-in-law, go ahead with your tasks, Shun Hung interjected. Gao Jun remarked, Wen, you are indeed fortunate. The academy has been buzzing with rumors of you marrying a farmer's daughter. Yet upon seeing her, I find she rivals the urban ladies in both appearance and demeanor. Moreover, her culinary skills are commendable. This dish is truly delightful. Wen Yuehan replied coolly, Gao, are you not aware that wise individuals dismiss rumors? How can one trust such tales? However, he added, yet, I believe Zhou Yu is not easily deterred. You should contemplate your course of action. Our pursuit of scholarly and official success is not without its challenges, particularly with the dean, who has previously held office in the capital and must not be offended. Wen Yuehan glanced at Zhao Li, who responded, I have spoken with Dean Zhou. He is a reasonable man. Zhou Yu is merely being obstinate for now. Once she comes to her senses, she will recognize her true match. Zhao Li paused, then resumed his meal. Indeed, Gao, do not fret. Miss Zhou is simply momentarily confused. She is not genuinely lacking in discernment. It is common for women to become entangled in emotional dilemmas. Shun Hung interjected. Gao Jun considered this and nodded in agreement. Indeed, when I first entered the academy and witnessed Zhou Yu welcoming the newcomers with such poise, I realized she was no ordinary sheltered maiden. Noticing a new group entering the hall, when Yuehan addressed the three, please continue your meal. I have some matters to attend to. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call. The others nodded in acknowledgement, and when Yuehan proceeded to the counter, Nuan approached. When Yuehan, you did not collect money from your classmates. Did you? I did, he replied. Nuan looked exasperated. They're your classmates visiting for the first time. It is inappropriate to charge them. It's fine. They can afford it. Moreover, I must charge them. I have many classmates. If I do not charge one group, how can I conduct business? If I start making exceptions, what will others think? Business is business. Perhaps next time I can invite them to our home for a meal without charge, when Yuehan explained nonchalantly. Nuan was momentarily at a loss for words. His reasoning was sound, and she decided to drop the subject. You make a valid point. Indeed, scholars possess a sharper intellect than I. After this, she turned back to her tasks, leaving Wen Yuehan to smile at her busy figure as he resumed tallying bills. Once all the guests had departed, Wen Yuehan closed the door and, after tidying up the hall with Wu Yuan, joined the others in the backyard for dinner. After the meal, everyone washed up and went to bed, and the night passed in silence. Time always slips away swiftly amidst busyness. And soon it was the hour agreed upon with Yu Jinglan. Nuan, having finished her lunch, set out to find Yu Jinglan. Yu Jinglan, you asked me to come today. Please, go ahead. Nuan sat in Yu Jinglan's courtyard. Do you recall our first encounter? when I advised you not to reveal your identity as a time traveler, you Jinglan gazed at Nuan. I remember, Nuan nodded. When I first arrived, I was utterly bewildered for quite some time. I rarely read the time travel novels you mentioned, so I was entirely unprepared for this experience. Upon seeing this antiquated setting, I initially thought I was dreaming. It wasn't until my father in this body came to visit that the realization struck me. I was no longer in the modern world. He called me Jinglan, which puzzled me, as that was not my name. I immediately told him he had mistaken me for someone else. He presumed that my severe injuries had caused a lapse in my memory, never suspecting the truth. Gradually, however, I accepted the reality of my existence in this alternate timeline, wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 53. Departure. Nuan observed Yu Jinglan pause and inquired, "What happened next?" Yu Jinglan pressed her temples and took a sip of water before continuing. "I began to learn woodworking from my father, who was quite pleased, believing I was channeling my setbacks into determination. He diligently taught me the skills and techniques of the craft. It wasn't until a month later, in the dead of night, that a masked figure entered my room and revealed the truth of my being a time traveler. I was taken aback, unsure of how to react, as I had never confided in anyone about this matter. The masked individual saw my shock and confusion, stating that if I obeyed him in the future, he would not harm me. However, should I defy him, my life would be forfeit. At that moment, I contemplated whether the demise of this body would allow my soul to return to the modern era. The masked figure seemed to perceive my thoughts, chillingly declaring that not only would my body perish, but my very essence would vanish as well. Is that true? Could he be deceiving you? Nuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinglan smiled wryly. Initially, I too harbored such doubts and posed that very question. However, the masked figure accurately articulated that I was a traveler from the future, summoned to this era by them. What? Nuan found it hard to fathom. Huh. My reaction mirrored yours at first. Yet, the masked figure produced a firearm equipped with a sighting mechanism, claiming it was designed by the first-time traveler. He insisted that since I was also a traveler, I must possess remarkable abilities. Conveniently, I was learning woodworking, and he requested that I craft unique weapons, while also assisting him in locating other time travelers. He would visit me once a year, yet each time he expressed dissatisfaction with the weapons I provided. That was tolerable until 3 years ago, when I encountered a girl being pursued while I was out. I rescued her. Her name was Fong Mian, a daughter of a prominent family in the county, who had undergone a profound transformation after a near-drowning incident. She often uttered outrageous statements, leading her family to ostracize her. They believed she brought shame upon their lineage and arranged to send her to their estate in the town to fend for herself. I happened upon her shortly after her escape. You can surely deduce that she too was a time traveler, Yu Jinglan remarked, glancing at Nuan. What could she have said that warranted such rejection from her family? Nuan inquired curiously. Indeed, there is little to say. It all boils down to the notion that all individuals are born equal. A child, regardless of their parentage, should not be subjected to the fate of being bestowed upon an older man as a concubine, while the legitimate offspring is afforded the privilege of marrying freely. It is well understood that prominent families are exceedingly concerned with their reputation and vested interests. The raising of numerous children serves merely to ensure an ample supply of pawns. Should these pawns become disobedient, the player of the game will undoubtedly discard them. Nuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while society may classify individuals into various strata, those who find themselves at the receiving end of injustice must always be prepared to fight back. After rescuing her, I brought her my home, and my father did not voice any objections. To evade detection, she remained in seclusion for 6 months, with even our neighbors unaware of her presence. During this time, she occupied herself with writing and drawing in her room, and I chose not to interfere. It was only when the masked figure returned to seek me out, inquiring whether I had encountered any time travelers, that I answered in the negative. He then smiled and pierced my shoulder with his sword, demanding to know why I had deceived him. Subsequently, he located Fong Mian and took her away. To this day, I have no knowledge of her whereabouts. Upon visiting her room, I discovered numerous manuscripts, which appear to be fragments of a novel, specifically the second part. A novel? Could her pen name possibly be Little Milk Cat? Nuan suddenly recalled having seen the overbearing prince falls in love with me at Nuan bookstore a few days prior. Nuan nodded, questioning how I knew this. During my last visit to Nuan bookstore, I encountered a novel that bore a striking resemblance to contemporary literary tropes. So I noted its significant details along with the author's pen name. I had intended to share this with you today, yet I did not anticipate that you would have met the original author. Ah, I see. Nuan continued, ever since that incident. The masked figure has ceased to place his trust in me. Each time he approaches, if I fail to produce something to his satisfaction, he inflicts a wound upon my shoulder with his sword, deeming me useless and questioning the purpose of my existence. So, the reason you barred us from entry last time was due to the presence of this masked figure? Nuan recalled the incident when they were denied access. Indeed, however, upon my return, he had already departed. Nuan replied nonchalantly. Were you injured as well? Nuan inquired with concern. It's nothing. I have already recovered. Nuan dismissed her concern. How utterly despicable. Who is this masked figure, and why does he seek out time travelers? Nuan exclaimed in indignation. He did not disclose this to me, but on one occasion, he mentioned that if I failed to deliver something satisfactory, the master of the manor would likely not tolerate my presence. Thus, it is evident that there exists an organized entity behind him. Therefore, you must remain discreet, otherwise, they will undoubtedly come after you, Nuan advised sagely. Nuan nodded, understanding. I comprehend, and I shall exercise greater caution henceforth. Yes, I have prepared everything you requested. You may take it with you shortly. As for the card, please leave it with you for now. I must depart for a while. The masked figure visited a few days ago, and I suspect he will not return until next year, Nuan informed her. Where are you headed? Nuan asked. Previously, I inquired whether you would wish to return if given the chance. The masked figure claimed my arrival was summoned by them. Initially, I was skeptical, but with Fong Mian's case and now yours, I suspect there may be other time travelers as well. He mentioned that the first traveler designed a firearm equipped with a targeting device, leading me to ponder the identity of this inaugural traveler. I yearned to uncover the answer. Perhaps by discovering more travelers, I might find a way back. Nuan turned to Nuan and said, What can I do? Witnessing iu yinglanes endeavors, yin. Also a traveler. Wish to contribute. You should focus on managing your shop here in Diuliu town and see if any other travelers appear. I will return before the masked man shows up next year, and we can compile the information we gather then, Nuan responded. All right, Nuan. See you next year. Nuan replied, gazing at Nuan. Yes, I will leave shortly. Take care. Nuan bid farewell. You too, take care. Nuan pushed her cart away from Nuan's home, her heart heavy as she walked along the path. Reflecting on her actions since her arrival, she realized that aside from her culinary endeavors, she had not distinguished herself in any other way, which eased her mind. Still, she reminded herself to be mindful of her words and actions. This organization seeking travelers was undoubtedly not benevolent. Better to cling to Nuan. Perhaps he could provide her with a semblance of concealment. Who exactly was the first traveler? What made them so formidable, capable of weapon design? They must have been a remarkable figure in the realm of science and engineering. Given their focus on weapon design, it likely connected them to those in power. It would be wise to investigate the history and development of the Ligua. Upon returning home, Nuan placed the cart in the yard before retreating to her room for rest. Yet her mind incessantly replayed Nuan's words, preventing her from falling asleep. Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 54. The mysterious figure tossing and turning in bed, Nuan became increasingly alert, ultimately deciding to rise and continue her work in the kitchen. Perhaps labor would clear her mind by the time she had almost finished preparing the meat. Her thoughts began to coalesce. Firstly, the masked figure claimed that travelers were summoned by them, yet he approached Nuan nearly 2 months after her arrival, indicating that they could only discern the general vicinity of a traveler's appearance. Thus, it was likely that others were actively investigating around the traveler. It was essential for her to remain vigilant in her words and actions, as someone might be watching her from the shadows. Thankfully, Nuan had informed her. Otherwise, she would have been oblivious to the risk of exposure. Moreover, regarding the first traveler, she resolved to inquire with Nuan about the situation in Ligua. She sensed that the first traveler had not been gone for long. Otherwise, those organizations would have likely abandoned their attempts to summon and locate travelers. Nuan, haven't you rested? You've already prepared all this meat. Wen's mother entered the kitchen, spotting Nuan busy at work. Mother, you're awake. I slept well last night, and, feeling alert today, decided not to nap. You should still take a break. There isn't much left to do. Go rest for a while. It's fine, Mother. I'm truly not tired. Rest assured, I will rest when I need to, Nuan replied, convinced that sleep would elude her until she had spoken with Wen Yuehan that evening. Ah, the burdens of the heart, indeed, disrupt one's slumber. Alas, my dear child, you are a constant source of concern. Mother Wen also took a small stool to sit alongside Nuan as they toiled together. Before long, others gradually emerged to join in the labor. Since Nuan had been awake and working, the preparations were completed earlier than usual today. The door opened a bit earlier as well, and just then, Wen Yuehan returned. Noticing that there were still few patrons for the meal, Nuan called out to Wen Yuehan to accompany her to the front desk in the Great Hall. Wen Yuehan, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding the Li Nation? What significant events have transpired from its founding to the present? As soon as Nuan had seated Wen Yuehan, she eagerly posed her inquiries. Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan and replied, from what I have read, in the latter years of the previous dynasty, Emperor Su Yu of the Moon Kingdom became infatuated with women, imposing heavy taxes and causing the populace to suffer greatly. The then general, the founding father of the Li Nation, clandestinely united with ministers and ambitious individuals, recruiting soldiers and assembling an army. After nearly 5 years of strategizing, they overthrew the tyrannical reign of the Moon Kingdom. That same year, the nation was renamed Li, marking the first year of the Great Li era. Is there more? Nuan inquired. According to certain unofficial historical accounts, the success of the revolution was attributed to a mysterious figure whose origins remain unknown, perhaps known only to the founding father. He was highly trusted by the founding father and provided him with designs for formidable weapons. It took many years to perfect these weapons, and thus it is said that while 5 years were spent in planning, the assault on the imperial city was accomplished in just 3 days. Realizing the inevitable decline of his reign, the emperor of the previous dynasty took his own life in the main hall. However, after the founding of the nation, this enigmatic person vanished without a trace. Initially, the founding father intended to appoint him as the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, but later he was posthumously honored as the great guardian master of the nation. Many are familiar with this guardian master. I too heard tales of him in my youth. Said to be a celestial being sent to aid our great Li people in escaping their suffering. Yet, the truth of these tales remains uncertain. The Astronomical Bureau? Is that related to celestial observations? Nuan asked curiously, recalling her previous readings on history, which seemed akin to the meaning of the Astronomical Bureau. The Astronomical Bureau is primarily responsible for astronomical observations, calendrical formulations, and divinations of fortune and misfortune. It also involves observing celestial phenomena, and it is said that the current chief of the Astronomical Bureau is Lin Xian, the disciple of that mysterious individual. Oh, that sounds rather fantastical, Nuan mused, her thoughts wandering to the notion that this mysterious figure might be the first-time traveler. The authorities, recognizing his ability to design powerful weapons, likely assumed that all time travelers possess such capabilities. Moreover, the masked man's accurate assertion that Yu Jinglan hailed from the future suggests that these organizations were aware of the first-time traveler's origins, indicating that the organization behind it was likely the Astronomical Bureau. Indeed, what prompts your sudden curiosity about this? Wen Yuehan inquired. It's nothing, merely a whim. By the way, I retrieved the bathing tub and other utensils from Yu Jinglan's home today. If you have a moment, you could assist in bringing them down. The tub can be placed in a room where I previously slept. As guests have arrived, I shall begin my work, Nuan remarked, noticing guests selecting dishes and sending Wen Yuehan off to assist. Wen Yuehan gazed at Nuan with a lingering sense of melancholy, feeling the warmth of her previous enthusiasm dissipate, as if she were now a mere annoyance to be swiftly dismissed. Observing Nuan's busy figure, she turned and retreated to the backyard to move some items. Why was Nuan inquiring about such matters? It seemed as though she possessed a peculiar fascination with the Qintian monitor. But what was there to intrigue in the Sixiangwan? No. Perhaps her interest lay more with the individuals involved. Could it be that she was curious about the head of the Sixiangwan? Yet, that did not seem to be the case, as Nuan had scarcely paid attention to it before. Her sudden appearance was indeed enigmatic. After all, Nuan had also inexplicably inhabited this body. Was there some connection between them? Wen Yuan pondered these thoughts as deeply as Nuan, drawing parallels to her own situation. After finishing her task, Wen Yuan thoughtfully cleaned the bathing tub before bringing it into the house, then returned to her studies, casting the earlier events from her mind. However, as she prepared for bed that night, Nuan suddenly inquired, "What about that formidable weapon designed by the mysterious person you mentioned earlier? What kind of weapon is it?" This was news to Wen Yuan, as such tales were typically spun by adults for children as amusement. Perhaps they themselves were not entirely informed. What was going on? Wen Yuan confirmed her suspicion that Nuan was indeed intrigued by the mysterious figure. "It's merely curiosity," she replied. "What kind of weapon could be so powerful as to conquer foes in just 3 days? That remains a mystery," Wen Yuan mused. "Since the time of our founding emperor, the realm has enjoyed peace, and ordinary citizens like us find it difficult to acquire such knowledge. Is there no other way to learn?" Nuan pressed. "Perhaps through historical texts?" Wen Yuan cast a surprised glance at Nuan. Ordinary folks seldom have access to such writings. Most learn through adaptations in operas or from storytellers. And even then, the tales may be exaggerated. The government often issues notices about significant events, but these are typically altered. They do not reveal the complete truth to the populace. Those of us who study in private schools or academies may occasionally hear our teachers speak of these matters, but the focus is mainly on topics pertinent to the imperial examinations. "Well, it truly is challenging to seek knowledge," Nuan lamented, reminiscing about the modern society brimming with information. The rigid class structure of ancient times felt overly pronounced. Books were scarce and expensive, rendering them inaccessible to most. The channels for acquiring information were limited and often prone to distortion, significantly compromising accuracy. Yet, when Yuan mused, understanding something, even if flawed, was better than ignorance. What if one were to stumble upon a single accurate piece of information? Resolute, Nuan decided to seek out plays and storytelling sessions whenever she had the chance. May everyone find joy each day and live a life of ease. Chapter 55. Opening a branch store, certainly. Those in power wish to solidify their positions and therefore prefer that the populace remains uninformed. Indeed, never mind. It's getting late. We ought to retire for the night. Nuan felt she had gleaned all that was necessary and recognized that other answers would come in time. There was no point in haste, and so she drifted into slumber. Recently, Nuan had sensed something amiss. Occasional guests who came to dine would unexpectedly utter phrases from the modern era, as if they were speaking in code. For instance, just the other day, a man had approached her and exclaimed, "Golden bottle, jade liquid wine," while today, a young woman had outright referred to her as treasure. On the occasion of sending Mr. and Mrs. Wen back, there lingered a disquieting sensation of being observed. Fortunately, thanks to Yu Jinglan's earlier warning, both recent encounters were cleverly navigated without incident. Nonetheless, Nuan sensed that she had become a target. Thus, that evening, she confided in Wen Yuan, "Wen Yuan, it appears I may be in some trouble." "What sort of trouble?" he inquired. "There are certain matters I cannot disclose yet I genuinely require your assistance." "How may I assist you?" "In public, please feign affection toward me. At times, do not react too overtly to my actions." Wen Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his heart secretly elated by this opportunity, believing it might gradually endear Nuan to him. Content that he had no objections, Nuan soon drifted into slumber. As he watched her sleep, a pang of sorrow washed over Wen Yuan. She remains ever so indifferent, kind when there are issues at hand, yet neglectful in tranquil moments. Curling around Nuan, he mused that perhaps only during these quiet times did she truly belong to him, and gradually, he too succumbed to sleep. "Miss G, it seems your establishment is thriving. How have you been of late?" Nuan turned to see Li Ziyu fanning himself. "Young Master Li, you've come. It has been quite some time. What have you been up to?" "I recently visited my maternal family in the capital, and in my haste, I failed to inform you. Nonsense, this meal is on me. Please find a seat. That is unacceptable. I must pay. Li Ziyu insisted, placing a silver ingot on the counter. Nuan chuckled. Do you take me for a black market establishment? Such a sum is unnecessary. Li Ziyu waved his fan dismissively. Consider an advance on future expenses. Very well. I shall note it down. When are you free? We would like to treat you to a meal. Nuan recalled their previous encounter. I am quite available. My schedule is open. After pondering, Nuan proposed, how about noon the day after tomorrow? My husband will be off work then, and we can all go together. Shall we dine at Wang Boss's Jushin restaurant? That sounds delightful. The signature dishes there are commendable, Li Ziyu replied with a smile. Agreed, it's settled then. Please, find a seat. I will bring the food over once it is ready. Understood. Li Ziyu proceeded to find a place to sit. Once he had finished his meal, he attempted to assist Nuan, but was met with a polite refusal. Young Master Li, I have hired a server. Perhaps you might rest in the courtyard instead? Oh, that is not necessary. I shall take my leave now and not disturb your work. Until noon the day after tomorrow, he said, waving his fan. Certainly, see you then. Nian smiled, waving goodbye. By now, Nuan had familiarized herself with many traditional characters, dedicating her evenings to practicing calligraphy, only seeking Wen Yuehan's assistance when encountering unfamiliar characters. A few days prior, she had purchased a chair, placing it opposite her own, and now Wen Yuehan sat across from her, engrossed in his studies. Wen Yuehan, today Li Ziyu visited, and I have arranged to dine with him at Jushin restaurant the day after tomorrow at noon. I recall that you have the day off, correct? Wen Yuehan nodded. Indeed. It is certainly time to express our gratitude to Li Ziyu. It has been quite a while since we last saw him, as well as Yu Jinglan. Li Ziyu mentioned that he rented a place outside the city a few days ago. Yu Jinglan had left the town for some matters. On the day I returned with the tools, he was departing. How did he leave the town? Wen Yuehan found it rather peculiar. It seemed he had something to attend to, though I'm not entirely sure, Nuan replied ambiguously. Wen Yuehan looked at Nuan, clearly skeptical of her ignorance. He recalled that she had inquired about the Dali kingdom on that very day. Could Yu Jinglan's departure be related to this? Oh, did he mention when he would return? Wen Yuehan asked. Oh, Wen Yuehan, when did you become so concerned about him? Nuan teased. I'm not concerned about him. It's just that his absence is a relief. The fewer annoying people, the better. No wonder you went to other furniture stores to buy chairs. It turns out Yu Jinglan has left. Indeed, otherwise I would have asked him to make them. To be fair, his craftsmanship is quite impressive, Nuan remarked. How unfortunate, Wen Yuehan said with displeasure. Sigh, I suppose I should continue practicing my calligraphy, Nuan replied awkwardly. Now, besides informing me of certain matters, she seems reluctant to converse. Nuan looked at Wen Yuehan in surprise, sensing a deep-seated resentment. No, I merely wish to practice my calligraphy. It's not that I am unwilling to talk to you. Have you encountered any of those strange individuals recently? No, I believe our cooperation has been quite effective. Those individuals have dismissed their suspicions, Nuan reflected. That is good. We must remain vigilant in the future, Wen Yuehan cautioned. Nuan nodded and resumed her calligraphy practice. As the night deepened, Nuan stretched and yawned. It's getting late. Let us get some rest. With that, she stood and walked toward her bed. Wen Yuehan also closed his book and followed her. In 2 days, we shall dine together at noon. Who will pay? Oh, I have been teaching Nanfeng how to keep accounts. He has nearly grasped it, so he can handle the payment then. Are there enough staff at the restaurant for now? For the time being, yes. They have all adapted and are working much faster. However, we still face long queues, and 2 additional noodle shops have opened nearby. Although their flavors are somewhat lacking, those who dislike waiting often choose to dine there. Do you have any thoughts? Nuan asked after a moment's contemplation. Perhaps we should hire more staff and set up additional tables? Wen Yuehan suggested. Space is limited. Even with more tables, there will still be queues. A problem we cannot avoid. Now that it is September, I plan to open a branch in the East Market after the new year. Is that not a bit premature? It has only been around 2 months since our establishment, and already 2 imitators have emerged, Wen Yuehan expressed his concern. It is quite normal for imitators to appear, but they cannot entirely replicate our flavors. After all, we are authentic, and most people prefer delicious food. Moreover, as far as I know, their prices are comparable to ours and not significantly cheaper. So at the same price point, patrons will undoubtedly choose the tastier option, Nuan replied with indifference, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 56. The Masked Man. You make a valid point. We must not act hastily. Where do you intend to find staff when the time comes? I was considering sending 2 people from here and previously thought about asking Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wen, or perhaps the elder or younger son and their spouses to assist. On my last visit to send my parents back, I sought out Ling Ling, who is to marry into another village. Thus, she will likely not be able to partner with me. I suggested she inquire with Aunt Zhang about her willingness to assist. During my next visit, I shall ask Aunt Zhang what her thoughts are. It appears we are still short-handed. Do you wish to recruit someone or hire temporary labor? Are there any trustworthy individuals in the village that you believe might be suitable? Nuan inquired, gazing at Wen Yuehan. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yuehan replied, there is Uncle Wen's family behind ours. Their son, Wen Lingxian, may or may not be known to you. He is quite honest and sincere. Working alongside Uncle Wen and Aunt Zhao during the busy farming season and seeking odd jobs during the off-season. I am not well acquainted with them. Do they have any other family members? Nuan mused, unable to recall anyone else. They have a daughter named Wen Lingwe. Wen Lingwe? Is she not your childhood companion? Yannian's curiosity piqued, promptu a cheerful inquiry. She was merely a playmate from our youth, and her brother Lingxian was also part of our games, Wen Yuehan clarified. Nuan, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, but I have heard that there were discussions of marriage between you. Such notions were merely the musings of our parents. I had made it clear to mine that I regarded her solely as a sister, Wen Yuehan hastily explained. But how can you be certain that she views you as an older brother? In this era, a woman's reputation is of utmost importance. The villagers believed you were destined for marriage. If she harbored no such intentions, how could such rumors arise? Yannian asserted confidently. Wen Yuehan replied earnestly, I cannot dictate the thoughts of others. You must not judge my feelings based on their perceptions. He gazed deeply into Nuan's eyes. Oh dear, please refrain from looking at me like that. It makes me feel quite shy, Nuan said, feeling unsettled under his gaze. Wen Yuehan continued to regard her. All right, I understand. I shall harbor no resentment towards you. Nuan conceded. Remember your words, Wen Yuehan said with a smile. Yes, I will remember. It is getting late. We should retire for the night. Indeed, Nuan, I believe it may be best if you do not seek assistance from Uncle Wen's family. Should your suspicions prove true, having them work here may pose future risks, Wen Yuehan advised thoughtfully. Understood, let us sleep. Good night, Nuan replied before drifting off, while Wen Yuehan, adeptly turning over, embraced her as he too succumbed to slumber. The following afternoon, during business hours, Nuan instructed Nanfeng to resume his previous duties at the cash register, occasionally clearing dishes to reacquaint himself with the tasks. Nuan took to serving tables. As she delivered a meal to a masked man, he called out to her, Nuan, who are you? Nuan asked, intrigued. Did you, Jingluan, not mention me? Inquired the masked figure. Not at all. Do you know you, Jingluan? Upon hearing Jingluan's name, Nuan began to suspect this masked individual might be the enigmatic figure she had heard of and resumed her act of ignorance. Stop pretending. Do you think I am unaware that you are a time traveler? The masked man scrutinized her intently. Feign? What do you mean? What is a time traveler? How could I possibly be one? Seasonal warmth blinked curiously at the masked man. Who are you? Are you a friend of Jingluan? Has he mentioned me to you? Don't pretend. I've inquired about you in your village. You used to be idle, wandering with cats and dogs. How did you suddenly become involved in this noodle business and even open an eatery? Do you really believe you are still Nuan? How embarrassing. I was young and foolish back then. Now that I am married, the pressure has increased. Sigh, my father has also passed away, and there is no one to look after me. My husband is a scholar. He insists I contribute in some way. Or what will happen if he decides to dismiss me? Nuan said, wiping away the tears that she had forced out with the back of her hand. The masked man regarded Nuan thoughtfully. Is it Wen Yuehan who encouraged you to open this eatery? And what about the noodles? Brave sir, you must have learned about my early hardships in the village. My mother passed away early, and it was just my father who raised me. He earned our living through hunting, often spending several days in the mountains. So, he taught me to go to the kitchen and see what was available when I felt hungry, throwing everything into a pot to cook. Over time, I developed this noodle dish myself. Sigh, children from poor families grow up quickly. I wonder if you can relate. Nuan rambled on with a semblance of logic, knowing full well that the original owner's father had also passed away, and there were no witnesses to contradict her. With this thought, she squeezed out a few more tears. Why haven't you sought out Nuan recently? Didn't you used to visit him often? The masked man suddenly posed a question that seemed entirely unrelated to Nuan's previous statements. Oh, you mean that? Well, I retrieved everything I had ordered from Nuan, so there was no reason to visit him again, Nuan replied, momentarily caught off guard. The masked man pondered for a long while before saying slowly, if you dare to leak even a word of our conversation today, I shall send you to meet your parents. Feigning shock, Nuan pleaded, brave sir, spare me. I wouldn't dream of speaking a word, you can rest assured. With a cold snort, the masked man departed, leaving the noodles untouched. Nuan carried the noodles back to the kitchen to feed Ernyo. Is he suspicious of me? Sigh, that was close. Thankfully, they're Esthuan family. Otherwise, this masked man might not have believed me. Yet, I cannot guarantee his trust. It appears I must remain vigilant. Didn't Nuan mention this man only comes once a year? Oh no, you must have realized Nuan has left. Could Nuan be in danger? Or has this person been lurking in Diuliu town all along? Why else would he conceal his identity? Who could he possibly be? After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Who can maintain their anonymity indefinitely? Moreover, during my previous visits to Nuan, was I being watched? Were my words overheard? If this masked man discovers what Nuan confided in me, he will certainly realize I'm a time traveler. Oh, what a predicament. Nuan outwardly maintained her routine, but internally, she was anything but tranquil. She pondered strategies, yet could not conceive a sound plan. After all, I am in the light, while my enemy lurks in the dark. Alas, my intellect is limited. Speaking of intellect, perhaps I should confront Nuan. He might have some ideas. But what if he changes his mind one day? Wouldn't that be my death knell? Sigh, I am in a difficult position, wishing everyone joy every day and a smooth life. Chapter 57. Trust. As mealtime approached, Nuan remained distracted. Nuan, what are you thinking about? Lin Ani inquired with concern. Lin Ani, I wasn't thinking about anything, haha. I just zoned out for a moment. Nuan replied with a forced laugh. That's good to hear. Hurry and eat. You need to rest well afterward, Lin Ani urged. Sure, Lin Ani. You should eat more too. While this scene brimmed with warmth, the atmosphere at a certain estate on the outskirts was far less harmonious. My lord, I met Nuan today. She does not appear to be a time traveler. Recently, I had someone test her, and no abnormalities were found. The masked man who had previously appeared at Nuan's eatery knelt before a stern-looking middle-aged man. You must not be deceived by her. She has often been in contact with Nuan, the middle-aged man cautioned as he caressed the jade ring on his finger. My lord, Nuan claims she has commissioned many items from Nuan, always delivering gifts. Those watching her reported that she always carries something when visiting Nuan. The masked man explained. After all, Nuan's demeanor does not resemble that of a typical time traveler. Those I have encountered are all proud and arrogant, unlike her submissive and obsequious nature. The middle-aged man scrutinized the masked man for a lengthy moment. Had he not trusted him to remain loyal, he would have already met his demise. Retracting his gaze, he asked, Where's Nuan now? Have you found him? The masked man's head drooped lower. Replying to my lord, he has not yet been located. Nuan, the middle-aged man scoffed coldly. It is my subordinate's fault for falling into Nuan's ploy, believing the ruse and sending everyone away to search for the time traveler. The masked man once again acknowledged his error. How many times have you repeated this? Do you not grasp the urgency of the situation? What use is there in my keeping you? The middle-aged man suddenly hurled a teacup from the table to the ground, shards scattering, some even striking the masked man's face. Were it not for the mask, blood would have surely flowed. My lord, please calm your anger. I will dispatch someone immediately to search, the masked man pleaded. Leave. Do not make another foolish mistake. where your head may part ways with your body. Yes, I shall find you, Jinglan. The masked man quickly rose and departed, summoning a maid to clean up the mess. The middle-aged man lingered for a moment before leaving the estate and climbing into a carriage that took him far away. That evening, as Nuan practiced her calligraphy, Wen Yuehan sees an opportunity to speak with her. Nuan, huh? Nuan snapped back to reality, gazing at Wen Yuehan. What is it? You have been writing for quite a while, yet you have only completed one character. What occupies your mind? Nuan glanced down at the paper, realizing that she had indeed only written the character for I. She smiled awkwardly. Haha, I wasn't thinking about anything. I have already heard from Lin Ani that something has been amiss with you since this afternoon, Wen Yuehan said, his expression grave as he regarded Nuan. We are married. Whatever troubles you should be shared with me. Perhaps I can offer you some insight. Nuan remained silent for a moment before finally meeting Wen Yuehan's gaze. There is indeed something. Wen Yuehan looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to continue. This matter concerns my life, and I hope you do not betray my trust, Nuan stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuehan's expression turned serious. Nuan, I will always be worthy of your trust. At this point, Nuan found herself at a loss. She was alone in this unfamiliar world, with the only person she knew, Yu Jinglan, absent. She had no choice but to take a gamble. Nuan organized her thoughts in her mind. I am aware that you have doubted me, believing I am not the true Nuan. Wen Yuehan, upon hearing this, paused in his breath and listened intently to Nuan. Nuan observed Wen Yuehan's expression and continued. Indeed, I am not the Nuan you know, but I am still Nuan. I hail from the future, and I was once a human. By a twist of fate, I found myself here. Initially, I believed this was merely a chance occurrence, until certain events transpired recently. Do you recall my mentioning that I was in danger? It is because I encountered individuals who intentionally spoke of our era in my presence, which struck me as highly illogical. Even if they were seeking other time travelers, they should not have all approached me, as if they were aware that I was one of them. Therefore, my actions and demeanor had been increasingly aligning with those of the original host. Nuan took a breath, as if resolved, and continued. Moreover, today a person came to the tavern, and he explicitly informed me that he knew I was a time traveler and had inquired about my past in Wenjiakan. He noted that I had changed significantly, but fortunately, I had not engaged in any conduct that was inconsistent with this era, allowing me to feign ignorance and evade suspicion. Yet, you are uncertain how long this charade can last, are you? Wen Yuehan interjected suddenly. Nuan glanced at him and nodded. Yes, after all, I may not always remain vigilant. I suspect that someone has been watching me. Does this relate to the question you asked me last time? Wen Yuehan pondered. Nuan nodded. Indeed, the crux of the matter is that I do not know why they are seeking out time travelers. What kind of individuals do you think are searching for you and others like you? Is it possibly related to those above? Wen Yuehan recalled how concerned Nuan had been about the situational observatory and the mysterious figure. After a moment of silence, Nuan replied, It is difficult to say. For now, everything is merely speculation. And what do you plan to do next? Wen Yuehan noted Nuan's silence and refrained from pressing further. Currently, I am uncertain. We should continue as we have before. Although I managed to pass unnoticed today, I suspect there will still be others keeping an eye on me. We shall deal with future matters as they arise. Very well, I will heed your counsel. Nuan regarded Wen Yuehan with suspicion. Why are you not surprised at all? Wen Yuehan smiled and replied, I am quite pleased. You have finally placed your trust in me. Nuan awkwardly chuckled in response. Just as she was preparing to sleep, Wen Yuehan suddenly asked her, Will you leave again? I mean your soul. To be honest, I do not know. I am uncertain whether I am alive or dead in that world. My last memory is of preparing to return home after working late, only to suddenly black out and fall, and then I awoke to find you calling me to dinner. Do you wish to return? Wen Yuehan inquired further. Of course, if possible. My family is in that world. Nuan thought of her parents and felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Wen Yuehan remained silent, harboring an unwillingness to see Nuan depart. Yet how could she remain with her parents in that world? Both bore their own secrets and ceased their conversation. Upon arriving at the academy early, Wen Yuehan fortuitously encountered Dean Zhou at the entrance. Greetings, Dean Zhou, Wen Yuehan said, bowing respectfully. Yuan, your teacher's wife has prepared some of her signature dishes for lunch today, expressing a desire to see you. Coincidentally, a former colleague of mine has come to visit, and I would like to introduce you. Dean Zhou replied with a warm smile. Thank you for your kindness, Dean. I am truly honored and cannot decline, Wen Yuehan responded. Modestly, Dean Zhou chuckled. Yuehan, your teacher's wife has mentioned you fondly. She has missed you dearly. Given your teacher's enthusiasm, you must attend. Indeed, I shall comply. I will be there on time, Wen Yuehan assured him. Excellent. You may proceed to your class now, Dean Zhou said, nodding encouragingly. Understood, Dean, Wen Yuehan replied, clasping her hands in respect before heading to the lecture hall. Upon arrival, she encountered Gao Junwan. You are here. I just arranged with Shan to go for a hot meal at noon. Would you care to join us? Gao Yun inquired discreetly. Not today. I have matters to attend to and shall not return for lunch, Wen Yuehan replied. Fortuitously, Zhao also mentioned he has business today. I shall accompany Shan, then. You both attend to your affairs, Gao Jun said. Very well. Wen Yuehan took out the book that her teacher was to discuss that day. When the morning classes concluded, she noticed Dean Zhou waiting at the lecture hall's entrance and quickly exited to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to Dean Zhou's residence, where a meal had already been arranged in the courtyard pavilion. Please, take a seat, Dean Zhou invited, and, after a brief period of casual conversation, the steward ushered in a guest. Zhao, my dear brother, your long journey has truly graced my humble abode, Dean Zhou exclaimed, rising to welcome him. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to reunite with you today. Zhao Chongqing respectfully responded, You flatter me, Zhou. It has been many years since our last meeting. I am grateful for today's encounter. It brings me great satisfaction. I have heard of your efforts in establishing an academy to nurture talents for the court. I hold you in high regard. Dean Zhou humbly replied, Your praise is excessive, Zhao. I merely contribute my modest capabilities, unlike you, who has been making tangible contributions to the court. Madame Zhou then poured Zhao a cup of tea. Zhao, you must be weary from your travels. Please enjoy this humble tea. I have prepared a modest wine for today's gathering. I hope you will indulge us. Zhao Chongsheng smiled, Madam. You and Zhou are exceedingly gracious. I am immensely grateful. Dean Zhou turned to Wen Yuehan and then back to Zhao. Zhao, allow me to introduce to you. This is Wen Yuehan, a diligent and studious young man. At 17, he has already achieved the status of a Shiozai, and he has truly won my admiration. Wen Yuehan promptly rose and bowed to Zhao. I am Wen Yuehan. Honored to meet you, Zhao. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Zhao Chongqing nodded with approval. Indeed. This young man is impressive. He will certainly achieve great things in the future. Zhou, your guidance is commendable. Thanks to Dean Zhou's diligent teaching. I must strive harder, Wen Yuehan replied. Dear Zhao Xian, since Wen Huan has classes this afternoon, let him toast you with tea in lieu of wine, said Dean Zhou. Wen Huan promptly lifted his teacup towards Lord Zhao, stating, My lord, due to my academic obligations, I am unable to partake in wine. Thus, I offer you this cup of tea. Though it may not compare to wine, it is imbued with my sincere respect, and I hope you do not take offense. I wish you all the best, my lord. Lord Zhao nodded appreciatively. It is rare to see such thoughtfulness. I shall gladly accept this cup of tea and wish you success in your studies. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Wen Huan replied with a bow. Brother Zhou, do you recall the days when you were still serving the capital? We often discussed scholarly matters. Yet now we are separated by miles, lamented Zhao Chongsheng. Dean Zhou echoed his sentiment. Indeed, time flies. I have reached the age of understanding my destiny. I remember when we worked together at the Hamlin Academy, so full of vigor. Now, we find ourselves in different places, each with our own concerns. Yes, life passes swiftly, and decades have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Brother Zhou, do you remember how you were once a renowned talent in the capital? Not only excelling in your writing, but also contributing significantly to the court? It is hard to believe how swiftly you have returned to your hometown, Zhao Chongqing reflected. The past is of little consequence. Rather, it is commendable that you, Zhao Xian, have risen to prominence while still cherishing old friendships, Dean Zhou remarked with a smile. Brother Zhou, we are close friends. How could I forget? I believe you have classes to teach this afternoon, so let us share a cup of tea, Zhao Chongqing suggested. That sounds delightful, they agreed, raising their cups. However, my daughter, having reached the age of marriage 2 years ago, remains single. If there is a suitable match near you, do keep my niece in mind, Mrs. Zhou said with a smile. Oh, my niece is still unmarried? I find Nuan to be quite a talented individual. Why not facilitate a lovely union? Lord Zhao inquired curiously. My lord, you may not be aware, but I am already married, and it would be unfair to impose upon Miss Zhou, Nuan clarified. Oh, you are married? Which family is she from? Lord Zhao asked with intrigue. Forgive my modesty. My wife is a farmer's daughter, and we have known each other since childhood. We wed 2 months ago and now run a small eatery in town, Nuan explained. An eatery? What kind of cuisine do you serve? Lord Zhao asked, somewhat puzzled. My wife, though humble, has mastered the art of serving hot dishes, Nuan responded. Is that so? Lord Zhao said, somewhat distracted, before turning his gaze back to Nuan. How intriguing. I shall certainly visit and sample your culinary delights in the future. I thank you on behalf of my wife for your consideration, Nuan said, bowing slightly. Zhao Chongshang smiled at Mrs. Zhou, saying, rest assured, dear sister-in-law. Whenever I encounter a suitable match, I will certainly inform you and Brother Zhou. That would be much appreciated, Mrs. Zhou replied with a smile. During their gathering, Zhao Chongsheng, Dean Zhou, and Nuan exchanged anecdotes from the past and discussed scholarly topics, sharing their perspectives. Soon, the table was nearly cleared of dishes. Dean Zhou remarked, it brings me great joy to gather here today. I hope, dear Zhao Xian, that your journey is successful and you return triumphantly. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your warm hospitality. I wish you a future filled with flourishing students who will bring prosperity to the people of the Great Li. I raise this cup of tea in your honor, Zhao Chongsheng declared, lifting his cup towards Dean Zhou. Wen Yuehan lifted his teacup, expressing his wishes for the health and well-being of the dean and the esteemed guest. After they finished their tea, Lord Zhao took his leave. Yuan, you should take a moment to rest here. You can leave with Dean Zhou shortly, remarked Madame Zhou. I appreciate your kindness, madam, Wen Yuehan replied gratefully. Nonsense, let's go. I will show you to the guest room. Old man, you should rest for a while yourself, she added, as they walked to a guest room in the eastern courtyard. Madame Zhou said, Yuehan, you may rest in this room. It is close to your dean, making your departure convenient. Thank you very much, madam. Wen Yuehan acknowledged with a slight bow. No need for thanks. Rest well. I shall take my leave now. Once Madame Zhou departed, Wen Yuehan sat on the bed, preparing to lie down for a brief rest, when suddenly Zhou Yu appeared, startling him into an upright position. Miss Zhou, what brings you here? He inquired. May everyone find joy and ease in their daily lives. Chapter 59. I am married, Yuehan. What you said at noon today, was it true? Zhou Yu's face flushed crimson. What do you mean by true? Wen Yuehan was completely bewildered. You mentioned that you are married, and thus you feared you might cause me distress? Zhou Yu blurted out, her cheeks aflame. Upon hearing her words, Wen Yuehan understood that she had misconstrued his intentions. Indeed, I am married, and I hold deep affection for my wife. Naturally, I would not forsake her. I could not possibly allow Miss Zhou to be a mere mistress, for I have pledged my life to my wife alone. At this, Zhou Yu's complexion turned pale. Wen Yuehan, is that truly your sentiment? Are you concerned for my feelings? I believe you are more worried about your wife. I am indeed concerned for my wife, he replied coldly. I appreciate your regard, Miss Zhou, but my heart is already spoken for. I hope you will find a worthy companion soon. Zhou Yu, feeling disheartened, declared, I shall see how you protect her, before exiting. With a sigh, Wen Yuehan lay down to continue his rest, awakening only as the time approached for him to head to the academy. He tidied himself and stepped out, preparing to wait for the dean in the courtyard. As he emerged, he noticed the dean exiting the main house. Yuehan, you are awake. Let us depart, the dean said. Yes, dean, Wen Yuehan replied, following closely beside him to the academy. Upon arrival, Wen Yuehan bid farewell to the dean and proceeded to the lecture hall. Brother Wen, I must say, the dishes your family prepares are truly delectable. I wish I could savor them every day, Gao Jun remarked with a smile as he approached Wen Yuehan. My wife's culinary skills are indeed exceptional, Wen Yuehan acknowledged. Absolutely. Your sister-in-law's cooking is quite remarkable. Since we have a day off tomorrow, I was hoping to treat my parents to a taste of her cooking. Would you be so kind as to inquire if she could sell me some of the broth ingredients? Gao Jun asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. Wen Yuan hesitated for a moment. After school this afternoon, accompany me home, and I will ask my wife if she has any leftover ingredients. If so, you may take some with you. That would be wonderful, Brother Wen. Thank you so much. Gao Jun exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Very well. Wen Yuan replied with a calm demeanor, before turning his attention to his studies. As the afternoon wore on, Nuan had finished her meal and sought out Nan Feng. Nan Feng, I've noticed that you've become quite adept at bookkeeping lately. Tomorrow at noon, Wen Yuan and I have matters to attend to, so you'll need to continue as you did today. I won't be around, so you must exert yourself a bit more. Understood, Nan Feng replied coolly, leaving Nuan momentarily speechless. Well, that's settled then. You may go and rest, she said. All right, Nan Feng replied nonchalantly. Also aloof. You only ever say it. Nuan thought to herself with a hint of exasperation before retreating for an afternoon nap. Later, as Wen Yuan returned from school with Gao Jun in tow, Nuan hurriedly approached to greet him. Scholar Gao has arrived. Indeed, sister-in-law. I have come to intrude once more, Gao Jun said, somewhat sheepishly. Not at all. Please make yourself comfortable. I'll prepare a bowl of soup for you, Nuan offered, heading towards the kitchen. Oh, sister-in-law, that one tea be necessary. I'll be heading home for dinner shortly, Gao Jun replied, nudging Wen Yuan with his elbow. Yes, my dear, no need to fuss over him, Wen Yuan added. Very well then. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to do so in the room. Nuan assumed that Gao Jun had come to speak with Wen Yuan. My dear, the situation is as follows. Gao here found the soup quite delectable, and, since he has a day off tomorrow, he wishes to see if we have any base for the soup to take back for his parents to try, Wen Yuan explained. Oh, I see. Scholar Gao, you are far too polite. When you came for lunch, you could have simply asked me. Now you've made an unnecessary trip. Please wait. I'll fetch some for you. Before long, Nuan returned with the packaged soup base, handing it to Gao Jun. Scholar Gao. Here are 2 portions of the base. Each can serve 6 people without any issue. Since this ingredient doesn't last long, I don't have much left. I will prepare more for your next visit. Oh, sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. How much silver does this cost? Gao Yun inquired. Oh, no need for that. This is a gift for you. In honor of your respect for your parents. Nuan waved her hand dismissively. Very well, thank you, sister-in-law. But do remember to accept payment next time. Of course, no problem at all. Then I shall take my leave. I won't impose any longer, Gao Jun said, clasping his hands in farewell. Then we shan't keep you any longer. Do return home safely, Wen Yuan replied. Be cautious on your way, Nuan added. After Gao Jun departed, Wen Yuan and Nuan returned to their tasks. As the food establishment opened its doors, a distinguished middle-aged man entered. Nuan, noting his exceptional demeanor, greeted him. Good afternoon. The man turned to Nuan. Are you the owner of this establishment? Yes, sir. Here, patrons select their desired dishes from the display over there. Nuan indicated towards a food rack. However, the man did not approach the food. Instead, he stepped closer to Nuan. Your husband is Wen Yuan, is he not? Yes, sir. Are you a friend of my husband? Nuan inquired. One might say so, the man replied ambiguously. Please hold on a moment. I will fetch him, Nuan said. The middle-aged man nodded and leisurely approached the vegetable stand, selecting his goods with care. Nuan turned and exited the courtyard, seeking out Nan Feng, instructing him to watch over the main hall for a moment while she went to find Wen Yuan. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yuan joined Nuan in the hall, where they spotted the middle-aged man still engaged in his choice of vegetables. The two approached, and Nuan called out, Sir, my husband has arrived. The middle-aged man turned, smiling as he replied, Ah, young friend, we meet again. Wen Yuan promptly bowed, saying, I am honored to meet you, Lord Zhao. Madam, this is Lord Zhao from the capital, a man of great learning and esteemed virtue. Please, come and greet him, Wen Yuan introduced. I am honored to meet you. Lord Zhao, your presence truly brings distinction to our humble establishment, Nuan expressed. Lord Zhao, this is my wife, Ji. She manages this eatery, Wen Yuan added. Madam Ji appears dignified and graceful. No wonder Yuan has chosen you. Lord Zhao remarked with a smile. Today, I wish to sample your hot pot. Are you both able to spare a moment for me? Lord Zhao inquired amiably. You are too kind. Please this way, when Yuan said, taking the tray from Lord Zhao and guiding him to the table against the wall. Lord Zhao, my husband, I shall excuse myself momentarily to prepare the hot pot and will return shortly, Nuan announced, balancing the tray. Very well, go ahead. Lord Zhao nodded in agreement. Lord Zhao, may I offer you some water? Wen Yuan poured a glass for him. Is this indeed your wife? She does not appear to be of peasant stock. Lord Zhao observed as he took a sip. My spouse has been cared for by her father since childhood. Hence, she does not resemble the typical farmer's daughter. Wen Yuan explained. Oh, and what was your father-in-law's profession? Lord Zhao inquired. He was a hunter, but sadly, he passed away last year due to a mishap in the mountains. Wen Yuan replied, his tone solemn. I wish everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 60. Coincidence? So it is thus, my apologies. When I heard you mention the hot pot at noon, I was intrigued, and upon seeing it just now, it truly seems delightful. A long line has formed at the entrance. It must be quite flavorful. From whom did your wife learn this skill? Lord Zhao probed. She devised it herself. It was common for my father-in-law to be away hunting for days, so she experimented with various dishes on her own. Wen Yuan smiled. Oh, alone? What of your mother-in-law? She passed away early, leaving my wife to rely solely on her father. Now, only she remains, Wen Yuan responded. Ah, what a tragic fate, Lord Zhao lamented. Nuan approached with a smile, carrying the tray. Lord Zhao, the hot pot is ready. Please do sample it. Lord Zhao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Madam Ji. He then picked up a piece of pork belly, savoring it before slowly commenting. This pork is perfectly balanced in fat and lean, remarkably flavorful without being greasy. I am glad you find it to your liking, Nuan said with a smile. Indeed, this hot pot is exquisite. I have not tasted its like elsewhere. I was impressed to hear from Yuan that it was crafted by you, Madam Ji, Lord Zhao remarked, sipping the broth. You flatter me, Lord Zhao. It is merely a humble dish, the broth being the only distinctive element, Nuan replied. A few years ago, when I visited Lu County, I had the pleasure of tasting the local meat and vegetable soup with bread, which bears a striking resemblance to this bowl of soup, remarked Lord Zhao. Oh, that indeed presents a novel idea. Perhaps next time we can introduce a new dish by substituting the noodles with bread, said Nuan, her spirits lifted by Lord Zhao's suggestion. Haha, should I still be here at that time? I shall certainly come to sample it, Lord Zhao replied with a smile. You're always welcome, Lord Zhao, Nuan responded graciously. Alas, Lord Zhao sighed. What troubles you, Lord Zhao? Wen Yuan inquired. After a bite of his noodles, Lord Zhao replied, I just suddenly recalled the matter that brought me to Daliu town. Oh, have you encountered some difficulties, Lord Zhao? Wen Yuan asked. Not particularly. It's just that the individual I was instructed to locate has gone missing, Lord Zhao explained. Oh, who might that be? If it is not too much trouble. I and my wife could also keep an eye out, Wen Yuan offered. Lord Zhao paused for a moment before responding. It's nothing too grave. I was actually planning to issue a wanted notice tomorrow. The individual's name is Yu Jinglan, a carpenter. I wonder if you and Madam Ji have heard of him? At this, Nuan's heart sank, though her expression remained unperturbed as she feigned curiosity. Yu Jinglan, the carpenter? Yes, indeed, Madam Ji. Do you know him? Lord Zhao inquired. I do. Lord Zhao, if you observe the racks, trays, and skewers we use in our shop, they were all crafted by Master Yu. His craftsmanship is quite commendable. Why you seek him? Has he committed some transgression? Nuan replied casually, yet internally alarm bells rang. Could it be that Lord Zhao was here in pursuit of a time traveler? Oh, I did not anticipate that Madam Ji had dealings with Yu Jinglan. Lord Zhao feigned surprise. Indeed, when I first arrived here to establish my shop, I sought a skilled carpenter whose fees were reasonable. Many spoke highly of Master Yu from Wanyue Road, and since he worked from home, his rates are slightly lower than others. Hence, I sought him out, Nuan recounted. Oh, I see. Do you recall whom you inquired about at that time? Lord Zhao pressed further. Nuan shook her head. I cannot recall. I merely asked passers-by along the way. What a pity. Do you still have any contact with Yu Jinglan? Lord Zhao continued. Not anymore. After retrieving my goods, we lost touch. I remember that I had so many items that I purchased Master US card to transport them back, and the card is still in the yard. Jinwan explained. Nodding thoughtfully, Lord Zhao said, Yue Han, Madam Ji, should you come across any news regarding Yu Jinglan, please be sure to inform me. Currently, I am residing at the Lu residence in Shuangguwei Fong. You may find me there should you need to reach me. Understood, Lord Zhao. Both my wife and I will keep that in mind, when Yue Han affirmed. After finishing his last bite, Lord Zhao nodded. Well, I have finished eating and shall take my leave. Very well, Lord Zhao. Allow me to escort you, when Yue Han offered as he rose. No need, you both stay here. Lord Zhao replied before departing. Nuan and Yu Jinglan exchanged glances, and Yu Jinglan remarked, we shall discuss this further tonight. Nuan nodded and returned to her work, while when Yue Han, at that moment, found himself devoid of the inclination to study, and thus followed Nuan, busily assisting her. After dinner, the two returned to their room. There is something amiss with Lord Zhao, Nuan remarked. Indeed, he sought out Yu Jinglan, and then fortuitously became acquainted with me, considering you are my wife. No wonder when I mentioned your name at noon, he expressed a desire to sample the hot bowl, when Yue Han pondered thoughtfully. Oh, you met him at noon? Nuan inquired. Yes, the Dean Zhou invited me to his home for a meal today, mentioning that there were colleagues visiting from the capital for me to meet. It was Lord Zhao, and during the conversation, he brought up my marriage, at which point I briefly introduced you when Yue Han explained. This is far too coincidental. Such a level of coincidence ceases to be mere chance. Do you think he could be associated with a masked man who came previously? Nuan speculated. It is not impossible, when Yue Han replied. What shall we do? Yu Jinglan has been away for some time, and I have no idea when he will return. I suspect someone has been monitoring him. These individuals appeared shortly after he left. Nuan expressed her concerns. When Yue Han observed Nuan's worry for Yu Jinglan and felt a slight discomfort in his heart. However, he recognized that her concerns stemmed from her own safety. He asked, did Yu Jinglan mention how we might contact him upon his departure? Nuan shook her head. No, he merely indicated he would return next year. When Yue Han contemplated and said, for now, we can only take one step at a time. We are presently unable to manage our own affairs, let alone his. As long as we do not hinder him, that will suffice. You should maintain your current stance. Your relationship with Yu Jinglan is purely business. Should anyone inquire in the future, you must persist in this narrative. Nuan nodded. Given the circumstances, we can only feign ignorance from here on. Yes, let us wait for a while, and when the opportunity arises, we will investigate the whereabouts of Lord Zhao, when Yue Han proposed. Agreed, Nuan affirmed, adding, it is getting late. Let us retire early. Indeed, the two then went to bed, each harboring their own thoughts, wishing everyone daily happiness and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 61. Collaboration. The following noon, Li Ziyu arrived in town, seeking Nuan. Nanfeng, where is Miss Ji? He asked upon entering the hot bowl establishment, where he spotted Nanfeng seated at the counter. Our master is in the backyard. Young Master Li may proceed directly to find her. Nanfeng indicated toward the rear. Li Ziyu acknowledged her and made his way to the backyard, where he found Nuan in the kitchen. Miss Ji, I am here, he announced. Nuan turned, smiling as she greeted him. Young Master Li has arrived. Please sit and have a drink of water to refresh yourself. She poured a cup of water and approached the table in the courtyard. Thank you, Miss Ji, Li Ziyu replied as he took a seat, smiling. You are too kind. Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I shall fetch my husband, Nuan said. Very well, Li Ziyu replied, taking a sip from his cup. Nuan called for one Yue Han, and together they headed to the Jushin restaurant. As the three entered the restaurant, a waiter approached them. Esteemed guests, would you prefer seating in the main hall or a private room on the second floor? The waiter inquired. A private room, please, Nuan replied. Certainly, this way, please. The waiter guided them upstairs. By chance, Li Ziyu encountered Boss Wang descending from the second floor. Greetings, Uncle Wang, Li Ziyu said with a smile. Ah, my dear nephew has come. How is your father lately? Boss Wang inquired with a cheerful expression. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Wang. My father is in good health and has been speaking of you recently, replied Li Ziyu. The restaurant has been quite busy of late. I shall certainly come to celebrate your father's birthday in due time, Boss Wang remarked, beaming. That would be wonderful, Uncle Wang, we shall await your arrival at home. Li Ziyu responded. Is that not Miss Ji? It has been a while. How is your eatery faring? Boss Wang noticed Nuan. Boss Wang, it has indeed been a while. The eatery is doing well. You must visit my hot pot restaurant on Kingafang when you have the chance. Nuan replied with a smile. Hot pot. I have heard some of my friends mention it, and they raved about it. At first, I was skeptical, but since it is run by Miss Ji, I shall take their word for it and visit soon, Boss Wang stated. That sounds great, Boss Wang. If you have any suggestions for improvement, please do let me know, Nuan said with a smile. I am very much looking forward to tasting your culinary skills. And who might this be? Boss Wang inquired, glancing at Wen Yuehan. This is my husband, Wen Yuehan, a student from Mingda Academy, Nuan introduced. Oh, so you are the esteemed scholar Wen. My apologies, Boss Wang said with a respectful gesture. No need for such formality, Boss Wang, Wen Yuehan replied calmly. You are here to discuss matters today, are you not? I shall not disturb you further. Be sure to enjoy your meal, and should any issues arise, feel free to have the waiter seek me out, Boss Wang added. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Wang, Li Ziyu expressed. No need for thanks. Off you go, Boss Wang said, then instructed the waiter, Xiao Yang, please serve my nephew and his companions the new dish, steamed goose, for them to sample. This dish is on the house. My dear nephew, Miss G, Scholar One, this steamed goose is a new creation by our head chef. Prepared by filling the goose with various seasonings before steaming it to achieve a crispy skin and tender meat. I assure you it is delicious. Do give it a try. Thank you very much, Uncle Wang. Li Ziyu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Boss Wang. Nuan and Wen Yuehan echoed. It is but a small matter. Do enjoy. Boss Wang replied. After bowing respectfully to Boss Wang, the group ascended the stairs with the waiter. What dishes would you like to order, esteemed guests? The waiter inquired. Young man, could you kindly assist us in selecting a few of your signature dishes and pairing them for us? Nuan requested. Certainly, esteemed guests. I shall recommend a few signature dishes. Roasted leg of lamb, dompa pork, honey-glazed meat, along with the steamed goose gifted by our owner. And I suggest adding stir-fried bamboo shoots and ginseng chicken soup. Does that sound agreeable? The waiter proposed. Do you find the selection acceptable? Any dietary restrictions? Nuan asked, looking at Li Ziyu and Wen Yuehan. It is fine with me, Miss Ji. I have no dietary restrictions, Li Ziyu replied. I too have no restrictions, Wen Yuehan added. Young man, these dishes will do, Nuan affirmed to the waiter. Very well, please wait a moment, the waiter said before pouring tea for Nuan and her companions and then departing. Young Master Li, thank you for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, we would have faced a fine, Nuan remarked. Miss Ji, there is no need for formalities. Friends are meant to assist one another, Li Ziyu remarked. Still, I must express my gratitude. Young Master Li, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. We shall certainly lend our support. Wen Yuehan added, since Brother Wen has said so, I shall not stand on ceremony any longer, Li Ziyu replied with a smile. Of course. Did you not also mention that friends are meant to help each other? Wen Yuehan looked at Li Ziyu. Then I shall not be polite. In fact, I do have a matter to discuss. Miss G, I have noticed that your establishment is quite popular, with customers queuing for a table. Have you considered opening a branch? I have thought about it, but our current finances do not suffice to support the operation of 2 locations, so I plan to address it after the new year. Nuan responded. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu smiled. If it is merely a matter of finances, then allow me to resolve it. What do you think? Oh, could you elaborate on your proposal? Nuan inquired. Quite simply, you would provide the recipe, and I would handle the rest. There are 2 options. One is to grant you a share of the profits monthly or biannually. The other is for you to set a price. And I would purchase the rights to the recipe, paying you once a year, Li Ziyu explained, gazing at Nuan. How would the profit sharing be calculated? Nuan asked. The profits would be divided 30% for you and 70% for me. After all, I must cover the expenses of renting a shop, hiring staff, and daily ingredients. These are all costs, Li Ziyu clarified. Wen Yuehan, what are your thoughts? Nuan turned to Wen Yuehan. This indeed appears to be a lucrative and sustainable venture. Young Master Li is quite generous, Wen Yuehan remarked nonchalantly. It cannot be said that way. This is Miss G's ancestral craft, and it is only fair that I reap a profit from it. How could I allow Miss G to suffer a loss? Li Ziyu chuckled. Nuan pondered that with Li Ziyu's prominent support, any skepticism others might have towards her would likely diminish. Moreover, with Li Ziyu's involvement, the situation had become intriguingly complex. Murky waters often yield the best catches. Yet, could Li Ziyu truly be trusted? She cast a glance at him, still contemplating, when she heard Wen Yuan say, "In that case, we must thank young Master Li. When do you intend to prepare for the opening of the branch?" Nuan was taken aback by Wen Yuan's response. Did he not dislike her spending time with Li Ziyu? How had he suddenly agreed to the joint venture? Wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 62. Collaboration. Li Ziyu laughed upon hearing this. Now that you have agreed, the remaining matters will be much easier to handle. Over the next few days, I will take care of other affairs and will need to invite Miss G to guide us. Certainly, certainly, Nuan replied with a smile. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Come in, Nuan called. Dear guest, the dishes have arrived, the waiter announced as he entered with a tray of food. After placing the dishes on the table, the waiter exited the private room. Li Ziyu picked up a piece of steamed goose and tasted it, nodding in approval. This steamed goose is indeed delightful. The skin is crispy, and the meat is tender. You all should come and try it. Upon hearing this, Nuan and Wen Yuan each took a bite and nodded in approval, indeed finding the dish delightful. Young Master Li, Nuan inquired, I heard you recently visited the capital to see your grandmother. Is she in good health? Li Ziyu set down his chopsticks and replied, My grandmother is quite robust. However, she has been residing at my uncle's home in the capital for some time. She just returned last month, yearning for my mother and me. So we spent some time together. Nuan nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Elderly individuals often become sentimental and long for their descendants. Thus, I plan to open a branch of the Hot Bowl restaurant in the capital, allowing me to visit her more frequently, Li Ziyu said with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Companionship indeed brings joy. I initially thought you intended to open a branch in the town, but I'm pleasantly surprised it will be in the capital. The capital has a larger flow of people, which should enhance business, Nuan remarked. Li Ziyu nodded. Exactly. Moreover, it will offer something novel that no one has tried before. I intend to price it a bit higher, catering to the affluent clientele. Nuan pondered, however. The hot bowl is ultimately a common dish. I wonder if it can be elevated to a mid-range gourmet experience. If the residents of the capital discover the town offers it at such a low price, it might impact our sales. You make a valid point. Although there is some distance from the capital, there will still be merchants traveling from there to the town, Wen Yuan interjected. Miss G, do you have any other strategies? The cost of living in the capital is higher than in the town. I believe you could position the hot bowl at a moderate price point, making it accessible even for ordinary folks on occasion, Wen Yuan suggested. My husband is right. The value of the hot bowl lies in its flavor. But it remains a simple meal. Unless the service is exceptional, making customers feel esteemed, they might be inclined to pay for that emotional value, Nuan added. Li Ziyu nodded in agreement. You both make valid observations. While the hot bowl is indeed unique, its inherent value is limited. I will follow your advice to enhance the service experience, and will start making arrangements shortly. Well, there is something similar to the hot bowl that could appeal to the affluent class. However, the timing is not quite right. When the opportunity arises, I will inform you, Nuan stated. Oh, Miss G, are you aware of other culinary delights? Li Ziyu asked, intrigued. You'll find it quite similar to the hot bowl. Once I identify the right moment, I will share it with you, Nuan replied, choosing to refrain from elaborating further, as revealing anything beyond the norm of this era would be unwise. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence, but repeated instances would lead to disbelief, both in others and herself. Seeing Nuan's reluctance to discuss further, Li Ziyu refrained from pressing her, simply saying, Then you must promise to tell me when the time comes. Nuan assured him with a smile, Rest assured, I will certainly share it with you. Li Ziyu beamed with delight. Wonderful. And how is your academic progress? One? Li Ziyu inkita charfuli. Quite satisfactory, Wen Yuan replied nonchalantly. Miss G, the next time I visit the capital, you should accompany me. It would be a perfect opportunity to instruct the chef, Li Ziyu proposed, observing Wen Yuan's reluctance to speak. Sure, just come and find me then, Nuan replied with a nod. Young Master Li, it would be best to choose a time when I'm free, so I can accompany Nuan, when Yuan remarked. Li Ziyu paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, no problem. As they continued to dine and converse, Nuan eventually excused herself, seeking out the waiter to settle the bill. Master Wan, I'd like to settle the account for Water Moon. The waiter informed Master Wan before turning to Nuan. Miss, please wait here for a moment while I attend to some matters. All right, you may go about your duties, Nuan replied. Miss, the total comes to 3 taels and 7 chin of silver, after deducting the cost of the steamed goose, Master Wan said with a smile. Very well, Nuan said, producing the silver to pay Master Wan before returning to the private room. Have you all finished your meal? Shall we be off? Nuan inquired. Yes, Li Ziyu affirmed. Yuan had already risen, and the 3 of them departed the tavern. I must take my leave now to prepare for the matters concerning the branch store, Li Ziyu said as he approached the carriage. Very well, do let us know when you need us in the capital, Nuan replied, and Li Ziyu nodded, waving goodbye as he entered the carriage. Why did you agree to collaborate with him on the branch store? Nuan asked, puzzled. The Li family has extensive business dealings. They must possess considerable influence behind the scenes. By aligning ourselves with him, we can likely divert attention away from you, when Yuan responded calmly. You seem to be on the same wavelength as me. I was merely contemplating whether you would agree, which is why I refrained from immediately accepting. Nuan said with a smile. You are my wife. Naturally, your affairs take precedence. Currently, collaborating with Li Ziyu could indeed prove beneficial, when Yuan mused thoughtfully. Do you believe it is wise to disclose my situation to young Master Li? Nuan inquired. It would be preferable not to. We do not yet know Li Ziyu well, nor do we fully understand the nature of his family's business. It is uncommon for ordinary merchants to possess the means to establish a restaurant in the capital as he does, when Yuan explained. Nian nodded. You make a valid point. He mentioned that his maternal grandmother resided in the capital previously, suggesting that his family background is likely respectable. When Yuan glanced at Nuan and smiled. What leads you to that conclusion? Is it not customary in ancient marriages to consider social standing? Young Master Li is quite wealthy. His parents must surely come from a strong lineage. In our eyes, he is akin to a 2nd or 3rd generation wealthy heir, Nuan asserted. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit, when Yuan chuckled. Ah, I forgot to ask young Master Li if he knows Lord Zhao, Nuan lamented. He may not necessarily know him. There are many officials in the capital, and it's improbable they all know each other, when Yuan replied. Perhaps he has heard of him. I ought to inquire further next time. Additionally, if young Master Li is acquainted with Lord Liu from the government, we might gain some insights, Nuan suggested. That sounds reasonable. We currently have no other leads. It would be best to seek an opportunity to visit his residence in a couple of days and see if we can glean any information, when Yuan proposed. Agreed. Let's settle on that, Nuan concluded, wishing everyone joy and a smooth life. Chapter 63. Defamation. Oh dear, everyone come and see. This unscrupulous eatery. My son dined on their hot bowl yesterday noon, and upon returning home, he was beset by vomiting and diarrhea. There must be something amiss with their food. Who is the owner? Step forward. At midday, a woman stood outside the shop, shouting with indignation, accompanied by her son. Upon observing this, Nanfeng hastily instructed Wu Yuan to summon Nuan, while he himself approached the entrance of the store. Madam, what leads you to conclude that your son's illness stems from our hot bowl? He inquired. My son worked all morning and had your hot bowl for lunch. How could he possibly eat anything else afterward? The woman retorted vehemently. Have you consulted a physician? Did the doctor attribute your son's condition to the hot bowl? Nanfeng pressed further. The doctor stated that it was indeed the food that caused his malaise. My son consumed only your hot bowl. What else could it possibly be? She declared, her voice rising in fury. Madam, I am the owner of this establishment, and I am aware of your situation. May I ask which medical clinic you visited yesterday? Nuan emerged and questioned. It was the Huangji Pharmacy in the East City. Dr. Huang himself examined my son. The woman replied, casting her gaze upon Nuan. I see. Will Dr. Huang be willing to testify should this matter go to court? Nian inquired. Certainly. He explicitly stated that my son consumed contaminated food, the woman asserted, though her confidence wavered as she recalled the 20 taels of silver given to her by an acquaintance. Nuan nodded. In that case, this will be straightforward. Our ingredients are delivered fresh each morning by our suppliers. If the hot bowl is indeed at fault, it must be the supplied ingredients that are compromised. I appreciate your assistance in identifying the issue. I shall fetch both my supplier and Dr. Huang so that we may present this matter to the authorities. After all, if their ingredients are found to be defective, I would never dare to use them again. Rest assured, if the officials determine that our hot bowl is to blame, we shall take full responsibility for your son. Upon hearing Nuan's words, the woman instinctively tugged at her son, her conscience pricked. I recognize that you, as a young lady in business, have it tough. Let us forego involving the authorities. Just compensate us with 10 taels of silver. Nuan regarded the woman and the gathering crowd with keen eyes. Madam, I appreciate your goodwill. However, it is now widely acknowledged that your son's ailment may have arisen from the ingredients of our hot bowl. If we do not seek the magistrate's investigation, my business may be irreparably harmed. Surely, you wish to seek justice for your son, do you not? Should the officials confirm that our hot bowl is indeed at fault, I shall compensate you with 20 taels of silver. We do not want silver. We will not go to the magistrate, the woman said, her resolve faltering as she attempted to lead her son away. Oh, madam, what are you doing? Why refuse to go to the magistrate? Or is it that your intention was merely to extort money? Nuan's gaze was cold and piercing as she scrutinized the woman. The onlookers found the situation rather peculiar. If the claims were indeed true, why the fear of confronting the authorities? In Dailiu town, the esteemed Mr., who was known for his integrity, always upholding justice and never oppressing the innocent. The woman, however, refused to concede. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is unaware of the collusion between officials and merchants? We, the powerless common folk, stand no chance against you. Are you suggesting that I conspire with Mr. Hu? Everyone in Dailiu town knows he is a benevolent official, caring for the people as if they were his own children, never engaging in abuses of power. Your words here are an affront to Mr. Hu's character, Nuan stated with solemnity. At a loss for words, the woman could only repeat, I did not mean that. I was not speaking ill of Mr. Hu. Then who are you referring to? Nuan pressed further. We are not demanding any compensation from you. Is that not enough? The woman replied anxiously. That is not sufficient, Annie. You come to our establishment, slandering us baselessly, and once you've cast your aspersions, you simply walk away. What of our restaurant's reputation? What are the misunderstandings faced by our staff? Can you truly dismiss this with a mere statement that you will not demand compensation? Yinian questioned. Nuan, you are being excessively pedantic. Why make things difficult for a widow and her child? Zhou Yu interjected, stepping forward from the crowd. Nuan glanced at her. Miss Zhou, how did you come to know they are a widow and her child? Zhou Yu hesitated momentarily before replying. But there are only the two of them here. I haven't seen her husband. Perhaps he is simply not present? Do you so readily conclude their status? One might think you're cursing them, Nuan remarked coolly. I did not mean that, Zhou Yu countered. From a moment Zhou Yu appeared. Nuan sensed an inextricable connection between the matter and her. Miss Zhou, you accuse me of being petty. How would you react if I indiscriminately maligned you? The innocent need not explain themselves. I have done nothing wrong, Zhou Yu asserted after clearing her throat. Nuan chuckled at her words. What a magnificent lotus blooming in a prosperous age. Miss Zhou, you possess a generosity that is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. How then? Can you let these two women go unpunished? Zhou Yu inquired. Your question is indeed pertinent. You, Miss Zhou, are as serene as a chrysanthemum, and thus dismissive of the concerns of us common folk. However, I am not so inclined. I must vindicate the integrity of our establishment. Reputation is paramount in business. Without it, we cannot thrive. I owe it to myself and to the community to seek clarity, Nuan addressed the gathering crowd. Indeed, I dined at your establishment yesterday and encountered no issues. I am willing to testify on your behalf. A voice emerged from the crowd. I, too, have been coming every noon without incident, and I can attest to that, another person added. Nuan turned to the woman and Zhou Yu. Let us proceed to the authorities. Why are you so confrontational? What does young master want seeing you? You display none of the gentleness or grace expected of a woman. What do you leave young master when's dignity? Zhou Yu whispered to Nuan. Miss Zhou, You are of a higher station. I am merely an ordinary person. I yearn for innocence. Why does that render me aggressive? What connection does it have with my husband? Since when has the pursuit of justice been intertwined with one's dignity? Or does Miss Zhou harbor a guilty conscience? After Nuan spoke, she gazed at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, filled with indignation, could only flush with embarrassment before departing. The woman, witnessing Zhou Yu's exit, contemplated leaving as well, but was obstructed by Nanfeng. And the matter remains unresolved. Where do you think you're going? Upon hearing the voice, Nuan turned her attention to the woman. You must clarify today's events for everyone. If you remain silent, we shall take this matter to the authorities. The woman, recognizing Nuan's seriousness, refrained from fabricating further tales. Yet, as she gazed at the departing figure of the earlier woman, she hesitated to speak the truth and tearfully lamented, "It is my fault. I was blinded by greed. Seeing your thriving business, I thought to extort some money. I shall not dare again. Please do not send me to the authorities." Nuan, aware that the woman was not entirely truthful, but recognizing her avarice was genuine, decided it was best to avoid further trouble, especially since she was struggling herself. For the sake of your son, I shall let you go this time. However, should you dare to slander us again, we will not hesitate to inform the authorities. The woman hurriedly replied, I understand. Thank you for your mercy. We shall never dare again, and quickly took her son away. Nuan smiled at the crowd and continued, I sincerely apologize for the delay in your meals. Please rest assured that all our ingredients are meticulously sourced, delivered fresh each morning, and consumed the same day. Some regular patrons chimed in, I trust your establishment. I dine here frequently, and indeed the ingredients are fresh. I have never encountered any issues. As more patrons echoed their support, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Nuan, smiling, returned to her duties, while more diners began to arrive, curious to sample the praised fare. The scene resembled the bustling days of their grand opening. Observing the influx of customers, Nuan mused that the commotion caused by the mother and son had inadvertently drawn in more patrons. Truly, blessings and misfortunes are often intertwined. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu returned home, her mind still echoing Nuan's words. If he truly favors you, I am of no consequence. Women should maintain their dignity. Why must they suffer for the sake of men? Indeed, she had scarcely recognized herself in recent times. Was it truly worth it to sacrifice so much for a man who did not love her? Once, she held her head high, proud to be the daughter of Scholar Zhou in the capital, yet now, in this humble town of Daliu, she found herself desperately pursuing a man who did not value her. What was the point? In a world brimming with splendid young men, I am confident I shall find a kindred spirit. This season, Nuan is indeed unlike any woman I have previously encountered. The noble ladies I befriended in the capital were all smiles on the surface, yet harbored countless underhanded schemes behind closed doors. To my surprise, in this Daliu town, I have met a woman so sincere and wise, deserving of my company. Resolving to visit her tomorrow to extend my apologies, Zhou Yu decided henceforth to abandon any notions regarding Wen Yuehan, and was astonished to find himself enveloped in an unparalleled sense of ease. Upon returning home that evening, Wen Yuehan was met with Nuan's piercing glare. Puzzled, he approached her and inquired, What troubles you? You spend your days courting attention from every corner. Nuan retorted with dissatisfaction. Courting attention? What do you mean? Wen Yuehan queried, utterly perplexed. Zhou Yu has returned, and this time, not alone. She has brought along a pair of troublesome souls, Nuan explained. What trouble? Has something transpired today? Wen Yuehan pressed. Recently, Nuan had forbidden him from returning at noon, deeming it a waste of time, and he only came back after completing his studies at the academy each evening. Today, a mother and son accused us of wrongdoing, but I promptly sent them on their way. Zhou Yu was present at that moment, and I suspect her connection to that pair. I reprimanded Zhou Yu, and when she could not counter my words, she departed. Nuan summarized succinctly. This time, Zhou Yu has gone too far. I shall certainly address this with Director Zhou tomorrow, Wen Yuehan declared angrily. In the end, this is your fault. Why did you report her? If you did not attract attention, why would they come seeking you? Nuan remarked. My dear, I am wronged. I seldom associate with Zhou Yu, and ever since I discerned her intentions, I have confronted her sternly whenever we meet, when Yuan hastily clarified. Oof. You had best set things straight with her next time. Do not involve your director. No parent would fail to defend their child. You still have your studies to consider, and creating a rift would not bode well for you. Should this continue, I shall directly report it to the authorities, Nuan warned. Very well. I shall heed your advice, my dear, when Yuan replied with a smile. You focus on your studies. I have matters to attend to. Nuan shot him a disapproving glance before stepping out. During dinner that evening, Nuan addressed everyone. All of you have worked tirelessly since our establishment, and with the weather growing colder, I shall distribute bonuses for these past months shortly. In the coming days, you may procure winter garments. The workers expressed their gratitude, particularly Ernyo, who exclaimed, Sister G, you are truly kind. You've not only ensured I have enough to eat daily, but also provided us with wages and bonuses. I shall remain devoted to you for life. With a laugh, Nuan responded, Ernyo, you are quite endearing. It is only right to pay for work done. And since you all labor so diligently, bonuses are a worthy encouragement. Ernyo, having previously served as a servant elsewhere, recounted the days of meager rations, subsisting on little more than cornbread and vegetable broth, with no wages to speak of. In those times, merely being provided food and shelter was considered a great favor. Otherwise, we would have perished from hunger, he lamented. All that is in the past. Brighter days lie ahead, Nuan consoled him. Indeed, I trust you, Sister G. Ernyo grinned, displaying his broad smile. After dinner, Nuan distributed 5 taels of silver to each person. A few individuals held the money in their hands, astonished by the sheer amount. Initially, they all expressed that such a sum was unnecessary, but Nuan insisted that it rightfully belonged to everyone, prompting them to accept it. Wen Yuan noted the gradual chill in the air. I think we should bring my parents over in the next couple of days. It would be beneficial to have someone to look after, Nuan remarked. Wen Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, when shall we bring them? I will visit Uncle Quan tomorrow and return with him. I will also gather some warm clothing, and the day after, I will come with my parents. What do you think? Sound good? You are working hard, my dear, Wen Yuan said, gently caressing Nuan's cheek. Nuan shot him a playful glance. What are you doing? Oh, my dear, you're simply adorable, Wen Yuan chuckled. Now, let us sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. Nuan turned her back to him. Wen Yuan smiled softly, falling silent until the sound of Nuan's even breaths filled the air. He skillfully embraced her and drifted off to sleep as well. May everyone find joy each day and live smoothly. Chapter 65. My friend the following afternoon. Nuan was busy counting the accounts at the counter when Zhou approached her. Madam G, are you available at the moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Nuan looked up at Zhou with suspicion. What is it, Miss Zhou? Could we speak privately for a moment? Zhou inquired once more. Nuan pondered briefly and replied, All right, please follow me. She led Zhou to the back courtyard, first finding Nan's phone and instructing him to watch the front counter, then guiding Zhou into the main hall. Please have a seat, Miss Zhou. Nuan poured a glass of water for Zhou and took a sip herself. Madam G, I have come today to apologize. I'm truly sorry for yesterday's incident. I assure you I will not trouble you again. This is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you will accept it, Zhou said, presenting a wooden box. Nuan pushed the box back toward Zhou. I appreciate your sentiment, but there is no need for the gift. As for yesterday's matter, your apology suffices, and I consider it behind us. I only hope you will uphold your word and refrain from causing me further trouble. Rest assured, Madam G, I will adhere to my promise. Please accept this gift as a token of goodwill. I hope we can become good friends in the future, Zhou replied. Oh, does Miss Zhou not mind my humble origins as a farmer? Nuan teased. Zhou smiled shyly. I was indeed superficial before. It has taken my interactions with you to realize that one's character is not determined solely by their background. Moreover, your wisdom and understanding surpass my own. Your words yesterday enlightened me. Some things cannot be forced, and no one or nothing should diminish my self-worth. Nuan observed Zhou and smiled. It is good that you have come to this realization. There is no need to cling to what cannot be attained. In doing so, one risks missing out on the beauty that lies ahead. You speak wisely, Madam G. After reflecting on yesterday's conversation, I felt a great sense of relief. I regret not having taken the time to appreciate other admirable gentlemen, Zhou Yu said with a smile. Indeed, by relinquishing the tree that does not suit you, one can behold the entirety of the forest, Nuan mused, her words resonating as much for Zhou Yu as they did for herself. If Lady Ji does not mind, we shall become friends henceforth, Zhou Yu remarked. How could I possibly disdain a young lady? Nuan teased. Oh, you, still jesting with me, Zhou Yu chided playfully. Haha, just having some fun with you, my friend, Nuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled. Then you must accept this gift, for I am now your friend. Nuan nodded, smiling. All right, I shall accept it. Thank you for your gift. You are most welcome. Now, you have so many matters to attend to. I shall not intrude further. Next time, let us go shopping together, my friend, Zhou Yu said mischievously. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Let us go. I will see you off, Nuan said, leading Zhou Yu to the front door. Zhou Yu bid farewell to Nuan, waving as she climbed into the carriage parked outside the eatery and departed. Nuan returned to the counter to continue her accounting. Not long after, Li Ziyu arrived. Miss Ji, I have come, Li Ziyu said with a cheerful grin. Nuan looked up, smiling at him. Masterly, you have arrived. Would you like to select some dishes first? Indeed, I have not had hot bowls in quite a while. I shall go choose some dishes now, and we can chat later, Li Ziyu replied, turning to select his meal. Shortly thereafter, he returned with his selections. You go find a seat first. I will bring the dishes over shortly, Nuan instructed. I shall accompany you. I will eat in the backyard and have something to discuss with you, Li Ziyu said. Is it about the branch store? Come with me. Nuan led Li Ziyu to the backyard, noticing Ninfeng delivering meals and sending him back to the counter. Nuan delivered the dishes to the kitchen, instructing that they be prepared and sent directly to the backyard. Seeing Li Ziyu already seated on a stool, she approached, poured a glass of water, and placed it before him. How is the branch store progressing? Are we to go to the capital to teach the chefs? Indeed. When does Brotherhood have a break? I shall come to fetch you in the morning, Li Ziyu responded. Nuan pondered for a moment. He has 4 more days of work before he can rest. Are you in a hurry? 4 days is rather long. I must return to the capital the day after tomorrow. I was hoping if Brotherhood happened to be free that day, I could take you all along, Li Ziyu said with a serious expression. Nuan contemplated and suggested, how about this? I will discuss it with him today, if it truly cannot be arranged. I am heading back to the village this afternoon to fetch her parents. I can inform you on the way tomorrow, so it won't delay your trip to the capital the day after. Madam, the hot bowls have arrived, Wu Yuan announced, approaching with the bowls. Very well. Place them here, Nuan instructed, pointing to the space in front of Li Ziyu. Wu Yuan set down the bowls and returned to his duties. Masterly. Let's eat, Nuan urged. Yes, indeed. I shall await your news tomorrow, Li Ziyu replied thoughtfully. Here's an idea. When you leave later, I will write down a recipe for the marinated ingredients and the items needed for the hot bowls. You can start preparing. So even if I cannot make it the day after tomorrow, you can proceed with other arrangements, Nuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. That would be splendid. Miss Ji, what do you think the branch store in the capital should be named? Li Ziyu asked after swallowing his food. Let's call it Hot Bowls, and we can add a smaller subtitle indicating it is the capital branch. What do you think? Nuan proposed. Li Ziyu pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, Sure, I shall have a craftsman carve a set of utensils for your doorplate. That sounds splendid, Nuan replied, clearly pleased. By the way, is Brotherhood not returning for lunch today? Li Ziyu inquired, having not seen Wen Yuehan all afternoon. Nuan nodded. Indeed, it's quite troublesome to run back and forth. It's better to dine at the academy. True, after all, one's studies are paramount, Li Ziyu remarked with a smile before resuming her meal. Before long, she had finished her food. Miss Ji, I've completed my meal. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Let me see you off, Nuan said as they walked together to the back gate. All right, Miss Ji, this is where I bid you farewell, Li Ziyu stated. Goodbye. Once Li Ziyu departed, Nuan closed the back door. As Li Ziyu reached the corner, she glanced down the street, and soon a carriage approached. Young master, please board the carriage, the driver said, bowing slightly. Li Ziyu ascended into the carriage with a stoic expression, where another gentleman awaited her. May everyone find joy daily and live prosperously. Chapter 66. The Seventh Royal Uncle, what do you think, Ziyu? Does Miss G harbor any suspicions? The man inquired. Seventh Royal Uncle, why are you seeking out Miss G? She has no issues that warrant attention, Li Ziyu replied, bewildered. It is the Astronomical Bureau that has requested her. I'm uncertain of the reasons. My royal brother dispatched me to accompany Lord Zhao and, while at it, to check on you and your father. The Seventh Royal Uncle explained. What could the Astronomical Bureau possibly want with a young lady? Li Ziyu said with irritation. Why are you so anxious? Do you perhaps have feelings for that young woman? The Seventh Royal Uncle scrutinized Li Ziyu with a mischievous glint. Seventh Royal Uncle, do not speak nonsense. I merely admire her character. She is already married, so please refrain from such talk, Li Ziyu promptly interjected. The Seventh Royal Uncle regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before smiling and shifting the topic. You're already 19 years old. Although you and your father reside in this remote Dalu town, it is not a sustainable situation. Your father is the youngest brother among me and your other royal uncles. We cannot simply watch him live here indefinitely. When I return to the capital, I will find a suitable young lady of noble birth for you. You both can then return to the Ninth Prince's residence, which would surely be more comfortable than here. He proposed. Oh, Seventh Royal Uncle, please do not worry. My parents and I are quite content living here, enjoying our freedom. Please do not concern yourself with us. Li Ziyu imploreth. The Seventh Royal Uncle chuckled. Very well, I shall not meddle. Ah, that is the essence of a good royal uncle, Li Ziyu responded with a smile. Though she understood that the Seventh Royal Uncle was unwilling to disclose the truth. What sort of trouble had Nuan encountered? When next she visited the capital, she would inquire further. This was not the opportune moment to discuss such matters, given the presence of the Seventh Royal Uncle's entourage around the tavern. Nuan, noticing that her tasks were nearly complete and the hour was approaching, quickly informed Aunt Lin that she would be returning to Wenjia village and would return the following day. She then set off, hurrying to Uncle Quan's ox cart. Uncle Quan, I am returning to the village today. Ah, splendid, my dear Nuan. Your parents have missed you greatly. Uncle Quan replied. Indeed, it has been 2 or 3 months since my last visit, Nuan responded. Warm girl, how long will you be home this time? Uncle Quan inquired. I'll bring my parents out tomorrow morning to stay for a while, Nuan replied. Uncle Quan nodded with a smile, tapping his dry tobacco against the cart. That's good. It will be quite lonely for the old couple at home. Indeed, Uncle Quan, Nuan responded with a smile. Just wait a moment for your Aunt Li. She came to town today to see Dia and mentioned she would return in the afternoon, Uncle Quan added. All right, Nuan agreed. Before long, a man approached and handed Uncle Quan 5 coins to ride on the ox cart. His gaze remained fixed on Nuan. Upon glancing up, recognized it was Yuan. Brother Yuan, you came to town today? Nuan greeted him. When Yuan nodded, I hunted a few wild chickens and rabbits yesterday and came to town to sell them. After a pause, he continued, It's been quite a while since you've been in the village. I heard from the villagers that you're now running a business in town. Nuan smiled. Yes. I opened an eatery on Qingdafeng called Tang Wan. You must come and dine next time you visit. When Yuan nodded, observing the girl he had grown up with, now looking quite well off, which eased his mind. If it weren't for Nuan's desire to marry Wen Yuehan, who was not only a decent man, but also a scholar, he would have certainly made his own efforts. All right, Xiaonuan, next time I come to town, I will definitely seek you out, Wen Yuan said with a smile. Hey, what are you two chatting about? A woman's voice interrupted. Nuan turned to see Aunt Li and felt somewhat speechless. Aunt Li, did you finish visiting Dia? Aunt Li deliberately brushed her hair back and waved her arms. Did you see? This big gold bracelet was gifted by Master Wang and cost quite a bit. Nuan, have you ever seen such a thick gold bracelet? Nuan regarded Aunt Li's exaggerated claims with a sense of disbelief, realizing she had begun to boast. If I had known I would run into you today, I would have delayed my return to the village. Huh. Well, I haven't seen one like it. You are indeed fortunate. Aunt Li, Nuan replied nonchalantly. Of course. Look at your husband, a scholar, yet he hasn't even thought to buy anything for his parents. It's clear that my Daya is the lucky one, Aunt Li declared boastfully. Nuan, feeling somewhat dismissive, replied, You are right, Aunt Li. No one is as fortunate as you and your Dia. Seeing that Nuan was not at all upset, Aunt Li turned her attention back to Wen Yuan. I say, Wen Yuan, look at you. I always say men shouldn't be so stingy. Although Nuan grew up with you, she chose when you went on. Just look at you. You came to town and didn't even bring anything back for your wife. You really have no sense of compassion. If I were her, I wouldn't choose you. When Yuan cast a glance at Aunt Lee, but chose not to engage her. Aunt Lee continued her chatter. Hey, look at you. When an elder speaks, you don't even respond. What's the matter? Do you look down on me? Just a moment ago, you were chatting away with Nuan, and now you seem to have feelings for her? If that's the case, I advise you to give up on that hope. After all, when Yuan is a scholar, you should know your own place. When Yuan, being inherently earnest, found himself at a loss when confronted by the likes of Aunt Lee. Though her words provoked indignation, he remained speechless, for she was indeed his elder. Yi Nian, observing when Yuan's clenched fists, discerned his simmering anger, which was entirely understandable. Who would not be incensed by such a neurotic individual? It was only when Yuan's innate honesty that kept him in check, but Nuan could not stand idly by while a good person was bullied. Oh, Aunt Lee has caught wind of something again. What has happened to elder brother Wen Yuan? Can he hunt? Can your husband? What about your son-in-law, who is but a few years younger than you? Oh, but I mustn't call him a son-in-law, as you are not a legitimate couple. When your daughter's benefactor gifts you a bracelet, you act as though it is a monumental achievement. It was not even given by Uncle One. What are you boasting about? How do you know my husband has not gifted me anything? How do you know elder brother Wen Yuan has not given his wife gifts? Pray tell, at your age, do you not feel the slightest shame in competing with us young ones? Selling your daughter for wealth, and yet you have the audacity to flaunt it daily. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to step outside. Nuan unleashed a torrent of words upon Aunt Lee. When Yuan gazed in astonishment at Nuan's unexpected eloquence, when had she become so articulate? Although she had always been fierce, her previous remarks had been repetitive and lacked variation, unlike the current articulate outburst. He couldn't help but reflect that indeed, being around learned individuals had fostered her growth. Aunt Lee, taken aback by Nuan's tirade, found herself momentarily speechless. May everyone find joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 67. Return to the village. Nuan, smiling at Aunt Lee, remarked, Aunt Lee, do not take offense. It is merely that your words are often so unpalatable. You are fortunate to encounter us. Had it been someone less temperate, you would have faced consequences long ago. I speak for your own good, to advise you to be mindful of your words henceforth. You, Nuan, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Just you wait. I won't be retorted. He, tonitireatening. Wait for what, Aunt Lee? Yenian feignet ignorance. Genuinely perplexed, Aunt Lee huffed and fell silent. Just wait, for I shall certainly have Mr. Wang seek you out. Nuan, perceiving Aunt Lee's agitated demeanor, sensed that she was concocting some form of reprisal against her. Everyone, settle in. We are departing. Uncle Quan, unable to tolerate Aunt Lee's boastfulness any longer, called out as he steered the ox cart away, reluctant to engage further given their shared village. Following the earlier exchange, Aunt Lee refrained from further commentary during the journey, and Nuan, wishing to avoid further conflict, remained silent as well. Wen Yuan, stealing glances at Nuan, was cautious, aware of the presence of others in the cart. After all, both he and Nuan had already formed their respective unions. The ox cart swayed gently, finally bringing them back to Wenjia village. Once Nuan alighted, she bid farewell to Wen Yuan and returned home. Mother, father, I have returned, Nuan announced as she pushed open the door. When mother hurried from the main room, exclaiming, Xiaonuan, how wonderful to see you back. As the chill of winter enveloped the air, Nuan suggested, it is time to retrieve some warm clothing. Tomorrow, I shall take you all to the town. This year, we shall celebrate the new year in town. That may not be advisable. Your grandparents still reside in the village. Mother Wen interjected disapprovingly. Ah, mother, let us step into the main room to discuss this further, Nuan urged, assisting her mother into the hall. Turning to her parents, she proposed, Father, mother, why not celebrate the new year in town this year? After all, grandfather and grandmother are with uncle, and they do not hold us in high regard. Every year when we visit them for the new year, Aunt's demeanor suggests we are imposing on them. After we leave, she often speaks in a condescending manner, which must also trouble grandfather and grandmother. It might be better not to go at all, if you're truly concerned. We could deliver the rice and flour we brought back last time before heading to the town. Father and Mother Wen hesitated momentarily, but after a while, Father Wen relented. Very well, we shall spend the new year in town this year. Excellent. Then you both can begin packing. We shall depart with Uncle Quan's ox cart early tomorrow morning. Nuan affirmed. Father Wen added, Little Nuan, your elder brother has returned. He went to the mountains today, but will be back this evening. That is wonderful news. He should accompany us to the town. Nuan suggested eagerly. Father Wen nodded. Yes, his journey as a bodyguard went smoothly, allowing him to return earlier than expected. He had planned to leave again next year, but now we can all celebrate together in town. That is splendid. It has been quite some time since Yuhan last saw our brother, Nuan remarked. Let us gather our belongings, Mother Wen proposed. All right, Mother. I shall return home briefly. My clothes are there, Nuan replied. Very well, go ahead, Mother Wen nodded. Nuan made her way to Wen Lingling's house and knocked on the door. Aunt Zhang answered, Little Nuan, I shall fetch Lingling for you. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, Nuan said with a smile. Child, no need for such formality. Come Aunt Zhang invited, stepingazide. No, Aunt Zhang, I will wait for Lingling here. Nuan responded. Very well, wait a moment while I call her, Aunt Zhang said as she went inside. Before long, when Lingling emerged, exclaiming, Nuan, you have returned. Indeed, I came to fetch some warm clothing. Would you join me? We can have a chat, Nuan proposed. Lingling nodded. Sure, let me inform my mother. She turned back and called, Mother, I'm stepping out with Nuan for a while. Aunt Zhang responded from the main room. All right. Lingling then exited with Nuan. How are things progressing with your suitor? Nuan inquired. Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson. Changge has been quite kind to me. That is wonderful. When do you plan to formalize your engagement? Nuan asked. My father mentioned that we would be engaged on the 16th day of the first month after New Year. With a wedding set for the 6th day of June, Lingling whispered. That is not far off. It is already mid-October. When the time comes, you must allow me to partake in your joyous occasion. Nuan replied with a smile. In this era, it was customary for engagements among ordinary families to involve only the two families, with others attending the wedding itself. We have played together since childhood. You must come, said Wen Lingling. Rest assured, I will definitely be there, replied Nuan. How far is the man's family from our village? Nuan inquired. About 8 miles. It's the Big Lu village that leads to the town, Wen Lingling replied. That's quite convenient. Traveling to the town will be much easier, Nuan remarked. By the way, have you given any thought to the collaboration I mentioned earlier? Nuan asked again, knowing it would be the last time since Lingling was now married, and everything she did would no longer be solely her decision. Wen Lingling shyly responded, Changji's family believes that after marriage, having children is of utmost importance, and that a woman need not worry about earning money. So, I will hold off for now. My mother also mentioned that without children, it's difficult to secure a place in the in-laws' family. Nuan nodded. That makes sense. I respect your decision. I'm sorry, Xiao Nuan, Wen Lingling said. It's all right. Everyone has their own path to follow. You need not be concerned, Nuan smiled. As they conversed, they arrived at Nuan's doorstep. She took out her key, opened the door, and entered with Lingling. Xiao Nuan, you have been married for some time now and still earn your own money. Why haven't you bought new clothes? Wen Lingling asked. I still have plenty of clothes. They're quite new. There's no need to purchase more, Nuan replied. Oh, how's Wen Yuhan treating you? Wen Lingling inquired. Quite well, Nuan replied while tidying her clothes. Changge came the other day and brought me several new outfits, saying the weather is getting colder and I should dress warmly. He also mentioned taking me to the town to buy some new winter coats soon. Wen Lingling said, Nuan, it seems you have indeed found a good match. I wish you both happiness. Wen Lingling blushed and replied, Yes, I feel Changge treats me well, and I believe we will be very happy. That's wonderful, Nuan smiled. Nuan, we women must cherish ourselves. Changge has said that once I marry, I won't have to do anything and can simply enjoy life at home, Wen Lingling added, wishing everyone joy in a smooth life. Chapter 68. Wen Yuan at this moment. Nuan sensed a change in Wen Lingling, though she could not pinpoint exactly what had altered. Pausing her task of sorting clothes, she smiled and said, Lingling, I'm truly happy that you have found a good home. Wen Lingling beamed in a while. Changge says he will take me to the town's fabric shop to buy some red cloth, so I can start making my wedding dress. Would you like to join us? Oh, but you seem busy with the restaurant and might not have the time. Indeed, Lingling, I am truly sorry. The restaurant keeps me quite occupied, and I fear I won't be able to accompany you. However, I will bring you a gift for your wedding, Nuan stated. It's all right. I understand that the restaurant's tasks are numerous and varied, including washing dishes and such. We can manage on our own, Wen Lingling assured her. Nuan glanced at Wen Lingling, fully realizing what was amiss. It seemed she had come to flaunt her happiness. But why did she believe that I was struggling? Sighing, Nuan thought that perhaps this friendship had reached its conclusion. Indeed, there is quite a bit to do, Nuan said with a smile. Let us speak words that bring joy to others. Little Nuan, you have truly tugged at my heartstrings. In the past, you were cherished by Uncle G, living a life untouched by the toils of the world. Now, as you marry Wen Yuan, you must shoulder everything alone, remarked Wen Lingling. Huh, each person is destined for their own fate. I have finished my preparations. Let us depart, replied Nuan. Wen Lingling nodded and followed Nuan as they exited the G residence. Nuan remained silent, and upon reaching the doorstep of Wen Lingling's home, she turned to her with a smile and said, Lingling, I am leaving now. You should head back. Yes, little Nuan, I am going home. Please take good care of yourself, Wen Lingling responded. Nuan nodded and departed, leaving Wen Lingling to sigh as she watched Nuan's retreating figure. Little Nuan, why must you be so strong-willed? Is it not enough for us women to live a simple life, nurturing our families? We have been close friends since childhood. Why must you always strive for more? Once Nuan's silhouette had vanished, Wen Lingling turned and returned home. Nuan felt little in the way of sentiment. After all, it was the original owner who grew up alongside Wen Lingling. Her intent in seeking Wen Lingling was merely to honor the original owner. They were once the best of friends during their childhood, yet they belonged to different eras with vastly differing perspectives, rendering them incompatible. Upon returning to the Wen household, Nuan tidied up Wen Yuan's old clothes and then joined her mother in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the yard. Nuan turned to see her elder brother, Wen Yuan, returning home and greeted him, Brother, you are back. Wen Yuan nodded in response and turned to their mother, Mother. Their mother acknowledged him. Ah, Delang, go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly. Wen Yuan nodded and went to arrange the firewood he had chopped. After he finished and washed his hands, their mother called him to dinner. Delang, little Nuan intends for us to accompany her to the town tomorrow. We will be celebrating the new year there this year. What do you think? Asked their father. Wen Yuan glanced at Nuan and replied, Father, I believe it is a good idea. Their father looked at Wen Yuan with a hint of guilt. Delang, you have been away for so many years, and you are no longer young. It is time to consider your own future. After the new year, perhaps you should stay for a while? Wen Yuan remained silent, taking a few bites of his meal before responding, Father, we shall discuss it then. Although he had just returned and heard from his parents that his younger brother had opened a restaurant in town, alleviating his worries about Erlang's tuition, he felt it was unfair for a woman to toil outside to support the family. Wen Yuan pulled out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and placed it before Nuan. Sister-in-law, I have heard that you opened a restaurant in town. This is a bit of pocket money I have saved. Please use it for now. Nuan smiled and replied, Brother, I cannot accept this money. The restaurant is doing quite well. You will see tomorrow. Father is right. You have sacrificed so much for this family over the years. If you do not mind, perhaps you could stay in town as well, and we can work together. After the new year, we could consider opening a branch, and you could manage it. Though it may not earn as much as your previous endeavors, at least it would be safer. Mother Wen promptly added, What Xiao Nuan says is true. Traveling with goods is indeed perilous. It would be wiser to remain in the town. Wen Yuan glanced at his father, then at his mother, before his gaze finally settled on Nuan. Sister-in-law, let us wait until tomorrow after I have assessed the situation before making a decision. Nuan understood that Wen Ge, having not yet seen the circumstances, would find it difficult to come to a conclusion. Thus, it would not be untimely to await his evaluation. She nodded, All right, elder brother. I shall trouble you to lend a hand tomorrow. Ha. Wen Yuan nodded non-committally. It is only right. After the group joyfully finished their meal, they each returned to their rooms for rest. In this era, there were limited avenues for entertainment. One could only retire at sunset. The following morning, They rose early to have breakfast, which Mother Wen had prepared. Father Wen took the leftover rice and flour, along with the chicken they had raised, to deliver to Uncle Wan, informing Grandfather and Grandmother Wan of their impending journey to the town, promising to return after the new year. Uncle Wan regarded his younger brother with a frosty expression and chuckled derisively before turning to leave. Father Wan shook his head and sighed, bidding farewell to his parents as he departed Uncle Wen's home. Upon returning to the Wen residence, the group gathered their belongings and sought out Uncle Quan, who was seated in his ox cart. Due to the additional baggage, Jean Wan paid an extra 10 won. Seeing that the cart was now full, Uncle Quan set off. "Wan Laudi, are you moving to the town as a family?" Uncle Quan inquired curiously. "Not exactly. We will be residing there for a while before returning," Father Wan replied. "Oh, that's good to hear. When will the Lang be leaving this time?" Uncle Quan asked. "I am not sure yet. We will discuss it when the time comes." When Yuan answered calmly, "That is fine. You often find yourself away from home, so it's a good opportunity to spend some time with family." Uncle Quan said with a smile. "Indeed, you are right," when Yuan acknowledged. "I must say, De Lang, your younger brother has already taken a wife. You're not getting any younger yourself. It's time to take action," Uncle Quan chattered. "Uncle Quan, please drive carefully," when Yuan redirected the conversation. "Rest assured, I traverse this road daily. There will be no issues," Uncle Quan assured him. Jean Wan stifled a laugh. This eldest son of the Wen family was rather endearing. Stealing a glance, she noted that although he did not possess the refined demeanor of Wen Yuehan, his features were indeed sharp and exuded a sense of strength. He must surely be a muscular man. Wen Yuan shot Ji and won a sidelong glance, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. "Elder brother, how is your Xiaoyang? Has he found a match yet?" Father Wen inquired. "Ah, not yet. Back in the day, he was always following around that girl Nuan, and now that she is married, he seems to be progressing. Yet, our little rascal still spends his days idling with Wen Lin and others in the village," Uncle Quan lamented. "He is still young. He will mature with time," Father Wen reassured him. "Ah, we can only hope. His mother and I worry about him daily," Uncle Quan sighed, wishing everyone joy and smooth sailing in life. Chapter 69. Why ask such a question? Jean Wan dared not speak, for the original owner had indeed spent her days with some peers from the village, either pilfering fruits or secretly attending to the donkeys of others. Although unsuccessful, he gained a certain notoriety in the village, particularly with respect to Uncle Quan's little Liang. Wen Yuan, seldom present in the village, was oblivious to these matters and unaware of what his younger siblings had previously engaged in. He cast a casual glance at Jean Wan. Upon finally reaching the town, Jean Wan instructed Uncle Quan to wait for her, as she intended to return shortly to take a bullock cart. After giving her instructions, Jean Wan departed with several individuals. Once she had arranged accommodations for the one family, she stated that she had other errands to attend to and left. When Yuan observed the bustling activity in the courtyard and felt a surge of curiosity about the nature of their undertakings. Venturing to the kitchen, he encountered a woman who appeared to be from the village. Sister Lin, noticing Wen Yuan, greeted him with a smile. "Ah, the eldest of the Wen family has arrived." Wen Yuan, now more convinced of her village origins but unfamiliar with her, hesitated momentarily before responding with a slight nod. Perceiving his uncertainty, Sister Lin clarified, "I hail from Wen family village as well. My husband is Wen Dingsong." Wen Yuan nodded in understanding. "Sister, is there anything I can assist you with?" Sister Lin smiled. "You may join Nan Feng and the others in washing vegetables in the courtyard." Wen Yuan nodded and then departed. While the gender barriers of this era were not as rigid, it was still frowned upon for unmarried men and women to spend prolonged periods together, as it often led to gossip. Meanwhile, Jean Wan had arrived at the entrance of Mingda Academy. She knocked on the door, which was opened by the same Zhang Bo she had encountered previously. "Zhang Bo, I am here to see Wen Yuehan regarding a matter. Could you kindly summon him for me?" Jean Wan said with a smile. Zhang Bo looked at her and remarked, "Ah, you must be the cousin of Wen Shuesher, yes?" Jean Wan, smiling and giving a thumbs up, replied, "Zhang Bo has an excellent memory." Zhang Bo chuckled. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him." "Thank you, Zhang Bo," Jean Wan replied. Zhang Bo smiled and went to find Wen Yuehan. Jean Wan peered inside the door and noticed a small courtyard not far within, adorned with various flowers and plants, including an octagonal pavilion that appeared quite exquisite. Just as she was about to take a closer look, she spotted Wen Yuehan and Zhang Bo traversing the garden toward her. Jinwan stepped back to wait for them to emerge. Before long, Wen Yuehan appeared and, upon seeing Jinwan, remarked, "Why do you keep referring to me as your cousin?" Jinwan chuckled. "Well, Zhang Bo recognized me as your cousin, and it seemed inappropriate to correct him." Wen Yuehan gazed at Jinwan with affectionate amusement. "What brings you here? Do you have something to discuss?" Jinwan smiled. "Father and mother have already arrived, and there is a delightful surprise awaiting you. You shall discover it tonight upon your return." Wen Yuehan, intrigued by Jinwan's teasing, laughed. "You and your mysteries. I see. Oh." In another matter, Jinwan continued. "Li Ziyu mentioned yesterday that he plans to travel to the capital tomorrow and wishes for us to accompany him. However, you have a few days until your holiday. Should I go ahead tomorrow?" Jinwan inquired. Wen Yuehan considered this. "The journey to the capital takes half a day. Even if I were to rest, we would not arrive in time. How about this? I shall request a leave of absence from the teacher the day after tomorrow, and with the subsequent holiday, we would have 2 days to travel." Jinwan nodded slightly. "All right, I will inform Li Ziyu shortly and let him head to the capital city tomorrow." "Very well." Wen Yuehan nodded in agreement. "If there is nothing further, you may return to your studies," Jinwan suggested. "Sure, I shall head to class now." Vayan Ivehan waved goodbye to Yinian. Jinwan then sought out Uncle Quan, requesting him to escort her to the Li residence at Shanghai. Given the proximity, they arrived in about 15 minutes. Jinwan instructed Uncle Quan to leave first and offered him 10 won as fare. Although Uncle Quan initially hesitated to accept, Jinwan insisted, explaining that his return journey would be unprofitable if he did not accept. Reluctantly, Uncle Quan accepted the money and departed. Jinwan approached the door and knocked. Shortly, a young servant appeared to open it. "Which lady might this be? What brings you here?" he inquired. "I am Jinwan, here to see your master, Li Ziyu. Could you kindly fetch him for me?" Jinwan responded. "Ah, it is Miss Ji. Our master has instructed that you be led in directly," the young servant replied. "Oh, that works as well. Thank you for your assistance," Jinwan said. "No need for such formality, it is my duty. Please follow me," the servant replied and led the way. As Jinwan entered the Li residence, she took a moment to admire its elegance. Upon entering the main gate, she noticed a decorative wall directly ahead, intricately carved to resemble a window adorned with bamboo leaves, exuding an air of simplicity and freshness. Passing around the wall, she entered a courtyard, where a grand hall stood at the front, flanked by several rooms on either side. Jinwan recalled that this must be the reception hall she had hurried to on her last visit. The servant guided Jinwan through another large door, revealing a garden that housed a small pond beside which stood a pavilion. After traversing the garden, they reached another courtyard. The servant instructed Jinwan to wait. "Miss Ji, please wait here while I inform her master." Jinwan nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." The servant approached a closed door and spoke to another attendant standing by, Shaolin. "Please go in and inform the master that Miss Ji has arrived." Shaolin nodded and turned to knock on the door. "Come in," a voice called from within. "Master, Miss Ji has arrived and is currently in the courtyard," Shaolin reported, bowing his head slightly. "Understood. You may leave," Li Ziyu replied, rising from his desk. "Miss Ji, you have arrived," Li Ziyu greeted with a smile as he stepped outside. "Indeed, Master Li," Jinwan responded. "Please have a seat, Miss Ji." "Shaolin, go prepare some tea and snacks." Li Ziyu invited her to sit at a round table in the courtyard. After taking her seat, Jinwan spoke. "Master Li, I have come today to inform you that I will not be going tomorrow. Instead, I will accompany my husband the day after." Li Ziyu pondered for a moment and replied, "If it is just a day's difference, then I shall also change my plans to go the day after and will pick you up from your shop. Will this affect your own arrangements?" Yinian inquired. "Not all. Miss Ji, you need not worry," Li Ziyu assured her. "Ah, well then," Jinwan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that her schedule had caused inconvenience to others. Li Ziyu, recalling the 7th prince's interest in Jinwan, asked, "Miss Ji, have you offended anyone recently?" Jinwan pondered for a moment and replied, "Surely not." "Why does young Master Li inquire so?" At this juncture, Shaolin placed the refreshments upon the table and, after refilling their tea, departed, wishing everyone joy each day and a smooth life. Chapter 70. Am I not good to you? It is nothing much. Merely that I have heard someone has been seeking you recently. Li Ziyu remarked. Miss G, do sample the osmanthus cake and juju pastry crafted by our chef. Certainly. Thank you, young masterly. May I ask who has spoken of this? Nuan, suppressing her inner astonishment, sipped her tea and feigned calmness. Oh, it is no one in particular, merely an old acquaintance who has come to the capital, Li Ziyu replied, lifting his teacup for a sip. Suddenly, Nuan recalled the previous mention of Master Zhao, who also hailed from the capital. She could not help but inquire of Li Ziyu, are you acquainted with Master Zhao from the capital? He has recently arrived in Daliu town. Oh, are you referring to the esteemed Zhao Changsheng of the Taichung Temple? Li Ziyu inquired. That must be him, Nuan responded, admitting she only knew his surname, Zhao, and not his full name. Hearing her words, Li Ziyu grew increasingly concerned. Miss G, it would be prudent to exercise caution lately. Does young Masterly know something? Nuan asked. Li Ziyu glanced around and replied softly, Miss G, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us converse further when we meet the day after tomorrow. Seeing the sincerity in Li Ziyu's demeanor, Nuan acquiesced. Young Masterly, I shall take my leave now, as matters have been settled. She felt a desire to return, considering the Wen family awaited her. Very well. Allow me to escort you to the door, Li Ziyu said, rising and accompanying her outside. You mentioned yesterday that brother Wen would not rest for 4 days. How will he find time to travel to the capital the day after tomorrow? Li Ziyu queried. Oh, he intends to take a day off to accompany me. Nuan replied. Li Ziyu chuckled. Brother Wen is quite considerate towards you, taking leave to join you on your journey. Indeed, he is exceptionally kind to me. Nuan smiled. Miss G, how can you be so heartless? Am I not good to you? Li Ziyu feigned indignation. Oh, you are indeed good to us. Yinian left awkwardly. Nonsense. I am truly unkind to Brother Wen. It is you I treat well, Li Ziyu insisted with mock seriousness. Yes, you are correct. Young Masterly, Nuan found it amusing, noting how he still acted like a child despite his age. Just so you know, Li Ziyu said with a hint of pride. Unable to suppress her laughter, Nuan approached the entrance and remarked, Young Masterly, you may return now. I must take my leave. Very well, go ahead, Li Ziyu replied. Nuan departed, relieved that the town was not far, merely 3 kilometers away. It took her over half an hour to reach the town. Upon returning home, she noted that preparations were nearly complete and could not help but marvel at the strength in numbers. The addition of the 3 members of the Wen family made everything much easier. Sister G, the firewood is running low. Given the number of people today, should I venture to the mountains to gather more? And you zugestit. It is nearly noon. If you go now, it will be quite late upon your return, and it may not be safe. How about you go with Brother Wen early tomorrow morning? Nuan proposed, glancing at Wen Yuan. I have no objections, Wen Yuan replied. Neither do I, Ernyo quickly added. Nuan nodded slightly. Then I appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble at all. Haha. I truly enjoy going up the mountain. Ernyo replied. Recently, a few more people have joined us. Perhaps we could discuss taking turns daily to purchase winter clothing, Nuan suggested. That sounds good, Xiaonuan. I feel rather guilty, but I would like to accompany Xiaoyan to shop today. Children are quite sensitive to the cold, Sister Lin admitted sheepishly. Certainly, Sister Lin. Let Nan Feng accompany you as well. It would be difficult for you to manage the children and shop alone, Nuan proposed. Nuan then turned to Nan Feng with a smile. Nan Feng, would you be able to go shopping with Sister Lin and the others? Nan Feng glanced at Sister Lin, then at Nuan. All right then. Nuan smiled at Nan Feng. In that case, you might as well pick up anything you need while you're at it. Nan Feng nodded and fell silent. You all can head out now. Those shops should be open, Nuan stated. Now, or should we wait until after the noon rush? Sister Lin inquired. No worries. You all go ahead. In the evening, we can have Ernyo and Wu Yuan go shopping together, Nuan replied. Very well. We shall be off then. Sister Lin proceeded to find Xiaoyan, and after locating him, she and Nan Feng set out to shop. Let's open up as well, Nuan said, heading to the front hall to unlock the door. Today, they opened a bit earlier, and initially, no customers arrived. Wen Yuan observed the empty hall, feeling relieved he hadn't acquiesced to his sister-in-law's suggestion the night before. With so few patrons, how much could they earn? Meanwhile, Nuan began examining the accounts at the counter, noting that they had earned approximately 300 taels of silver since opening nearly 3 months ago. She also recorded the recent bonuses and wages distributed to everyone. Soon, customers began arriving for meals, and as noon approached, the crowd grew larger. Wen Yuan found himself bustling about, realizing his earlier conclusions may have been premature. If this continued, establishing a branch would be out of the question after all. When the rush subsided, Nuan closed the door and began tidying the tables. Wen Yuan glanced at the rack holding the dishes, discovering that all the meat dishes prepared that morning had vanished. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Just how delicious are these hot dishes?" Nuan shot him a glance and smiled. "Brother, no need to linger on that. We will make hot dishes for dinner. You haven't tried them yet, have you? They are quite delightful. I assure you, after tasting them once, you will crave them again." "Very well. I shall give them a try. But sister-in-law, what makes you think about opening a branch?" Wen Yuan approached to help wipe the tables and collect the dishes. On one hand, many people enjoy the food, but some live quite far, making it inconvenient to dine here. On the other hand, some competitors have begun to imitate our hot dishes. Although their flavors are lacking, they still siphon off some customers. Therefore, after the new year, I and Wen Yuan plan to open a branch in the eastern part of the city. I have been worried about finding the right person for the job, but now that you are back, that concern is alleviated, Nuan explained. "It seems I have yet to agree to stay for certain," Wen Yuan replied. "Brother, consider how old our parents are. Do you wish for them to worry endlessly over you and your younger brother? He cares deeply for you," Nuan said, her tone filled with emotion. All right, enough said." Wen Yuan felt goosebumps rising on his skin. The sight of a grown man feeling sympathy for another grown man was, indeed, increasingly unsettling. Nuan flashed a cunning smile. "Brother, does this mean you agree? I knew deep down you cared for our parents and younger brother. That's enough." Nuan interjected, haltim unianis whimsical cheter. "Ha, brother, you're not feeling shy, are you?" Nuan laughed as she headed to the backyard. Wen's mother had already prepared lunch, and Nuan called everyone to the table. At that moment, Wen Yuan also entered from the main hall and joined them for the meal, wishing everyone daily happiness and a smooth life. Chapter 71. Life Matters. Later that evening, when Wen Yuan returned, he sought out his parents and was pleasantly surprised to see his elder brother. "Brother, when did you come back?" he exclaimed with excitement. Wen Yuan smiled at Wen Yuan. "I returned a few days ago." Wen Yuan inquired, "Brother, you're not leaving again soon, right? Let us celebrate the new year together with our parents in town." Wen Yuan nodded. "Sounds good. Honor, Xiaonuan mentioned you two are considering opening a branch. She wants to recruit DeLang to help, so he won't have to escort goods anymore," their mother remarked. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan added, "Indeed, brother, escorting goods is perilous. Xiaonuan and I have discussed the idea of a branch after the new year, but since it involves a secret recipe, we need to find trustworthy individuals. I was just worried about that, but with you here, we need not fret." Wen Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "I've considered it today. Not going out for escorting is acceptable. Our parents are indeed aging, and I cannot continually burden them with my concerns. Well, it's good to have made a decision. Now it's getting late. Let us get to work. The vegetables being delivered are increasing," Wen's father stated. The group then dispersed to attend to their tasks. As Wen Yuan observed the number of people gathered for dinner that night, he felt more resolute in his choice. Earlier, Nuan had mentioned wanting Wen Yuan to try the hot pot, so when there were leftovers that evening, she instructed Ernyo to save them. That night, they all enjoyed the hot pot. "Brother, what does the hot pot taste?" Nuan asked with a smile. "The flavor is indeed delightful, especially since everything is threaded together. One can select whatever they desire. The broth is also quite delicious, rich and spicy. To be honest, in my years of escorting goods across the land, I have never encountered such a dish," Wen Yuan replied while eating. In that case, do you now have confidence that this venture can be profitable?" Nuan asked, her smile unwavering. "Naturally, but many will imitate it, and I fear that over time, it may not remain profitable." Wen Yuan furrowed his brow. Brother, you're quite astute. However, there is no need to worry. We have a friend who plans to open a hot pot branch in the capital city. The day after tomorrow, Wen Yuehan and I will visit the capital. Our main goal is to establish the reputation of this hot pot. Their branch is named the Hot Pot Capital City Branch. Yours could be the Hot Pot Dailyism Branch. In time, everyone will recognize the brand. Nuan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, if anyone wishes to open a branch like ours in the future, they can join our brand. We could charge a franchise fee and then provide them with this recipe, or we could simply supply the base ingredients. Wen Yuan nodded in agreement. Your sister-in-law's idea is quite commendable. Wen Yuan glanced at Nuan in surprise, not expecting her to think so far ahead. Oh dear, you all have started eating without me. I'm starving. Ernyo's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Nuan looked up and exclaimed, Ernyo Wu Yuan, you're back. Quickly wash your hands and come to the table. There is still food in the pot. Sure. We'll be there as soon as we drop off our things, Ernyo replied cheerfully. Nuan turned to Wen Yuan and said, Eldest brother can take his time learning how to make the base ingredients from me and Sister Lin. Soon enough, we can start preparing for the branch. Wen Yuan nodded in agreement, and thus the matter was settled. After dinner, once everything was tidied up, everyone returned to their rooms to wash up and rest. Nuan, it's clever of you to think of having eldest brother assist, Wen Yuan remarked. It was only after seeing eldest brother when I returned yesterday that I thought of it. Those people have been suspicious of me, thinking I might be from another world, and are constantly watching me. I figured if eldest brother got involved, they would likely stop their scrutiny, believing it was you who was behind it. After all, your family has deep roots here, and there have been no significant changes, so they should not suspect you, Nuan replied. Wen Yuan nodded. That is a good point. Otherwise, their constant watch could expose flaws. By the way, today I spoke with Li Ziyu. He warned me to be cautious, suggesting that I might have offended someone. He also mentioned that he knows Lord Zhao, who has recently arrived in Daliu town. Lord Zhao was originally the Minister of Rights, named Zhao Changsheng. Nuan informed Wen Yuan about her encounter with Li Ziyu. Oh, does Li Ziyu know something? Wen Yuan inquired. He must, but he didn't disclose much. He only said it was not convenient to elaborate at the time and would talk more when we go to the capital the day after tomorrow, Nuan responded. Wen Yuan pondered for a moment. How could Li Ziyu be privy to such information? Why would he share it with you? I don't know. Do you think he is untrustworthy? Nuan asked, not having considered that angle. It's hard to say. If he were merely a merchant, how could he be aware of matters within the upper echelons of government? For now, let us see what he has to say the day after tomorrow, Wen Yuan replied. His expression serious. Nuan nodded, lost in thought. Indeed, if Li Ziyu were just a merchant, he could not possibly know such clandestine matters. If he were more than just a merchant, what other identities might he possess? Could he also suspect that I am from another world? If that were true, what should I do? Is there danger in our trip to the capital? Wen Yuan, do you think Li Ziyu could be allied with those people? Is there a risk in going to the capital with him the day after tomorrow? Nuan asked. After a considerable pause, Wen Yuan replied calmly. I don't think they are in league. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned you today. What if you had run away? Perhaps he is deliberately stirring up trouble. If I were to flee, it would certainly raise suspicions. They may very well have people waiting at the entrance to capture me, Nuan remarked. You make a valid point. However, my intuition tells me that Li Ziyu is not part of their faction, Wen Yuan replied coolly. Indeed, I share that sentiment. But I can't help feeling a bit uneasy and perhaps overthinking things, Nuan sighed. What if we bring Nan Feng along? He possesses martial skills, Wen Yuan suggested. That is indeed a commendable idea. However, if Nan Feng joins us, who will keep track of the finances? Nuan inquired. My elder brother can handle the accounts. After all, he has learned a thing or two from his years of wandering, Wen Yuan chuckled. Nuan's eyes lit up with admiration. Your brother is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. Am I not impressive as well? Hee, you are indeed remarkable. Both you and your brother are exceptional. Nuan replied bashfully, quickly steering the conversation away. I think you're right. Our lives are at stake, so let's have Nan Feng accompany us. Wen Yuan snorted softly. Truly a fickle woman. We must hasten our pursuit. The pressure is immense. Wishing everyone daily joy and smooth lives. Chapter 72. Journey to the Capital Well. Have Nan Feng check tomorrow for any self-defense items to purchase. We must remain cautious, Wen Yuehan proposed once more. Wen Yuehan, your foresight is commendable. It is better to be prepared. I will speak to Nan Feng tomorrow, Nuan responded. Ah, let's get some rest. It's getting late, Wen Yuehan said. Hee. Wen Yuehan, may I pose a question? When you spend your days lying in bed with a living woman such as myself, do you not harbor any thoughts? Nuan asked mischievously. Wen Yuehan's ears instantly flushed, his gaze fixed on Nuan. After calming himself, he replied, Initially, I had no such thoughts, but your reminder has indeed sparked some. It seems that since our marriage, I have yet to fulfill my duties as a husband. Perhaps I should make amends tonight? Nuan's face flushed deeply at his words. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she had merely been playful with her words. They say the ancients were conservative, but this was hardly the case. They were far more audacious than someone from our modern era. How startling. Haha, that won't be necessary. You are right, it is late. So let us sleep, Nuan said, hastily turning to lie down. Ha! Nuan heard a soft chuckle from behind her, and, not daring to respond, quickly pretended to be asleep. Observing Nuan's stiff posture, Wen Yuehan smiled. She is truly adorable, so easily flustered. I must tease her more in the future. Yet, he suppressed his own desires, finding her to be quite the enchanting temptress. When will I truly possess both her body and heart? For now, I can only steal a hug while she sleeps. The following afternoon, under Nuan's direction, Nan Feng procured 2 simple daggers, a sharp hairpin, and a packet of sleeping powder. Nuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Nan Feng. Nan Feng, you are truly a talent. Fortunately, it was my keen eyesight that allowed me to discover this gem of yours. It must have been quite arduous for you. Nan Feng smirked slightly, saying, Master, the dagger can be concealed within your bosom or tucked into your sleeve. This hairpin can be directly inserted into your hair. Should danger arise, you must discreetly retrieve it. This pouch of sedative should ideally be used at close range when sprinkled, but do remember to hold your breath, or you may mix it into a drink. It is best to act surreptitiously, ensuring that the opponent remains unaware as you lack martial prowess and may fall victim to a counterattack. Ishal Ramambe. Nuan replied with an awkward smile. By the way, you should accompany us to the capital in the next couple of days. To the capital for what? Nan Feng inquired. Young Master Li intends to open a branch of the hot bowl establishment in the capital and wishes for me to instruct their chefs. I am concerned about potential dangers, and since you possess martial skills, it would be a great help to have you protect us, Nuan explained. Very well. Nan Feng nodded in agreement after casting a glance at Nuan. Now do take a rest. You have worked hard, Nuan said with a smile. Nan Feng did not respond, but merely nodded before turning back to his room. Nuan also returned to her quarters, placing her belongings in order. That evening, Nuan laid out the items on the table and briefed Wen Yuehan, ultimately handing him a dagger for safekeeping. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Ziyu arrived. Nuan informed brother went to keep the accounts as she had done the previous day, and she, Wen Yuehan, and Nan Feng followed Li Ziyu out the door. At the entrance, a rather large carriage was parked, accompanied by 2 individuals on horseback. Miss G, is Nan Feng accompanying us? Li Ziyu asked. Yes. I thought we might need to purchase some items, so I invited Nan Feng along, Nuan replied with a smile. Li Ziyu nodded, that works. Let him sit next to Uncle Li on the carriage. Nan Feng, is it all right for you to sit on the carriage? Nuan inquired. Yes. Nan Feng affirmed with a nod. Miss G, Brother Wen, please, Li Ziyu said with a smile. Nuan responded, Young Master Li, please go ahead. Li Ziyu smilat, choosing not to elaborate further, and ascended the carriage first. Nuan felt a mix of emotions. Although Li Ziyu appeared amiable, the notion of class distinction was rather pronounced. Could he truly possess a different identity? Wen Yuehan nudged Nuan, prompting her to glance at him, and she dismissed her thoughts, hastily boarding the carriage, with Wen Yuehan closely following. The interior of the carriage was quite well equipped, featuring a small table and tea set. This carriage is surprisingly well appointed, Nuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, one must prepare adequately for long journeys on the road, Li Ziyu replied, retrieving several plates of pastries from a small cabinet between the seats. Miss G, you left in such haste last time that you did not get to try these pastries. If you haven't had breakfast yet, Feel free to indulge. Li Ziyu then glanced at Wen Yuehan and added with a smile, Brother Wen, if you haven't eaten breakfast, you are welcome to sample them as well. No, thank you. We have already had breakfast, Wen Yuehan said, unable to tolerate Li Ziyu's demeanor. Well, I shall try this date pastry, Nuan said as she pinched a piece and took a bite, finding it quite delightful and not at all cloying. I'm glad you enjoy it. Please, have more, Li Ziyu encouraged. Certainly, Nuan replied cheerfully. By the way, young Master Li, you mentioned last time that you would tell me today. When will that be? Nian inquired. Miss Ji, there is no need to rush. We shall discuss it once we arrive at my maternal grandfather's residence in the capital, Li Ziyu replied. We're going to your grandfather's house. Nuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I invited you all to the capital. How could I let you stay at an inn? Li Ziyu shukulat. Staying at an inn isn't such a bad thing, Nuan murmured softly. Wen Yuehan, noticing Nuan's discomfort, interjected, Young Master Li. We come from humble backgrounds and are not accustomed to mingling with families of your stature. Staying at an inn is perfectly acceptable for us. Given the current circumstances of Miss Ji, I believe Brother Wen understands her situation better than I do. Can you truly feel at ease letting her stay in such a mixed environment? Or perhaps you are indifferent to her safety? Li Ziyu remarked, gazing intently at Wen Yuehan. Wen Yuehan found himself momentarily speechless. It was indeed a valid concern. Although Nanfeng possessed martial skills, she might not be able to protect herself adequately during the night. And as a mere scholar, he would be far less capable of ensuring her safety. Nuan pondered for a moment, observing Wen Yuehan's expression soften, and then spoke. Then we shall trouble you, young Master Li. We three will be your guests. Li Ziyu laughed heartily. Miss Ji, there is no need for such formalities. It is only right. Seeing Li Ziyu's earnest hospitality, Nuan couldn't help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. She chuckled awkwardly, falling silent as she began to indulge in pastries. Wen Yuehan also found Li Ziyu's demeanor somewhat peculiar and felt a twinge of unease. He cautiously probed, I have yet to inquire about the nature of your family's business, young Master Li. What prompted you to consider engaging in the bowl-making venture? Oh, it is nothing significant. I merely sought a way to pass the time. I noticed that Miss G's bowl-making business was thriving and thought to partake in the profits. Li Ziyu replied with a smile. You seem to know us well, yet we know nothing of you, young Master Li, Wen Yuehan stated bluntly. Brother Wen. Why say such a thing? My enterprises are merely modest apothecaries and study halls. Hardly worth mentioning. Li Ziyu chuckled. Oh, you also run a study hall? Which one? I would be interested in visiting for books and paper in the future, Wen Yuehan queried. Indeed, young Master Li, I did not realize you own an apothecary. Why did you not inform us? Should we fall ill, we could seek medicine there. Are you concerned we might not pay? Nuan laughed, teasingly. You twist. It is not that I did not mention it. I simply had not thought of it before. In Dali Country, we have Baichuan Study Hall and Jishan Hall in Daliu Town, as well as Yongfeng Bank. If you ever find yourself short on funds, you may use this item to withdraw at Yongfeng Bank. They have branches in nearly every town, Li Ziyu said, handing Nuan a piece of jade pendant. Nuan smiled politely and pushed the pendant away. Young Master Li, you are too kind. There is no need for this jade pendant. We were merely inquiring, without any other intentions. Li Ziyu pressed the pendant back towards Nuan. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Please accept it. It is no great matter, and I trust Brother Wen will not mind. Li Ziyu said, casting a glance at Wen Yuehan. Nuan, since young Master Li is so kind-hearted, let us express our gratitude for his goodwill, Wen Yuehan remarked with a faint smile. Very well. We shall accept it for now. Thank you, young Master Li. Nuan responded as she accepted the jade pendant. She carefully stored it away, with no intention of utilizing it. Li Ziyu observed Nuan's acceptance of the pendant and smiled. Miss Ji, there's no need for such formality. We are friends, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another. Nuan smiled in return, then turned to lift the curtain and gazed outside the carriage, where vast fields and distant villages unfolded before her eyes. The leaves on the trees had begun to yellow and fall with the wind. It seemed she had been in this era for nearly 4 months now. Sigh, I wonder how my parents are faring in the modern world. Nuan, what troubles you? Wen Yuehan inquired upon hearing Nuan's sigh. She lowered the curtain and looked at him, smiling as she replied, "It's nothing. I just feel that time passes so swiftly." Indeed, when Yuehan mused, gazing at Nuan, pondering whether she might be reminiscing about her previous world. Nuan smiled and asked Li Ziyu, "Young Masterly, how are the shops in the capital faring now?" Li Ziyu considered for a moment before responding. "The staff has been hired, and the tables and shelves inside the shop have been prepared according to your previous instructions. Unlike the shops in the town, the capital's establishments are 2 stories. The first floor serves as a hall for receiving walk-in customers, while the second floor features private rooms for those who value discretion. You have indeed thought this through, young Masterly. There are indeed some who wish to converse quietly or discuss matters. A private room would serve them well." Nuan nodded in agreement. I am flattered. However, this arrangement may render the hot pot somewhat monotonous," Li Ziyu commented. Nuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the limited variety of hot pot dishes may leave guests feeling rushed to finish their meals. It would be best to offer some snacks accompanied by fruit tea. That should enhance the experience. Miss G, we share the same sentiment. But what sort of snack should we pair with it? I wonder if you have any suggestions." Li Ziyu inquired with a smile. "I have an idea. We could marinate some of the meat dishes from the hot pot, then season them with fragrant and spicy condiments, serving them in small plates. This way, we can cater to guests' preferences for staple foods or snacks, thus satisfying their diverse needs," Nuan proposed. "Your suggestion is quite intriguing. I would appreciate it if you could teach our chef this method when the time comes." "Rest assured, I will compensate you for this," Li Ziyu said promptly. "There is no need for that. We are partners. The more profit you make, the greater my share will be. If you truly feel indebted, you may grant me a little extra bonus at the year's end." However, I must clarify that once we return to the town, we will also introduce these new items, Nuan stated. Li Ziyu nodded. "That poses no issue. You can rest assured." "Young Masterly, how much longer until we arrive at the capital?" Nuan inquired. "We shall arrive in 2 more hours," Li Ziyu replied. "Oh," Nuan responded absent-mindedly. "It will take that long?" Sigh. The 2 greatest difficulties of ancient times are travel and the need to relieve oneself. "Nuan, are you tired? If so, you may rest your head upon my shoulder for a while," when Yuehan offered. "That would be acceptable, since it will take quite some time." "I shall rest for a bit," Nuan agreed. As Nuan finished speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned against Yuehan's shoulder. Li Ziyu cast a glance at Yuehan, silently mocking him for having opened his mouth. He quickly donned a cheerful expression. "Miss G, I have a cloak here. The weather is gradually turning cooler. You should wear this to avoid getting cold." Nuan looked at the coat-like garment that Li Ziyu produced, presumably the cloak he mentioned, and quickly declined, saying, "Young Masterly, there's no need. I'm dressed warmly. Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, Li Ziyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but nodded in understanding and refrained from saying more. Leaning against Yuehan's shoulder, Nuan swayed gently with the jolting of the carriage and gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. Not wishing to witness the scene before him, Li Ziyu also closed his eyes to rest, while Yuehan, with his free hand, retrieved a book from his bag and began to read. Tisich, hearing the sound, Li Ziyu noticed that Yuehan had taken out a book and scoffed disdainfully before closing his eyes once more. "Are you awake?" Yuehan observed Nuan as she lifted her head and rubbed her eyes. Have you not arrived yet?" Nuan glanced around, realizing they were still in the carriage. "Yes, you slept for an hour, and it will take approximately another hour to reach our destination," Yuehan replied. "All right." Nuan's face fell in disappointment. "Miss G, have you never traveled this long before?" Li Ziyu shuklat legally. "Indeed, I have never endured such a lengthy journey. It has been quite arduous," Nuan lamented. "Traveling by horse will be much faster. I wonder if Miss G knows how to ride?" Li Ziyu inquired. Nuan shook her head. "I have never ridden. I do not know how." "Well, you might consider learning. Brother Wen will be heading to the capital to continue his studies after passing the imperial examination," Li Ziyu said with a smile. Although Nuan thought her learning to ride had little connection to Yuehan, she acknowledged that knowing how to ride would indeed be convenient. She nodded. "You have a point. Skills are never burdensome." Hearing this, Yuehan felt a surge of happiness, for no matter her reasons for wanting to learn, Nuan's acknowledgement was not dismissive of him. However, Li Ziyu felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Jinwan's words. Alas, did this mean he truly had no chance? Chapter 74. Ruthlessly unfeeling Jinwan paid little heed to the thoughts of the two men and lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. Sighing, she noted that aside from the fresh air, there was little to admire. Many trees had shed their leaves, and there were some farmlands and courtyards, but not much else. Moreover, the road was unbearably bumpy, causing her to feel discomfort in her backside. It was indeed quite torturous. Thankfully, Li Ziyu's carriage had cushions, or the experience would have been even more unbearable. At last, the group arrived in the capital, and Jinwan felt as though she might fall apart from the rough ride. Li Ziyu took Jinwan and the others to pay respects to his grandmother before leading them to his courtyard, where he arranged for them to stay in guest rooms. You all should rest for a while. I will come and find you later, Li Ziyu said to Jinwan and her companions. Jinwan nodded. All right, you should also take some time to rest. After Li Ziyu departed, Jinwan and the others returned to their respective rooms to recuperate. The ancestral home of Master Li is indeed magnificent. Although he seldom resides here, such a vast estate serves as his residence. One cannot help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy, sighed Jinwan. Why do the affluent lack humanity? When Yuan inquired with a smile. That is not what I meant. It's merely a popular phrase from our era, used to describe those who possess great wealth, Jinwan clarified. Ah, I see. When Yuan nodded in understanding. Oh, I should really lie down for a moment. Riding in a carriage is quite uncomfortable. It feels as though I might fall apart. Jinwan complained. Have you never ridden in a carriage in your world, Nuan? When Yuan asked. Jinwan shook her head. No, in our time, very few people traveled by carriage. When Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, even now, horses are quite valuable, typically owned only by the nobility. Common folk might only hire a carriage for long journeys. Jinwan intended to clarify that this was not the point, but fearing excessive elaboration might lead to unnecessary complications. She simply nodded and refrained from further discussion. Master Li has not mentioned that matter during our journey. It has been rather dull, Jinwan remarked. Perhaps he fears being overheard, when Yuan suggested. Who could possibly eavesdrop while we speak in a carriage? It should be a rather secure environment, Jinwan queried in confusion. Not necessarily. I've heard that individuals with exceptional martial skills possess keen hearing. Moreover, the coachman is quite close to Nan Feng, and he might overhear when Yuan analyzed. However, I find Nan Feng to be quite trustworthy based on my observations during this time, Jinwan asserted. Perhaps, but Master Li might not share your confidence. Your reasoning holds merit. I know Nan Feng well, yet Master Li does not frequently interact with him. Hence, there is no need for haste. Did Master Li not say he would come to find us later? Yes, let us await his arrival. After all, we have already waited so long. A little longer matters not. When Yuan nodded in agreement, he must also be resting. Let us take a moment to rest ourselves. Indeed. Miss Ji, Brother Wen, are you there? Came the voice of Li Ziyu from outside. Master Li, what is it? When Yuan opened the door. Oh, I just had the cook prepare a feast for you. I called you to join me, Li Ziyu said with a smile. When Yuan nodded, thank you, Master Li. I shall fetch on one. Li Ziyu then settled onto a bench in the courtyard to wait. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Master Li, Jinwan said. No trouble at all. Traveling by carriage is indeed arduous, especially for your first experience. I have simply grown accustomed to it. Let's go. The meal is ready. Li Ziyu replied with a smile. Jinwan and Wen Yuan followed Li Ziyu to the main hall, where a lavish spread awaited them. Miss Ji, Brother Wen, please take a seat. After such a long journey, you must be famished, Li Ziyu warmly invited. By the way, where is Nan Feng? Nuan inquired. Oh, I had the servants bring his meal to his room earlier, Li Ziyu responded. Ah, understood. Thank you for your consideration, Master Li, Jinwan replied. Although my sense of class is not particularly strong, this is the nature of our times, and one cannot compel others to embrace one's own beliefs. No need for formality. Come, let us eat, Li Ziyu said with a smile. What is this dish? It looks like a fragrant pouch, Jinwan inquired. This is pork tenderloin in a pouch, indeed crafted to resemble a pouch, filled with pork tenderloin, shiitake mushrooms, and a few other vegetables, Li Ziyu replied, his smile unwavering. Ha ha, Upon tasting these dishes, I suddenly feel that the flavor of my hot pot is rather ordinary, Nuan chuckled. Miss G, you're being modest. Each has its own merits, Li Ziyu remarked. However, your words have inspired me to consider a new dish that could accompany the hot pot. Especially since your establishment caters to affluent patrons, Nuan suggested. What dish do you have in mind? Using pork that is 8 parts lean and 2 parts fat. Cut into strips, coated in egg and either flour or rice flour, then deep fried. It can be enjoyed with dipping sauces or briefly cooked in a hot pot. Nuan explained. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up at her words. Miss G, please provide me with a list of the necessary ingredients and seasonings after we finish our meal. I shall arrange for their procurement. Tomorrow, accompany me to the shop to instruct our head chef. Nuan nodded in agreement after savoring another piece of pork tenderloin and asked, Young Master Li, what shall we do after our meal tomorrow? After dining, I will take you to the back to discuss matters, and then we can explore the night market in the capital city, Li Ziyu stated. The capital actually has a night market? That is splendid. We must go see it, Nuan exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, typically only the capital hosts a night market. There is none in the town, Li Ziyu confirmed. Nuan was the last to set down her chopsticks, prompting Li Ziyu to inquire. Have you all had enough to eat? Yes, we are full, Nuan nodded, as did Yuan. Li Ziyu then instructed the servants to clear the dishes and dismissed those attending, suggesting a stroll for Nuan and her companions. Sensing that Li Ziyu intended to discuss something important, Nuan called for Nan Feng to join them. The three followed Li Ziyu through the back courtyard, leaving Anfu behind. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at a secluded house at the end of a quiet street. Li Ziyu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping forward to knock 3 times on the door, pausing for a couple of seconds before knocking 4 more times. In a short while, someone opened the door. Young master, you have arrived, the servant at the door announced. How is the person inside? Li Ziyu inquired. Replying to the young master, the person is well, but has been asking when you would come, the servant replied. Understood. Please lead the way. Li Ziyu nodded. The servant complied and led them inside. Upon reaching the inner bedroom, the servant lifted all the bedding aside and removed a panel from a bed. Chapter 75. Sheep entering the tiger's den? Young master, I will go down first to clear the way, the servant stated. Very well, Li Ziyu responded. The servant descended slowly, and after a while, his voice called from below. Young master, you may come down now. Li Ziyu descended first, followed closely by Yuan, then Nuan, with Nan Feng bringing up the rear. To my astonishment, there exists a hidden passage here, Nuan exclaimed. Hee, I had no inkling of this when I purchased the property. Upon discovering the passage, I subsequently acquired another residence connected to it, Li Ziyu remarked. Indeed, a true affluent individual, Nuan mused once more. Certainly, when Yuan interjected unexpectedly. This time, Nuan cast an unexpected glance at him. Throughout their journey, when Yuan had maintained a rather taciturn demeanor, making this direct expression of his stance all the more striking. Brother one day you shall achieve great renown. Such matters will be trivial for you, Li Ziyu asserted. When Yuan fell silent again, and Li Ziyu felt an urge to unleash his frustration upon him. His constant interruptions, followed by an abrupt cessation of conversation and a display of a sullen visage, were truly vexing. One could hardly fathom how Nuan tolerated him. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. There were earthen steps, and a young attendant ascended them, pushing aside a wooden board, then turned back to inform Li Ziyu and the others that they could come up. The group proceeded to ascend, and Nuan surveyed the scene before her, which revealed a somewhat dilapidated farmhouse courtyard. You may return now, to avoid drawing attention. Li Ziyu instructed the attendant. As you wish, young master, the attendant replied, retracing his steps. Upon reaching the entrance to the main room, Li Ziyu inquired, Miss G, shall we have Nan Feng guard the courtyard? Nuan contemplated before nodding and instructed Nan Feng. Nan Feng, please keep watch here. Nan Feng nodded and settled on the steps at the entrance, prompting Li Ziyu to lead Nuan and Yuan into the main room. Nuan, a voice suddenly called out. Turning, Nuan was astonished to see Yu Jinglan. Yu Jinglan, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Ahem, it's a long story, Yu Jinglan replied, coughing persistently. What troubles you? Nuan asked with concern. Allow me to explain, Li Ziyu interjected, glancing at Nuan. After bidding you farewell that day, I arrived in the capital the following morning to commence preparations for opening a branch store. Once the shop was nearly ready, I posted a recruitment notice, which included the shop's name. On the third day, he came looking for me. Initially, the manager thought he was seeking employment. However, he kept coughing and insisted on meeting the owner, refusing to leave otherwise. I eventually met him, and his surprise at discovering that the owner was a man was palpable. Sensing he might know you, I mentioned there was also a female owner. He hurriedly inquired who it was, but when I asked for his guess, he insisted he could not say. I suspected he was familiar with you, so I suggested it might be someone with the surname G. He suddenly fixed his gaze on me, and I momentarily thought he bore a grudge against you. Just as I was about to summon the manager to have him removed, he declared he needed to see Nuan. Naturally, I refused, but he insisted that if he did not meet you, your life could be in danger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I could not afford to be reckless, so I arranged to have him brought here for supervision and summon a doctor. The physician diagnosed him with severe internal injuries, and I had him recuperated for a time. Afterward, I returned home, only to discover that someone was indeed searching for you, concerned for your safety. As you were soon to arrive in the capital, I refrained from mentioning this matter while we were in the town. After hearing this, Nuan nodded and turned to Yu Jinglan. How did you sustain your injuries? Coughing, Yu Jinglan asked, can we trust them? She glanced at Li Ziyu and Wen Yuan. Nuan then looked at Li Ziyu. Sir Li, should we place our trust in you? Li Ziyu solemnly nodded. You may trust me. Nuan acknowledged. Very well, but the matter at hand is rather perplexing. I hope you will keep it confidential. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Moreover, I have arranged for hidden guards in the vicinity. No one else shall intrude, Li Ziyu assured them. Yu Jinglan, can you now elucidate what transpired? Nuan inquired. The masked individuals learned of my departure from Daliu town and have sent pursuers after me, Yu Jinglan replied hesitantly. Not long after you left, a masked man visited our eatery, claiming I was a time traveler, but I managed to deceive him. Nuan recounted. The masked man? What else did he say? Yu Jinglan asked excitedly. He directly revealed that I was a time traveler and questioned why I had not sought you out recently. I fabricated an excuse, saying I had exhausted my resources and deemed it unnecessary to pursue further. However, I am uncertain if he truly believed me, and I suspect he may be the very masked man searching for you, possibly with ties to the government, Yu Jinglan explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinglan gazed at Nuan in astonishment. How did you come to that conclusion? Firstly, the sheer number of individuals monitoring existing time travelers and the presence of someone capable of summoning them is beyond the means of ordinary people or organizations. Moreover, shortly after the masked man appeared, a certain Lord Zhao from the capital visited Daliu town, specifically coming to our eatery, seemingly due to Wen Yuan. Additionally, the manner in which the masked man spoke suggested familiarity. I recall you mentioning that this masked individual frequently seeks you out. Furthermore, Lord Zhao explicitly stated that he was sent by higher authorities to find you, even mentioning that a wanted notice would be issued for you, Nuan analyzed. Yu Jinglan, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. Was a time traveler. Li Ziyu inquired curiously. We can enlighten you, but we hope you will first reveal how you learned that someone was searching for me, Nuan replied, fixing her gaze on Li Ziyu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyu responded, It was my seventh uncle. He returned to Daliu town not long ago, accompanying Lord Zhao. For reasons unknown, he approached me one day, inquiring about a friend who makes heated bowls, asking me to take him to see you. However, upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly declared he would not enter, instructing me to check if you were present. I found this quite peculiar, but did not dwell on it at the time. Later, upon my return, he asked if I had any suspicions, which struck me as odd. Why would my seventh uncle ask such a question? In hindsight, he must have been attempting to ascertain whether you had fled. Indeed, had I harbored any guilt, the visits from the masked man and Lord Zhao would have surely made me anxious, possibly prompting my escape. If I had truly fled, it would confirm my status as a time traveler, Nuan concluded. It seems I must return to Daliu town, Yu Jinglan declared. Nuan gazed at Yu Jinglan in shock. Are you not returning to the lion's den? Avoidance is not a solution. and they're already aware of my departure from Delu town, which indicates that someone has undoubtedly been monitoring me, including you. It is only a matter of time before they find me here. I cannot remain in hiding indefinitely, Jinglan declared. Chapter 76. The Holy Sun, what are your plans upon your return? Nuan inquired. Isn't that Lord Zhao already explicitly searching for me? He has even issued a warrant for my capture. Ahem. I believe it would be wiser for us to take the initiative. I will return first, and when you come back, I will go to the tavern, and you can feign a ruse to hand me over to Lord Zhao, Jinglan suggested, coughing intermittently. That is far too perilous. I sense that their pursuit of you intends for your demise. If I deliver you to them, they will certainly execute you, Nuan replied. By the way, I heard from my 7th royal uncle that the officials from the Department of Celestial Affairs are seeking Nuan. Additionally, I have previously heard that the department annually selects individuals to become the Holy Sun, but typically, the Holy Sun does not live beyond the age of 25. Li Ziyu interjected. Nuan and Jinglan exchanged glances and asked, what is the Holy Sun? It is said that the Holy Sun is sent by the heavens, reincarnated in the mortal realm to fulfill a mission, and thus ascends to the heavens by the age of 25, Li Ziyu explained. Oh, a mission? What kind of mission? Nuan pressed further. I'm not entirely certain. I only heard in the capital that the Holy Sun conveys divine intentions from above and imparts advanced weaponry and rare objects to Ardali. There was a trend in the capital for a substance called soap, which was highly favored by the nobility. I used a bar myself. It was indeed quite pleasant, with a delightful fragrance, and it left my skin remarkably smooth. However, I haven't encountered it since arriving into Lu town, Li Ziyu remarked. Nuan glanced at Jinglan and continued, Li Ziyu, what is your true identity? To be candid, my father is the 9th prince, Li Ziyu replied. Is he not the 9th prince who withdrew from court for his wife? When Yuehan inquired. Li Ziyu nodded, affirming, yes, that is indeed him. Who would have thought that such a small place as Delu town would harbor a prince's heir? Oh dear, you wouldn't betray us, would you? Nuan teased. What nonsense. I would never do such a thing. My father distanced himself from the royal family's intrigues, and I cherish my freedom. I consider you all friends. How could I betray you? Li Ziyu asserted. Well, I believe you, Nuan smiled. Thus, Jinglan's capture could lead to one of two outcomes. He might be conscripted as the so-called Holy Sun, ultimately drained of his worth, or he may be executed outright. When Yuehan stated, I concur, Jinglan, I truly believe that seeking out Lord Zhao is not a prudent course of action, Nuan advised. Ahem, then do you have any good ideas? Jinglan asked. I believe what he said holds merit, once that warrant is posted. Many, especially those who rely on bounties, will inevitably seek him out. Moreover, they will assuredly dispatch assassins to hunt him down, Li Ziyu opined. Now, they merely believe you have departed from Daliu town, unaware of your true intentions. It is feasible to send you to Lord Zhao, but one must prepare a credible narrative to gain their trust. Ideally, remaining in Daliu town would be preferable. However, if they insist on taking you away, it is imperative to secure an opportunity for survival until the age of 25. Wen Yuehan stated matter-of-factly. Nuan listened to Wen Yuehan's calm analysis, feeling that his demeanor was rather cold-blooded. Returning would undoubtedly mean facing peril. Nonetheless, it was difficult to deny that his suggestion was currently the most prudent course of action. Li Ziyu was correct. If one remains hidden indefinitely, countless assassination attempts would ensue. Who could guarantee that they would evade danger every single time? Although when Yuehan spoke of a near-certain demise, there remained a glimmer of hope. Most crucially, it would allow Nuan to extricate herself from this predicament. It must be acknowledged that when Yuehan's ultimate goal was likely to facilitate her escape. I find merit in Brother Wen's reasoning, Li Ziyu interjected. Jinglan nodded in agreement, turning to Nuan and saying, let us proceed with this plan. It is indeed the best course of action at present. I'm 19 years old, with 6 years remaining until I reach 25. During this time, we shall collectively devise a strategy. Very well, Jinglan. Rest assured I will find a way to rescue you, Nuan responded. Jinglan gazed deeply into Nuan's eyes, hoping she would grasp his meaning and find a way back. He too would seek a means of return within the Tian Bureau. Nuan glanced at Yu Jinglan and offered him a reassuring look. Tomorrow, we must teach the chef of young Master Li's household the method of crafting soup bowls. We shall likely return quite late. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinglan nodded. Ahem, to avoid raising suspicions, I shall wait a couple of days before seeking you. Given the current situation, the moment I appear at home, I would inevitably be taken away. It would be wiser to head directly to the tavern. You can escort me there, at least ensuring your own safety. Nuan observed the haggard visage of Yu Jinglan, her eyes welling with tears. You must survive. This plea encompassed profound sentiments, an acknowledgement of the helplessness of their situation, as well as lamentation for the fate that befell fellow transmigrators. Indeed, you should return, Yu Jinglan nodded. I shall rest for a while. Take care, Nuan said, turning away with reddened eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing this, Wen Yuehan gently patted Nuan's shoulder, supporting her as they departed the room alongside Li Ziyu. Nanfeng, noticing Nuan's tear-streaked face, inquired, Master, what has transpired? Nuan shook her head. I am fine. Let us proceed. Nanfeng refrained from further questioning and followed behind the group. The atmosphere on their return was heavy with tension, and the group remained silent. Upon reaching the courtyard where they had first arrived, a servant approached, saying, Young Master, shortly after my return, someone knocked, claiming to seek you. I dismissed them under the pretense of ignorance. However, I heard from Insan that the individual remains at the alley's entrance. We may have been followed. What shall we do? Will they find you, Jinglan? Nuan expressed her concerns. Fear not. Both courtyards are under the watchful eyes of hidden guards. They shall not allow anyone to approach, Li Ziyu reassured her. That is a relief, Nuan exhaled, feeling a sense of calm return. Well then, let us depart. Li Ziyu concluded. A few individuals returned to Anfu, and Nuan turned to Li Ziyu, saying, Young Master Li, as it is still early, why don't we first head to the shop to teach the chef a few things? Observing Nuan's lackluster demeanor, Li Ziyu felt that engaging in some activity might uplift her spirits, so he readily agreed. Very well. I shall take you all to the night market later this evening. Although Nuan was not particularly keen on visiting the night market again, she found it difficult to decline such kindness and nodded in acceptance. Li Ziyu instructed a servant to inform the coachman to harness the horses and meet them at the back entrance, before leading Nuan, Wen Yuehan, and Nanfeng to the rear of the establishment. Upon arrival, they found the carriage awaiting them. The group boarded the carriage and proceeded to the shop. Chapter 77. The night market. Nuan gazed contemplatively at the three-story shop before her, pondering whether this branch possessed even greater grandeur than the main establishment. Let us enter, and I shall show you the newly renovated shop, Li Ziyu said, leading the way through the entrance. Nuan and Wen Yuehan followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped inside, a male voice greeted them. Master, you have arrived. Nuan turned to see a middle-aged man, slightly over 40 years of age. At that moment, Li Ziyu introduced Manager Su. This is the other master I told you about, Miss Ji. This is her husband, Scholar Wen. Manager Su promptly approached with a bow. I am Su Dazhuang, honored to meet the two masters and Scholar Wen. Nuan smiled and replied, Greetings, Manager Su. Manager Su, please continue with your work. I will take them to find Chef Wei, Li Ziyu instructed. Understood, Master, Manager Su replied and returned to his duties. There are still some areas in the shop that require refinement. I will leave that to Manager Su, Li Ziyu remarked. Nuan nodded. Indeed, young Master Li, you are truly affluent. Who would have imagined that this hot pot establishment would find its home within a three-story restaurant? You mentioned that the second floor consists of private rooms. What purpose do you intend for the third floor? The third floor will primarily consist of individual rooms, accommodating travelers for lodging and hosting small gatherings for dining and conversation, as well as leisure activities, Li Ziyu explained. Oh, what sort of entertainment? Nuan inquired with curiosity. Do you see the platform and main hall? We will invite storytellers and performers to entertain the guests. The rooms on the third floor will also feature calligraphy and paintings for appreciation, along with chess sets for recreation, Li Ziyu elaborated. Remarkable. It seems you are close to establishing a high-end club, Nuan commented. A high-end club? That sounds quite innovative. However, when it comes to profits, the more, the merrier, Li Ziyu chuckled. Indeed, Nuan nodded in agreement. It seems this restaurant of young Master Li has quite the high entry threshold, Wen Yuehan remarked. The main hall is for the common folk and is reasonably priced. Merely the cost of a meal, Li Ziyu clarified. Then how do you intend to profit? Wen Yuehan further inquired. Naturally, it is profitable, albeit to a lesser extent. The primary earnings come from the guests on the second and third floors, Li Ziyu explained. Wen Yuehan nodded in understanding. I see. Li Ziyu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Nuan turned to Li Ziyu. I have always known you to be a businessman, but I never anticipated your operations to be so meticulously organized. Miss Ji speaks truly. Without your hot dishes, there would be no establishment, Li Ziyu remarked. Nuan mused inwardly that this young Master Li was indeed humble. How can my humble eatery compare to this grand three-story restaurant? Nevertheless, she smiled and nodded, sighing to herself that, alas, she lacked the wealth that he possessed. If only she were affluent, perhaps she too could open a grand restaurant. The group proceeded to the kitchen. Chef Wei, come quickly, I have brought someone. Li Ziyu called out to Wei Ziqiang. Master, you have arrived. Where is the person? Wei Ziqiang glanced around, finally pointing at Nanfeng and inquiring, is this the chef, master? Li Ziyu pulled Nuan closer and clarified, not him. It is this Miss Ji. Oh, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I did not expect Miss Ji to be a chef as well. Wei Ziqiang's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. Wei Ziqiang, what is this attitude? Do not underestimate Miss One. Li Ziyu's expression turned cold. Noting the master's displeasure, Wei Ziqiang reluctantly replied, understood, master. But my enthusiasm remains unkind-led. Anticipating that Li Ziyu might say more, Nuan interjected, no need, I shall begin. She understood that someone like Chef Wei would not easily yield unless conquered by skill. Seeing Nuan's determination, Li Ziyu refrained from further comments. After surveying the kitchen, Nuan gathered her necessary ingredients and approached the stove to commence her preparations. She first cleaned the pork offal and meat, then prepared the seasoning for marination before commencing the stewing process. Next, she diced the fatty pork into small pieces to render lard in another pot, while slicing the remaining pork belly into strips. As darkness fell, Nuan had already fried the meat strips into crispy morsels, and the base sauce was ready, which she ladled out to cool. She then poured out some chili powder and invited everyone to taste the crispy meat. After sampling, everyone praised it enthusiastically, including Chef Wei, who expressed his apologies to Nuan and vowed to learn the craft diligently. Nuan smiled and remarked, as the weather has turned cooler, the base sauce will likely solidify in an hour or two. Tomorrow morning, I shall return to instruct you on how to prepare the hot dishes and marinated meats. She then instructed another chef, Master Fan, to keep a watchful eye on the marinated meat, advising him to simmer it gently. There was no need to remove the meat once the fire was extinguished. The longer it stewed, the more flavorful it would become. Li Ziyu escorted Nuan and the others away, and they arrived at the night market, bustling with vendors selling an array of goods, food, jewelry, clothing, and toys, truly a cornucopia of delights. Indeed, the capital was far more prosperous than the town. However, Nuan remained preoccupied with thoughts of Jinglan, which cast a shadow over her spirits. Suddenly, Li Ziyu picked up an exquisite rabbit-shaped candy figurine from a nearby stall and smiled at Nuan, saying, Miss Ji, look at this rabbit. Isn't it adorable? Nuan accepted the figurine, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was indeed charming. Wen Yuehan observed this, slightly furrowing his brow before reverting to his usual demeanor. He gently draped his arm around the heroine's shoulders and addressed Li Ziyu. Thank you, young Master Li. My wife has always had a fondness for such delightful trinkets. Li Ziyu, upon hearing the words, maintained her smile, though her eyes dimmed slightly, concealing a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, if it brought joy to Miss Ji, it was indeed worthwhile. Nuan suddenly felt that she had been overly sentimental. It was better to let the future unfold in its own time. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water flows, we shall dam it, she thought, realizing that it was unwise to expend her energy on matters that had yet to transpire. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Nuan's eyes to brighten. I smell something delicious. There must be good food nearby. She followed the scent, with the three companions trailing behind her. "This is it," Nuan exclaimed joyfully, gazing at a stall adorned with a sign that read lamb soup. "Shall we have this?" she suggested, pointing at the lamb soup. "Certainly. I shall defer to you, my lady," Nuan responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite chilly this evening. A warm bowl of lamb soup would be just the thing," Li Ziyu added. Nan Feng had no objections, but chose to sit at another table alone, harboring some dislike for Li Ziyu, for he recognized that she was akin to those he had previously followed. Chapter 78. The Gift of a Residence Boss. "For servings of lamb soup and some bread, please," Nuan ordered. "Right away, miss," the proprietor replied. "The capital is truly bustling, even at this late hour." "The atmosphere is so lively," Nuan remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Li Ziyu smiled and said, "Indeed, the capital is far more vibrant than the town. Even the county cannot compare. By the way, Brother One, will you participate in the county examination next year?" "I will," Nuan replied coolly. "If you succeed in becoming a scholar, Miss Ji could join you in the capital," Li Ziyu remarked. "That is indeed the case. We shall see then," Nuan said, exchanging an awkward smile with Nuan. Noticing their interaction, Li Ziyu felt increasingly suspicious of their relationship and recalled Nuan's earlier mention of a time traveler who had yet to explain its meaning. However, given their current surroundings, it was not the right moment to inquire directly. "Sir, your lamb soup has arrived," the boss announced, bringing forth the dishes before returning to his duties. "Miss Ji, do you not wish to live in the capital?" Li Ziyu asked curiously, as she believed Nuan enjoyed the bustling atmosphere. Nuan shook her head. "Not particularly. While the capital is indeed splendid and convenient for living, the events of next year seem too distant to contemplate. We shall see how things unfold then." Li Ziyu nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, Miss Ji, but should you truly decide to come to the capital, do inform me. Depending on which academy Brother One chooses, I have several vacant residences and would be pleased to gift you one." Coughing slightly, Nuan was taken aback by Li Ziyu's words, nearly spilling her soup. "Sir Li, you are exceedingly generous, but we truly cannot accept. I appreciate your kind offer." She hastily replied, "Why the formality, Miss Ji? Do you not consider me a friend? It is merely a residence. There is no need for such reluctance." Li Ziyu feigned indignation. "Ah, what a trivial matter. A residence indeed. It appears that the joys and sorrows of humanity have remained disconnected from ancient times to the present." As Nuan found the lamb soup in her bowl to be rather tasteless, she remarked, "Young Master Li, that is not my intention. It is simply that this residence is exceedingly valuable. Not all. It is not expensive. It doesn't require much silver. You needn't overthink it. This residence must be accepted. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to ask you for the recipes in the future," Li Ziyu responded. "Such generosity from young Master Li. Gifting both a residence and silver. What is your true intention?" Nuan inquired coolly. "My dear Brother One, how can you say such a thing? I'm only doing this for Miss Ji's benefit," Li Ziyu replied, donning an expression of being misunderstood. "Oh, is there something amiss in my words? To offer undue favors is either insincere or malicious. You claim to act in the interest of my wife. Do you consider me a fool?" Nuan retorted coldly. "Ah, Brother One, you have truly misunderstood me. I genuinely meant no such thing," Li Ziyu said, setting down his chopsticks. "You better not, or you shall see," Nuan warned, casting Li Ziyu a knowing glance. "Ah, Yuan, since young Master Li regards us as friends, and the residence is a gift to both of us, we cannot refuse such kindness," Nuan hastily intervened. "Indeed, he is truly a wealthy young gentleman. Although he has provided the recipes, there are always strings attached. Let us not decline. Next time, perhaps I shall charge him less in dividend for the recipes," she whispered into Nuan's ear. "Do not be upset. We can give him more recipes later without charge, offsetting the cost of the residence." At that moment, as Nuan spoke closely, her breath caressed the nape of Nuan's neck, causing his ears to flush crimson, and he responded awkwardly. Seeing Nuan acquiesce, Nuan smiled at Li Ziyu and resumed enjoying her lamb soup, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of despondent jealousy in Li Ziyu's eyes. "That is more like it. Friends need not be so formal." Li Ziyu feigned a cheerful smile. "Then my spouse and I shall express our gratitude to young Master Li." Wen Yuehan said with a smile. No need for formalities, brother one, replied Li Ziyu, who was now thoroughly vexed. Shall we return after finishing? Nuan suggested. Glancing at the two, shall we not continue browsing? Li Ziyu asked. No more wandering. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Perhaps we shall explore again another time. Nuan replied. Very well. Li Ziyu nodded, eager to return. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the time traveler. Then let us depart, Wen Yuehan declared. The group left the night market and boarded a carriage back to Wanfu. After escorting Nuan and Wen Yuehan to their quarters, Li Ziyu lingered, searching for conversation. Young Masterly, do you have further business? Wen Yuehan discerned he still had something to say. Indeed, there is one more matter, Li Ziyu replied. Nuan and Wen Yuehan both turned to him, and he continued in a hushed tone. What exactly do you mean by time traveler? Is it convenient to speak here? Wen Yuehan surveyed their surroundings. Li Ziyu nodded. Rest assured, it is quite safe. Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan upon hearing her words. Nuan returned his gaze before turning to Li Ziyu and saying, In truth, I am not who I appear to be. I am a soul from another realm, inexplicably inhabiting the body of the Nuan here. Li Ziyu fell silent at this revelation, and after a considerable pause, asked, So, you are the Holy Son mentioned by the Astral Bureau? One who has come from Tianshan? Nuan shook her head. No, the era I hail from is the future, relative to your time. In that age, I was merely an ordinary person, albeit one from time that has evolved over millennia, possessing technologies that surpass those of your current era. Does that mean the Astral Bureau has been deceiving us? Or is it that they are simply unaware? Li Ziyu inquired. Do you believe they could be oblivious? Nuan countered. Thus, they are deceivers, and the divine beings sent to aid us are mere charlatans. Have they merely pilfered advancements from the future? Li Ziyu mused aloud. Indeed, and I suspect that our arrival as time travelers is somehow linked to them, Nuan replied. Is there a connection to the royal family as well? Li Ziyu probed. Nuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems likely. I was uncertain at first, but your seventh uncle's search for individuals suggests a deeper involvement. What about those holy sons who died at 25? Did they truly perish, or did they return? Li Ziyu asked. I cannot say for certain, Nuan admitted with a furrowed brow. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Li Ziyu finally broke the quietude. Chapter 79. Return to the town. Nuan regarded Li Ziyu. I am not sure yet, but there will undoubtedly be areas where your assistance will be invaluable. Has your seventh uncle mentioned when he will depart? He did not specify, only stating that he would leave once his business is concluded. He is still in my home, Li Ziyu replied. Nuan nodded, and Wen Yuehan, seeing that Li Ziyu lingered, inquired, Do you have any further matters to discuss, young Masterly? None at all. I shall take my leave now. You both should rest early. Li Ziyu understood Wen Yuehan's hint and shot him a glance of mild annoyance. Very well, young Master Li, Nuan acquiesced, and Li Ziyu turned to depart. Nuan then addressed Wen Yuehan. What shall we do when Jinglan goes to Lord Zhao's place in a while? Wen Yuehan pondered for a moment, saying, If he can survive, we will have time to seek a way to rescue him, or to discover your means of returning. Furthermore, what will happen to your souls upon your return? Nuan did not dwell on the fact that their physical bodies in that world had likely perished, probably already cremated. Instead, she resolutely stated, We must find a way back. Both felt the weight of their burdens, and, after a long day of toil, they retired to rest after their nightly ablutions. The following morning, Li Ziyu called for them to join him for breakfast after they had finished washing up. After their meal, the group ventured to the tavern, where Nuan imparted her culinary knowledge to Chef Wei. By the time they completed their tasks, it was noon, and they all sat down to enjoy the prepared dishes. Li Ziyu relished the braised delicacies Nuan had described, finding them indeed delectable. However, sensing a lack of variety, he remarked, Miss G, your braised dishes are truly delightful, yet the selection seems rather monotonous. Are there any other dishes we could pair with these? After some contemplation, Nuan suggested, we could pair it with some common dishes and snacks. It would be even better to have a few signature dishes. I have 2 recipes here. I will prepare them after we finish our meal. However, I'm uncertain if we have carrots, black fungus, fish, and bean sprouts here. We do have carrots, but we lack black fungus, fish, and bean sprouts. In that case, I shall go buy them shortly. There is a market nearby, and it won't take long. Chef Wei responded. All right, then I'll trouble you, Chef Wei. Ideally, the fish should be grass carp. Li Ziyu looked at Nuan with curiosity. What dishes are you planning to make? Fish-flavored shredded pork and boiled fish slices. You likely haven't had these before. Indeed, I have neither tasted nor heard of these two dishes. Both dishes are quite good, though some ingredients may be missing here, which might slightly affect the flavor. However, it's not a significant issue. Nuan, will this be problematic for you? When Yue Han cautioned, Nuan understood his concern and replied, this is something Chef Wei has developed on his own. After all, he must possess considerable culinary skills. After saying this, she glanced at Chef Wei. He smiled shyly. Miss Ji, you flatter me. I have indeed been a chef for over 20 years, but I cannot compare to your culinary prowess. Nuan smiled and assured him, Chef Wei, there is no need for such modesty. It's simply a matter of expertise. The dishes you excel at, I am certain I cannot replicate. My advantage lies solely in novelty. Your culinary skills are incomparable. For the first time, Chef Wei was so praised by a young lady, and he became bashful, laughing awkwardly. Seeing this, Nuan chose not to say anything further. Once everyone had finished their meal, Chef Wei took his apprentices out to buy the ingredients. After Nuan finished her second cup of tea, they returned. Since they still needed to return to Dahlia Town, Nuan took the ingredients and began directing the kitchen staff to wash and chop the vegetables. It must be said that Chef Wei and Master Fan, along with their team, worked with astonishing speed. Such dexterity was something she had only witnessed in videos until now. Before long, all the ingredients were prepared, and Nuan began to stir-fry, explaining the process to the curious chefs surrounding her. Once both dishes were completed, everyone tasted them and unanimously praised their exquisite flavor. Miss Ji, why is there no fish in the fish-flavored shredded pork? Li Ziyu inquired after several bites. This dish doesn't actually contain fish. It merely has a fish flavor. Miss Ji, this boiled fish is fragrant and spicy. The flavor is indeed remarkable, Chef Wei commented. This boiled fish paired with rice is truly delightful. Miss Ji, could you please write down the recipes for both dishes? Master Fan asked. Of course. You can also ask me any questions. We will be leaving shortly, Nuan replied. I have no further questions, Chef Wei said. Nodding, Nuan went to the counter in the hall and wrote down the recipes for Master Fan before the group departed from the tavern. Miss Ji, Brother One, I will have Uncle Li drive you back. The opening is imminent, and I need to stay in the capital for a while, Li Ziyu stated. Nuan nodded slightly. Then I must trouble young Master Li. It's a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. By the way, I will provide you with the recipes for those two dishes as a share of the profits. There's no need for that. Consider those two dishes as a token of gratitude for the house you gifted me. One thing is separate from another. I must insist on sharing the profits, or I shall not sell you those two dishes. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Nuan reluctantly agreed. All right. However, I will send you a dessert recipe later, and you must not refuse it. Very well, I shall not refuse. With that, they departed. Li Ziyu nodded as he watched Nuan and when Yue Han boarded the carriage, while Nanfeng sat beside Li Bo on the carriage's yoke. After a bumpy journey, they finally returned to Dahlia Town just as the hour of Su began. Li Bo dropped them off at the eatery before driving the carriage back to the Li residence. Traveling at night poses visibility challenges, and there are also mountain bandits that make the journey quite perilous. Yuan, Xiaonuan, Nanfeng, you have returned. When Mu greeted upon seeing them. Yes, mother. We have returned. Quickly, go rest for a while. It seems the guests are not many now, and I will start cooking soon. Thank you for your hard work, mother. It's nothing. You all must be the ones who are weary from your travels. Go rest quickly. The three of them went to rest, indeed feeling exhausted, as the carriage ride was quite unfamiliar and uncomfortable. I wonder when Yu Jinglan will return and how he will manage the journey. Sigh, his injuries are so severe. I hope he can endure such a long trek. Nuan expressed her concern. He mentioned he would come a couple of days later, so he must be taking it slow on the road. Indeed, I hope he remains safe. After resting for a while and hydrating, they ventured out to assist. Once they finished their tasks, everyone gathered to dine together. Chapter 80. The Return Sister Ji, How was the capital? Was it enjoyable? And you inquired. It was delightful. Far more bustling than our town, Nuan replied with a smile. Then next time, I shall accompany you, Ernio said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Absolutely. I will bring you along next time, Nuan smiled back at him. Have you finished with the branch store? When Yuan asked. Yes, elder brother. I have taught them all they need to know. They should be opening soon. We were eager to return, so we didn't ask too many questions, Nuan explained. How does the branch in the capital compare? When Yuan inquired further. It is more luxurious than ours. This has 3 floors. The first floor has a stage for storytelling or performances, Nuan elaborated. Such a grand establishment? I would love to see it. Ernio's eyes sparkled with longing. Huh. When your brother-in-law passes the county exam and goes to the capital for studies, you can be his attendant, Nuan said with a laugh. Yes, yes. Ernio's face lit up with excitement. When Mu interjected, Xiaonuan, want you accompany Yuan then? Mother, we shall see. It will depend on the shop's operational situation, Nuan replied. When Mu, understanding her daughter's perspective, refrained from pressing further, recognizing that it was best for the younger couple to navigate their own affairs. She recalled how, in the past, when they had not yet separated, her mother-in-law often meddled between her and her husband, leading to unnecessary strife over trivial matters. After finishing their meal, Nuan and Wen Yuehan returned to their room. Wen Yuehan voiced the question that lingered in his mind. I will be going to the capital city for my studies next year. Will you not accompany me? I am unsure. I mentioned I would assess the shop's performance, Nuan replied. Nonetheless, I wish for you to join me. Moreover, when the time comes to seek clues for returning home, it is unlikely that they can be found solely in Daliu town, Wen Yuehan insisted. Indeed, according to Li Ziyu, the matter of the Holy Sun seems to be a nationwide phenomenon, akin to my situation with Yu Jingluan. If one wishes to discover a way back, remaining only in Daliu town would prove futile. Yet, Nuan pondered, if she were to become so deeply intertwined with Wen Yuehan, would it compromise her determination to return if a solution were eventually found? If, as Yu Jingluan suggested, one could indeed return in body, could Wen Yuehan accompany her? But what of Wen's parents? She could not be so selfish. This thought flickered through Nuan's mind before being swiftly dismissed. Let's discuss it later. I do not yet know how to make a decision, she said softly. Wen Yuehan, I hope you feel free to share your thoughts with me. If any difficulties arise, we can face them together, he said earnestly, gazing at Nuan. Nuan nodded. I understand, and I will let you know if anything arises. Days passed serenely. But recently, Nuan found herself frequently glancing out the door, wondering why Yu Jingluan had not yet appeared, hoping nothing was amiss. Finally, one midday, Yu Jingluan made his long-awaited entrance. Hello, beautiful, he greeted. Nuan looked up, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears, nearly spilling over. What is the matter, little lady? Have you been wronged? Yu Jingluan asked hastily. Why did you take so long to come? Nuan whispered. Well, I needed to recover from my illness first, otherwise I would have collapsed on the way back, Yu Jingluan replied. Have you eaten yet? Nuan inquired. Not yet. I came straight here upon reaching the town, without even returning home. When you plan to take me to Lord Zhao? He asked. First, enjoy some spicy hot pot. I will find Wen Yuehan shortly, and have him request a leave from the teacher. We could discuss our plans before taking you to Lord Zhao, she suggested. All right. I will choose my ingredients then. Hurry and find Wen Yuehan, he urged. Sure, I will go get an info. Nuan said before heading off to the academy to find Wen Yuehan. As it was lunchtime for the students, Nuan, seeing many scholars, approached one heading back to the academy and asked him to summon Wen Yuehan. Pacing at the academy entrance, Nuan caught sight of Wen Yuehan as he emerged and, feeling playful, approached him from behind, tapping his shoulder. Nuan jumped, turning around to see Wen Yuehan, and exclaimed, You startled me. Aren't you too old for such childishness? Ha ha, what brings you here at this hour? Wen Yuehan asked, gently brushing Nuan's hair away from her forehead. Nuan's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. In public, what are you doing? Wen Yuehan chuckled softly. Your hair was disheveled. I merely offered to help tidy it. Stop being so silly. Perhaps you should take the afternoon off to speak with the master. He has returned, suggested Nuan. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan immediately recognized who had returned and asked Nuan to wait at the entrance while he went inside to inform the master. Ah, Nuan, what brings you here? Oh, I presume you are looking for Wen Yuan? Come, allow me to escort you in, said Zhou Yu, approaching Nuan. Miss Zhou, there is no need for that. I shall wait for him here at the door. Please attend to your matters, Nuan replied with a smile. Oh, come now. We are friends. Do not call me Miss Zhou any longer. Simply refer to me as Xiao Yu. Zhou Yu feigned annoyance. Noticing the lunchbox in Zhou Yu's hand, Nuan chuckled. Very well, Xiao Yu. I have matters to discuss with Wen Yuan shortly. Are you delivering lunch to someone? You should hurry, lest the food grows cold. Indeed, my father did not return home for lunch today, so my mother sent me to bring him his meal. I shall take my leave now. Let us play together next time, Zhou Yu replied. Nuan nodded. Certainly, you're always welcome. With a sweet smile, Zhou Yu bid farewell and departed. Before long, when Yuan emerged, shall we go? He inquired. Yes. When did he return? Nuan asked. Before I arrived. I asked him to dine at the shop first before seeking you. We ought to discuss our plan before escorting him to Lord Zhao this afternoon. Wen Yuan affirmed with a nod. That sounds prudent. However, I wonder if Lord Zhao has issued the wanted notice for Yu Jinglan yet, he added, reflecting on their previous conversation. It should not have been posted yet. Otherwise, Yu Jinglan would not be able to enter the city, Wen Yuan replied. That is a relief. Otherwise, Yu Jinglan would find himself in a precarious situation. Nuan expressed her concern. Nonetheless, it should not be long. The issuance of such notices requires some bureaucratic processes, which may cause a delay, though it typically does not exceed a month, Wen Yuan explained. That is good news, Nuan remarked as they continued their conversation and returned to the eatery. The group exchanged glances before seating themselves beside Yu Jinglan. The reason they had not summoned Yu Jinglan privately was due to the uncertainty of whether they were being watched, thus avoiding raising suspicion. Yu Jinglan, what are your plans moving forward? Wen Yuan inquired as he settled into his seat. After swallowing his food, Yu Jinglan replied slowly, At present, I am uncertain. I will first assess the situation with Lord Zhao and act accordingly. I suspect that the masked individual is affiliated with them, which may mean I am temporarily safe. I am unsure whether they will take you away or allow you to remain. Nuan voiced her apprehension. It matters not. Just remember to conceal our connection. You must profess ignorance about me. Let us address other matters once we have navigated this situation, Yu Jinglan advised. When we escort you to Lord Zhao, Nuan, you should claim you do not know why you are here, recalling what Lord Zhao previously mentioned to stabilize him. Then we could devise a strategy together, perhaps fabricating a tale about a family needing furniture, thereby luring you away, Wen Yuan suggested, glancing at the two. Agreed. I have no objections. When do we depart? Yu Jinglan inquired as he finished the last sip of his soup. Nuan nodded in agreement. Let's go now. You've finished eating, Wen Yuan suggested. The three departed from the eatery and made their way toward the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, they spotted Uncle Quan and Achong. Nuan approached them with a greeting. Uncle Quan, Achong, you haven't gone back yet? Not yet, little Nuan. What brings you out here? Yuan is with you too. Uncle Quan inquired with a smile. Uncle, Nuan and I have some matters to attend to, Wen Yuan replied calmly. Curious, Achong asked, Miss G, where are you headed? We need to go to the Lu residence at Shuangguei Fong. Do you know where it is? Nuan asked. I know a little Nuan, but the villagers will be coming out soon, so I can't take you there, Uncle Quan explained. Upon hearing this, Nuan smiled and said, That's all right, Uncle Quan. Just tell us the way, and we'll go on our own. That works too. It's not too far. Just head north from here for about 2 miles. And the largest courtyard nearby is the Lu residence. Uncle Quan pointed towards the northern path. Nuan Jeffrin Tenget him, Anzai, Unso Quan. Thank you. No trouble at all. You go on ahead. I should be heading back to the village soon, Uncle Quan replied with a grin. Nuan and Wen Yuan nodded to Uncle Quan and Achong before setting off northward. The 2-mile journey was not long. They would reach their destination in about 10 minutes. Along the way, the three remained silent, acutely aware of the uncertainties that lay ahead. No one could guarantee their safe return. Perhaps their adversaries were so deranged they would rather mistakenly harm them than let them go. In this era, devoid of surveillance cameras and the internet, a life lost could easily be forgotten. Who could truly know? Before long, They found themselves standing before a vast expanse of farmland and paused to survey their surroundings. In the distance, they indeed spotted a large estate. Exchanging glances, they proceeded towards the mansion, arriving at the entrance where a plaque prominently displayed the characters for Liu residence. They stood motionless before the door until Nuan broke the silence. Standing here accomplishes nothing. Why don't you knock on the door? With that, she tugged at Wen Yuehan's sleeve. Wen Yuehan glanced at Nuan, realizing that he was the most suitable to knock at this moment. Steeling his resolve, he took a final look at Nuan and ascended the steps. Grasping the knocker, he lightly tapped on the door. Shortly after, a servant opened the door, glanced at Wen Yuehan in his scholar's attire, and without hesitation, asked, "Who are you?" Wen Yuehan performed a bow and replied, "I am Wen Yuehan, a student of Mingda Academy. I have come to report on the matters arranged for me and my wife by Lord Zhao." Upon hearing Lord Zhao's name, the servant became increasingly courteous. "Scholar Wen, please wait here. I will inform the master." "Thank you for your trouble," Wen Yuehan responded with another bow. The servant nodded respectfully and hurried into the inner courtyard. Wen Yuehan remained at the entrance, while Nuan and Yu Jinglan joined him in waiting. Before long, the servant returned. "Scholar Wen, the master requests your presence. Please follow me." Wen Yuehan bowed once more, and the group followed the servant through the doorway. Upon entering, one is greeted by a shadow wall inscribed with the character for fortune. Circumventing this wall, they discover numerous chambers, and a young servant guides them further along. Passing through a second door to behold a quaint garden, complete with an artificial hill and a pond, from which water cascades down into the pool below. Nuan gazes upon this courtyard, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship. Indeed, the ancients possessed remarkable skill in the art of garden design. Continuing to follow the servant, they eventually arrive at a secluded courtyard. "Please wait here for a moment while I report to the master." The servant bows respectfully. "Thank you." Wen Yuehan replies with a courteous nod. The servant then approaches the courtyard door, speaking briefly to the guard stationed there, who subsequently knocks and enters the room. Shortly after, the guard reemerges and instructs the servant, "You may invite the esteemed guests in now." The servant bows in acknowledgement before returning to usher Wen Yuehan and the others inside, leading them before the master and then bowing out. "Esteemed guests, please enter." The master smiles, opening the door to the study and gesturing for them to proceed. Wen Yuehan is the first to enter, followed closely by Nuan and Yu Jinglan. Students pay their respects to Lord Zhao. Commoners pay their respects to Lord Zhao. There's no need for excessive formalities. Come, Yuan, do take a seat." Lord Zhao warmly invites, before turning to Yu Jinglan and inquiring, "And who might this be?" In response to your question, "This is Yu Jinglan," Wen Yuehan replies. Lord Zhao gazes at Yu Jinglan in silence for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Yuehan, it appears you are quite adept at collaborating with the court." He calls out, "Songhua, come in." Then, addressing Yu Jinglan, he adds, "Please have a seat." "Master." Songhua enters, bowing to Lord Zhao. "The esteemed guests have been here for some time. Why has tea not yet been served?" Lord Zhao approaches. "In response, my lord, I have sent Xiao Lian to prepare the tea. It will arrive shortly," Songhua replies, bowing. "Very well, do prepare a few plates of pastries as well." Lord Zhao instructs. "Understood." Songhua responds and retreats to the door before exiting. "Yuan, how has your learning been? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Lord Zhao inquires with a cheerful demeanor. In response, "My lord, my studies have been satisfactory thus far, and I have not yet faced any challenges. Should I encounter any in the future, I shall certainly seek your guidance," Wen Yuehan replies. "Haha, such words are overly courteous. There is no need for concern. In our scholarly exchanges, I, too, can learn new insights from you young ones." Lord Zhao chuckles. "My lord, you are far too modest. I would never presume to claim such a thing." Wen Yuehan bows respectfully. Chapter 82. Is it you? Haha. Lady Ji, how fares the business of your eatery? I heard you recently visited the capital. Lord Zhao shifts his attention to Nuan. "Knock, knock, knock." "Enter," Lord Zhao calls out. "My lord, the tea and snacks have arrived," Songhua announces, bowing. "Very well, bring them in." A woman enters, carrying a tray, setting down the pastries, and refilling each cup with water before bowing and exiting. "In response to your inquiry, my lord, I indeed traveled to the capital recently. Young Masterly found our restaurant's specialty dishes quite delectable and intends to open a branch there, asking me to instruct their chefs, Nuan explains. Oh, young Masterly? Is he Li Ziyu? Lord Zhao inquires. Indeed, my lord. Do you know him? Yenian figna sa ignorance esking. Haha, I have heard of him. Madame Ji and young Master Li's collaboration is bound to yield considerable wealth. Lord Zhao chuckled as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. Merely trifles, Gu said, as long as we can manage our basic needs. Madame Ji, you are too modest. Is there not an opportunity for fortune at hand? Lord Zhao remarked. Nuan looked at Lord Zhao in confusion. An opportunity for wealth? Please enlighten me, my lord. This Yu Jinglan could be worth 500 taels. Once you deliver him, you may proceed to the government office to collect your reward, Lord Zhao replied with a smile. Nuan feigned surprise. A reward? I have not seen anyone a notice issued. The process has just been completed. It was originally intended to be posted tomorrow, Lord Zhao explained. Thank you very much. Lord Zhao, Nuan said. No need for thanks. Is the court's silver? Lord Zhao replied. Gratitude to the court, gratitude to His Majesty, Nuan pretended to say. You are indeed an amusing person, Lord Zhao remarked, glancing at Nuan. Nuan smiled, but dared not speak further. Lord Zhao, we have brought the person as requested. If there is nothing else, my wife and I shall take our leave, Wen Yuehan stated. Will you not stay to listen to what I discuss with you, Jinglan? Lord Zhao glanced at Nuan. It seems to be a matter of state secrecy. My wife and I shall not intrude, Wen Yuehan replied. Lord Zhao nodded. Very well. I shall write a letter for you to take to the magistrate, Lord Liu, for your reward. Thank you, Lord Zhao, Wen Yuehan said as he rose and bowed. Lord Zhao picked up his brush and began to write, handing the finished letter to Wen Yuehan, who then led Nuan away. As they exited the Liu residence and headed towards the town, Nuan curiously asked, the magistrate's surname is Liu. This residence is the Liu residence. Could it be that this is the magistrate's home? It should be. From Lord Zhao's tone, he seems quite familiar with this magistrate Liu, Wen Yuehan responded. I wonder what will happen to you, Jinglan, next? I thought Lord Zhao would immediately inquire about him upon seeing us, Nuan remarked. We cannot be certain now. We should not have asked too much at the time, or else Lord Zhao would have suspected us, Wen Yuehan said. Indeed, I also worry he may harbor suspicions about us. If he had detained us, that would be the end of it. As it stands, we at least have the opportunity to act as external support. Moreover, this reward is no small amount. It would be foolish not to claim it, Nuan added. Seemingly struck by a thought, Nuan continued, Wen Yuehan, open the letter so we can see what it says. Opening someone else's correspondence? That would be inappropriate, Wen Yuehan hesitated. What time is it? If you want tea, look. I shall, Nuan said, reaching towards Wen Yuehan's chest. Wen Yuehan's face flushed instantly. Do not do that. It is improper in broad daylight. I will take it out for you to read. Isn't that how it should be? Nuan replied. Wen Yuehan retrieved the envelope from his chest and handed it to Nuan. As she unfolded it, she read, To my esteemed younger brother, Wen Yuehan, I am pleased to report that I have successfully apprehended the wanted criminal Yu Jinglan, who is currently detained in my custody. As a reward for his diligent efforts, please allocate the appropriate silver for his commendation. It appears there is nothing amiss, Nuan commented. What could possibly be amiss? He is undoubtedly aware that we might open and read it, and he certainly would not write anything we should remain ignorant of, Wen Yuehan remarked. You know, I once read some short stories that bore a striking resemblance to our situation. In those tales, the messenger was sent away, yet the letter instructed someone else to apprehend him, Nuan interjected. This is indeed a scenario to guard against, Wen Yuehan pondered. Here's the plan. Once we arrive in town, you should return to the tavern while I go to the government office to collect the reward. It's nearly the end of the hour of Shan. If I have not returned by the hour of you, you must swiftly escape with your parents. That seems prudent. Just in case. Let us hope I am merely overthinking, Nuan replied. As the two departed, Lord Zhao turned to Yu Jinglan. Yu Jinglan? A time traveler? Yu Jinglan remained silent, gazing at him. Lord Zhao chuckled. Why would you wish to leave Daliu town if you were so comfortably settled? Or was it that Nuan's appearance prompted your departure? Is Nuan a time traveler? Is it not permissible for me to leave Daliu town to explore the world beyond? Yu Jinglan responded, Of course you may. There is no need to rush. Your desires will soon be fulfilled, Lord Zhao assured him. What do you mean by that? Yu Jinglan inquired. First, you must tell me if Nuan is indeed a time traveler, Lord Zhao questioned ominously. How would I know? Yu Jinglan replied. Oh, you do not know? Then why are you so closely associated with her? Lord Zhao pressed. How can you tell that we have a close relationship? Yu Jinglan asked. The last person you saw before you left was her, and now that you have returned, she is the first person you seek out. Do you expect me to believe there is no ulterior motive? Lord Zhao said coldly. I saw her before I left to give her something she had ordered, in order to settle the payment. My return to find her was simply for a meal. After such a long absence, I wish to enjoy a hot bowl of food. Is that unacceptable? Yu Jinglan retorted, exasperated. Do you think I would believe that? Lord Zhao said with a smile, looking at Yu Jinglan. Whether you believe it or not is beyond my concern. I speak the truth. I never anticipated that they would deceive me, claiming someone here sought me for furniture. Should I encounter them again, I will make certain they pay for their treachery, Yu Jinglan declared with resentment. Lord Zhao scrutinized Yu Jinglan in silence for a moment. What is it that you summoned me for? Yu Jinglan asked, his expression stern. I have already stated that your wishes are about to be realized, Lord Zhao replied. What does that mean? Yu Jinglan asked impatiently. Songhua, come in, Lord Zhao called towards the door. Soon, Songhua, enter, my lord. It's you? Yu Jinglan exclaimed, filled with dread. Yes, it is indeed me. Surprised, are you Yu Jinglan? Songhua said, gazing at him. Chapter 83. I do not know. What is it that you intend to do? Yu Jinglan asked, now somewhat frightened. You have been playing both sides for years, thinking we were unaware. Enough of this. There is no need for you to remain in Daliu town any longer. Songhua, take him to the capital. Isn't it time for a new holy son? Lord Zhao remarked coolly. Yes, my lord, Songhua responded respectfully. Indeed, the next holy son shall be him. Lord Zhao said, sipping his tea. Yes, my lord. I take my leave, Songhua stated before escorting Yu Jinglan away. Wait, if you can name another time traveler, I might spare you, remarked Lord Zhao. I know nothing, replied Yu Jinglan. Ah, you are indeed a man of resolve. Yet, I wonder whether Nuan and Wen Yuehan will still remember you after claiming that bounty of 500 gold, Lord Zhao scoffed. Those two deceivers. As long as I draw breath, I shall never let them go, Yu Jinglan retorted with bitterness. Oh, you are quite stubborn. Do you believe that your silence will prevent us from determining whether she is a time traveler? Lord Zhao exhaled, expelling a mouthful of tea leaves. I do not know. I do not know, Yu Jinglan replied nonchalantly. Very well, Songhua, take him away. He shall depart tomorrow, Lord Zhao concluded, lowering his gaze to sip his tea once more. Yes, my lord, Songhua complied, escorting Yu Jinglan from the study. They arrived at another chamber, where Songhua activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a passageway large enough for a single person to traverse. Proceed, Songhua urged, pushing Yu Jinglan downstairs. As they descended, Yu Jinglan discreetly observed his surroundings, discovering that this place was indeed a prison, home to several other captives. As they passed, the inmates merely raised their heads momentarily before returning to their despondent state. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Upon reaching the final cell, Songhua thrust Yu Jinglan inside. Stay here until tomorrow when you are taken to the capital, he said before turning to leave. Inside the cell, Yu Jinglan noted a small square window near the ceiling, through which a sliver of golden sunlight filtered. He looked down to find only a patch of straw against the wall, devoid of any other furnishings. Given the underground setting, the air was damp, with the occasional cockroach scuttling across the floor. This was Yu Jinglan's first experience of such abysmal living conditions since arriving in this ancient era, leaving him momentarily uncertain of where to sit. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the patch of straw and settled down. Once seated, he began to scrutinize the cell, observing that there were few prisoners, 2 men and a woman, each with their heads bowed, exuding an air of lifelessness. There were no signs of conversation. His attempts to engage them met with silence, prompting him to ponder his current predicament. Tomorrow, he would be taken to the capital. How could he relay a message to Nuan and the others? Sighing, He reflected that his prolonged absence would surely alert them to his capture after Lord Zhao's departure. The earlier mention by Song Hua of taking him to the capital left him uncertain whether that wretched Zhao would accompany them. Moreover, Zhao's claim of having alternative methods to ascertain whether Nuan was a time traveler intrigued him. He suspected it might involve sending someone to surveil or to ingratiate themselves to gain trust. He had already warned Nuan about the search for time travelers, so she would likely remain cautious. He chose to trust Nuan and Wen Yuehan, though he was reluctant to admit it. Wen Yuehan was quite astute. Nuan was in good hands with him, and with Li Ziyu, a member of the royal family, she should be able to find some measure of protection. Left alone, venturing to the capital seemed a viable option, believing it would facilitate a clearer understanding of the truth by infiltrating their ranks. As Yu Jinglan pondered, someone entered, announcing mealtime. The individual placed the meal in the crevices between the wooden bars of each cell. Approaching to inspect, Yu Jinglan discerned a translucent rice soup and a black cornmeal bun. He called out to the server, "Is this all there is?" The server turned, casting a scornful glance at Yu Jinglan. "Oh, which noble scion are you? Have you forgotten your current predicament? What delicacies do you expect? This is it. Eat, or I shall take it away." Yu Jinglan examined the black bun, detecting no foul odor, and replied, "I shall eat." The server snorted derisively before departing. As Yu Jinglan consumed his meager meal, he observed the others ravenously devouring their portions, astonished by their evident hunger. Yet, no one offered him answers to his unspoken questions. Once he finished, with nothing else to occupy his mind, he reclined on the straw, preparing for sleep. The tedium of his surroundings was overwhelming, and the absence of light deepened the gloom. With no one to converse with, he could only hope for a dialogue with the Lord of Dreams once slumber enveloped him. Meanwhile, after returning to the tavern, Nuan was restless. After approximately an hour, as the hour of Yu approached, Wen Yuehan finally returned. Upon seeing him, Nuan's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly pulled him into her room. "What news?" All went smoothly. After reviewing the letter, County Magistrate Liu had the reward silver dispatched to me. 500 gold was exchanged for 5,000 taels in silver notes. As he spoke, Wen Yuehan produced the notes from his bosom and handed them to Nuan. "Strange, does County Magistrate Liu know of these matters?" Nian inquired, counting the notes to confirm the amount. "He must be aware, otherwise it would complicate matters for Lord Zhao and his associates," Wen Yuehan replied. "Never mind them. 5,000 taels. How many years must I toil to amass such wealth? Tomorrow, I shall deposit this in the bank," Nuan exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "Isn't there a bank run by Li Ziyu? You could deposit it there," Wen Yuehan suggested. "Yes, it seems to be Yongfeng Bank," Nuan recalled. Then thought of Yu Jinglan. "I wonder how Yu Jinglan is faring." "Uncertain. He likely hasn't returned, or he would have sought us out," Wen Yuehan remarked, his smile fading. "Do you think Lord Zhao and his cohort will release him?" Nuan asked. "I don't know. Lord Zhao said nothing today. We are unaware of their discussions after our departure," Wen Yuehan responded. "I surmise they will inquire about his whereabouts during his absence," Nuan speculated. "Indeed, Yu Jinglan should adhere to our prior discussions. For now, he should remain undisclosed," Wen Yuehan affirmed. "What should I do next? I feel somewhat lost," Nuan questioned. Chapter 84. Surveillance. As far as we are informed, the individuals currently involved in this affair include the Seventh Prince, Lord Zhao, the Masked Man, and the Celestial Observatory. Thus, we can only proceed from these points. As all of this transpires in the capital, I believe that after I successfully pass the imperial examination next year, you could accompany me to the provincial city. Thus, our gradual journey to the capital would raise no suspicions. I am confident that in the provincial city, we shall uncover further clues. Moreover, with my presence, any endeavors you wish to pursue would face no doubts from others. After contemplating this, Wen Yuehan gazed at Nuan, maintaining a facade of composure while internally grappling with unease, fervently hoping to persuade Nuan. Nuan, after a moment of reflection, found merit in Wen Yuehan's reasoning. After all, Daliu Town is but a modest locale, and encountering Yu Jinglan was indeed a stroke of fate. Furthermore, with nearly 10 months remaining until next August, there is ample time to search Daliu Town for other time travelers. If we find none, the significance of remaining there diminishes. Considering that Yu Jinglan has been here for nearly 5 years, he has only encountered myself and that Fong Mian, 2 time travelers in total. The provincial city is vast, bustling with people, and it stands to reason that it would be easier to find others there. After much contemplation, Nuan resolved that it would be best to accompany Wen Yuehan to the provincial city. She spoke, "Your points are valid. Therefore, we must prepare diligently. Next year, I shall go with you to the provincial city, and someone must manage the shop. Let my elder brother oversee the branch. Here, we can entrust Nan Feng and Sister Lin with the responsibilities. Perhaps we should also hire some additional help, as those who come through purchase are often more trustworthy than those we recruit," suggested Wen Yuehan. "That seems the only feasible option. By the way, do you think we can persuade my parents to come to the town? They could assist in overseeing the shop. If the farmland proves unmanageable, we might consider renting it out," Nuan remarked. "I'll find an opportunity to discuss it with them, though I cannot guarantee success," Wen Yuehan replied. "That's all right. If it doesn't work out, so be it," Nuan reassured him. "Indeed. Well, if there is nothing further, I shall head out to work. You focus on your studies." Nuan concluded before departing to attend to her tasks. "Mother, allow me to prepare dinner. You should take a moment to rest." Nuan entered the kitchen. "I'm not tired. However, you and Yuehan were out all afternoon. What were you up to? I noticed you were with that young Yu." Mother Wen inquired with a smile. It was nothing significant. Yuehan's friend sought to find Master Yu for work, and upon spotting him here, I took him along." Nuan explained with a smile. "Oh, so there's work available. That's quite good," Mother Wen responded. "Indeed, work means earning," Nuan added. My dear girl, you truly have your eyes set on making money," Sister Lin chuckled. Nuan replied bashfully. "Little Nuan, there isn't much work left here. There's a pot of ready-to-serve dishes. Please deliver it to the main hall," Sister Lin instructed. "Of course, Sister Lin," Nuan said, taking the tray and making her way to the hall. Upon delivering the dishes to the guests, Nuan noticed that the hall wasn't overly crowded, so she went to the counter to consult Nan Feng about the accounts. "Nan Feng, how proficient are you in martial arts?" Nuan inquired while reviewing the ledger. "Above average," he replied. "Can you sense if anyone is watching our shop?" "Indeed, there has been someone keeping an eye on us. After you left this afternoon, someone followed you," he disclosed. "What? Why didn't you inform me?" Nuan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Nan Feng in astonishment. "There are others as well, and I dared not act recklessly, so I had Ernyo quietly follow behind you. And then Ernyo said that person merely trailed you from a distance, and upon seeing you seek out your husband, departed, seemingly towards the city gate. Very well, is Ernyo skilled in martial arts? He is fairly competent, though not as proficient as I am. Would he not be discovered while trailing behind by those individuals?" Nan Feng cast a surprised glance at Nuan. It should be unlikely, at that time. There were many pedestrians on the road, so as long as one is cautious, they would not be detected. Nuan felt certain that the person following her must have witnessed her seek out Wen Yuehan and then left the city to inform others. Fortunately, they had sent Yu Jinglan away. Otherwise, they would have been caught entirely. "Do you sense that anyone is still watching us?" Nuan inquired. "Yes, but there are fewer individuals than before," Nan Feng nodded. "Can you perceive how many?" "Not precisely. I can merely sense a reduction in their numbers." "You're quite remarkable. It seems a waste for you to be doing this for a meager sum," Nuan mused to herself. Nan Feng glanced at Nuan, but remained silent. "Nan Feng, you wouldn't betray me one day, would you?" Nuan suddenly turned to Nan Feng. Nan Feng looked at Nuan in confusion, but solemnly replied, "I would not." Upon hearing this, Nuan nodded and feigned ferocity, saying, "I believe you. You must not betray me. Your contract of servitude is still in my possession." Nan Feng found Nuan's theatrics amusing. How could she ever betray her? In this world, aside from her parents, Nuan had been the kindest to him. Although he was bought, she had never forced him into any actions he abhorred, and he was compensated fairly, without being oppressed or looked down upon. And she even expressed concern for him. Reflecting on this, Nan Feng felt a warmth in his heart. "Then I am even less inclined to betray you." Nan Feng maintained his icy demeanor. He understood that a relationship with Nuan was unattainable for him, and he lacked the standing to be by her side. Thus, He quietly chose to support her from behind. Haha, I am not threatening you. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I will continue to treat you well, Nuan said with a smile. Nan Feng gazed upon Nuan's smiling visage. His heart fluttered. How could one be so endearing? I wish to behold such a sight for all eternity. Noticing Nan Feng's unwavering gaze, Nuan felt a bit embarrassed and hastily sought an excuse to retreat to the back courtyard. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Mother Wen and Sister Lin preparing the meal, so she stepped forward to assist. Xiaonuan, you need not busy yourself. Go summon everyone for dinner. Mother Wen remarked upon seeing Nuan approach. Understood, Nuan nodded and went out to call everyone for the meal. Before long, all had gathered, except for Nan Feng and Wu Yuan. Nuan proceeded to the main hall to find the two, noticing several tables still occupied by guests. She approached the counter and called to them. Nan Feng, Wu Yuan, dinner is ready. You may go eat first while I keep watch. I'm not hungry. You go ahead, Nan Feng replied. Boss, I'm not hungry either. We can eat once the guests leave, Wu Yuan added. It's fine, you both should go. I'm on a diet, Nuan insisted. Nan Feng remained unmoved, prompting Wu Yuan to say, Boss, truly, I'm not hungry. You should go. As Nuan observed that the two individuals had yet to partake in their meal, she, with a sense of resignation, decided to return first. Chapter 85. A hug. Noticing that everyone was settled, Nuan approached and suggested, Let us begin our meal. The dining hall still has a few guests, and Nan Feng and the others can eat later. After speaking, she returned to the kitchen to fetch 2 plates, ensuring there was some food left for Nan Feng and his companion, and then joined the others at the table. Once everyone had finished their meal and tidied up, they each proceeded to wash up and retire to their rooms. Upon returning to her chamber, Nuan confided in Wen Yuan, I spoke with Nan Feng this evening, and he mentioned that someone is watching us. Moreover, when I sought you out at noon, I noticed that I was being followed, and that person left the city afterward. I suspect they may have gone to inform Lord Zhao. That is quite plausible. Did Nan Feng mention whether anyone is still monitoring us? Wen Yuan inquired. Nuan nodded. Yes, there are still some, though fewer than before. Then it seems they still harbor suspicions about you, Wen Yuan remarked. It appears I must exercise greater caution. I was contemplating whether to ask Nan Feng, given his martial prowess, to monitor the Lu residence, Nuan queried. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yuan responded, That would be wise. Let Nan Feng keep a distance while observing, as long as he can ascertain the whereabouts of Yu Jinglan. I shall inform him tomorrow morning to head over early, Nuan said. Better yet, let him go tonight. The cover of darkness will aid in concealing his presence. We cannot predict if they will hasten to remove Yu Jinglan, and if that is their intention, it will be too late to act by tomorrow morning, Wen Yuan advised. Very well, I will seek out Nan Feng, Nuan replied. Indeed, go ahead, he affirmed. Nuan turned and exited the bedroom, making her way to the door of Nan Feng and Ernyo's room, calling for Nan Feng to step out. She led him back to the bedroom, where Nan Feng, puzzled, looked at Nuan and Wen Yuan, questioning Master Scholar, what brings me here? With a smile, Nuan addressed him, Nan Feng. Have you found today's labor taxing? Nan Feng regarded her with confusion, while Wen Yuan, with a touch of exasperation, interjected, Nan Feng, we summoned you primarily to request your assistance with another task. Nuan offered an awkward smile as Nan Feng shifted his gaze to Wen Yuan, asking, What is it? You are to proceed to the Lu residence, located 2 miles north of the city, and observe how they handle Yu Jinglan. Maintain a safe distance to avoid detection. Regardless of whether you spot Yu Jinglan, you must return by tomorrow evening at the latest. If you do encounter him, follow discreetly to ascertain which direction he takes. Wen Yuan instructed. Nan Feng then turned his attention back to Nuan, who smiled and nodded. Yes, that is indeed the matter at hand. I recognize you have toiled all day, and it is no small feat, but this task is of utmost importance, and among us, you possess the highest martial skill. Hence we entrust it to you. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. With that, Nuan promptly produced 5 taels of silver and offered it to Nan Feng. He chuckled softly, saying, There is no need for such generosity. This is my duty. However, Nuan insisted on giving him the silver. Oh, do not be modest. You will need provisions for tomorrow. Accept it. Your hard work is appreciated. Seeing her unwavering insistence, Nan Feng accepted the silver and bid farewell to Nuan before departing. As Nuan gazed at the retreating figure of Nan Feng, a pang of sympathy struck her. Do you think he will manage? He has already toiled throughout the day, and now he cannot even rest at night. Wen Yuan looked at Nuan with a sense of helplessness. You need not worry too much. The vigor of youth is boundless. A night or two without sleep will not have a significant effect. Nuan, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Wen Yuan, thinking to herself how casually he spoke of sleepless nights, which were akin to a slow form of self-destruction. However, there was little she could do. After all, the task still needed to be accomplished. When he returns, I shall grant him a day off to rest properly, Nuan declared. Indeed, that sounds reasonable, Wen Yuan replied, not saying much further, as ensuring the peace of the person before him was of utmost importance. Nuan observed Wen Yuan, noting that he had not been diligently studying in the evenings lately. If this continued, how could he hope to excel in the imperial examination next year? She urged him to seize the opportunity while the hour was still early and to immerse himself in his studies. Wen Yuan chuckled at Nuan's insistence and returned to his desk to review his books. Nuan, not one to remain idle, began to tally accounts and strategize the future direction of their shop, as well as her plans for when she would go to the capital next year. Thus, the two of them busied themselves until the hour of the pig, when Wen Yuan prompted, Nuan, it is getting late. Let us rest. Upon noticing that the candle had burned down significantly, Nuan ceased her tasks, nodded, and made her way to the bedside. No sooner had Nuan reclined than she felt a hand draped over her waist. Startled, she turned to face Wen Yuan. What are you doing? Nuan, I simply wish to hold you, Wen Yuan replied with a pitiful gaze. Do we not agree to reconsider in 2 years? Nuan retorted. Nuan, I am merely holding you, doing nothing else, Wen Yuan insisted, still looking forlorn. Nuan scrutinized him skeptically. If you are doing nothing, then why do you want to hold me? Wen Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, does Nuan wish for me to do something more? At this remark, Nuan felt a flush creep over her cheeks, hastily turning away. Wen Yuan, what are you thinking? Quickly go to sleep. Wen Yuan chuckled at Nuan's playful admonishment, finding her shyness endearing. It seemed she herself was unaware of how her tone resembled that of a petulant child. Hearing Wen Yuan laugh, Nuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for being teased by someone from an ancient time. The more she pondered, the more flustered she became. Suddenly, she spun around and enveloped Wen Yuan in an embrace. It is just a hug. What is the big deal? Wen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded by holding Nuan tightly. His heart swelled with emotion, and his breath quickened, yet he was reluctant to let go. This was the first time Nuan had embraced him. The softness of her form made him fear he might inadvertently harm her. Wen Yuan, something is pressing against my abdomen, Nuan remarked, then paused, realizing what it was, her face turning crimson. She wished she could disappear entirely, especially if it were not night, as the embarrassment would have been unbearable. Hastily, she released her hold. Though she had lived 2 lifetimes and had been single from birth, she had certainly heard of such things. Naturally, she understood what it was. Wen Yuan's cheeks flushed as well, and he dared not continue, fearing he might unwittingly do something to displease Nuan. He said, Nuan, I beg your pardon. I momentarily lost control. Nuan softly responded with a murmur, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After all, he was a young man, and it was somewhat understandable. Yet, she couldn't shake off the discomfort, considering that her combined age from 2 lifetimes could make her his aunt. It left her with an unsettling feeling of taking advantage of the situation. Wen Yuan rose from the bed, stating, I'm going to take a shower. Huh? Oh, please do, Nuan replied. She recognized that suppressing such feelings could be quite challenging, and taking a shower to cool off was indeed a sensible approach. Chapter 86. The Unconscionable One, Wen Yuan exited, and Nuan adjusted her breathing, soon drifting off to sleep. When Wen Yuan returned to find Nuan peacefully slumbering, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, muttering to himself about her lack of awareness. He lit a fire and, disregarding everything else, succumbed to sleep himself. As he contemplated He gently leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Nuan's tender lips. It was only when she let out a soft murmur that he snapped back to reality, straightening up and touching his lips, lost in thought before breaking into a smile. He glanced at Nuan once more before lying down to sleep. The following day, Nuan spent her time anxiously awaiting the return of Nan Feng, who was still absent. Winnie Wehan had not returned by noon either. It had been quite a while since he last left at noon, and his sudden return would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those keeping watch. It was not until the afternoon that Nan Feng finally returned. Nuan's eyes brightened at the sight of him, and she immediately beckoned him over. Nan Feng, how'd it go? Did you see Yu Jingluan? Nan Feng nodded. Yes, I did. This morning, around the initial hour of Chun, I saw over a dozen people leave the Liu residence. Among them was young Master Yu. He was adorned with an ankle bracelet and a wrist chain and boarded a carriage. They then headed north. I followed them to the county town, and as they exited the county, they continued northward, so I did not pursue further. The direction they took leads to the capital city. If they proceed beyond the capital, they will eventually reach Linzhou, and beyond Linzhou lies the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Nuan pondered deeply. It seemed they intended to take Yu Jingluan to the capital for some significant purpose. Alas, it appeared that only 5 or 6 years remained. Otherwise, when the time came, Yu Jingluan would likely face dire consequences. Nuan looked at Nan Feng and nodded. You've worked hard. Please return and get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll give you a day off to recuperate. All right, Nan Feng replied, gazing at Nuan with warmth before retreating to his room to rest. After all, having stayed awake all night and then traveling extensively during the day had left him quite fatigued. Nuan sat at the counter, contemplating her next steps. When a customer arrived, she mechanically calculated and received payment. She heard a light laugh and looked up to see a newcomer. The man was dressed in a deep purple cloud-patterned outer robe, appearing to be around 40, and exuded a charming presence as a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. Miss, are you perhaps missing someone dear to your heart? He inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Nuan regarded him, feeling his question was quite impolite for a first encounter. Sir, that'll be 95 when in total. An amusing young lady. The man chuckled as he placed a silver ingot on the counter. As Nuan was preparing to give change, the newcomer spoke again. There's no need for change. Might I purchase a moment of a young lady's time for conversation? Nuan lifted her gaze to meet the stranger's eyes. We conduct legitimate business here. If you wish to dine, then please do so. If you have a matter to discuss, state it plainly. What do you mean by buying time for conversation? I'm afraid we do not offer that service. Indeed, it was rather presumptuous to flaunt one's wealth. After settling the bill, one should hasten to find a seat. Didn't he notice the long queue behind him? Some patrons in line, unable to tolerate the scene, began to voice their discontent towards the man. He felt the awkwardness of the moment, quickly turning away and muttering, "My apologies," before taking a seat at an empty table. He continued to observe Nuan from a distance, finding her intriguing, unlike the rather dull women of the capital. Yet, he wondered if she was the one sought by the Tianjian. He sincerely hoped she was not. Such an interesting person should not be involved in such matters. Nuan sensed his gaze and realized he was likely another emissary sent to probe her. She sighed inwardly, feeling as if he were a persistent fly, unyielding in his presence. Fortunately, he left after finishing his meal without uttering another word. Once everyone had departed, Nuan and Ernyo began to tidy up when that same individual returned. "Young lady, may we converse?" he inquired with a smile. Recognizing that he would not depart unless she engaged with him, Nuan replied, "Since the esteemed guest is so insistent, let us have a chat." I must express my gratitude for this opportunity," he responded, still wearing a cheerful demeanor. "There is no need for such formality. Please, speak candidly," Nuan urged, taking a seat at a nearby table. He chuckled softly, his gaze flickering towards Ernyo. Nuan shot him an exasperated look and said to Ernyo, "You should go and have your meal with Sister Lin and the others." Ernyo glanced between Nuan and the stranger, his expression serious. Nuan smiled at him, reassuringly. "It's nothing serious. I will call for you if needed." "Very well then, Sister G. Do ensure you call us if anything arises," Ernyo instructed, leaving reluctantly. glancing back 3 times as he retreated to the courtyard. The young lady is indeed cautious, the stranger remarked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Nuan queried. I am aware that when Yuehan's family and elder brother are present here, it seems you are wary of my knowledge, he replied, still smiling. At that moment, Nuan found his smile quite irksome, feeling an urge to punch him to see if he would continue grinning. Oh, you possess such detailed knowledge of our circumstances, yet I have not the faintest idea of your name or background. I cannot continue this conversation without knowing who you are. Please take your leave, Nuan stated, rising to dismiss him. The man remained seated, unmoved, and said, I assumed that Nuan knew who I was. It appears I was mistaken. There is nothing to hide. I am the 7th uncle of Li Ziyu. Upon hearing this, Nuan felt a tumult of emotions within. Yet her exterior remained composed. Oh, so you are the 7th uncle of young Master Li. My apologies. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Does Miss G not know my identity? Inquired the 7th prince. ISNT, it's simply that you are the 7th uncle of Li Ziyu? Nuan replied. Huh? Did Li Ziyu fail to inform you of anything? He chuckled. Inform me of what? Huh? Do you think that by keeping silent, I would remain oblivious? What do you mean? What do you know? Nuan feignet impatience. Hurry up and speak. I still have work to do. What exactly did you both go to the capital for? The 7th prince's smile faded. Didn't your nephew tell you? He intends to open a branch of his restaurant in the capital and asked me to teach them how to cook, Nuan explained, her tone growing more impatient. Truth be told, I am on your side. There is no need for you to be wary of me. Ziyu has already confided in me, the 7th prince continued. Oh, pray tell, what did Master Li disclose to you? Nuan countered. Naturally, he spoke of your status as traversers, the 7th prince stated, observing Nuan's expression, seeking to discern whether she was indeed a traverser. Chapter 87. Are you not? Fortunately, upon hearing the mention of Li Ziyu's revelations, Nuan had begun to guard herself. In response to his statements, her face betrayed no signs of disturbance. She feigned confusion, asking, Traversers? What does that even mean? Why do you all call me a traverser? Are you not? The 7th prince retorted. I have no idea what you mean by traversers. How am I to know if I am one? Nuan responded. Huh, what prompts you to prepare such a dish? I have traversed the entirety of the Great Li Kingdom and have never encountered such cuisine. How did you come to know of it? The 7th prince inquired. As I mentioned, my mother passed away early and my father raised me alone. He earned a living through hunting, which often kept him away for days. I had to eat after all, so he advised me to check the kitchen for whatever was available and simply boil it. Over time, I concocted this soup bowl. When that person came last time, didn't Ti explain this to him? Why are you asking again today? Nuan feigned annoyance in her explanation. The 7th prince scrutinized Nuan closely, yet found no discrepancies. His suspicions about this young woman deepened. A commoner with such audacity and sharp wit was hardly typical of a village girl from this remote town. After Nuan's explanation, she met the 7th prince's gaze, feeling as though she were being watched by a serpent. Had she revealed a flaw? Surely not. Her words seemed consistent with her previous account. The 7th prince smiled and remarked, Perhaps I have not ventured out in quite some time, for I am surprised to find village maidens so eloquent nowadays. I am merely speaking the truth, he added. Ah, did you know that Yu Jinglan is currently en route to the capital? The 7th prince said, his gaze fixed on Nuan, a smile gracing his lips. Uncertain of the meaning behind the 7th prince's revelation, Nuan cautiously asked, What is he going to the capital for? The 7th prince regarded Nuan, yet remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, Previously, a certain Lord Zhao from the capital mentioned that Yu Jinglan is a wanted criminal and instructed us to capture him should we encounter him again. Yesterday, as Yu Jinglan came to dine on hot dishes, I sought out my husband to escort Yu Jinglan to Lord Zhao. The 7th prince gazed at Nuan and inquired, Do you know why we sought out Yu Jinglan? Nuan feigned ignorance. Ah, he is a time traveler, the 7th prince remarked with a smile, disregarding Nuan's act of bewilderment. He's a time traveler? I cannot discern any difference between him and us. Nuan pretended to be astonished. Indeed, you are indistinguishable. How intriguing. Ensure you conceal your tale well. the seventh prince said, casting a penetrating look at Nuan. What tale? What do you mean? Nuan pretended not to comprehend. Ha! The seventh prince chuckled lightly before turning to leave. Nuan, observing the retreating figure of the seventh prince, fell into deep contemplation. It seemed the seventh prince did not wholly believe her words. Yet, he refrained from pressing further. Was he merely biding his time to ensnare a larger catch? Or did he genuinely align himself with their cause? Nuan turned to find Yuan and replied, "Let us go. I am famished." Nuan, just now, Ernyo mentioned a middle-aged man was seeking you for a matter. He insisted on speaking with you alone, seeing you had not yet gone to dine. I came to check, Yuan explained. The visitor was the seventh prince, and he came to gauge whether I am a time traveler. I maintained my previous line of reasoning with him. However, he seemed unconvinced and claimed to be on our side, advising me to conceal my tale. He also informed me that Yu Jinglan is en route to the capital. I am uncertain of his true intentions, Nuan shared, speaking as if to Yuan and herself simultaneously. As they conversed, the two arrived at the kitchen, where Nuan sat down to eat. The others had already finished their meals, leaving only Nuan and Yuan in the kitchen. Regardless of what he says, it is prudent that we do not place our trust in him too readily, Yuan stated after taking a seat. Nuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, what if he is merely attempting to gain my trust through deceitful words? He claimed that Li Ziyu divulged everything to him. According to his previous assertions, he would surely disclose what Li Ziyu revealed to him in order to win my confidence. Yet, he did not, which indicates he merely seeks to extract information from me. I can inquire about this when I next see Li Ziyu. Currently, he remains a reliable source. Have you seen Nanfeng? Nuan asked. Yuan shook his head, no. According to Ernyo, he has been sleeping in his room since his return. He did not emerge for dinner when we ate. Nanfeng mentioned that Yu Jinglan was indeed taken northward. If one continues north past Linzhou, they will reach the capital, Nuan remarked. It appears the seventh prince has received news quite early, Yuan observed. Yes, I share that sentiment. Moreover, since the seventh prince has not departed, it suggests that Lord Zhao remains as well. Logically, they arrived for Yu Jinglan, yet now that he has been taken to the capital, why do they linger? Nuan found this aspect perplexing. This is indeed quite strange. Could be due to you? Yuan asked, his expression grave as he looked at Nuan. It is difficult to say. The seventh prince has already come to test me today. If it were solely due to my presence, they would likely depart within the next few days, Nuan replied. These past few days, you must remain vigilant and try to stay close to Nanfeng. His martial prowess will ensure your safety, Yuan advised. After pondering this, Nuan nodded in agreement. Following their meal, the two tidied up before retreating to their room. Days passed without anyone seeking out Nuan. She inquired whether Nanfeng had noticed anyone still watching, to which he replied that only 3 individuals remained. Nuan surmised that the seventh prince and his associates had likely departed from Daliu town, yet she remained cautious. As November arrived, Li Ziyu made an appearance. "Ah, Master Li, you grace us with your presence. How fares your business lately?" Nuan inquired with a smile. "Quite well indeed. Everything has been arranged in the capital, so I need not linger there any longer," Li Ziyu replied with a grin. "That is splendid news. Shall we converse in the backyard?" Nuan suggested cheerfully, giving Nanfeng a brief instruction before leading Li Ziyu outside. Once settled in the backyard, Li Ziyu remarked with a smile, "It is thanks to your culinary suggestions that everyone has taken a liking to the dishes. You must visit the capital when you have the chance." "Certainly. That would be delightful. By the way, is your seventh uncle still here?" Nuan asked. "He departed a few days ago, having visited the capital to see me and my grandmother before leaving," Li Ziyu replied, chuckling. "Oh, did you not return recently?" "Yinian Kwiriyet." "No, I was preoccupied with the grand opening of the branch in the capital, so I barely had time to eat," Li Ziyu lamented. "Well, now that you are back, you must take the opportunity to rest," Nuan advised. "Indeed, I came to inform you that my seventh uncle and his entourage have all left, so you need not worry any longer. How is brother Yu faring?" Li Ziyu asked. "Did your seventh uncle not mention it?" "Yu Jinglan has been taken to the capital by them," Nuan revealed. "What? I was unaware. I had only seen my seventh uncle and Lord Zhao, so I presumed brother Yu had been released," Li Ziyu said, his smile fading. Moreover, according to your timeline, it seems your seventh uncle left for the capital the day after he visited me, Nuan added. Your seventh uncle came to see you? Li Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Nuan immediately glanced around, lowering her voice. Keep your voice down. There are still watchers nearby. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu also lowered his voice, asking, What did your seventh uncle want with you? Nothing of great consequence. He, like Lord Zhao, came to test whether I am a time traveler. He was also aware of our previous trip to the capital together and claimed that you had divulged everything to him. Thankfully, I did not believe him and said nothing. It was all a ruse, Nuan explained. Li Ziyu, momentarily taken aback, struggled to process this revelation, remaining silent for a time until Nuan prompted, Hey, what troubles you? Rest assured, I trust that you did not disclose anything to him. Though a touch disheartened, Li Ziyu feigned a smile and nodded. I knew you would believe me. I just did not anticipate my seventh uncle would have someone tailing me and deceiving you in this manner. Alas, do not dwell on it. After all, your seventh uncle is looking out for your interests. He must be concerned that if I am indeed a time traveler, it could pose a threat to you. I sense that their malice towards the Traversers is quite pronounced, Nuan comforted. Li Ziyu gazed at Nuan, at a loss for words. Despite the evident hostility directed at her, she remained considerate of our feelings. It was clear that she should be feeling sorrowful. Yet here she was, offering me solace instead. With a twinge of concern, Li Ziyu asked Nuan, What do you plan to do moving forward? Nuan glanced around, lowering her voice as she replied, I intend to travel to the capital city with Wen Yuehan next year, but let us keep this under wraps for now. There are still those watching me, and if they catch wind of my plans, they might grow suspicious. Li Ziyu nodded in acknowledgement, rest assured. I want to breathe a word. Haha, I trust you. By the way, would you like some hot dishes? Nuan inquired. No. I've had my fair share of hot dishes lately. Haha, I'll eat more when I get home, Li Ziyu responded. Nuan nodded. Indeed, after indulging in them too often, one loses the desire to eat them. I haven't launched a new recipe here yet, so I can't offer you a taste. That is fine. I've had some pastries on the way. It's getting late, so I should head back. I'll come to visit you next time, Li Ziyu stated. That works, Nuan replied. Well then, I shall take my leave, Li Ziyu said, rising from her seat. Allow me to see you off. Nuan stood as well. The two made their way to the back door, where Nuan opened it, and Li Ziyu bid her farewell once more before boarding the carriage. The carriage gradually merged into the crowd, and Nuan returned home, her mind still churning with thoughts of the seventh prince, whom she felt was truly deceitful. It was clear one should not trust others too easily. Had she not been cautious back then, she might have been escorted to the capital herself. How infuriating! She was determined to find a way back, and preferably sever the channel through which they summoned Traversers. Such contemptible behavior, treating those from another time and space as mere pawns. At that moment, Nuan's spirits were quite low, and she began to develop a bias against the people of this era. Anger threatened to engulf her, and for the next half-day, she remained sullen. When others inquired about her mood, she merely replied coldly that nothing was amiss. Nuan felt her mental state teetering on the brink. Were they Traversers merely to serve as sustenance for others? Once they had extracted all value, would they cast her aside? The more she pondered, the more desolate she felt, as if she were descending into madness. It was only upon Wen Yuehan's return that his mother informed him that ever since that young masterly had arrived, Nuan had been absent-minded and gloomy. She urged him to comfort her. Wen Yuehan did not rush to question Nuan immediately. Instead, he observed her quietly. After dinner, when they returned to their room, Wen Yuehan finally spoke. Nuan, why do you seem so despondent this evening? Huh, I don't think so, Nuan replied. Yet you insist otherwise. Even now, your words are lacking focus, Wen Yuehan remarked, moving closer to sit beside her. Nuan, I am your husband. You can confide in me. What truly transpired? As Nuan listened, she glanced at Wen Yuehan, momentarily uncertain whether to trust him. Observing her hesitation, Wen Yuehan gently spoke. Nuan, we have endured so much together. You must understand that I will never betray you. Nuan finally regained her composure. Indeed, Wen Yuehan was aware of his status as a time traveler, yet he had never regarded her with anything but kindness. Initially, When she believed herself to be a peculiar being, he had not caused her any harm, thus earning her trust. Moreover, Li Ziyu had confided in her, demonstrating his faith in her, as did Wen's parents and their companions, Nan Feng and Ernio, who bore her no malice. It was unjust to dismiss the goodwill of many for the malevolence of a few. There were those willing to assist her. Wen Yuehan and Li Ziyu had always stood by her side, and Nan Feng, though silent, had accompanied them long enough to perceive the truth. Wen Yuehan regarded Nuan, refraining from prompting her further, simply waiting for her to speak. When Nuan met his unwavering gaze, her heart stirred. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "Today, Li Ziyu came by and mentioned that the seventh prince and his entourage have departed, and he hasn't returned since. This indicates that the seventh prince deceived me that day. I feel a twinge of fear. Had I believed him then, would I already be en route to the capital? Furthermore, the fact that the seventh prince sent someone to follow Li Ziyu reveals the harshness of this era, where trust among kin is replaced by scheming. I have grown to loathe this time. Reflecting on the trials we travelers face fills me with sorrow." When Yuehan stepped closer and embraced Nuan, assuring her, "That will never happen. I will always be here to protect you, never to betray or scheme against you." "Thank you, Wen Yuehan," Nuan replied, returning the embrace. Wen Yuehan stiffened momentarily, but then deepened the hug, as if wishing to envelop Nuan within himself, shielding her from all harm. "Nuan, between us, there is no need for gratitude," he said softly. Nuan murmured in agreement before gently pushing herself away from him. As Wen Yuehan felt the emptiness where she had been, a sense of longing washed over him, though he understood that such musings were not appropriate at this moment. Recalling Nuan's earlier words, he spoke. "What Li Ziyu mentioned confirms that the seventh prince is not aligned with us. Their departure signifies that you are currently safe, allowing us to proceed with our plans. Indeed, I cannot afford to dwell in sadness any longer. I must hasten to locate other time travelers and address the matters concerning the shop," Nuan declared resolutely. "Yes, the only shortcoming at present is our lack of manpower. I propose we procure additional help from the pawn shop," Wen Yuehan suggested. "You're right. With more hands, we can accomplish our tasks more effectively," Nuan nodded in agreement. With her heart unburdened, the two began to deliberate on when to return to the pawn shop for laborers and their subsequent plans. Over the following month, Nuan and Wen Yuehan gradually returned to the pawn shop, acquiring 4 more individuals to aid them. A young lady named Zhu Xiu, along with 2 young men, Liang Xian and Gu Yong, and a middle-aged gentleman, Lu Qi, have all been assigned work by Wen Yuan, preparing to join him in managing a branch after the new year. Thus, Wen Yuan is particularly invested in their arrangements. As the year drew to a close, Zhou Yu sought out Nuan, proposing they visit the nearby Qiling Mountain to burn incense and pray for blessings in the coming year. Nuan, realizing that no one had been watching her lately and eager to venture out, readily agreed, leaving Zhou Yu delighted. On the first day following the winter solstice, Zhou Yu and her mother visited Nuan's home. Zhou Yu's maid, Xiao Zhu, knocked on the door, and when Wu Yuan answered, he inquired about her presence. "Our young lady seeks your master. Please inform him," Xiao Zhu replied. Wu Yuan, taken aback by the gaze of the young woman, felt his face flush and hurriedly went to fetch Nuan. Xiao Zhu chuckled softly at his hasty retreat, pondering why he had suddenly turned so red and dashed away, as if she were a fearsome creature. Wu Yuan informed Nuan, who instructed him to tell Zhou Yu and her mother that she would join them shortly. She quickly tidied herself before heading out. "Miss Zhou, madam, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I hope you can forgive my tardiness," Nuan said as she entered the carriage, which was now slowly moving towards the city gate. "Not a problem at all. It is a trivial matter," Madame Shu replied, a smile gracing her lips. "I often hear Yuer speak of you, and indeed, you are quite charming." Nuan smiled back at Madame Shu, feeling somewhat shy. "Madam, you flatter me," she replied modestly. Noticing Nuan's discomfort, Zhou Yu interjected, "Oh? Nuan, did you bring offerings?" Nuan paused. "Must I bring offerings? I lack experience on my first visit." She looked up at Zhou Yu, asking, "Would it be inappropriate if I did not bring any?" Zhou Yu laughed. "Not at all. There are vendors at the foot of the mountain. You can purchase something there, which would suffice as a gesture. Nuan nodded, relieved. That is good. I shall buy something when we arrive. Here, have a piece of osmanthus cake, Zhou offered, placing a plate of pastries on the small table inside the carriage. Nuan watched as Madame Shu and Zhou each took a piece before she followed suit. Madame Shu kindly regarded Nuan. I hear your husband is Wen Yuehan, a scholar from Mingda Academy? Nuan nodded, swallowing her cake. Yes, madam, that is indeed him. Madame Shu smiled warmly. Ah, Yuehan is a remarkable young man. His intellect at such a young age is commendable, and he is also quite devoted. Thank you for your kind words, madam, Nuan replied, feeling a bit awkward. He dined at our home last time, and the adults were hoping to match him with you. However, he insisted he was already married and that it must be you. Madame Shu glanced at Nuan as she spoke. Nuan, increasingly bewildered by the conversation, responded, Ah, Miss Zhou is of noble birth. My husband likely believes you deserve someone more suitable. Oh, no wonder Yuhan is so fond of you. It seems you share a mutual understanding. However, one's background is not always of paramount importance. What truly matters is the individual's ambition. Someone like Yuhan undoubtedly possesses an immeasurable future, Mrs. Shu remarked. At this moment, Zhou sensed something amiss and quickly tugged at Mrs. Shu's sleeve. Mother, why are you saying these things? I have already expressed that I no longer harbor any feelings for Wen Yuehan. After speaking, Zhou awkwardly cast a smile at Nuan. Nuan, my mother's words are without significance. Please do not take them to heart. Nuan offered a forced smile in response. Indeed. Yet Mrs. Shu seemed unwilling to let the matter rest and continued. However, the merits of one's future are not solely determined by personal talent. Sometimes, the environment is equally crucial. The people who strive alongside you are of even greater importance. Upon hearing this, Nuan realized that Mrs. Shu was deliberately making these remarks for her daughter's sake. Observing Zhou's anxious expression and her grasp on her mother's hand, Nuan felt a flicker of solace, understanding that it was merely Mrs. Shu's own intention. You are correct, madam. The environment is indeed significant, and those around us are essential. However, if one lacks capability, relying on external factors to attain something will eventually lead to loss. To live by one's own hands, regardless of the endeavor, is to hold one's head high. Those who live in luxury, I ask, what pride can they possess aside from scheming and extracting value from ordinary folks? You are exceedingly vulgar, Mrs. Shu retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. If you deem me vulgar, then I shall refrain from joining you both in your prayers. Farewell, Nuan declared. Lifting the curtain of the carriage and addressing the driver, please stop the carriage. Upon hearing this, the driver tightened the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. Nuan leapt down swiftly. Inside the carriage, Mrs. Shu glared at Nuan's actions, exclaiming, Look at her. She lacks any semblance of a refined lady. Is this truly whom you wish to compete with? Chapter 90. A misguided rescue. Zhou regarded her mother with a sense of unfamiliarity. Her mother had not always been this way, so harsh and unyielding. Had she invited Nuan to the mountains merely to humiliate her? Watching Nuan's departing figure, Zhou realized she was about to lose a friend. Yet, Nuan had done nothing wrong, prompting Zhou to consider alighting the carriage to apologize. Mrs. Shu, sensing her daughter's intent, commanded, Do not go. Mother, why are you acting this way? Zhou questioned, bewildered by Mrs. Shu's demeanor. My foolish daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. Our family has fallen into disarray, and you are our only daughter. If we are to regain our former standing in the capital, you must seek a husband of promise, Mrs. Shu stated earnestly. But there are many good men. Why must I fixate on a married one? Zhou protested. There are indeed many good men. You should endeavor to find one, if you can locate another. I shall not insist you pursue Wen Yuehan. Besides, what is a man with multiple wives? You would be more than sufficient as his primary spouse. And should you favor the Ji family, you could allow her to be a concubine, Mrs. Shu implored, her tone filled with earnestness. Zhou gazed at her mother. A figure so unfamiliar to her, rendered speechless. All along, she had perceived her mother as gentle and understanding, yet she had not anticipated such a display of superficiality, disregarding etiquette and moral integrity. Lady Shu, noticing Zhou's stunned expression, softened her tone, and said, Do not blame your mother. I act for your own good. For us women, marriage is akin to a second birth. If one weds a good man, the latter half of life can be considerably more comfortable. Zhou Yu, confronted with her mother's obstinacy, chose silence, remaining taciturn throughout their journey. Lady Shu, observing her daughter's innocence, sighed inwardly, lamenting the simplicity with which she had raised her. Meanwhile, after dismounting the carriage, Nuan surveyed her surroundings, which were dominated by trees. Calculating the time, she deduced that the town could not be too far. Thus, she resolved to walk and see if she might encounter someone to inquire about directions. As she wandered, she finally spotted a cluster of houses in the distance and headed toward them. While walking, she thought she heard a voice and immediately halted, scanning her surroundings, only to discover a person lying among the grass by the roadside. Nuan contemplated ignoring the sight. After all, she was merely a delicate woman, and one could never know the identity of the individual in question. Just as she was about to proceed, the person called out, "Help me." This time, Nuan clearly heard, and with a resigned sigh, she thought, well, it is a human life after all. Since he still lives, I cannot stand idly by. Approaching closer, she found a young man clad in tattered garments, the rips evidently caused by some sharp object, with dried blood staining his clothes, prompting her to think how fortunate he was to still be alive. As she examined his face, obscured by mud, his features were indiscernible. "Who are you? How did you sustain such grave injuries?" Nuan inquired. "I encountered mountain bandits," he coughed weakly. "Please, miss, save me. I will repay you." Nuan, witnessing his condition, felt it inappropriate to press further and replied, I seem to be lost. Could you tell me which way leads to the Lu town? I will take you to the town's medical hall." After a moment, he gestured in a direction. "You're going the wrong way. You should head back." "Oh, all right, Can you still stand?" Nuan asked. The young man nodded. "I can, but I need your support." Nuan agreed, of course, and stooped to assist him in rising. With Nuan supporting him, they slowly made their way towards the town, stopping frequently due to his injuries. Eventually, after half an hour, they reached the town. Remembering the pharmacy of the Li family, which also treated ailments, she led him to Jishintang. "Shopkeeper, please help assess his injuries," Nuan called out upon entering. The shopkeeper hurried over, examining the young man's wounds and declared, "This is serious. Follow me." He guided them through a side door into a courtyard, leading them to a room before turning to Nuan, saying, "Madam, your husband is gravely injured and must change his clothes. We need to fetch water for washing." There was a well in the courtyard, beside which stood a wooden basin. Nuan, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Shopkeeper, he is not my husband. We encountered him on the road, and seeing his severe injuries, we decided to bring him here for assistance. Also, take a look at this." Nuan presented the jade pendant that Li Ziyu had previously given him to the innkeeper. Upon seeing the pendant, the innkeeper was taken aback and looked up at Nuan, asking, "Young lady, where did you acquire this item?" It was given to me by your young master," Nuan replied. The innkeeper's expression grew serious at her words. "Please keep this item safe. I am Qi, the innkeeper of Jishan Hall. I will arrange for a servant to help this young man change his clothes. Please wait a moment while I fetch Dr. Shun to dress his wounds." Saying this, the innkeeper returned the jade pendant to Nuan. "Thank you, Innkeeper Qi," Nuan responded as she accepted the pendant. Before long, a servant approached Nuan, bowed, and proceeded to assist the injured man with changing and cleaning his body. Eventually, the servant emerged carrying a basin of water, and Dr. Shun followed, accompanied by a young lad carrying a medicine box. He nodded at Nuan, asking, "Young lady, would you like to come in and take a look?" I will not go in. I appreciate your help, Dr. Shun," Nuan said. Dr. Shun nodded and entered the room, while Nuan remained in the courtyard, uncertain of what transpired inside. After approximately half an hour, Dr. Shun emerged with the young lad, addressing Nuan, "Young lady, his wounds have been treated. I will write a prescription shortly. He will need 1 dose per day, morning and evening." "Thank you, Dr. Shun. I wonder if he can recuperate here. I will pay. I save him on the road, but my home lacks additional rooms," Nuan inquired. Dr. Shun nodded. "That should be possible. You may consult Innkeeper Qi." Okay, thank you. Dr. Shun, Nuan replied promptly. You're welcome. My apprentice will bring you the prescription shortly, Dr. Shin said as he walked toward the main hall. Nuan first entered the room to check on the young man's condition. Upon entering, she found him already changed into clean clothes, his face washed. He appeared to be a handsome young man, his features sharp yet gentle, exuding an air of scholarly charm that was somewhat carefree. Noticing Nuan's gaze upon him, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Thank you, young lady, for saving me. I am willing to repay this life-saving grace with my utmost efforts." Cough. That is not necessary, Nuan laughed. What is your name? My name is Pei Ji, he replied. May I ask for your esteemed name, young lady? Pei Ji. That name sounds like that of a protagonist in a novel. It is quite lovely, Nuan thought, then responded, I am Nuan. Thank you, Miss Ji, for your rescue, Pei Ji said again. Haha, there is no need for such formality. My home lacks vacant rooms. Would it be acceptable for you to recuperate here? Nuan asked. Miss Ji, I am unfamiliar with this place. Could you take me back? I would be content even to sleep on the ground in the kitchen. Pei Ji replied. Nuan pondered the cramped conditions of her home and realized that there was indeed no space for another person. However, her brother's room could accommodate someone. She was merely uncertain of her brother's willingness. Pei Ji observed the thoughtful expression on Nuan's face and said, Miss Ji, I can assist you with work. Might I request that you take me in? As Nuan observed his demeanor, she found it difficult to decline further, and thus remarked, Very well, you may accompany me home. We shall see where you might find a suitable place to settle. Thank you very much, Miss Ji. Pei Ji replied with a smile. Miss, here is the prescription written by Dr. Shun. Please take a look. I heard from Dr. Shun that we are to keep this individual here for his recuperation. Is that correct? Mr. Chi had arrived. No, Mr. Chi, I shall take it back with me. Would you kindly assist in preparing some medicine? We shall collect it when we leave, Nuan said as she handed the prescription to Mr. Chi. Miss, you may keep the prescription. We have retained a copy for ourselves. I shall go fetch the medicine now. You both take a moment to rest, Mr. Chi said cheerfully. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Nuan nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, miss, you are too courteous. His wound has just been dressed. Please ensure that it does not reopen during this period. With that, Mr. Chi proceeded to the main hall. How are you feeling? Do you need to rest a while longer? Nuan inquired, gazing at Pei Ji. Pei Ji shook his head. No need. I will return with you. Nuan nodded and moved to assist him in putting on his shoes, and together they made their way to the hall. Mr. Chi, has the medicine been prepared? Nuan asked. You have emerged. Please sit for a moment. It will take a little while longer, Mr. Chi replied with a smile. Very well, Nuan said, helping Pei Ji to a chair in the hall. Miss Ji mentioned that there are no available rooms at home. Does your family have many members? Pei Idiot. Nuan regarded him with suspicion. Why do you ask that? Oh, I was merely curious. Pei Ji responded with a chuckle, amused by Nuan's sudden wariness. Reflecting on how he must not appear very trustworthy. You would do well to harbor no ill intentions. Humph. Our family is quite large, and with your slight stature. Nuan appraised Pei Ji from head to toe, adding, you would hardly be a match. Indeed, I shall certainly heed your counsel, Miss Ji. Pei Ji said with a light laughter. Miss, the medicine is ready, Mr. Chi called out to Nuan. She approached the counter and asked Mr. Chi, how much for the medicine? Given that you possess your young master's jade pendant, there shall be no charge for the medicine, Mr. Chi replied. That won't do. We must keep matters fair. I still pay for the meals your young master has at my place. I cannot accept the medicine for free, Nuan insisted. If you are so determined to pay, then let it be 2 taels of silver. I have placed the bandages and external medicine in another package, as they must be changed daily, Mr. Chi explained. Very well, Mr. Chi, but do not deceive me. Medicine cannot be so inexpensive. Do not let your young master suffer a loss, Nuan cautioned. Rest assured, that will not happen. 2 taels of silver is more than sufficient. Mr. Chi replied jovially. All right, here is your payment. I shall return for more next time. Nuan said, as she produced 5 taels of silver and placed them on the counter. Mr. Chi accepted with a smile. Nuan then gathered the medicine and assisted Pei Ji home. Upon their return, Wen Fu, seeing Nuan with a man, approached to take Pei Ji's arm and asked, Nuan, did you not go to the temple with Miss Zhou to pray? Why have you returned? Who is this? Father, it's a long story. So let us set it aside for now. This is Pei Ji. I encountered him injured on the road and offer my assistance. He will be recuperating at our home for the time being, Nuan explained. Mr. Wen glanced around the courtyard and inquired, where will he stay? There are no rooms available. I was considering whether I could share a space with elder brother, as he will leave once he has recovered, Nuan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Wen suggested, then go ask Yuan about it. All right, please keep an eye on him for now. The doctor mentioned that his wound has just been bandaged and must not be disturbed, Nuan said. Very well. Off you go, Mr. Wen responded. Upon entering the main hall, Nuan spotted Wen Yu and busily recording accounts at the counter and approached him. Elder brother, are you occupied? I'm just keeping the accounts. Did you not go to the temple with Miss Zhou? He asked. Elder brother, that's a long story. By the way, I just saved an injured person outside. He has nowhere to stay, so I brought him back. I thought he could share your space for a while until he recovers. What do you think? Wen Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, then let him stay in my room for now. Thank you, elder brother. I appreciate it. Nuan said, it's a trivial matter. Let us go. I'll accompany you to check on him, Wen Yuan said, setting aside the account book. The two proceeded to the backyard, where they found Mr. Wen and the injured man seated on a bench. Father, I have spoken to elder brother, Nuan announced. Mr. Wen turned to Wen Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, father. My sister-in-law has informed me. Since the bed is large enough, it won't be an issue for us to share. Mr. Wen nodded. Very well. His injuries are quite severe. Please assist him to the room for some rest. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Pei Ji looked at Nuan in surprise, but quickly composed himself, saying, I am grateful for your kindness, brother. Wen Yuan nodded and went forth to assist Pei Ji into the room. Meanwhile, Mr. Wen asked Nuan, Little Nuan, he is not a dangerous individual, is he? Not likely. I had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with Miss Zhou and her companions on our way to the temple, so I decided to return early. On my way, I found him lying by the roadside. He claimed he was attacked by bandits who robbed him and beat him. I felt quite sorry for him, so I took him to the apothecary for treatment, Nuan explained. Mr. Wen nodded thoughtfully. Where is he from? Nuan shook her head. I'm not certain about that. I understand. It would be wise for your elder brother to inquire further. Without knowing him well, it leaves one feeling uneasy, Mr. Wen remarked. Father is right. I shall trouble you and elder brother with this matter, Nuan replied. Don't mention it, dear child. We are all family. Now, I must return to my work, Mr. Wen said, looking at Nuan. All right, father. I shall also return to my tasks, Nuan said. Wen Yuan helped Pei Ji into the room and seated him on a stool, pouring him a glass of water. Please have a seat and drink some water. Thank you, brother, Pei Ji said as he raised the glass and drank it all in one go. He indeed felt parched, having had no water since last night when he was injured. My name is Wen Yuan. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Oh, I am Pei Ji. You may simply call me Pei Ji, Wen brother. Oh, Pei Ji, from whence do you hail? I am from Yonlin Prefecture in Linzhou. That is quite a distance. How did you come to this place? Wen Yuan inquired, regarding Pei Ji with a hint of suspicion. Pei Ji's countenance clouded with sorrow as he replied, To be candid with you, brother Wen, my family has fallen victim to treachery. They have all been slain. By a stroke of fortune, I managed to escape, pursued relentlessly until I arrived here. Having visited Daliu town before, I sought a physician, but alas, my strength waned, and I collapsed by the roadside. It was only thanks to Miss Ji that I was saved. Otherwise, I would surely have been found and killed by those men. Nuan, upon hearing this, disregarded Pei Ji's mention of Miss Ji and, with a serious expression, turned to Pei Ji. If you take refuge in our home, might you attract those individuals here? Pei Ji shook his head. No, they must believe I am dead. But did you not say that had it not been for my sister-in-law, you might have been discovered and slain? Does that not imply they will still seek you? Wen Yuan glared at Pei Ji with a stern visage. If they cannot find me, they will cease their search. They would not waste time on someone so utterly inconsequential. Even if I were alive, without the protection of my family, I could accomplish nothing. Pei Ji spoke with self-deprecation. Wen Yuan regarded him for a moment before asking, What line of work does your family engage in? Pei Ji paused before responding. We are the Pei family, royal merchants from Linzhou. When Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Having traveled as a bodyguard for many years, he had certainly heard of the Pei family. He had not anticipated that the person before him was a member of that illustrious lineage. Rumors had indeed circulated regarding the Pei family's impending misfortune, but he had not expected it to transpire so swiftly. I have heard whispers of trouble for your family, but I did not foresee it occurring so soon. I shall refrain from inquiring further, and since my sister-in-law has rescued you, you may recuperate here. However, once you are well, I hope you will depart promptly, as we do not wish to attract any trouble. When Yuan spoke with a frosty demeanor. Thank you, Brother Wen. Rest assured, Miss G is my savior, and I will not bring any misfortune upon you. Pei Ji assured him. When Yuan gazed at Pei Ji, choosing not to correct his address, their acquaintance was fleeting, and there was no need to dwell on such matters. Please rest on the bed. I shall assist you. When Yuan offered, then I am much obliged, Brother Wen. Pei Ji replied. Without further conversation, Wen Yuan helped Pei Ji to the bedside, then stated he had matters to attend to and left the room. As Pei Ji lay on the bed with his eyes closed, he pondered the fact that Miss Ji was already married. Sighing, he realized that a man burdened with deep-seated vendettas such as himself had no right to entertain such thoughts. His kin awaited vengeance. The Shao family would be repaid. He resolved to avenge his family's honor. As fatigue washed over him, he soon drifted into slumber. Wen Yuan, upon entering the hall, deliberated before deciding not to inform Nuan of Pei Ji's circumstances, reasoning that he would depart once he recovered, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Observing Nuan seated at the counter, he turned back to the kitchen to prepare a meal. When the time for lunch arrived, Wen Yuan carried a tray to deliver food to Pei Ji. Upon seeing the meal, Pei Ji's eyes sparkled. He had not eaten for a day and night. Recognizing the hunger evident in Pei Ji's expression, Wen Yuan approached and assisted him to sit upon a stool to eat. Please begin. Once you finish, leave the dishes. I shall return shortly to collect them. Wen Yuan finished speaking and turned to leave. During dinner, Wen's father briefly mentioned the matter, urging everyone to keep an eye on it when they had the chance. After the meal, Nuan went to the kitchen to check on the decoction, and upon finding it ready, called for Wen Yuan to serve it. After all, in this ancient setting, she was still a married woman and had to be mindful of the propriety between men and women. Wen Yuan carried the medicine back to the room, just in time to see Pei Ji finishing his meal. One could only wonder how long he had been hungry, as all the dishes had been consumed. Here is your medicine. Please take it, Wen Yuan said. Pei Ji accepted the bowl, replying, Thank you, Brother Wen. Once the medicine cooled enough to be drinkable, Pei Ji gulped it down in one go. Wen Yuan then took the bowl and utensils away. Pei Ji quickly poured himself several cups of water to wash away the bitter taste. He had never liked the acrid flavor of medicine since childhood, but now, severely injured, he had no choice but to consume it. Moreover, this family had saved him knowing he was penniless. He could not let their kindness go unreciprocated. After a short while, Wen Yuan returned and inquired, Do you need to use the restroom? Pei Ji suddenly felt embarrassed, responding, That would be good. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Wen. Wen Yuan silently approached to assist Pei Ji to the outhouse. Brother Wen, would you mind stepping outside? I will call for you once I am finished, Pei Ji said. Feeling shy, Wen Yuan noticed his discomfort but said nothing and stepped outside. After a moment, Pei Ji called out, Brother Wen, I am done. Wen Yuan went back in to help him out and returned him to the room. You should rest now. I will step out for a bit and return shortly. All right, Brother Wen, Pei Ji replied. Wen Yuan exited, joining others in washing the pots and dishes. Once everything was completed, they all retired to their quarters. As soon as Wen Yuan returned to his room, Pei Ji opened his eyes and said, Brother Wen, you are back. Yes, I shall rest now as well. All right, Pei Ji murmured softly, shifting further into the bed. Wen Yuan lay on the outer side, maintaining a respectful distance between them. After a long day of work, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Observing Wen Yuan asleep, Pei Ji also closed his eyes. Nuan had intended to find an opportunity to inquire about Pei Ji, but she had yet to find a right moment. She decided to wait until evening to ask. That night, when Wen Yuan returned and learned of the situation, he sought out Wen Yuan to discuss the matter privately. Wen Yuan recounted everything that had occurred. After pondering, Wen Yuan resolved to inform Nuan about Pei Ji's circumstances and sought her out to share the news. Nuan was taken aback, expressing her surprise at the unexpected background of the person they had rescued, wondering if it might pose a danger to them all. Could this bring us danger? Nian inquired. It is uncertain at this moment. However, we have already rescued him, and even if trouble arises, we are already entangled in it. Perhaps we should focus on how to navigate this situation, Wen Yuan replied. What are your thoughts? Nuan asked. Pei Ji's family was once a royal merchant, so they likely have connections in the capital. Regarding your situation, it is possible we could gain some assistance from him, Wen Yuan suggested. Nuan regarded him with skepticism. Could it really be that fortuitous? Perhaps, but having an additional avenue is always beneficial. After all, the network of royal merchants is intricate, Wen Yuan replied. This matter must remain undisclosed to many. How shall I broach the subject to seek his assistance? Nian remarked. Chapter 93. Do not leave me. Wen Yuan pondered for a moment and stated, let him recuperate here for now. Nuan considered this and nodded in agreement. Thus, Pei Ji settled in. Before long, the new year approached, and Nuan granted everyone a holiday. Wu Yuan returned home, while the others, lacking destinations, chose to remain together to celebrate the new year. Pei Ji's injuries had nearly healed, yet he noticed that no one mentioned his departure, nor did he bring it up himself. Mother, the new year is approaching. We must wear new clothes, Xiao Nian cooed to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin looked at Xiao Nian with affection and replied, all right, I will take you to buy new clothes shortly. Turning to Nuan, she inquired, Nuan, would you like to join us for shopping? Certainly, Aunt Lin. Let us bring along my parents and Zhu Xiu as well, for added company, Nuan responded. That sounds wonderful. The more, the merrier, and we can procure the new year supplies together, Aunt Lin agreed. After making arrangements, the group set out, spending the day shopping until they had gathered most of what they needed. Upon returning home, they noticed a carriage parked at the entrance. As they approached, Li Ziyu peeked out, and upon seeing Nuan and her companions, dismounted with a smile and bowed, saying, greetings, Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen. Wen Fu and Wen Mu nodded in acknowledgement, with Wen Fu stating, we appreciate your concern, young Master Li. We are well. Your aunt and I have matters to attend to, so please allow Yuan to entertain you. Li Ziyu nodded once more, very well, Uncle and Aunt. You may go about your business. Young Master Li, what brings you here at this hour? Nuan asked. I feared you might be too occupied to shop for New Year provisions, so I brought some supplies for you, Li Ziyu replied with a smile. Oh, thank you so much. When did you arrive? How long have you waited? Nuan inquired. I just arrived a short while ago. It wasn't a long wait. Li Ziyu said, in such cold weather, you ought not to have waited outside. Come, let's go inside, Nuan urged him. It is getting late. I will have Li Bo bring the items inside and return in a few days, Li Ziyu replied cheerfully. That is agreeable. Do ensure you stay for a meal when you return, Nuan said, noticing Li Bo unloading a large trunk from the carriage. So much? She exclaimed. Li Bo is quite aged. I will have an phone carried inside instead. Very well, that would be helpful, Li Ziyu agreed. Nan Feng, glancing at Li Ziyu, said nothing and promptly lifted the trunk, heading back. Nan Feng has always been reticent, Nuan remarked awkwardly. Li Ziyu added, Miss G, brother one. I shall take my leave for now. I will return in a few days to intrude further. Wen Yuan had been silently observing him, remaining quiet as always. Nuan waved goodbye with a smile. Li Ziyu climbed back into the carriage, and Li Bo nodded to them before driving away. Shall we return as well? Nuan asked, looking at Wen Yuan. Without a word, Wen Yuan turned and walked into the courtyard. Nuan, puzzled, gazed at his retreating figure, wondering what had transpired. Nuan was uncertain about the situation and, deciding not to dwell on it, returned to the courtyard to assist Sister Lin and the others in preparing dinner. After finishing the meal, everyone enjoyed their dinner and then retreated to their respective rooms, for they had indeed grown weary from the day's exertions. Once in her room, Wen Yuan remained silent, leaving Nuan to ponder whether he was upset. But why would he be angry? Hadn't everything been fine earlier? Truly, the heart of a man is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. As Nuan prepared to retire for the night, Wen Yuehan sensed her lack of intention to approach him and felt a pang of disappointment. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace, causing her to stumble into his arms. Taken by surprise, Nuan was momentarily bewildered. Wen Yuehan held her tightly and implored, "Do not leave me, all right?" With a perplexed expression, Nuan replied, "I have no intention of leaving. What troubles you? It's nothing. I merely feared you might run off with someone else." At his words, Nuan recalled that his mood had soured after encountering Li Ziyu. "You needn't worry. Who would I run off with? Li Ziyu? You ought to consider his status. How could he pursue me, a married woman? Rest assured." Wen Yuehan appeared somewhat pacified, yet inwardly he mused that their relationship was merely nominal, and he longed for Nuan to truly cherish him. "All right, let us sleep. I am utterly exhausted from our day," Nuan declared. "Very well, let us sleep," Wen Yuehan replied. Before long, the eve of the new year arrived, and everyone wore expressions of joy. Some were chopping meat to prepare fillings for dumplings, while others hung lanterns. Nuan, along with Wen Yuehan and Nan Feng, gathered ingredients for a hot pot feast that evening. When night fell, they gazed at the pot, which contained only broth. Ernyo curiously inquired, "Sister Ji, is this just broth?" Nuan chuckled and explained, "Of course not. Look at the meat and vegetables beside the pot. They can be cooked in the broth and enjoyed with these dipping sauces." "Then let us eat quickly," Ernyo exclaimed gleefully. The group laughed and gathered around the table. Nuan felt a sense of contentment at the sight before her. After half a year in this place, encountering such delightful individuals was truly wonderful. Yet, she could not shake her concern for Yu Jinglan, who had vanished after being taken by Lord Zhao and his companions. She also worried about her family far away in the 21st century. Noticing the shift in Nuan's expression from joy to melancholy, Wen Yuehan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Nuan, what is troubling you?" Turning to meet his gaze, Nuan inadvertently brushed her lips against his nose, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly turned her head down, pretending to reach for her chopsticks. Wen Yuehan stiffened momentarily before gradually straightening his posture, his heart fluttering with exhilaration, though his face remained impassive. Was this not a form of intimate contact? Stealing another glance at Nuan, he observed her discreetly watching the others. Did she feel embarrassed? Might she have developed feelings for him as well? As Nuan picked up her chopsticks, she discreetly observed whether anyone had noticed her actions. Seeing that